The story begins when we are introduced to Gansu province and the Marima alliance, where intrigue and life are in full swing. The table can barely support the weight of the many delicacies, the variety of which is amazing. Even the chair under the chairman of the alliance on which he sits trembles from his weight. The chairman of the Marima alliance, Hu Gong, is known for his obesity and his great appetite. Picking up his chopsticks and spoon, he carefully examines the dishes, deciding where to start. But as soon as he brings the chopsticks to the sliced meat, he is distracted by an unexpected voice. He turns his head and sees Yahello, but she replies that she is busy and not interested in her urgent report. Hu Gong brushes her off and continues eating, but Yahello is not about to give up and approaches him. She greeted him, introducing herself as a strategist for the Marima alliance, and reminded him of the important news. Out of politeness, Hu Gong offered to sit down and eat with her, but she refused, saying she didn't want to gain weight. A lover of good food, Hu Gong began to explain that she needed to eat more to look more appetizing. He considered himself irresistibly charming. Seeing him enjoying his charm, Yahello just laughed. Her laughter was a welcome reaction for him, even though she came with important news. She had two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The chairman decided to start with the good news. The first news she told was that the king of the Green Forest had managed to raise a herd of cows whose beef quality was second to none on the mountain of the Royal Bull. But it was too early to rejoice, as she told him, piquing his interest in the second piece of news. She went on to tell him that the Hyonim branch of the alliance had reported that the Holy Swordsman had set out on a journey, and judging by his departure time and route, he should arrive in their city by noon tomorrow. The Holy Swordsman used to be considered the best fencing master in the country, but 10 years ago he disappeared, and people thought he would never return to Jianggu. However, unexpectedly, he challenged the head of the Marima alliance to a duel. After that, the girl had a question for the chairman. What would he do next? After Hu Gong stuffed his mouth with meat and pasta, his stomach was completely full of food. He looked up at the girl and told her that, of course, to run away. But this answer did not comfort her, and she thought he was joking, because he explained that it was better to give up his position than to be cut to pieces by the Holy Swordsman. Hu Gong was sure that the Holy Swordsman had enough wisdom and nobility to become the head of the alliance. The girl asked him why he shouldn't accept the challenge from the head of the alliance, and wanted to see his martial arts, as she had only seen him at the table since childhood. She also admired him, knowing that he had sent such criminals as the Blood Priest of the Demon Cult, the Ghost Emperor of Ghost Gorge, and the Tibetan Demon King of the Killer Demons to hell. But he explained to her that he was very lucky at the time, and admitted that he had killed them by accident. After that, he asked her to just look at him, because lately he has been out of breath even from a short walk. He decided that he needed to get out of the city before midnight and told the girl that he was leaving the running of the alliance to her. He planned to become a farmer on the Royal Bull Mountain, where the king of the Green Forest lives, or go to the North Sea, where the North Fairy of Mystical Yin invited him to taste especially delicious fish during the fishing season. The girl replied that wherever he went, she would follow him in 6 months. He only asked to be left alone and did not understand why this happened to him. She didn't care and asked if he really didn't want to fight, but then she saw something that really surprised her. She didn't know what was happening. His body began to turn red, absorbing power in the form of chakra that surrounded him. He had a vision. 3 people were in the forest. One of them was the warrior Mu Yeon, and the other 2 could not understand what was happening to him because he was limping. Then he saw the Holy Swordsman slaughtering everyone, not even the townspeople. Everyone in Hyonim was dead, and the Shaolin and Wudang monks tried to stop him, but it is not known if they succeeded. He noticed that the killer was nearby. The Holy Swordsman was known for his nobility and honor. If he did such a thing, it was for one reason only, because of the corruption of his energy. This is an anomaly that leads to demonic possession. The chairman decided that he had to find out where the Holy Swordsman was now. His energy became extremely high. He was practicing, and the others could only wait for his instructions. The girl could not understand what he had just done, because the table and everything around them flew in different directions. He told her that the Holy Swordsman had suffered a power corruption and was now possessed. Hu Gong could not understand how this happened, how the Holy Swordsman could fall so low. He told the girl that he had to find him as soon as possible. She shouted after him, "Wait!" But she only saw a red flash in front of her. The flash was followed by a jet of energy that reached straight into the sky. At the end of this jet was Hu Gong, who jumped so high that you couldn't even see him. No one could awaken the Holy Swordsman. Everyone wondered why such a respected warrior would commit such atrocities. His nobility was the greatest in the world, and now he acts like this. His feet began to pace, and he said that this man was telling the truth. He considered himself to be someone who had always been meek and kind, and he told everyone that he had remained so. At the same time, this miserable fat man Hugong did not deny himself anything, but he was still considered the strongest warrior. He looked down on everyone. The swordsman was sure that the chairman was secretly happy when he was sent into exile. He recalled how the head called him unworthy to be even a servant, and this amused him. Saint Swordsman had a great grudge against the head. He blamed himself for the fact that his talents, strength, muscles, everything that is in the head, saying that it is not in him. He continued to say that he was the holy swordsman, and would teach this pig meekness or make him kneel before him. Then he told everyone around him that he was now the strongest warrior and the strongest swordsman, and that everyone would bow down before him and honor him. He wanted to make everyone respect his patience and meekness, which he had gained in his quest to surpass this, as he called it, bore. The old man who was there told him that he was a little out of it now. He understood how he could drown in his pride and madness. But the man came up, hit him on the neck, and asked him to shut up, calling him an old fool. Although the old man did not consider his words to be madness, he held his neck and squeezed it. After that, he almost strangled the old man, so that his mouth was bleeding. It seemed that no one could stop the holy swordsman now. He picked up his sword and said that no one could escape the death that his sword would bring. The destructive power that poured from him was blinding and extremely powerful. His body was surrounded by a force incomprehensible to an ordinary person. Suddenly, a radiance, directly above his head, only slightly different in color, began to illuminate him. This was not according to his plan. He realized that something incomprehensible was happening. Looking in front of him, he could not understand what was happening. Then, when blood began to flow from his body, he noticed a very fat body in front of him. He was sitting on his knees, and his arms were already separated from his body, and he recognized this man. It was Hugong. It was at that moment that he realized that no matter how much he chased him, he was still not getting anywhere. He looked at his hands, which were lying near the sword, and wondered if it was all in vain. In the visions of the holy swordsman, the head had lost everything. He was so weak that he was almost blown away by the wind, but he did not listen for long, and asked the swordsman to close his mouth, and then snapped his fingers. This snap of his fingers put an end to the swordsman and left a fat dot on him. He fell to the ground and fell apart. There was not a single living thing left of him. Only the head of the Alliance stood and looked at the trail left on the floor. Then he closed his eyes, feeling as if he had fallen somewhere in his head. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't tell if he was dreaming. He was looking at the second floor of the bed, which was directly in front of him, as he was lying on the first floor. He did not understand what had happened or where he was. It was not his bedroom. He started to get out of bed, putting his foot on the floor. He started looking around the room, not understanding what was happening. He felt terrible. He was coughing, and did not understand what had been done to him, because after taking a few steps, he was completely exhausted. Then he saw a mirror in front of him. He approached the mirror and held it with his hands, and could not believe what he was seeing. He could not understand when he became like this, and how he could have become younger, because even when he was young, he did not look like this. He did not recognize his body. At that moment, he could not understand whether he had merged with someone else, because there was no soul in this body. Then he realized that there was a soul exchange, when souls change places with someone else. But why did he get a body at his last breath? His energy and physical condition was simply terrible. At that moment, he remembered the words of the swordsman, who said that he could keep his strength for a long time. But his words were cut short, because after that he killed him. He could not understand whether everything had happened as Mechnik had said, and whether it was not a dying delirium. After that, he couldn't understand who had put his soul in someone else's body and why they did it, and if his soul is now in this body, what happened to his old body as the head of the Alliance? Was it the owner of this new body who moved into that body? He looked down and saw his arms, which had no strength at all. They were wrapped in bandages right along the tendons. Removing the bandages, he saw many cuts from a knife or blade on the tendons. Removing the bandage from his neck, he noticed that there were many wounds there as well. As he got closer to the mirror, he could not understand who this loser was that he had possessed. Who could dispose of his body and soul, since he didn't even have any enemies? He asked himself this question with every step he took around the room. Looking around, he noticed that the room looked quite nice, which suggested that the family did not live in poverty. He hoped that his own body was fine, but he could not understand what had happened to the young man's body. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door behind him. He didn't know what to do, thinking quickly whether to pretend to be asleep or leave it at that. A gray-haired old man came into the room and was happy to see that his child, as he called him, was awake. From the way he addressed him, one could conclude that the old man probably had no idea what had happened. When he looked at the old man a little closer, he noticed that he was the chief librarian of the Great Heavenly Library, Baum Shan. The Great Library of Heaven is a library that has been run by families of scholars for generations. It is one of the 3 great libraries in the Central Plains. The Baum family scholars know everything about ancient texts and artifacts. Baum Chan himself is a scholar of such a caliber that today's experts pale in comparison. The old owner of this body met him 4 or 5 years ago. He looked the same as he did when he last met him, which means that it is about the same time that he left his body. Baum told the guy that he had decided to fulfill what he had been waiting for so long and asked him to come closer. He didn't know what was happening, but he realized that the old man was clearly mistaking him for his grandson. He came closer and sat down on the bed next to him. The grandfather took out a red handkerchief with a small red ball in it. He looked at this ball and thought, "Is this medicine?" Since he was very weak, he thought it was medicine to heal him, but it turned out to be quite different. I was suspicious because my grandfather looked very sad and spoke of a wish. He could tell by the grandfather's eyes and the young man's scratched body, which were clearly the result of a suicide attempt. He realized that his grandfather had brought him only one thing: poison. There was a few minutes of silence between them, and they looked into each other's eyes. It seemed that something had to be done, and the first thing he thought in this situation was that a grandson should not talk to his grandfather like that. Then he decided to ask his grandfather if he was giving him poison. He just held out a pill and asked him to eat it. He did not even deny that it was poison. But before he ate it, he asked him to ask him a question. He asked who the head of the Marima Alliance was, but the old man did not understand why he was interested, since the boy had to know the circumstances of the exchange of souls and in what time he was incarnated. He told his grandfather that it was very important. But in response, he heard, "Shut up, puppy!" The grandfather became very angry and began to say that his grandson was trying to commit suicide and begged him to kill him again and again. And now he asks questions about the head of the alliance, Murim. It was hard to understand why the grandfather was so angry, so he decided to calm him down somehow. He explained that he didn't want to die and asked him to leave him, saying that the morning is wiser than the evening, and offered to talk in the morning. He did not understand what was going on, but he would have to find out as he went along. After the old man shook while sitting on the bed, he rushed at the guy with his hands to grab him. He would not allow any grandfather to treat him like that, and decided to try to calm him down with a gust of wind from his fingers. But it didn't work. When he pointed his fingers toward his grandfather, middle and index, nothing happened. This made him realize that he had to run away. He turned in the other direction and started running. Damn it. Now he was slower than a duck and could not escape from his grandfather at all. Grandpa caught up with him and threw him face first on the floor. The boy begged him to get off him, but his grandfather just opened his mouth and threw a pill inside. The pill immediately began to dissolve. He had to spit it out as soon as possible. If this was his real body, he would have taken the pill for pleasure. But in this body, he had no strength and nothing. He was barely able to turn toward his grandfather and swing his arm at him to hit him squarely in the neck and somehow stop him. Crawling on his knees on the floor, he managed to spit out the pill, but it was already in a more liquid state. Looking at the pill, the picture in his eyes swam. He realized he was poisoned and fell face first to the floor. At that moment, he could not believe that he would die like that. His grandfather stood over him and told him about the words he had once said, that he did not care about pain, and that he always wanted to die. In his mind, the boy said to his grandfather, "I am not your grandson. I am the head of the Murim Alliance." Although the grandfather helped him fulfill his wish, it was still hard for him to watch him suffer, because he was his grandson. This situation was a complete disaster for him. To die like this, and in someone else's body. So many normal people around him, and he moved into a boy with a head injury and could not believe that he would die without even knowing who moved him into this body. To die like that, such a miserable death, was not for him. He found the strength to open his eye and realized that he should not die in such stupid circumstances. He couldn't save himself, but he had one last resort. Lying on the floor, he shouted the word, "Grandfather." This made his grandfather turn his head toward him. In fact, he didn't want to do it at all. But he realized that there was no other way, and he reached out to his grandfather. He begged him, asking him that he did not want to die, that he could get some help from him. He was crawling closer and closer, his face falling to the floor because he had no strength, and the pill was already starting to work. Grandpa looked at him and could not understand what was happening to him. He saw his strength and life leaving him completely, and he started shouting for a doctor. "A doctor! Get a doctor!" The grandfather saw the boy's exhausted face with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the body of the head of the Alliance, he woke up and looked around with a very shocked expression. First he looked to the right, then to the left. He saw a weapon hanging on the wall in front of him. Standing up, he made sure that no one was in the room. He started to walk toward the weapons and looked in the mirror that stood under the swords on the table. He said to himself, "Seonghwa will not come. Or rather, he will not be able to come." And with a very cunning smile, he took up his sword. He exposed the blade of the sword and began to pull it out of the scabbard. Realizing that he had succeeded in changing souls and that this was not a dream, he brought the blade to his head. It was a real pleasure for him, because he was finally able to do what he had wanted to do for so long. It caused great anxiety in the Alliance when the girl heard about it. She could not believe that her uncle was gone. The poison of the blood toadstool is very strong. If even a small dose gets into the brain, it can lead to mental damage, and there are cases of memory loss and increased aggressiveness as a result of toadstool poisoning. Mr. Bohm heard all this from the doctor who helped the man. It seemed that the old man's heart opened up to his grandson, when this grandson, who had been trying to die all along, suddenly asked for help. Sometime later, when daylight came, the brothers went to his room. One of them asked the other not to drink as much wine as he had and asked about his condition, while the other only asked him to shut up. One of them did not want to believe that his brother had survived to the last, and the other tried to believe because he asked the old man to spare him. But this irritated the second one, and he told the younger one that he was the only older brother, and the one who was lying in bed now was no one at all. After this conversation, they turned around and began to leave the ward, not understanding why they had come at all. The older one thought he was just upset. After a while, the grandfather came into the room, sat down next to his grandson, and sat for a long time, just looking at him. The doctor also came in from time to check on him. That day passed. He stayed in bed all day, not even getting up. He did not understand if anyone else would come to visit this guy. The eldest heir had barely survived the poisoning, and only 3 people had visited him. But he realized something. The owner of this body's name is Bom Han, the senior heir of the great heavenly library. He was obsessed with the desire to kill himself. He has brothers, one of whom is a drunkard. His parents are most likely long dead, otherwise they would have come to visit their sick son. Perhaps the death of his parents was the cause of his grief and madness. He realized that the whole family was suffering because of Bom Khan, who was afflicted with such a mental illness. This was not a surprise, but what was even worse was that his attempts to commit suicide caused even more pain. The head of the family tried to kill his own grandson, but no one in the house came to hear the screams and noise. Judging by those he saw today, the mental illness affected all members of his family. He had questions about what kind of decline was going on in the great heavenly library family, but he knew that it was none of his business. First and foremost, he believed that he had to find out how his soul had gotten into this body. He would like to investigate right now, but as the holy swordsman had said, he had lost everything, even his power. First, he needs to put Bom Han's body back in order so that he can move freely. Only then can he start looking for the clue, and then he will be able to find out what happened to his own body. And an even more interesting question is, who is behind all this? But first, it would be nice to eat. It looks like his soul is taking over his physical condition. He hasn't eaten anything yet, and his stomach is already stuck to his spine. At that moment, a girl appears in front of him, leaning right over and looking him in the eye. When he opened his eyes, she jumped away and apologized, saying that he had a speck of dust on his chin, and she was trying to clean it up. He didn't understand why she was so close to him and asked her if she had bad eyesight. In his past life, he could easily feel someone approaching him, because he could even hear the movement of insects at a distance of 50 meters and could even distinguish how many legs each insect had. After that, he asked her name. She could not believe that the poison had damaged his head so badly that he could not remember anything. She introduced herself as Seonghwa and said that this was her body. He noticed that she was very well built and her eyes were perky. She didn't look like an ordinary maid. It felt like she was trained in martial arts. He asked her to make him some porridge because he wanted to eat and talk to her about his life. In response, he heard, "Why are you doing this? Why do you want to eat? Do you want to get your strength back? What do you plan to do when you get your strength back?" She thought he was trying to regain his strength so that he could attempt suicide again. She asked him to understand something about the head librarian and about the other young masters. She explained that they were suffering so much emotionally because of him that each of them was ready to commit suicide with him. She asked him not to try to commit suicide anymore, and to experience the joy of life, never to go back. She asked him to live, to be happy, Because laughter, fun, and anticipation of something new is what makes life worth living. He agreed, and said that he would like to start by having a good, hearty meal. But she didn't believe him, and asked him not to lie. He said, "Well, you'll have to die of hunger." But she immediately panicked and shouted that he shouldn't die. It turns out that whether he wants to eat or not, she is still worried. Athletically built, and yet really a maid, she turned out to be incredibly strong physically. Her assignment was to stop Bomhan whenever he tried to commit suicide again. This means that she has already witnessed his attempts many times, and it's no wonder she's a little out of it. But instead of asking her new questions, he decides to ask her what really matters to him. "Who is the current chairman of the Murim Alliance?" he asked. But she didn't understand why he was interested in this and why he was asking. He explained that he liked to listen to her talk and look at her beautiful lips. The fact that he called her lips beautiful made her blush and was delighted. This technique worked, and she agreed to talk. She said that the head of the alliance, Murim, is a fat hog, a huge fat pig. She also said that they say he has such a fat face that his eyes don't open, and when he walks, the whole estate shakes. Nevertheless, she thought he had the nerve to tell everyone that he was the strongest warrior in the world. She also told him about the stupid rumor that he had killed the holy swordsman. She continued to express her opinion about him until he stopped her. He was already pale, and hearing all this about himself made him even paler. She didn't understand what was wrong with his face, and asked him why he was so pale, to which he replied that he was always like that. He wondered how she could say such things about a person based only on his appearance and not on his soul. She even showed him how fat he was with her hands, and said that he was just a joke. He told her that he thought the head of the alliance was a truly great man. Then he raised his voice and shouted, "A great man! I tell you, he is a great man." He began to explain to her that Alliance Chairman Murim is an amazing man. The peace and prosperity of Zhanggu rests on his mighty shoulders, and the scale of this personality she cannot even imagine. He also added that fullness makes a person even more charming, and said that the Alliance Chairman is an example to him. She didn't realize how important this was to him, and just agreed with him, not giving it much thought. She turned around and started running, saying she would bring him something to eat. At least he learned from her words that he had not moved in time. This means that they had simply exchanged souls, and Bomhan was now in his body. He guessed what Bomhan was doing now, but he didn't want to believe it and hoped it wasn't true. Meanwhile, 10 days had passed, and for the first time in a long time, Bomhan was able to stand without assistance. He took all the prescribed medications, and, although he ate only porridge, he ate 2 or more cups a day. Soon, pain and weakness throughout his body stopped bothering him. Everyone wondered how he had changed, but the doctor told the owner that there was no reason to worry. He was eating well and taking his medications as scheduled. The librarian was afraid to hope too much that these changes were only temporary and that he would be back to his old self. However, he hoped that the doctor was telling the truth, because life is very unpredictable. No one could have predicted that the head of the alliance would commit suicide. The doctor agreed with the host, noting that it was very unexpected that he had killed himself rather than fallen to his death in a heroic battle. Hearing this, the young master began to gnash his teeth, because he could not even imagine that Bom Khan would commit suicide immediately after the exchange of souls. The librarian and the doctor looked at him and thought he was having a nightmare. Now everything fell into place. His soul was exchanged with Bom Khan. The doctor took his hand and stroked it, saying that everything was fine, that it was just a dream, and that he was not in danger. This exchange of souls was done by Bom Khan himself. In any case, he was ready to kill him. His anger was so strong that he stood up on the bed and started screaming, "I'm going to kill you, you damned lunatic! How dare you just die!" He could not understand what kind of person this Bom Khan was. Couldn't he have asked him right away? He shouted that he would beat him, even if he died. After that, he fell on the pillow and foam began to flow from his mouth. The librarian could not believe what he heard, because the guy said that he would not die, but that he would kill someone. He could not believe that his grandson, who had survived to this moment only because they had pulled him back from the dead more than once, had said such a thing. He wanted to die. He had no other desires. The doctor confirmed these words, because he also heard that he definitely said that he wanted to kill someone else. He wants to kill someone else. The thought brought tears of joy to their eyes. The librarian thought these were the most beautiful words he had ever heard in his life. He lay on the bed, exhaling heavily, and Seonghwa held him close, trying to give him strength. His mind was racing with one thought. He would never be able to return to his old body again. However, he couldn't just give up. So he asked the girl for a favor. He unexpectedly asked her to go to physical education, which shocked her. Xianghua could not believe her ears, because these words were simply unthinkable to her. They were being watched by a group of people sent by the librarian. They were sitting on tree branches and watching what was happening in the room. They passed this information on to the librarian, who could not believe it and kept asking, "What are you saying?" They told him that the young master had been practicing physical education for 2 days. At first, his hands were shaking and he was constantly falling, but now he could do 7 push-ups and continued his training every day. The owner did not understand anything. Even the security guard could not believe it, and did not report it right away, thinking that he would soon quit training. But he didn't give up. He did squats and even started doing a horseman's stance. Stretching also became his daily practice, which impressed the guards even more. The librarian was stunned, as he knew the boy's physical condition better than anyone else. He had barely moved before. The guard also said that the boy had started asking for more food and was now eating larger portions and drinking more water. This information shocked the chapter, as the boy not only did not give up, but also became stronger. But for them, it was similar to the case last year, when Bo Mahan also demonstrated positive changes in his life. His mood improved, he began to eat normally, and even walked around smiling at those he met. He seemed to have started a new life, and everyone was happy for him. However, as soon as he was convinced that the surveillance was relaxed, he immediately tried to hang himself. Luckily, he was caught before he could suffocate and saved. Everyone who was there recalled with horror his crazy, chilling laughter and the absent look in his bloodshot eyes. The guard believed that this time he was behaving much more cunningly than the last time, and was sure that he was training to be able to kill himself instantly. So he asked his master not to let him get stronger. But the owner really wanted to believe him. Whatever the boy's motives were, he could not know. But he remembered his words about how he asked to be spared after he swallowed a poison pill. He also remembered the time when his whole body was shaking with tension and rage, and he was shouting that he was going to kill someone. My grandfather realized that he shouldn't hinder his recovery just because he was afraid for him. He asked that his grandson be brought to him. After a while, his grandson was already standing in his room. The boy said that his memory was the same as before, and he did not remember anything. Then he asked his grandfather what had happened. The grandfather saw the boy start stretching right in front of him, saying that he shouldn't waste a minute or a second. He was amazed. Could he really spread his legs so wide? Although it was not a full stretch, he spread his legs a little wider than shoulder width apart. You could see how hard he was trying and doing his best to get a little better. When his grandfather asked him about his plans, he explained that he would work out, study his body, and gradually become stronger. He told his grandfather that there was still a lot he didn't know, and a lot he needed to do. His grandfather noticed that his desire was always limited to the desire to kill himself. His grandfather saw him doing push-ups from the floor, telling him that people didn't think the best of him. The boy did 1 push-up after another, and now he could do as many as 7 push-ups. He was even able to do jumping jacks from a crouch. His grandfather never thought he would be able to jump so high, but wondered why he was showing him when he could have been doing physical education in his room. It seemed to him that it was important to show the boy that he had changed. And as soon as this thought flashed through his grandfather's mind, the boy said he had something to tell him. Grandpa was already listening eagerly, and the words that he did not expect to hear were heard. "Because Mahan is dead." The boy repeated the same words, emphasizing that he was as dead as could be. He told his grandfather that he no longer needed to take care of him or worry about him. My grandfather looked at him and did not understand who was standing in front of him. The boy said, "I am the strongest man in the world." A smile appeared on his face, and you could see at least some life in his eyes. "Is my grandson back?" The grandfather could not believe it. They poured him the last cup, thinking he would not drink anymore. But he said he had to drink the whole bottle. The third heir to the great heavenly library, Bom Bumon, did not leave a drop. He was sitting at a table with the second heir to the great library, Bom Yun, who loved to drink more alcohol, and felt that his brother's attempts to stop him only interfered with his enjoyment of the taste of the wine. Bumon asked his brother to explain something to him. He asked him where he went every morning. Yun replied that he was wasting his time and explained that he should not think that their relative had lost consciousness and memory. He was not doing physical therapy to recover. Yun began to recall the times when their brother tried to deceive them and commit suicide together. Booman tried to believe that his brother had changed and would not let anyone down this time. Yun asked Booman to listen and said that their brother had long ago turned into a demon and would never change, even if the sky broke apart. He reminded them of how they almost lost their grandfather, and he believed that peace would only come when he finally died. Yoon stood up from the table, tapped Boomon on the shoulder and asked him not to be upset because it had become very gloomy, suggesting that they go have a drink elsewhere. Boomon took him by the sleeve and asked him not to be angry with his older brother, and not to say bad words behind his back, suggesting that they just go to him and talk. This only made Yun angry. He could not hear his brother say that he had become different and felt happy in his presence. Yun became angry and started throwing dishes against the walls, breaking everything and yelling at Boomon to shut up and never say such words again. The words that Boomon was feeling happy made Yun grab the edge of the table and pull. The table flew to the side, smashing everything in its path. Yun wouldn't even let Boomon call him Big Brother, threatening to kill him if he said it again. Everyone in the establishment was watching this scene and didn't know what to do. This made them stand up and pay attention to what was happening. A man came up to Yun and took him by the shoulder. Yun turned and asked what happened, looking down at the man because he was very big. The man asked them to drink in silence, and you could tell from his face that he was not very friendly about it. After that, he shouted that they were making too much noise and tried to punch Yun with his hand. But his fist hit the floor, and no one was hit. Yun skillfully dodged the attack despite the fact that he was drunk. He then elbowed the man in the neck and asked him not to interfere with their conversation. Despite his size, the big man ended up lying on the floor unconscious. Yun's brother was watching what was happening and did not interfere with the conversation between the elders. He only asked Yun how long he was going to hide. The brother said that he knew about his fear of his older brother and asked him to stop this bravado because he knew that Yun did not want to go to him only because he was afraid of being deceived. This frankness made Yun furious again, and he walked over, grabbed the boy by the skin of his teeth, and swung his fist at him. But he did not beat the boy, saying that he was not at all afraid of this suicidal person. After that, he told his brother that he would go to the older man just to show him who he really was and rip off his mask. He did push-ups more than 25 times in one go, and she was just happy for him. She noticed that he was now the man he used to be, a world apart because he used to walk with great difficulty. After that, he did 20 jumps from a crouch. But what can we say about jumping? Because now he can stand in a rider's stance for more than 8 minutes, although he is still far from perfect. Taking the stick in her hands, she suggested that he increase the height of his jumps. She was very serious and said it was time to get ready. Swinging the stick 180 degrees, she raised it so that he would not get hit in the legs. 1, 2. Here was the second pass with the stick, and then the third. He successfully dodged them all. Noticing that he was doing a great job, she suggested that he do 2 more sets of 10 times. But he was already out of breath and said that he was done, otherwise it would only get harder. She thought he was just taking care of her and was very worried. She told him that she was having so much fun with him that she was ready to help him practice his jumps all night. But in his mind, he was not taking care of her. He was just so tired that he was going to die. When he fell to the ground, he said he was dead. She didn't understand, so he explained that it meant he was tired. But he realized that he shouldn't be chilling, so he struggled to get to his feet. She came closer, took him by the legs, and he stood on his hands to practice standing on his hands. While he was upside down, he noticed something in front of him. He told the girl that someone was coming. She turned him back to his feet and helped him stand up, and his brother was already approaching. As he got closer, his brother asked what was going on and thought that the couple was making a mess in the night forest. He called the boy a seizure patient and asked him how he learned to stand on his hands. The heir to the library got the idea to teach him a lesson. He started yelling at him, asking why he was acting like a drunken pig and insulting him. Yun listened and could not understand how he could call him a drunken pig. The brother explained that if Yun hadn't been drinking to the point of drunkenness, he wouldn't have been called that, and added that he knew that drinking was fashionable among young people, but he didn't think his brother would become one of them. Yun took this criticism in a particular way, because he was hearing it from someone who had tried to kill himself so many times that even death with a scythe had become a friend. He pointed his finger at his brother and said that he could not deceive him, that he had lost his memory, and believed that this was another attempt to die. These words were followed by even more specific ones, saying that everyone wants him to die, and everyone wants him to do it on his own, that all this would happen quietly, without any noise. But these words didn't affect him. He didn't take them seriously, and asked Yun why he was looking at him like that, adding that he didn't know anything about him. Xianghua was furious that this bastard had insulted her master again, and he asked her for a stick. At first, she didn't understand what he wanted to do with the stick, but he told her to bring it quickly. She just managed to say yes sir and ran to get the stick. In a moment, he had the stick in his hands and he began to wave it. It looked like an ordinary wooden stick, but in the hands of the strongest warrior in the world, it looked like a sword or an iron club. Now he realized one of the most important things. He hadn't forgotten his techniques and could use them thanks to his diligent study. he realized that he could beat his brother Yoon in a single blow or two. Yoon looked at the stick and could not believe that his brother wanted to challenge him to a fight, but he said it was his initiative and offered to teach him a lesson. They stood against each other, and energy began to gather around Yoon. Xianghua stood silently and worried about her master. She didn't understand why he was getting into a fight, since the second heir was also learning martial arts, and she told him about it. But he just asked her to leave. Yoon spoke the words while addressing the fourth guards in the shadows, and he seemed to disappear. The guards were warned not to even think of interfering. Although he knew they were guarding him, it was better for them to stay out of it. Xianghua pointed to the side and said they were there. My brother was stretching his arms, preparing for the battle, and said that if he managed to throw at least one punch, he would call him Big Brother. He also asked him not to complain after the fight about how badly he had been beaten. Yoon was confident in his abilities and started running at his brother with his fists. The latter was holding a stick and was ready to receive the attack. They faced each other, getting closer and closer. Yoon managed to dodge the first attack with the stick without difficulty, but a few surprises awaited him in the form of a boomerang stick that hit him. Yoon could not even expect his brother to succeed. After this attack, he sat under a tree, not realizing how it happened. When his brother approached him, he asked him to address him as his older brother. Yoon did not want to argue and said, "Of course, big brother." He added that it was easy to say, because he is. But then he added that he would rather die than be treated with respect as a true older brother. As soon as these words were spoken, my brother realized that he would have to continue beating him. He struck him with the stick one after another, so that Yoon's whole body felt the hardness of the material. Xianghua even began to worry not about the owner, but about his younger brother, and asked him to stop. The youngest of them was also very worried, and also asked to stop. All the alcohol he had drunk in a month was coming out of this fool. It was impossible for him to understand how his older brother had become so strong in such a short period of time. But he needed to realize it and realize that he had really changed. At that moment, he remembered his younger brother's words that for the first time in a long time, he was able to feel happy in the presence of his eldest. He thought about it, but the alcohol made it hard for him to think clearly. His head was foggy, and even in this situation he did not believe that his brother had changed. Yoon was sure that he would not be able to fool him a second time. He believed that his brother was definitely planning to do something to himself. Chakra began to gather around Yoon's hand, and he shouted that he would never trust him again. He called his brother a demon and started attacking him with a spinning kick. Yoon thought he would finally make his brother calm down and thought his strength would help. But there was only a smile on his opponent's face. He was smiling because he had so easily dodged every blow. He noticed his brother's stubbornness and praised him. But since he was so stubborn, he would have to use another method. Yoon heard these words and could not understand what method he was going to use. His brother had a very interesting idea about a place that hurts a lot when you hit it with a stick, and it is located just below the waist, between the legs. When Yoon put his head down to see what was hurting so badly, he had a vision of broken eggs and birds flying and singing. But this method works best against idiots like him. The younger one immediately rushed to his brother, shouting his name loudly. He already thought that his brother was dead. But when he ran closer, he saw a stick pointed directly at him. The older man asked him not to approach because he believed he was not done with him yet. Yoon's mouth was watering from the pain of hell. But now he will understand exactly how to treat his older brother. Having received several dozen more strokes of the cane on his body, pulled out of her master's excitement, Xianghua decided to run over to him and hug him from behind to stop him somehow. It seems that he succeeded, because he saw Yoon kneeling in front of him and calling him his big brother. Yoon said that he recognized him as an older brother, and admitted that he was wrong. But his brother asked him several more times what he was thinking and who taught him to talk to his older brother like that. Yoon looked at him and realized that Han had never behaved like that before. At that moment, Yoon said he recognized that he was the strongest warrior in the world. Han seemed to have cooled down a bit after a few nice words from this alcoholic. But he came closer, started smiling in his face, and said that he had lost his sense of smell and needed to be taught a little more. He forced him to kneel down, and Yoon couldn't understand why this smile had led to such a result. Han explained that it was because Yoon didn't take his words seriously. Yoon stood on all fours, his ass turned to the moon and to the cane in his brother's hands, ready to receive 5 strokes. He was already striking his ass with the reverse twist of the stick. The brother used different striking techniques and then applied 25 times the force. Yoon felt this blow well, which could be seen in his face and heard in the scream that spread throughout the estate. Sometime later, he was lying on his bed, not understanding how it happened that there was not a single living thing on it. He could not understand why his older brother allowed himself to beat people like some kind of dog. Yun couldn't get out of his mind the moments when he called him Big Brother, albeit for his own survival. But he did. He thought about how many years had passed since he swore he would never call him that again. When he was a little boy, he used to always run after him and call him Big Brother, because he was widely known as a genius and a scholar, and Yun respected him very much. Because of this, when his brother's fault turned the whole family's life into hell, Yun felt this betrayal like no other, and hated him with all his heart. Deep down, he believed that his brother would become the same, and he was looking forward to it. But time after time, his hopes were dashed until they disappeared altogether. Now he can't believe that his older brother, who had been a vegetable for many years, beat him and became so agile and strong. His thoughts were interrupted by his younger brother, who came into his room. He had tears in his eyes and apologized for not realizing what a good person Yun was. He said that he saw Yun in a different light because he had allowed his older brother to beat him to help him feel strong. Yun let his older brother beat him on the back over and over again. In the eyes of his younger brother, all of Yun's actions seemed deliberate. Yun grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him well to bring him to his senses, asking if he really thought it could be intentional. Impossible. Did his blows really look trivial from the outside? It can only mean one thing. He's not just stronger than me. It means that his abilities are beyond measure. And it was at this moment that he thought about his older brother. Was he really the genius of the Heavenly Great Library? After a mountain of words in support of Yun, the kid said that as his brother, he couldn't just let it go. Shedding tears, he turned and said he would avenge him. Meanwhile, the sun, which was just waking up, mesmerized with its beauty, and a new day of adventure began. Seonghwa never stopped admiring his master because he had beaten his middle brother, and he was just training. But he also analyzed the battle, and there was something that made him dissatisfied. He had greatly increased his stamina, but his movements were far from perfect, and he was upset that he could not quickly deal with the young man. His soul had not yet attained full union with Bomahan's body, which meant that his spirit, Tze energy, and consciousness were not fully interacting with matter. He can develop the spirit by his own efforts, but this is not all. It is necessary that the consciousness also responds. Bomahan's soul is now dead, and his life experience and memories have died with it. It would be nice to somehow restore his memories. Seonghwa said that it seemed that the young master would not come to say good morning today because he had beaten his older brother. But Han was sure that he would come, because he was probably also happy about what he had done yesterday. Khan thought his younger brother was a good boy, polite, intelligent, and shrewd. He had never met such a wise young man in his life. Afterward, he heard a question from Seonghwa about how many people he had met in his life, since he almost never left his library. He laughed uncertainly and said that he had read a lot about different people in books. At that moment, the gate opened with a bang, and their younger brother walked in. The impact was so strong that everyone was shocked to see Booman. He pointed his finger at him and shouted, "Thief!" Approaching Han, Booman asked him how he, the elder brother, could have done such a thing. The middle brother allowed himself to be beaten, and he took and hit his balls. Picking up the nunchakus, the little boy wanted to take revenge for his middle brother. Han didn't know that Booman knew how to use nunchakus, or that anyone used them at all. Seonghwa could only guess how the owner would react to the boy's behavior and asked him about it. The middle brother appeared behind the boy's back as the nunchakus were swinging. He hit him on the head with his hand, called him a fool, and asked who uses nunchucks nowadays. The girl thought that the second owner had also come to attack the older brother together. However, Yun bowed before him and said that he came to say good morning, and asked how he slept. It seems that yesterday's flogging had taken its toll on him. But judging by the bags under his eyes, he did not sleep very well himself. After that, he suggested that his brother go out, and there their grandfather was waiting for them, sitting on a chair. They greeted him, and Khan noticed that someone was lying in bed. This person got up and looked at him, saying that he had not seen him for a long time. It was Yun and Booman's father and Han's uncle, Bomhan. Only now did the boy realize that his uncle had not come to visit him because he was bedridden. Were there no healthy people left in the family of the custodians of the great heavenly library? He took his nephew's hands and told him how happy he was to see him, and he did not think he would see him like this. The boy immediately felt the weakness in his hands and said he was very happy. He asked his uncle what illness he was suffering from, apologized for asking, and explained that he had lost his memory. It was very difficult for the uncle, but he began to explain. It was very strange that he avoided eye contact and explained with his back turned that it was not really a physical ailment, but more of a spiritual one. He seemed to be very afraid of Bomahan. He leaned over and assumed that it was because of Yun and asked him if that was true. My uncle explained that it was true. At some point, something got to Yun, and since then he has been getting drunk every day. How could he recover when his son behaved like that? His uncle asked him to help calm him down if he got drunk again. After the brothers left the building, they had to walk in the same direction. On the way, they talked about light topics at first. But as they walked, Khan realized that after meeting his uncle, he had only become more resentful. He realized that all the troubles in their family began with Bo Mahan. Even his uncle was afraid to look him in the eye. And not only his uncle, most of the people in the estate reacted to him in this way. Khan realized that all the troubles that had happened in their family needed to be revealed. This is the only way he could get his memory back. However, Yoon saw his brother thinking, and asked him why he was so focused and gloomy. Han replied that he was just thinking about something. Yoon then asked if he remembered their childhood, because he didn't even remember his present. Han couldn't say anything about his childhood. He talked about how he used to get lost in his thoughts when he was in the library. He and his younger brother knew that he could be found at any time in the library. But when Khan changed, he stopped leaving his room and going to the library altogether. This conversation gave Han a clue. The library might be the key to recovering his memories. He thanked Yoon, waving to him, and ran ahead, saying he would see him later. Meanwhile, his uncle and grandfather were in the room by the bedside talking about how Han was unrecognizable now. The uncle even had tears in his eyes, and the grandfather asked his son to let go of all the grief and move on with his life. The uncle seemed relieved and hoped that the memories would never come back to his nephew. But Yoon ran into their room and said that there was a problem. He told them that his older brother had gone to the library and wanted to recover his memory. Stunned, they turned their heads and did not know what to do. After all, they did not want to let him get to the bottom of the truth. Meanwhile, Khan had already been to the library, where Bo Mahan spent a lot of time. He wanted to find some clue here to restore his memory. He saw a huge library with many books on its shelves. It was easy to see that it hadn't been cleaned for a long time, because all the shelves were covered with dust. His eyes fell on one of the books that was standing unevenly. On the cover of this book was written Winter. It was noticeably less dusty. He picked it up and began to flip through it, hoping that it was not accidentally turned upside down. While flipping through the book, several sheets fell out. They fell to the floor, and he began to pick them up, not realizing what they were. Then he picked them up and saw that they were letters. The dates on all the letters were different, but they were all addressed to the same person, a certain Chu Yang. Perhaps the fact that Bo Makan was corresponding with someone was the reason for his transmigration into the body of the head of the alliance. After that, he put the book back on the shelf, but the cabinet seemed to shudder and began to fall. He couldn't understand what was happening, because the mountain of books was flying right at him. The boy put his arms out to somehow block the impact of this mass of books. But he was unable to do anything, and he was nailed by the cabinet. Only it was a very strange feeling, as if an illusion was appearing around him. It seemed that when he put the book back, he activated a spatial trap. Now it became clear why the book is called Winter, because he was standing there, and it was winter around him. The illusion took over his mind. It was very realistic, because not only did everything around him look wintry, but it was also very cold. After a while, he looked completely different. His mother came up to him and asked if he was cold, asking him to give her his hand. She looked at them and saw that they were very red, but he put his hands on the snow layer and said that it was nothing for a man. She knew that he was a houseboy, and she just laughed at his courage, explaining that men get cold too. Then she handed him gloves and asked him to put them on. He was worried about his mom, but she knew that they would not go home until he finished the snowman. She looked at him and asked why he had made 3 snowmen. For him, it symbolized their family, so he made 3. Not just 1. His mom noticed that they looked very much like them, and offered to show his dad. But the boy panicked at that moment, and asked her not to tell his father anything yet. Then he approached the snowmen and looked at them carefully. After this vision, he looked at them and realized that they were his family. Therefore, it should be a happy memory. But a moment later, he was transported to another time. He saw his mom talking to his dad about whether he had seen the plum blossoms. And his dad said he had, and immediately remembered her, calling her his favorite. She sat on the bed and coughed, saying that she was fine. She was happy because she could look at the spring flowers right outside her window with her husband. He would come over and say that they would go together to look at the blooms as soon as spring came. She asked little Han, who was standing right in front of her, to come closer. It was Han, only then he was still small, but he was crying. He was crying very hard, looking at his mom. Her face was very good, but it was hard for her. She only said that she loved her son and that her love for him was boundless. At that moment, he could not understand where the tears came from. Then he realized that it was the memories of Bom Khan that remained in this body that were awakened. If he stays in this illusion, he will remember everything. And in a moment, he was transported to another memory. He saw his grandfather sitting on his knees and crying, repeating, "Why did you just die?" Now the boy realized that 10 days had passed since Bomhan's mother had died. How he had grown old sitting on the floor. The death of his wife broke his heart and will to live. That's how Bomkan was left on the ground. Now everything became clear to him. He watched as the little boy came in. His son and middle brother were with the boy. They ran up to their grandfather asking, "What happened?" You could see the whole tragedy in his eyes. It seemed that his whole life had fallen on him the moment his mother died. He could not contain his emotions and was transported to the next memory. There he stood under a lonely, beautiful tree. He said to himself, "Mom, Dad, you told me that we would watch the plum blossoms together when spring comes. The plums are already blooming very beautifully. Where are you both? Or are you watching the blossoms from another world?" These were the words of a little boy who had lost his parents. He took the knife and brought it to his neck, ready to join them. But Yoon did not allow him to do so, begging him to stop. "Don't do this! Don't end your life!" Yoon cried. Yoon prayed with tears in his eyes that his brother would not commit suicide and leave him. However, his brother replied that he wanted to go where he belonged. After that, lying on the floor of the library, the illusion dissipated around him. His family was standing over him, trying to wake him up and asking if he was okay. He got up moaning in pain. He explained that he had just come to read books, and asked if they had come to read too. His younger brother quickly realized it was a joke and praised him for his skill. Yoon explained that they were very worried when they saw him faint. His grandfather was also very worried and asked if he was okay. "Grandpa, I just activated the trap and went to the snowfield," he said. After that, he turned to his grandfather and asked him a question. He asked if he could recover his memories, and everyone heard him. At that moment, his head started to hurt a lot. It seems to always happen when memories come back. There were unexplainable emotions on the faces of everyone in his family because they understood him. Seonghwa was the first to speak, saying that his jokes had gone too far. Yoon Bumon heard his older brother's appeal and felt joy in his words. He also addressed his grandfather. He assured everyone that he was fine and not to worry. He promised that he would never faint again. Almost everyone had tears on their faces because they were still not used to hearing Han say that. After that, he hugged everyone and said that he could finally die in peace. The day was coming to an end, and the sun was setting over the horizon. It was the first morning awakening after Bom Khan's memories returned. He felt very refreshed, as if he had slept for several days. His body was very light and his mind was clear. Now he could do whatever he wanted to do. Opening the window, he addressed one of the guards who was sitting on a tree branch. He told him that he wanted to meditate, and asked him not to let anyone into the room until he was out. He also asked his grandfather to keep this in mind, and the guard agreed. The boy realized that this was not a very good answer, because they were still worried. But he could do nothing else, because he had to gradually gain their trust. Now, it is important to circulate energy. Now that he had recovered Bom Khan's memories, his soul had completely merged with his body. His energy core was opening up to him, and his inner energy was taking shape. He also realized one important thing while studying Bom Khan's memories. Bom Khan had nothing to do with the exchange of souls. There is no information about it in his memoirs. There were many problems with the letters he exchanged with a certain Chu Yang. Perhaps it was done by someone else, but then it would be difficult to determine who could have done this. So it's important now to concentrate on returning to his previous level, as he has done before. 5 more years, or 10 at the most, and he will be able to return to his previous level. With the help of elixirs, herbs, and mystical creatures, this can be achieved even faster. Fortunately, this place is very favorable for development. The Great Heavenly Library is famous for its impregnable fortress, Chijangu. It is comparable in size to mountains, and traps are built into the walls, even into the arches. There are also traps in every zone. There is no place safer than Chijangu. Besides, it is an ancient family with a long history. You can buy anything there and benefit from everything. Now he didn't want to be just the eldest son of the Great Heavenly Library. No matter what anyone else said, he was a Hugon at heart, not a Bomhan. Author's note, we'll call him Library Heir. Also Han, because he's in his body. Meanwhile, the whole family gathered outside his window, watching him meditate, thinking he didn't notice. They couldn't understand why his face was shining so brightly, especially the surprise on his grandfather's face. Han's skin was dull and rough, and now the tone was light and even better than the girl's. This was good, but his grandfather was still worried about him, and the boy asked him to keep his voice down because he was very loud. When Yoon sneezed outside the window, everyone immediately froze. He apologized and scratched his head. feeling the awkwardness of the situation. A moment later, the window opened with a bang, and all of them, even more than Yoon, found themselves in a very awkward position. Han bowed to them and said he was glad to see them all. Grandpa explained that they had come because he had missed breakfast. Despite what he told his grandfather, he still did not believe him. Given Bom Khan's past behavior, this was not surprising, and so he stood up in a rack to prove his resolve to his grandfather. He said that he had really changed and got his memories back. His grandfather was not very happy about this news, because he knew what he had in his memories. But Han turned to him and said that he hadn't changed his mind since yesterday either, so everyone could be calm. His grandfather looked at him and saw how he had surpassed himself. The boy immediately began to hug everyone, his father and grandfather, without hiding his tears. What an atmosphere! He didn't know whether to cry with them or what to do, but he was overwhelmed with feelings because the whole family was rejoicing, not hiding their tears. After he brought back Bom Khan's memories, he realized something important. He realized why the Great Library of Heaven was not considered one of the 3 great libraries. At first glance, it was clear that the library had many magical seals on it. But even more importantly, he knew what they were. This knowledge and his skills would come in handy in the future. Now he turned to his grandfather and said that they needed to talk. According to Bom Khan's memories, there are 1 or 2 rotten places in the library. To restore the library to its previous state, the rotted roots need to be pulled out. During a conversation with his grandfather, he asked him for help in cleaning these roots, and the grandfather was ready to do anything for his grandson. He said that he would give him ginseng and multi-flowered gentian, which he had been keeping for 100 years. They were definitely not spoiled. The grandfather even said he would go and pick the best one himself to send him. Meanwhile, his brothers were standing at his door, and he didn't understand what they were doing there, so he asked them about it. Han said he had something to tell them. First, he turned to Yoon and told him that starting today, he had to find out what condition the library was in. This applies not only to the internal state, but also to external affairs, including the noble families and clans living nearby. However, Yoon replied that this was not necessary, because the manager had all the information about the families living in the area. He could ask him when he returned. But right now the manager is away on business, so he will only be able to ask in 10 days. Bom Han has memories of the manager, Guok Do. This trustworthy person was in charge of the library while the head of the family and other family members were heartbroken. However, the trust in the manager was very high. Did the second heir not know anything about the family property? But that was not all. He continued and expressed a desire to compete with him, because he had already honed his fighting skills. He remembered his older brother's words about getting down on all fours when he was holding a stick. He then told him to get down on all fours and spanked him hard, asking, "Who owns the great heavenly library, him or the manager?" He had only recently healed, but he had to answer. After that, he turned to Boomin and told him that he knew all about magic seals and asked how many seals were placed on their family. The latter replied that if he counted all of them, even the magic traps, it would be about 100. "Boomin, get down on all fours," came the order from farther away, and the light tapping of the stick against his palm added to the tension. After that, the younger one rushed to his leg, began to apologize, and said that he would be much more diligent now, but he was out of luck. It seems that he was busy with nunchakus in vain, when he should have been studying magic seals. He gave the younger man 3 days to check everyone who works for the library, as well as all the seals and mechanisms. If something needed to be fixed, he was to do it immediately and report back. The next person he turned to was Xinghua. She raised her hand and said that she would do her best, and he could assign her anything. After a while, there was a piece of paper on the table and a pen next to it. He told her to take the pen and write under dictation. She did not understand why, but she did everything he told her. The first sentence was, "Dear Chu Yang, if this is a letter for Mr. Chu, wouldn't it be better if you wrote it yourself? How will he believe it's from you if the handwriting is different?" asked Xinghua. But his handwriting was different now, too. He had tried several times to replicate Bom Han's handwriting, but it was to no avail. Even if it looked similar, the details were still different. If you look closely, handwriting is like a fingerprint. It is impossible to fake. It was clear that before she sent the letter, she would definitely report to her grandfather. He didn't want to discuss the changes in her handwriting, so he decided it would be better if she wrote it. He told her that he wanted to look at her handwriting. And anyway, he wanted to invite Chu Yan to the library. She was happy to hear this because she was hoping to see Mr. Chu. She began to tell him about him, that he was very courageous, loyal, and generally the best in the world. Then she asked the owner to dictate, and he was thinking that it was clear from Bom Han's correspondence with Ju that the latter was not in his right mind. If Xionghua knew what horrible and stupid things they wrote to each other, she wouldn't think he was so cool. He started dictating to her what to write, thinking that the manager would be back in 10 days. He was an interesting person. Meanwhile, as they wiped the dust off the flower leaves, they discussed that the heir to the great heavenly library had really changed. However, the man, looking out the window, could not believe it. He replied that even if the whole world changed, the heir would never change, and he thought that the heir had decided to play a trick on everyone. He had been waiting for this for a long time to finally support the heir apparent he had been waiting for. While putting the flower pot on the shelf, he slipped, and the flower pot broke. It fell to the floor and shattered into small pieces. The man thought that he still needed to help the heir to the great heavenly library. He sat meditating, but something distracted him. A smell that spread throughout the room did not allow him to meditate in peace. He didn't understand what it was, but he hadn't smelled such a terrible odor in a long time. It was even worse than the breath of old people or a corpse that had been rotting in the trash for a week. He got up and realized that he could no longer sit in such conditions. By that time, he had already recovered one of his 3 self-defense techniques. Whole blood is the use of one's own blood. With this method, you can easily repel the enemy's attacks on energy points. The moment the enemy attacks a protected point, you can use it to counterattack. Although he hadn't practiced much, he was satisfied that he could achieve this state of blood. But the stench did not allow him to concentrate. He decided to go out the door to see what was going on. Xionghua was standing outside the door, and she couldn't stand the smell either. She didn't know what the smell was, but she explained that it came from nowhere. She was worried that this stench could eat away at her beautiful, delicate skin. They quickly left the room and found themselves outside. The street was full of people who also could not stand the smell. On the way, he ran into 2 of his brothers who were ready to explain what was wrong. The middle brother explained that Boomin was fixing the east gate, and it seems that he had ruined the air throughout the library. This gate is rarely used and the security seal was broken. Boomin denied his guilt and said it was not his fault. He was ready to prove his innocence as he had many witnesses with him. Although he has weaknesses, he is a good person and has never lied to anyone. Moreover, when it comes to magic, he is much more capable than Bom Han. The heir to the library ordered his younger brother to check everything again and find the source of the stench, and Yoon to help his brother. He himself quickly turned around and walked in the other direction, saying that he had things to do. Meanwhile, on a busy street nearby, he decided to find out what happened to Murim's world after his death. As he walked down the street, he noticed that he didn't know anyone here. Before Bom Khan fell into depression, he had socialized with many famous scholars and writers. He hoped to meet one of them and asked the girl to go for a drink. She immediately agreed, and he did not expect anything else. The soldiers sitting next to him began to discuss the stench of the boys, and Xionghua immediately asked them if they knew who the owner was. He started talking to the girl about books. She was crazy about him, thinking that her master had read a lot of literature and admired him. The girl brought the drinks they had ordered to their table, but when he looked out the window in front of him, he saw people. There was the 2nd heir of the House of Flaming Loyalty and the 3rd heir of the Soman family. They were not close to Bom Khan, but this level of familiarity was enough to find out Murim's current state. But he didn't want to spoil their mood so quickly, because he considered himself old and realized that he needed to give the young people time to talk. As soon as he started to think about how to approach them, he heard shouting in the cafe. A dissatisfied customer complained that there was a mosquito in his soup. The chef apologized to him, saying that he would not take payment for the soup and would give him a bottle of wine. But the customer replied that he did not need either wine or soup. The client said he needed 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins and the matter will be closed, he said. The chef was confused and did not know what to say, but the customer insisted, threatening that otherwise the restaurant would be finished. Han thought that such scoundrels are everywhere and turned to Xionghua. At the same moment, the sword blade became bare. It flew from the man right next to the cook's neck. But at that moment, the girl interrupted them, standing right in the center of the corridor and addressing the man. She held a bag in her hands and told the man that she noticed his indignation at the mosquito soup. She added that her owner had asked her to give him this payment because he did not like noise during his meal. She asked him to take the money and calm down, because there was no need to make noise. He was well dressed, had a white face and a slender body, and his guards did not look strong. Moreover, if they were strong, he would not have offered them money. But the man was not satisfied with 10 silver coins and told the girl that it would not be enough. He added that he would be satisfied with only 30 silver coins. At this point, Khan intervened, noting that the man had not only forgotten his place, but was also greedy. Khan told him so, and asked the girl what she thought about it. She could do nothing but agree with her master. The man did not understand what was said to him and asked again, but before he could say a few more words, the girl's arm was around his neck. This was immediately followed by a blow to his body. It seems that this girl was no ordinary girl, as she was skilled in martial arts. She could easily throw this big guy, and so hard that he flew out of the cafe right through the window. People who were just walking down the street saw the body falling in front of them. As moral compensation, she gave the cook a bag of money. That was the end of their lunch, and they started to leave the cafe. But as soon as Han was at the exit, she froze. She saw something that alarmed her very much. It was the man's friends from the Guanghui sect, who looked very outraged. They asked who had done this. Han, without hesitation, pointed to Songhua and said that it was her. She only thought that she had to protect her master, to be his shadow, and she started yelling at the men to watch their words. She explained that this idiot had started the fight first and asked them to leave, but their plans were not to leave. They wanted to kill her. The leader of the sect ordered all his soldiers to capture her immediately. Meanwhile, the people Khan wanted to talk to were looking out the window because they heard a lot of noise outside. They noticed the fight and recognized someone, namely, the heir to the great heavenly library. She didn't wait long, and with the first kick in the face, she knocked the scoundrel out. Even though she noticed that they were outnumbered, she would soon deal with them. The third heir to the Soman family and the second heir to the fiery loyalty, Zhang Ye, appeared. He greeted them warmly and explained that his health had improved significantly for the first time in a long time. Together, they decided not to stand still, but to sit down at the table and have a quiet chat. The girls were also invited to join them. It was the daughter of the owner of the White House and the daughter of the Master Zhongwol. He noticed that they looked even better than he had described them in his poems. Through them, he hoped to learn more about the heir apparent. Meanwhile, his faithful Sionhua continued to fight. He introduced her to everyone as his companion. When she heard the word companion, she lost control and turned away, which was her mistake, because she missed the blow. They sat down at a table covered with delicious food, and began to discuss that lately there has been a lot of commotion around Hugon, although it is not so noticeable. The guy suggested that maybe they couldn't believe that their leader had died. To be honest, the others couldn't believe he was dead either. They talked about his skill, which reached the heavens. In all of Murim, he had no equal. His only downside, they said, was that he was fat, but many thought he still looked cool. The second heir thought so too. Master Zhongwol's daughter told me about rumors that seemed impossible to her. After the riot with the robbers, she began to believe them. She was surprised that he was interested in the situation in Murim and Hugong's character. In response, he told her that there is no place in the world that is not part of Murim. Wherever you are, you still say it's all Murim. Through this conversation, he learned something that interested him. It was getting dark, and they thanked each other for the evening. The third heir was sad to see Bohm go and told them that he was going to his mother's house tomorrow. They were happy to meet him and wished him a safe trip home. This meeting was productive for him, because he learned more about himself and his past body and what was happening in the Murim alliance. After talking to him, the boys also realized that after the heir returned, the rumors about the library would spread. They couldn't wait to see what he would do next. As he walked on, he turned to the girl, but she remained silent, feeling uncomfortable because the stench had not yet disappeared. Turning his head to her, he noticed that something was wrong with her face. After a while, they were already at the mansion. Yoon was waiting for him and told him that fortunately the smell was not so strong anymore, but he didn't think so, because the stench was still very strong. The smell was so incredible that it was hard to resist. They realized that it was coming from a hexagonal serpent that had appeared in front of them. The hexagonal serpent is a spiritual being in the form of a snake, one of the 100 great spirits. He is the cause of the Oni. The snake has a yellow hexagonal shell on its head, red scales, and green blood. Thanks to the green blood of the hexagonal snake, one can significantly increase internal energy and gain immunity to any poison. But it has one very big drawback. It has a terrible stench. It's so strong that even if someone manages to get the snake's blood, they can still vomit from the stench. In addition, getting blood will be very problematic. If you first pour the blood into a bowl and then drink it, half of the blood's benefits are lost. For maximum effect, it is better to suck the blood directly from the snake by biting its skin. Everyone stank, without exception, and it was impossible to contain it. So impossible that everyone covered their noses with whatever they could. Everyone who was in the estate suddenly found urgent matters. More precisely, everyone was looking for reasons to get out of there as soon as possible. Finally, he sucked the blood out of the snake. The grandfather was worried about the boy, because the smell was so nasty that he even thought that maybe everything might not be so good after sucking the blood. But Han said that everything was fine, despite the stench. He just covered his nose. When he heard that everything was fine, my grandfather also ran to the door. He didn't want to stand for it. He couldn't stand it himself. He was holding on with his last bit of strength. But now he had a much better chance of regaining his former strength within 5 years. Anyway, the 3 sources of power. This bomb Khan knew all about them. The hexagonal snake, medicinal herbs, and a poisonous insect are considered to be the 3 main sources of energy. If you eat all 3 sources, the effect will be incredible. In the past, he himself did not know about the benefits of plants and insects. Their effect is comparable to the power of the 5 great spirits, so he had to get the other 2 sources of energy. Han knew that Yun was standing outside the door and asked him to come in. Yun came out, afraid that he had done something wrong, and immediately apologized to his brother. The snake Han held up to his face continued to stink terribly. Yun asked why he should throw it away. The answer was that it was pointless, and that he should not throw away such a valuable thing. It needs to be dried. First, the skin for 4 days in the sun, and then a week in the shade. Then divide it into equal parts and put it away for storage, Han said. Yun didn't understand the benefits of the skin, but Han explained that he needed to read books. In case of illness, even someone who knows martial arts can lose a significant amount of energy. The hide contains the necessary substances for recovery. He also asked that Yun get him a 5-day supply of pyeokgongdang, a nutrient made from pine bark. Han quoted from a book. To increase the efficiency of a snake's blood, you need to reduce your food intake for several days. So he said he would not eat for about 5 days. Yun, exclaiming how dare he even ask the question, ran off to find a sunny spot to dry the snake's skin. Seung-hwa was also standing outside the door. He knew this and asked her if she had heard. He had another request for her. He wanted her to ask her grandfather to get him a medicinal plant and a poisonous insect. He asked her not to ask too many questions, but just to explain to her grandfather. He would understand everything himself. 6 days passed after Han absorbed the blood of the hexagonal snake. The chakra around him became much more powerful than before. He felt a new power in him that seemed incredibly powerful. A smile lit up his face as he realized that he had reached the level of 2 stars. Looking around the room, he realized something important. His eyesight had greatly improved, and he could hear voices coming from far away. His vision and hearing had become incredibly sensitive. Analyzing his new brothers, he realized that they were not so bad. The more time he spent with them, the nicer they seemed. As he approached the mirror, he noticed that his clothes were stained again. Probably the result of the merging of body, mind, and spirit that had removed all the toxic energy. For a long time he could not get used to his new face, but now he was beginning to feel more comfortable with this appearance. However, analyzing his body, he thought it was too thin. His arms would look more attractive when they struck. As he moved to the 2nd level, he realized that his martial art had to improve as well. He thought about how to test his new abilities, and wondered who to train with. The first technique that came to his mind was the Kyorun technique. He decided to try it on his right hand first, and his fingers started looking in different directions as if they were broken. This technique allowed to rebuild the bones in the body, giving them new shapes and possibilities. This technique was originally used to enter rooms through small openings, but it could also break a wall without shrinking one's own body. Using this technique against enemies was much more useful. Han tried to use it and succeeded a little. But because of his low level, the process was very slow. It reminded him of a monk who knew the magic of dice. He approached the head of the alliance and said that he was working on a new technique, offering to watch. The head then thought it was easier to just kill someone than to risk getting trapped. Even now, he could not understand why the monk had created such a useless technique. Sodam came to his room with a change of clothes. She asked if he had finished his workout, and Khan explained that his body felt much better than before. When he reached for the clothes she was holding, she turned to him. She explained that she had to go to a servants' meeting, but Khan said that such trifles were not to be reported, and that he was already dressed in new clothes. However, Sodam considered herself his shadow and thought she had to report everything to him, continuing to mutter in his ear. Then she said she was leaving. The 3 flags fluttered in the light wind. The warriors standing in front of Han were told that the heir to the great heavenly library had changed and had abandoned his past way of life. Han is the heir and representative of the great library of heaven. Naturally, he will socialize with respectable people. So, the guards must not only protect him from danger, but also from damage to his reputation. One of the guards said that the Guanghui sect had gotten wind of their humiliation and were planning to attack the great heavenly library. Therefore, it is their duty not only to protect the heir, but also to ensure the safety of everyone in the library, which is the meaning of their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a man approached him. He whispered important information in his ear. He said that the heir was looking for him, without explaining the reason. Sodam heard this, and did not understand why the owner was looking for the leader of the guards, as he had never done so before. She guessed that perhaps it was about a meeting of the guards, but Khan called him anyway. Could it be something urgent? She thought she should stay with him. Khan told everyone that the heir was calling him, turned around and started to walk away. Sodam hoped that nothing bad had happened to him. Meanwhile, he was sitting at the table, with books in front of him, and he was holding another one in his hands, studying literature in detail. Suddenly he heard a knock on the door. The leader of the guards was at the door and introduced himself. Khan did not understand what was happening, as he knew they were about to have a meeting, and he asked through the door what was going on. The man replied that he had important information. Khan allowed him to come in and started to run through his mind if there was anything bad between them, but he couldn't remember anything. Khan asked why he came if they were having a meeting. The leader replied that he had come to deliver important information that could not be postponed. This interested Khan, and he was ready to listen. The leader said he would like to be more active in helping him. This was surprising because he had never asked for it, but his eyes fell on what the leader had in his hands. The leader put a knife on the table, a very beautiful handmade knife. He asked the heir apparent if he hadn't said he wanted to die. At that very moment, they were preparing a plan to help the heir, in quotation marks, the heir. They recalled how he had refused to take the poison, which was contrary to their plans because he did not want to enter the next world. They were surprised that the heir hadn't died, but it was even better. If he decided to commit suicide, the great heavenly library would definitely fall into ruin. Hans saw that the boys looked worried and asked them what was bothering them. They replied that they had heard from the second heir that the first heir was studying martial arts. The new warrior didn't understand why they were so worried, and asked them why. The answer was, "It's nothing special." The Khan tried to encourage them, saying that there was nothing to worry about. Even if the heir was learning martial arts, it was unlikely to change anything. However, they had an advantage. Everyone trusted them, and this was in line with their plan to bring the heir to a lethal end. They couldn't just kill him. But if the heir started to resist, the only way out was to cut his throat and say that he had done it himself. The Khan continued to ask them not to worry, calling it a simple task. Back to the current situation. Khan is sitting at a table, with a knife next to him, and a man standing in front of him offering to kill him. Khan realized that this bastard had organized a meeting of the guards to be alone with him. He had to find out how deeply this man was involved in the conspiracy. He told the man that he no longer wanted to die so badly. He added that he was not the same person he used to be. The commander was ready to move on to Plan B. He was sure that Khan just needed to stay still, so he stabbed him right in the stomach. By hitting the point of support of the sky and the point of the strong river, the whole body could be paralyzed. What an asshole this Bomhan was. As long as he wanted to die, death did not come. But as soon as he wanted to live, it was there. What would happen if the heir died at the moment when everyone was just rejoicing at his thirst for life? It will be a complete destruction. The elder will die, his uncle will die. The second and third heirs will lose their minds, drown their grief in alcohol, become insignificant people locked in their chambers, and everything will be over. Khan realized that this idiot was not the only one involved, and asked him who else was involved. Slamming his hands on the table, he began to shout that nothing would change even if he listened to what he had to say. Then Khan said he had changed his mind. He got up from his chair. The commander thought that he could not move because he was paralyzed, but Khan was able to stand up. It was amazing because he did not expect Han to have such hidden abilities. However, the commander was counting on his sword, which he held in his hand. Khan's hand gripped the corner of the table tightly. In one fell swoop, Khan tossed the table like a piece of paper. The sword completely lost its effectiveness as it collided with the table. In a calm voice, Khan asked not to destroy the furniture. The commander wondered why he reacted the way he did and why Han was so calm. The commander was nervous like a frightened girl holding a sword. He concentrated all his energy in his hand. Han just watched his hand, wondering what he was trying to create. A dragon or maybe a tiger? What's in this bastard's head, he thought. Oh, that's right, he's trying to pretend to be a kitten. Easily dodging this cat attack, Khan managed to avoid being hit. The commander thought it was just luck, but it was far from it. He was sure that luck would not help him anymore and tried to attack with his sword. However, the circumstances were such that the sword missed again. The Khan gave him half an hour, asking him to show everything he could do during this time. However, the commander, like an idiot, thought that Khan was just allowing himself to live for half an hour because he would soon kill him. But this was far from the case. Khan managed to easily dodge the sword blows. Left then right, he successfully avoided each attack, and then two of Khan's fingers were right next to the commander's stomach. After two precise touches, the inevitable happened. The man felt unbearable pain in his lower back, and his face changed dramatically. Fortunately, he did not have time to block all the energy points. The commander made a mistake when the second heir said that he had been beaten by his older brother. He took it as a joke. This meant that it was true. But that's not all the commander's trump cards. He also saved something for Khan. His sword began to transform into something incredible, and attacked from different angles. Surprisingly, Han dodged this attack as well, leaving the sword stuck in the wall. But then another attack. 30 blades hovered over Khan, ready to attack him. The blades flew past him at high speed, each one capable of inflicting significant damage. But none of them hit. The commander could not understand how Khan dodged his attacks, moving with a normal step. All this time he was within range, so why did none of the attacks succeed? But they didn't notice that the half an hour Khan had mentioned had passed. Khan was tired of giving the commander a head start and letting him attack. The commander still tried to put up some kind of defense in the form of his palm. But Khan's two fingers, with their tips concentrated with very strong energy. They are more accurate than an archer who has not missed the red dot on the target since childhood, and these two fingers hit every point on the commander's body. His body was shaking with pain, and he could not understand how this happened, so he asked Han. He asked how Khan could have hit the points that could have killed him but didn't, and he asked what Khan wanted. Did he want him to go over to his side? It seemed to Khan that the commander had a talent for comedy. Why did he need a man like him? The commander's expression resembled that of a small dog that was not allowed to chew on a bone. Khan asked him to stop talking nonsense and made him kneel down. After two up and down movements of his hand, the following happened. The commander's mouth and nose started bleeding. The pain was incredible. He was screaming, "Master, have mercy on me!" But no one was listening to him. He shouldn't have been so arrogant. He had to understand who he was challenging. Khan was in no hurry to kill, and asked again who else was involved in the plot. After the question, Khan asked the commander to be quiet for a minute. He thought he heard someone coming, two of them. Looking out into the corridor, he saw his brothers and asked them to come quickly. They were happy that he felt their presence and thought that their older brother was waiting for them. Khan opened the door for them and even invited them in. They were very pleased. They were very surprised to see the beaten security captain on the floor. Yoon asked Han if it was really Jonggyu's guard. The young man was very shocked, thinking that the plague had come to them. Seeing the body of the commander, from whom he did not expect any threat, and wanted to take him to a doctor, Han allowed the commander to speak and asked him who decided to do this and who started it all. Yoon asked his brother what was going on. All that came out of the lump of meat were words. "Have mercy, I made a mistake, please." The commander said he would tell everything, and admitted that their leader was the manager. The conspiracy involved 8 guards out of 32, including him and his deputies, 1 person from the scientific staff, and 5 from the accounting department. Punching the table, Yoon shouted in an angry voice, "Damn manager Guak!" He didn't understand how a person could be so evil. Han was also furious with them, not understanding what they had been doing all this time, and how they could have brought the family to this state. The kid explained in a simple way that their roof was leaking too. Then Khan realized that the body of the previous bumkan who had lived there was to blame. Turning to Buman, he asked him to activate the outer seals and raise the barrier around the library so that not even a fly could get out. Yoon said he would use the dark black storm technique to catch the guards involved in this crime. A dark black storm is when the sky and earth are engulfed in darkness, and lightning starts to strike. This technique does not allow people to find each other even in a crowd. But Khan said that this was not necessary, because everything was not so serious as to make such a fuss. The main thing is to find the manager, the organizer of this uprising. He then asked if Yoon knew the weaknesses of those whom Jongyu had exposed. Yoon knew something about Jong, namely that he loved his family very much. Yoon said that in order to protect his family, Young was willing to commit treason. With the plan in place, they were ready to begin. Meanwhile, the meeting continued. The guy explained that the commander was delayed. Suddenly, a giant blue ray hit from the sky. Everyone who was there could not understand what it was. Something fell from the sky, and on the ground was a pile of meat. It was a layer of flesh, and voices were coming from it. "Have mercy!" And then everyone realized whose voice it was. Sunhua could not believe her eyes. Their commander was in such a state, even though he had gone to meet his master. What had happened to him? She thought that something had happened to her master, and began to torment herself with thoughts that she was a very bad bodyguard. Yoon appeared in front of them, and explained that the bastard had tried to kill his older brother, but was overcome by a curse. Tears again appeared in Shunghua's eyes. but this time they were from joy at seeing her master alive. Han joked with her, saying, "I think your commander is lying there." He looked at one of the guards and did not understand what was wrong with his face. It felt as if he had never seen anything like it. The other 6 guards looked the same. The girl turned her head toward them, and a ray of clarity shone through her mind. The situation was soon resolved. The guards involved in the plot did not even deny their guilt. The uprising was suppressed. They were all confused by the appearance of the heir, because they thought he would die at the hands of the commander. Speaking of the commander, he had stolen half the library. Now Khan sat over the books and thought about how to return all these treasures and books that had been sold. At that time, Khan's brother came to the library. He did not know what to do or say when he entered the library. The first question he heard was, "You have a very beautiful wife and a cute daughter, right?" Falling to his knees, the brother confessed that he was a wretch and had committed a very great criminal act, forgetting virtue and allowing his heart to be poisoned. He said that although he had been threatened, he deserved 1,000 punishments and was even ready to die on the spot if Khan ordered it, but he wanted to protect his wife and child so that they would not be touched. The heir assured him that he did not even think of killing his daughter and wife. Looking at him, Khan realized that this man could not be the weakest, because he managed to turn their commander from a man into a pile of shit. This relaxed look was even more frightening than the stern one. My brother continued to crawl on his knees and ask his master to give him an order. Khan immediately asked him to bring the manager to him by nightfall. He assured him that he should not worry. It was an easy matter for him. But he was reminded that if he went off plan or did something wrong, the consequences would be very bad. This meant that Khan could change his mind. If suddenly his resolve began to leave him, he needed to remember that the heir could change his mind. He warned that he did not want to do anything wrong, but he might have to. The brother promised to do everything he could to bring in a manager, because he realized that if the heir changed his mind, his wife and child would suffer. Where the lily grows near the icy water. Looking at the reflection in the water, they talk about how the heir had died. However, one of them wondered if he had done it himself or if he had been helped. He was informed that it was a suicide. Adding irony to the conversation, he raised his eyes to the sky and turned to the heir, asking why he had done this and how those who loved and appreciated him could live now. Shedding a tear, he laughed, adding irony, and asked how to live now. Then he turned to the boy and, laughing, asked if he had done well. He replied that he had done so well that his heart was trembling. However, he wondered why he was the one who reported this information, not the commander. He explained that there was nothing strange about it, because he was also on their side. However, the suspicion was aroused by the fact that he did not know whether he would participate in the plan because of his wife and child. And today he came alone to report such an important event. After bowing, he explained that today was a special day for him, and it was a great honor to report on his own. It seems that he was successful in bluffing, because the commander said that now they would have more work to do, as they had to deal with the funeral. The acting skills of this man are at the highest level, and the genius of the one who came up with the plan is at the highest level. This bastard was definitely not expecting to see Khan and his 2 brothers. Immediately, sweat began to drip down his face and under his nasty mustache. Khan ordered to grab the manager, and soon he was hung upside down with a rope. The grandfather learned about the situation and reassured his grandson, saying that they should not interrogate the manager cruelly. Khan simply asked him to accept it. The grandfather agreed, but still asked not to kill him. The manager, hanging upside down, thought that even the chief librarian was asking him not to kill him and hoped to stay alive. After a moment, the head librarian left them, and Xianghua became excited, holding a stick, and couldn't wait to beat him. He shouted at her, but she stood there smiling and was not going to leave the room. On the contrary, she brought her baton with her, saying that she was his shadow. At that moment, Khan started talking to the detainee. He explained to him that he was now the head. However, noticing the surprised faces, he realized that he was not the head in this body. Coughing to smooth out the awkwardness, Khan continued to say that he was now the boss of the team and asked to tell the truth. Who was behind the assassination attempt? The manager could barely speak, but managed to say that the heir was very wise. He began to explain that the Black Squad was behind it all. The Khan knew about the Black Squad because it was in the Murim, but he had no idea that it could exist here. He went on to explain that the Black Squad was secretly created by the powerful Soman clan, along with Master Junwol. The Soman clan is one of the most powerful, and although Master Jungwol's sect is small, it is highly respected. When he first met them, the 2 did not seem suspicious. Perhaps this is not surprising given the state of the library, which has become a free, chaotic place. In addition, the Soman clan leader gave the impression of a kind and trustworthy person. However, the heir didn't know Master Jungwol, because he had never met him before. So he approached the manager and asked him to tell the truth. The latter, in turn, decided to tell an interesting fact and warned him that he would not be able to avoid punishment by just talking. Hanging his head down, he explained that if he had decided to act, he would have said something more convincing. He failed to eliminate the heir and the chief librarian, driving them to suicide. So they decided to act through the Black Squad. As soon as the Black Squad infiltrates the library and destroys it, the clan and the sect will blame it. Now it's clear where the hexagonal snake came from. But wanting to minimize the damage to the library, he opposed the plan and exchanged a sign with the Soman clan so they would not be able to deny their involvement in the plot. Left alone with Xung Hua, she asked the master if the manager was telling the truth, because she could not believe that such respected organizations as the Xiaoman clan and the Cheonwol sect wanted to take over the library. She suggested that maybe the Black Squad sign was not real. Even if it was true, they would deny that they had created the squad. He realized that he needed to confirm everything, so he asked her to go to the manager's house to find the sign. And he decided to make a bait for these idiots. She was very interested in this, because she did not understand what kind of bait he was talking about. After a while, he stood there waiting for someone. All the guards, as one, shouted that they were waiting for his orders and were ready to do whatever he said. It's interesting that they became so determined after what happened to the manager. In fact, they could be trusted. They did not turn away from the library despite all the difficulties. "Forward to battle! This is what it means to be a real warrior," he shouted, addressing everyone. But they would not die today, he happily told them. He allowed them to rest and spend the day outside the library, but ordered them to return tomorrow. He wanted them to go to restaurants, and they spread the rumor that the Soman clan and the Cheonwol sect had formed the Black Squad and were trying to take over the Great Heavenly Library. They had to make sure that the whole province was talking about it by tomorrow. Everyone shouted as one that everything was clear. If the Xiaoman clan and the Cheonwol sect are really behind all this, these rumors will really force them to put the plan on hold. They will also start to come up with alibis. The heir apparent had foreseen all the steps in advance. He expected that if the manager was lying, they could easily settle everything by saying it was just a rumor. One man, exhausted, ran to the heir apparent. He asked him if he had found the sign. However, he only apologized and explained that the manager's entire house was empty and he could not find anything. The whole house had already been turned upside down, and the sign was gone. He begged to spare his wife and daughter. Xinghua confirmed his words because she saw everything with her own eyes. She was panicked because she realized that they had lost the opportunity to find the evidence. Han said it didn't matter. They didn't need the sign. The main thing was that someone was trying to hide the drugs, which meant that the manager wasn't lying. Now the main task was to get the word out. This was the only way his plan would work. Rumors spread very quickly through the streets. Some people believed them, and some did not. The news of the connection between the Soman clan and the Cheonwol sect spread like hotcakes at the market. The conversations also touched on the Great Heavenly Library, and people had a hard time comprehending all these rumors. The boy ran to his brothers and asked if they knew what he had just seen. They were eagerly waiting for his story. He told them that the one who had been spreading the rumors all night had gone to the hill where the Great Library of Heaven stands. This was very exciting news for them. People were swearing and beating each other up over it. The fact that the library was spreading the rumor meant to them that it was true. The woman had 2 pimples on her forehead, but she was sure that if the library suspected something, then Somun and Zhongwol would soon get what they deserved. Her brothers laughed, and she explained that while they were laughing, the library was about to catch a big fish. The fish stood for the Soman clan, and the information was slow to reach them. The kid didn't understand because there was no proof, but they were sure the library knew what it was doing. Anyway, they all decided to stay on the library's side. Meanwhile, in the library, they were unable to return everything, finding only 3 books about magic seals, 2 paintings, and 1 porcelain vase. Most of the things the manager had sold were still within the country, so it wouldn't be difficult to return them. Yoon assumed that the items were in the possession of the Soman clan or the Zhongwol sect, adding that they must have been greedy to want to own the priceless artifacts. The brothers asked Yoon to take the opportunity to bring the Soman clan and the Zhongwol sect to light and take revenge on them. He immediately asked them, or rather asked them to explain how they planned to take revenge. To him, they seemed like naive children who did not realize how many warriors were in their sect. After that, he hit the boy's leg with his hand. The kid thought that he was up to something, since he made such a sign. But Yoon explained that his knee was just itching and added an uncertain laugh. Then he said that he had to report everything to the Murim. "Isn't that the point of a Murim's existence?" the boy asked. Yoon explained that their leader was already dead. but the boy suggested that there were still strong martial artists in the Murim. However, the question arose whether this would work, since the Seoman clan and the Jeonwol sect had more influence than they did. They asked their brother what he thought about it, but when they looked at him, they could not understand his emotions. He called them both pathetic losers, saying that instead of solving things themselves, they just wanted to put everything on others. Yoon explained that he would come forward himself and say everything he knew about Seomun and Youngwol. Seonghwa, as usual, ran in, opening the door of the room and started screaming, "Master!" She could barely say Cheonwol sect because she was so out of breath. She explained that the leader of the Cheonwol sect had come here with his daughter. His daughter could not understand whether they had really come there. Looking around, she noticed that there was nothing here, but he explained to her that this was the entrance to the Great Heavenly Library, and everything else was just an illusion. It looked like an ordinary forest place, with no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Climbing higher, they found themselves on a hillside. The leader pointed to the sky, pointing to the clouds. He explained that it was all just an illusion. It was the leader of the Cheonwol sect, Banguan. He kicked a stone lying on the ground and took a step forward. It was followed by a second, third, and fourth step, and they were getting closer to their goal. The girl did not understand anything, constantly asking if it was an illusion. He repeated, "Yes, it's an illusion, right?" Suddenly the words came out, "Welcome, enter the Great Library of Heaven." The illusion began to dissipate, and the girl was very stunned by what she saw. A large building appeared in front of them, the entrance to the Heavenly Library itself. They sat down at a table, and everyone was laughing, although in fact only he was laughing. He was very glad that the chief librarian and the heir had received him so warmly. However, the chief librarian's face did not show it, nor did the expression on the heir's face convey any positive or warm emotions. This laughter only surprised the heir, because it was the first time he had heard it. It was something unusual. No one in their right mind would laugh like that. Is he trying to distract me with his strange laughter? The boy wondered. Unable to stand it, he asked, "Are you okay, master?" And added that he did not understand his laughter. The owner also did not understand the boy's question, and explained that he had been laughing like that since childhood. Khan used his best weapon, deciding to fight him in the same way. He started laughing, making strange sounds. It was all so incomprehensible that he even asked why the heir was making such strange sounds, and continued to laugh even louder. Grandpa could not hold back his tears when he heard this. His ears hurt so badly that he could have fried potatoes on his head, because that laughter was like a burning fry. They had been talking for a long time, but nothing had changed. What an interesting person this man was. The heir decided to leave the elders alone, but the latter waved him over and asked him to stay and sit with them. After their conversation, he realized that the Cheonwol sect had nothing to do with the incident. A person with such an infectious laugh could not have planned anything like that. In addition, he had come here with his beloved daughter, which proved the innocence of the Cheonwol sect, which would not even offend a fly. From this, he concluded that the truth can only be reached by asking the manager. Now he needed to get all the information he could from other people. He approached his younger brother and asked what they were talking about so cheerfully. At that time, Lady Ban was talking to his brothers and was delighted with the conversation, not noticing how quickly time was passing. He then asked her about the rumors that were defaming the Cheonwol sect and the Soman clan, and asked her opinion on it. She explained that she had just wanted to visit the library because of these rumors, and had begged her father to take her with him. He replied that he was very happy to meet her because of the rumors, and was delighted that she did not laugh like her father. Yoon explained that the lady was very educated, telling them about martial arts techniques that could paralyze the enemy by pressing on special points. However, during the last meeting, she had a strange feeling. She could definitely tell that she did not feel any bad energy from the air of the library. His face seemed friendlier than the last time. His words and movements were calm and confident. In general, all the brothers seemed to her to be very good people. Suddenly they addressed her by calling her name. Yoon apologized, saying that he may have asked a question that was difficult to answer. But she, deep in thought, did not even hear anything. Han asked him why he was asking such difficult questions, and explained that few people understand such combat techniques. After a few hours of conversation, she would have clearly told him what he was asking. She explained that such techniques are not impossible. She recalled how her father had said that ancient texts described a method of reversing energy points. Yoon felt much more confident because the lady knew the answer. Laughing, she added that it was only a legend, so it was not certain that such a method really existed. After a short conversation with the brothers, the heir said that he did not want to see them here, and asked them to leave, and so they were left alone. She wondered what he wanted to know from her. Han's mind was going through his thoughts, noticing that she realized that he had not just kicked the brothers out, This did not surprise her, and she said that she wanted to put an end to this scandal. But she rarely left the library, so she did not know much about Somun's plans. He asked her to tell him everything she knew about the clan. When she finished, she thanked him for the warm welcome despite their unexpected visit. She and her father turned around and started to leave. The heir looked at them and asked for her opinion, but she did not understand what he was talking about. "He looks normal, but his laugh is very strange," her father said, repeating his laugh. Then he laughed and said that it seems that they don't even notice it here. Looking at the lonely moon shining in the night sky and beautifully illuminating the library, the heir was deep in thought. He thought that their opponent, the Somun clan, was one of the most respected clans with very strong warriors, but they would be no match for the great heavenly library. At least, he hoped so. But it wasn't enough to hope for this. He had to find the right moment. The steward was their living proof of the Somun clan's vanity, martial arts, and knowledge of the great heavenly library. He wanted to use Bomhan's talents and knowledge, as well as his experience as the former head of the Murim Alliance, as a weapon against the Somun clan. If you bring in someone else to help, it looks pretty good. But as for their warriors, that would be a problem. Meanwhile, during his evening musings, he was followed by his brothers and his shadow. Yun immediately realized that his brother was up to something and turned to the girl, asking if she, like his shadow, knew anything. He even assumed that it was Lady Ban, because since she had been visiting them, he had been alone all the time. At that moment, the girl flinched, and Yun immediately saw that something was wrong with her face. And at that moment, the brothers realized that two girls had fallen in love with him at once, and they were shouting that they wanted to do the same. She explained that she thought that the master was developing a plan to confront the Somun clan, but it seemed that he had other interests. This was her point of view. Already in her mind, she saw the following. She envisioned a late dinner and a mountain of goodies on the table, saying that it was always good to have a late dinner. The heir came around the corner and said that was very well said, suggesting that we eat to our heart's content tonight. He asked Yoon to come over to him, and the boys ran forward, discussing how hungry they were. He gave his brother 2 days to extend the protective barrier in the library beyond the cliff. When asked to explain, he said that it was nothing special. He just wanted to improve the protection just in case. The girl caught up with him, and they started walking together. He realized that it was time for her to go to bed because she was sobbing, and he said so. But she replied that she was his shadow, although she couldn't even say this word properly because of the yawning. After a while, he went to the building where the manager was and ordered him to be fired. He wanted to talk to him, and started a conversation about whether he had worked with the Somun clan and the Cheonwol sect to develop his plan. The manager explained that he had only spoken to the heir apparent of the Somun clan about it, and that he had told him to destroy the great heavenly library from within. After hearing this, he turned around and started to walk out, explaining that he had only asked this out of interest, and explained to the steward. He added that he was not up to anything at all, and the door closed behind him. After a while, he called his brothers. He thanked them for coming and invited them to sit down at the table, explaining that he would need their help. He told them that he had decided to write a letter, as recommended by the god who had dreamed of him that night. The boys were excited to hear the story and asked what he had told him. When they heard the words, "God told me," they could not wait to hear what he would say next. Then came the words, "Run," he said, "run." After shouting this, he disappeared, and the boys' emotions changed dramatically. Khan continued, saying that this god was definitely from the Somun clan. It may seem strange to run away from those who tried to destroy their library, but if that's what the god says, then they should obey, he told the boys. They had already caught the manager, using all possible tricks, but it was not easy to bring the Somun clan to light. Besides, if nothing was done, it could really lead to bloodshed. So he said that they would send a letter of reconciliation to end things without any fuss. His brothers were furious and started tearing up the paper, saying that sending a letter to the clan just because of some dream was ridiculous. They could not believe that he wanted to turn a blind eye to what the Somun clan was trying to do to their library. But he believed that the most important thing was to save their lives and his own and live a long time. The boys immediately pressed their noses to the table and apologized to him for their insolence. Xianghua, in her usual style, kicked down the door and came in. This time, the heir couldn't help but shout at her. She was holding a stick, and he did not understand why she needed it. Since he didn't need the stick, he asked her to clean the room and was ready to tell his side of the story. He began by saying that they would write a letter to the clan leader from the heir of the great heavenly library. "I assume you may have been disturbed by the recent rumors about the Somun clan and the Cheonwol sect. The responsibility for the war lies with me, as I could not control the tongues of my subordinates," he said. He believed that this letter would be written in such a way as to humiliate them as much as possible and to elevate the Siomen clan. He realized that he was mistaken in thinking that it would be easy to deal with everyone, despite the fact that he had spread rumors about the caught manager who had given away all the plans. If they continue to flatter the Siomen clan in the letter, they will agree to end things quietly. Perhaps upon receiving this letter, the Siomen leader will send them a return invitation when the first condition is met. Suddenly, one of the guards appeared on a tree branch outside the window and said that there was a big problem. The manager had had a seizure, no one had touched him, and they didn't know what happened. Yoon was the first to jump up and ask how he could have had a seizure. This scenario was perfect for the heir, and he had a smile that spoke for itself. Last night, before Hugong went to the manager's office, he performed a curious technique, which made his body shrink for a few seconds, and he was able to quickly recover his energy, saving him time to sleep. If this technique worked, all he had to do was apply the secret technique. But if you think about it, it's strange that Yoon asked Gyo-in about it. He believed that some masters perform this technique by actively using it, but in reality, few people know how to apply it correctly. There is a reason why this secret technique remains unknown to the whole world. Perhaps the reason is that the person on whom the technique was applied does not know when exactly it happened. If you take full advantage of the secret technique, you can secretly take revenge on the Siomen clan, and to do it in a way that will make you more careful. To do this, you need to test this technique in advance. He went to the manager and forced him to untie his body. It was at that moment that he realized that the technique worked. Due to the time difference, the attack and action would start later, which would play into his hands, because no one would know about it, and then everything would be ready. Sitting at the table, he mentally said, "Wait for me, Siomen clan," and was ready to make them pay for their dirty tricks. Meanwhile, in northern Anhui, the Siomen clan was already reading the letter. The Siomen clan's strategist, White Brain, listened carefully to what was being read to him in the letter. He assumed that the Great Heavenly Library was very scared. The head of the Siomen clan, So Munchu, read the letter and continued that they wanted to meet with them and apologize for the terrible rumors. The head called his brother and asked him to review the letter and gave him responsibility for it. The heir to the Siomen clan read the letter carefully, listening to what he needed to do from his elder. He said that the first thing to do was to organize a warm welcome, and not to meet them on the street, but to invite them right inside. The authority of their clan would put pressure on them, so they would be more open. Then his brother asked if it would be better to organize a dinner party to invite the children of noble families. It would be easier to win the trust of the Great Heavenly Library if they thought that the Siomen clan was generous and magnanimous. Meanwhile, Grandpa was very nervous, clutching the letter in his hands. He was outraged at the way his heir was presenting their noble and respected family. The brothers also supported their grandfather, saying that these people were non-humans and assholes, and they were no different from wild animals. In addition, this letter was written by the heir, not the head of the clan. Their indignation knew no bounds. They expressed their opinions so emotionally that they even began to shake with anger. Meanwhile, Khan sat at the table and read the letter in silence. He was pleased that they had invited the children of the noble families, realizing that they were simply gathered to make them apologize in the presence of many people. But it was even better for them, because it would be much easier to use the secret technique in a crowd. While the grandfather and his grandchildren were crying because of the way the clan was treating them, the first heir sat quietly, which made them wonder why he didn't feel anything when he saw this response. But he didn't even know how to respond, seeing the senselessness of their emotions. He understood only one thing: he had to do something with them. After that, he screamed, saying that he was very angry at this letter, and explained that his calmness was due to the fact that if he started to get angry, he would break the whole room. He turned around and started to walk away, explaining that he was going to get some fresh air, asking us not to look for him. Everyone was even more upset, because it seemed to them that the eldest heir did not even have the strength to cry. When he went outside, he didn't know where to go, and he heard someone ask if he shouldn't go to the Siomen clan. This was asked by Xianghua, who was very worried about him, explaining that they had invited so many people just to humiliate him. He just asked her not to worry, saying that he had already thought about it. Then he chose the places to go. On the left was the most delicious pork, and on the right was the best fried food. He asked her what she would like to eat. Her eyes shone like stars, and she replied that she wanted fried shrimp the most. After that, she agreed to go eat pork. After a while, they were sitting at a table with delicious pork on it, and her heart was conquered by the fact that she was about to have a delicious meal. But again, a strong stench spread through the streets, causing everyone on the street to cover their noses. Meanwhile, they were sitting by the roadside and could not understand where the smell came from, because there was no sewage on the road. They noticed the air in the window and were angry that they were here on the roadside, forced to use the invisibility technique while he was eating meat in peace. But his brother grabbed him by the skins and told him that he had insulted him by calling them poor, and warned him that if he did it again, he would die by his hand. The younger brother believed that they now had a new family motto. If you want to die, just say the insult, and you will be killed immediately. At one point, the younger brother pointed to the window and asked to look out. He assumed that the heir was using a covert technique. He noticed that the heir was looking directly at him and smiling. Xianghua did not understand what the master was laughing at, and asked him about it. She looked at the point where he was looking and did not understand. Then he asked her to buy the most expensive bottle of alcohol in the restaurant on the way out. After a while, they were leaving, and she was holding a bottle of one of the most expensive wines. She couldn't understand why they bought it, because there were much better wines in the library. Suddenly, she heard shouts of "Stop!" and they were surrounded by people. The poor man asked the heir to talk, and his younger brother stood next to him. He asked why they were looking at him, as if he wanted to say something, and then just walked into the room in silence. Xianghua asked them to calm down, called them beggars, and explained that they had misunderstood her master. The first time they met them, they interrupted her and asked her to be quiet. They asked for Mr. Bohm to speak. Bohm explained that his eyes were a different color than a blind man's and asked why he was looking at them and laughing. Bowing down, the heir asked them to forgive him for his gaze if it offended them. He was just curious, seeing two of their group for the first time. They were surprised that he could actually see them, because they believed they were invisible. They were sitting in a prominent place in the restaurant, but only he could see them. One of the poor men felt that he knew them, and their stealth technique had nothing to do with the great library of heaven. He came closer and began to sniff the boy, trying to find something familiar. He kept asking if they had met before. In fact, he had met them several times in his past life. Behind him, he saw Choi Un, a follower of the Discovery Squad. It was a memory from his past life. He asked him if he had anything to say, but he only suggested that they run a race and see who is faster. This seemed strange to the head of the Alliance, so he threw him to the floor and started kicking him in the face. It was hard to forget someone who had left such a strong impression, even if a lot of time had passed. At first it seemed that he was just another robber, but as a student of the Discovery Squad, he turned out to be quite talented and open to new things. Such a person could be of great help in the fight against the Soman clan. At this point, he suggested that they ignore the fact that they knew each other and said that he had prepared a bottle of delicious alcohol. He loved such acquaintances and immediately took the bottle of wine from the girl's hands. After that, they introduced themselves with the younger brother and asked why he only bought alcohol. Wasn't he rich? The guy explained that there was nothing worthwhile in it, and that was the only reason. This answer satisfied them, and they already considered him their brother. After that, he said that they would meet later. This was not possible now, because he had to prepare for a dinner with the Soman clan. The preparations were in full swing, and they were loading things. He asked her to take care of her brother, to be with him and not to leave him for a minute. However, it was a mistake to think that she would let a single hair fall from his head. In a moment, they were already sitting in the carriage, saying goodbye to everyone and waving goodbye to their brothers. The younger one, as always, was very nervous, and Yoon asked him to come back as soon as possible. A moment later, they watched the carriage drive away from them. Looking at the cart, the brothers discussed that they would be fine, hoping for the best. Yoon reassured the younger one, saying that his brother would cope with everything, no matter what. The letter in Yoon's hands was a sign that Yang was coming soon. When the younger brother heard Chu Yang's name, he was very happy. After all, he was the second son of the richest man in the world and his older brother's only best friend. Even when his older brother was very ill, he continued to correspond with him. He and his older brother had a very strong friendship, and they kept the secret of Chu Yang's arrival. They already thought that as soon as they dealt with the Soman clan, a good life would begin. Seo Munan was in a good mood and addressed his elder brother, asking about his mood. He complimented him, saying that he played a musical instrument very beautifully. However, the older brother refused the compliments, saying that his brother was exaggerating. It was his half-brother, Pio Ryong. He was immersed in music with his whole body and mind. He thought about killing people who begged for mercy. He took possession of all the wealth and relics of all the families, and their estates were burning in flames. In his mind, it was a beautiful picture. His half-brother, listening to his words about his beautiful landscape, hoped that he would one day see this beautiful view. However, in his mind he saw a picture of his family being destroyed. He called him his older brother, but he didn't really know who his enemy was. This is what happens when you do not have power. The same can be said about the great library of heaven. They are known only for their books, but without power, They had no choice but to walk by and apologize, so he thought. A few minutes later, he was informed that guests had begun to arrive. He ordered his half-brother to play for the guests during dinner. He was glad that his half-brother realized that he was inferior to him. He thought that now it was the turn of the great heavenly library, and then Mr. Bohm got out of the carriage. Everyone greeted him, shouting that they had not seen him for a long time. He was most happy to see Lady Ban. The others were also happy to see him, and a fat guy ran up behind him and started hugging him. The lady explained that these were people he had never met before. They introduced themselves by saying their names. It was Mok Gun from the Ogu Society. He looked at each of them, analyzing them, but did not understand something. His biggest misunderstanding arose from the fact that they introduced themselves as being from the Cholgim unit. Hadn't he received a letter from them last year saying that their leader wanted to give him a sword? He had refused then because he already had 3 swords that he valued very much. He never thought he would meet someone from there in a place like this. The fat man ran around him and was surprised, saying that he looked different than he had imagined. He thought he would be a gloomy person with sad eyes, but he looked very happy. At that moment he realized that this fat man had no filter, but apparently he meant no harm. The man standing behind him said that the library had no shame or conscience, and everyone paid attention to him. He went on to ask, "Shouldn't Mr. Bomba be depressed? And now they've spread ridiculous rumors about the Soman clan." The lady turned to him and asked him why he would say such things in such a nice place. However, he did not see anything wrong with them. The heir approached the lady and asked her to calm down, saying that he could answer the man himself. He explained to him that this was not the right place for such conversations. The last straw that overflowed the cup of his patience was when Khan called him a dog. The lady was enjoying watching Han get mad. The fat man also started laughing and said that dog was just right. Mr. Soman appeared and invited everyone inside. Everyone greeted him, saying that it had been a long time. They all put on masks of friendliness and went inside. The librarian's heir apparent was next. He looked at Soman and saw only the bastard's eyes looking at him. This bastard was the heir of the Soman clan. Inside the room was extremely beautiful. On this idiot's face, you could see how much he admired the atmosphere and how confident he was in his plans. The heir was trying to figure out what kind of meanness this kid was up to. He thought that he would have to embarrass himself in front of everyone. But that didn't happen, because you don't throw parties for no reason. He asked for attention to this glass and the lady's empty glass. Waving the glass, he began to perform various tricks. Everyone was delighted when his wine poured right into the girl's empty glass. His skills were really impressive. Even the heir applauded him. But it was a bluff. It was insincere applause because he had simply transferred his energy into the girl's glass. What childish tricks. After that, everyone decided to show their skills. Someone sang, someone turned the glasses into fireworks, and this bastard even did a sword dance. Mok Gun just warmed up the wine. It was funny. The fat guy put on a show with invisible swords, and he wanted to show them the acupressure skills he had learned as a child in the library. This technique is called Humility of Heaven, because it is directly related to the divine touch. He approached the fat man and took him by the head. The fat man began to enjoy the touch of the air and told everyone that it was truly a heavenly pleasure. He added that thanks to Brother Bohm's hands, he felt reborn. The girls immediately ran to him, asking him to do it, and it seemed to them that he knew how to make things pleasant with his hands. They decided that the host of the dinner would be the first. He went to a chair, sat down, and told the heir that he could begin. But it was not so easy to crack this nut. Han never stopped thinking about what was really in this guy's head. He may act like he's up to no good, but Han had already achieved his goal and emerged victorious. And now he used a secret technique. The guy's face did not have the same expression as the fat man's, but he began to blush only after being asked to wait a bit. His half-brother could not believe what he was seeing, because it was the first time Soman showed emotions. He was very pleased with the massage given by the heir, but one of them came up with questions, because he suspected that he needed to stop. For a moment, the heir thought that he had revealed his secret techniques. The fat man was outraged that the successor walked over him 3 times, asking why he was paying so much attention to him. The heir asked him not to worry, and explained that he was only doing so because he had organized this dinner. This angered him, and he said that he would organize the next dinner. The girls laughed and joked, as they always do in all situations, both funny and not so funny. The evening was coming to an end, and some of the guests were leaving, saying that they would have the next dinner. When the guests left, he thought nothing had happened at the dinner, even though he thought Seo Moon had a plan. Anyway, he completed his mission and entered the carriage, telling Sung Hui that it was time for them to return. But before he left, Seo Moon wanted to talk to him. The two of them walked together, and Seo Moon asked how he enjoyed tonight's dinner. He said that he was glad that he liked the dinner, but he had something to say that he didn't want to discuss in front of everyone so as not to spoil the mood. The heir apparent realized that Seo Moon was about to show his true colors and interrupted him, saying that he also had something to say. He decided to speak first and asked for a steward to be sent to him. He asked if the steward shouldn't be punished for not fixing the damage to the Soman clan's reputation. He began to explain that they had tried to interrogate the steward, but it was difficult to get him to talk. They wanted to hand him over to the clan right away, but they were afraid that the manager would not be able to handle it. So I asked him not to delay and to solve this problem immediately. After some thought, he did not know how to respond, but he knew one thing. The steward was their only proof. He began to explain that they would really need to deal with the manager and the accusations against him. However, he remarked that he did not know that the Great Heavenly Library cared so much about his family's reputation. The heir apparent went on to say that as soon as the steward returned, he would be sent away and would be delivered within a few days. Seo Moon extended his hand to the heir and said that he wanted to start a real brotherly relationship after that, asking if he accepted the offer. It was really funny for Han, but he extended his hand to him, not holding back his smile. It was ridiculous that the one who tried to destroy the library was offering him a brotherhood. This only made Han laugh more, which caused a misunderstanding with the other man. Seo Moon didn't know how to continue the conversation, saying that he was in a hurry, and they would talk next time, when they had resolved the issue with the manager. He asked to just know that he was already like a brother to him. The heir thought about whether he should wait for the secret technique to work or kill him right now, and started laughing even louder. After a while, the carriage was traveling through the forest, smelling of horses, and smoke was rising behind the chariot. In the carriage, the girl was talking to the owner, discussing the day, praising him for a job well done and suggesting that they eat something tasty upon arrival. "That's a great idea. I'd like some too," the boy said, looking out from the roof of the carriage. She didn't understand who he was, but he said hello and told her his name was Jongjai. He was delighted to see Bom Han, asking if he was really who he seemed, and told her that his brothers had told him to follow him. Han explained that they were currently sleeping on the street. Jongjai added that it was his turn to sleep outside because they take turns sleeping outside. He asked me to tell his brothers that tonight he would sleep next to the Soman clan. The little boy wondered why, but the heir explained that a very interesting performance would unfold next to the Soman clan tonight. It was already nighttime outside, and it was dark. Seo Moon was lying in the hot water drinking alcohol. He was thinking about the clan from the mainland, the Cheonwol sect, the House of Fervent Loyalty, the Ogu Society, all of whom had given him this wine. He thought it was just an ordinary wine from the market. As he looked at the next gifts, he wondered what was there from the Cheolgim group. When he opened the box, he was surprised. There were as many as 12 needles in it. He immediately thought of giving them to his mom, because he knew she would like them. Besides, they had a pleasant scent. The Great Library of Heaven uses such a beautiful tree for a gift box. Was he really that eager to make a good impression? Seo Moon thought as he took the box from Han. He remembered the moment when he had asked him to be his friend and how confused he had been. He was sure that soon Bom Han would be playing his guzan like a tame dog and giving massages to his family members. Finally, he got to the gift from the library, and it was 3 books: Achieving Royal Transformation, 8 Ways to Desolate the Demon Beast, and The Magic of the 6 Sonnets and 9 Dragons. These were the books he thought of. They were empty. All the pages were white. What kind of tricks are the bastards in the library playing, he thought. And he was going to tell his father immediately. He hesitated to tell his father because the dinner had gone well. However, he thought that if they asked him to return the books, he would do so immediately. When he got out of the water, he began to take his first steps. Flipping through the book, he saw that these blank pages reflected all the evil he had done in his life. Blood began to flow from his nose. Then his head fell back, and he flew straight into the water. Splashes of water flew in all directions. The water changed its color to red, and terrible things began to happen to his body. He was writhing in pain. He could not bear this pain because his bones were broken. 5 minutes ago, he was resting here and enjoying the warm water, and now this water was colored with the color of his blood. His eyes were closing slowly and slowly. He only remembered his father before his life faded away, and he turned into a pile of useless meat. It turned out that his half-brother, a musician, was much more valuable than he was because now he wouldn't even be bought at the market. The eerie rounded room caused anxiety in everyone who entered it. No one could understand whether this guy had any enemies and what exactly happened to him. What had happened here? It could have been more than just the footprint of a saint. The oversaturation of internal energy indicated that someone was involved. Perhaps it was a master who knew about energy points and how to influence them. There was only one question left for everyone in the room. Who could have done this? The old man wondered why this man was not saying anything. He must know at least something to make a plan of further action. There could be many enemies, or there could be none. However, whoever it was, he left no trace. There was only one question left in the dark room. Who had caught the snake by the tail? The old man no longer had the authority to make any suggestions. He hoped that the master would be able to find out who it was. For now, he would stay in the Summon clan, trying to find the heir and help him. The man left, explaining his departure by preparing for the investigation. As he walked down the hall, he was horrified to realize that the person who had done this was not just a human being. Even with his knowledge, he could not guess who it could have been. Someone had pressed on the 7 points of energy. And what kind of technique is this that allows you to perform such unrealistic actions? No one performed any dangerous actions during the ceremony. There was only an official invitation to dinner, which went well and calmly. It was a secret technique, and there is a high probability that this was the case. In this case, the influence could have taken place in the morning or evening, or maybe even earlier. No one can know for sure. Whatever the level of skill, this person must have incredible strength. Looking at the mutilated body of the heir, his friend could not even imagine who could do such cruelty to him, let alone touch him. The guys on the roof waited for a long time for their brother, who had left and never returned. He had been missing for a long time. They were afraid that if their brother was caught, they might become the next targets, although the Summon clan was calm. But all this time, their brother had been listening and returned in anger when he heard words about himself. And yet, he found out that the library heir was right, and what happened was that the interest of the Summon clan's heir was torn to pieces, and there was not even a living place left. But how did he know all this? Did it matter, along with what had happened? The boys had to go to the library. The younger brother was all the time happy that they were going to the library. But it was wildly annoying his colleagues. They asked him to shut up. At one of the local recreational places, the friends tasted such good meat for the first time. And the meat, of course, was accompanied by a bottle of wine that they had tried last time. But why were they staring at them like that? Because the boys were quite hungry. They ate everything they saw. Despite all this, they had to watch their manners, because one of them was the great heir of the Heavenly Library. He is representing his family here, and given his position, he should be treated politely. One of them turned to this guy who was constantly escalating the situation. He may have lost his fear, but he only wanted to show them respect, and have them show him respect. He would not allow them to talk to his brother like that, and was going to teach them some manners by pulling out a weapon from his hidden pocket. Standing up to each other, an interesting situation broke out between them. The boy said, "Even if the young master is not afraid, he might be weak. If they bring booze, they will be able to see his mistake." But the librarian brother was about to teach them better manners than to bring them drink while brandishing their weapons in the middle of the dining room. The eldest brother suggested that the heir take a walk in the city at night, as it was good for the stomach. As they walked through the streets of Muramu, the man was interested in how he knew in advance what had happened to the heir to the Summon clan. But all he explained was that the stars told him. No one can verify that the stars can tell us anything. This man asked the heir to tell him one last time and promised that he would not tell anyone who had done it. The heir had only one answer, which was quite inaccurate. It must be someone strong enough to destroy the entire class. And why would he reveal his name now? Finding this moment, the vagrant decided to tease the heir. He said that the librarian could theoretically kill the heir. The librarian reacted to his phrase with a smile, which made some sense. If he said so, the heir to the library had prepared consequences for him. At this point, the vagrant disappears from his field of vision and commits irreparable acts on his part. And as the old man stands there, stunned, he thinks that the vagrant is innocent. But in fact, he possesses a force that can break bones without even touching the opponent. At this point, the man's rib cracks and he twists in pain. When the librarian asks him what happened to him, the man replies that it is nothing special. But he immediately realized that it was the librarian's handiwork. He could have killed without looking. And did he even get a reward for his actions? The librarian only smiled at his words, letting him know that everything was going according to plan. He only wanted to show the man something interesting and asked him to follow him. They came to a place where a man was sitting on a chair, tied up, with a guard next to him, making sure that the man did not escape. Judging by the situation, they had conspired with the Summon clan and were destroying the library from the inside. There were still a few people around him who had already been neutralized. Looking at this, the man realizes that the librarian had caught a big fish and knew about the Suman clan's plan. The old man tried to get to the bottom of it, but he couldn't. He assumed that the Suman clan was oppressing other families. But what was he going to do with all the trouble he had caused? The librarian had a plan. Tomorrow, he would invite the head of the Suman clan to his house. After the letters and gifts the young master received, he will have no choice. He will be crushed by a sense of duty. In the meantime, the young master is going to invite other people whom the old man knows well. The first stage of this plan needs to be started, and the town is enveloped in a mysterious silence. One of the servants brought the master a message that all the pages of the torn book had been reassembled. But what kind of book it was, the master wondered. After analyzing it, he realized that the book came from a large heavenly library, but unfortunately, all the pages were empty. At first, it seemed as if the library had decided to play a joke on him, but it went beyond that. His counselor realized that, given this information, it looked like a pathetic joke. In addition, a large chest and a letter were received, and most likely it was from the great heavenly library. The master ordered to open the letter slowly, which was in a large wooden box. His servants could hardly open the box, which was nailed shut. When they opened it, an incredible stench came out of the box. Everyone was amazed at what was inside. Apparently, these were the remains of one of the important masters, which had incredible consequences. Looking at it, it became scary to realize what had happened to the owner. It was a shock for everyone in the house. The leader of the Sumun clan wrote that the heavens had seen all their atrocities, and so he sent a curse on their heir on behalf of the heavenly premise. Reading this message, the owner was shocked by what it said. The library was not going to let the manager go. However, after a conversation, they sent the vice captain of security to take a look at the heir. In their opinion, even a fool like him would understand. This is the fate of your heir. This message was signed by the great heir of the heavenly library, who made it clear to his master that he was a real library bastard. Turning to his servants, the master ordered them to assemble a black squad and take immediate revenge on this man. That night, they would burn the library and wipe it off the face of the earth to eradicate evil from their lands. The warriors went on the attack, holding the cargo that was supposed to help them in this war. The army marched forward despite all the obstacles and thorny paths. Their master, seeing this place, was upset. Different emotions overwhelmed him. He was angry with the great heavenly library and was ready to retaliate against all the clans, especially the Suman clan. But out of the darkness, somewhere far away in the bushes, they heard an evil laugh that alerted their army. A fearless young librarian emerged from the fog, walking straight toward them. This was the same young master who had sent messages and gifts to these people, and they still did not slow down to threaten him. The clan leader did not need his meaningless talk, because this guy was responsible for what happened to his son. The young master only smiled at his answer and asked a controlling question. He can't be to blame for what happened. Maybe the clan leader himself is to blame. His attack, according to the heir, was just an attempt to take out his resentment on him. But the words of the clan leader only fueled the boy's desire to silence him, making sure that after that night he could no longer move his tongue. The young master flew like the wind in the air, illuminated by the night glow. He didn't like the fact that they had gathered tonight to destroy the library. He looked at the boys behind the clan leader. They called themselves the Black Squad. He invited them to come over to his side, because later they would regret not choosing the right path. The clan leader, seeing this, could not take it anymore. This fool would not be enough to avoid him. He pulls out his sword, wanting to show him what real hell is like. For the heir to the library, it didn't matter what the head of the clan said about himself. Although he said strong words, perhaps he didn't know that if he threw his words around like that, today he would feel the blade of the head of the Kaonwal sect, whose unbelievable appearance from nowhere had stunned all the warriors who were with the clan leader because they didn't know how to fight him. After a while, other clan leaders began to appear and condemned the leader of the Suman clan for coming here. They could not think that his attack would be real. They stood above him and condemned his actions, his wickedness. They were disappointed that they had gotten involved with him. By saying these words, they made him feel sad and want to destroy them all. Even the old man from the Suman clan, who was also supposed to be banished from the country, suddenly appeared here. The moment he was expelled, they seized power in the clan. How could this guy find him and bring him here? The heir's brother was amazed at his intelligence, because he used his request to bring all the people here. It was an incredibly wonderful plan, and the heir could not help but note that his brother had made a great effort. Looking at the leader of Suman, there was only one question. What would he do in this situation? After all, as they say, he has no loopholes. It would be better for him to make all these people kneel down and ask for forgiveness before it was too late. But the head of the clan, although surprised by this performance, considered it arrogant behavior. Did they really think he came to fight the library without a trick up his sleeve? He waved his sword, sending his soldiers forward, and ordered them to get ready to fire. The chapters who arrived for this battle were amazed that he was going to use weapons. But the clan leader did not care. They said that the great heavenly library was an impregnable fortress with an unpredictable strategy, but it will not withstand his attack because the power of this force is enough to destroy everything. Even one bomb can destroy everything here. The leader of Sumun is going to blow up this mountain, turning it into ashes. But are they really scared? The heir of the heavenly library clapped his hands after saying that. He thought so, and would have been disappointed if the clan leader had come empty-handed. But bombs are the best strategic maneuver, and the library will be happy to receive such a gift. The guy offers to continue the conversation after the clan leader loses and snaps his fingers. The leader does not understand why he is so confident. Suddenly, a strong earthquake breaks out, splitting the ground beneath them, and the warriors cannot stay put. Moreover, the mountain they were standing on begins to crumble into pieces, and the soldiers fall down one by one onto the rocks. They can't believe their eyes and wonder if this is an illusion. But it's really happening, and they are in mortal danger. The leader, seeing the confusion of his soldiers, realizes that this is not the end of the battle. He takes his sword to slow his fall. He crashes into a rock to stop his falling body. He tells his soldiers to stop and not to panic because it's all just an illusion. They just need to calm down, and he hears screams from above as his warrior starts to fall right on top of him. The clan leader realizes that if the warrior falls on him, it will be the end. He activates his strength to deflect the blow from above. The blow ricochets off the warrior, and he falls in the other direction. But this does not mean that the danger is over. Because of this senseless attack from the mountain, he loses his maneuverability, and his sword slides off the cliff. The clan leader continues to fall down, realizing that this could be his end. As he falls, he realizes that the ground is still far away, and that everything is still in order. Besides, the mountain on which the library stands is not really that high. If it were real, they would have crashed long ago. This proves that it is only an illusion. The leader proves it to himself. He asks the soldiers not to let themselves be deceived. In his opinion, this is magic, and they are just misleading them. The visiting leaders and high-ranking officials were amazed to see these soldiers and what was happening to them. These soldiers were just lying on the ground, and it was hard to look at them and describe this sight. They fell into an illusion. The heir of the heavenly library tried to expand the protective seals to the entire mountain. Even though the library was hidden by the illusion, it now covers the entire mountain. And these warriors, caught in the illusion, begin to die, imagining that they are crashing, and their bodies are crashing just like their illusion. They are confused and do not understand how to get out of this illusion. But the danger they feel is very real. Soon they start falling to the ground with such force that it feels like it's happening. The heads look on in shock, realizing that it is just an illusion, but the soldiers are dying from it. Can't this guy really get out of this illusion? The reason is that the human body and mind are one, and no matter what the illusion is, good or bad, they really believe that they are falling off a mountain inside that illusion. And the moment people take the illusion for reality, it can kill them because the impact materializes. After this spectacle and the incredible power of the illusion, all that remains is to collect their bodies. The high-ranking officials look at the heir to the library. He doesn't even hesitate in his decisions, and it no longer looked like he was defending himself against the Sumun clan. But the question remains, why did he invite them? In fact, it turns out that he only wanted to show what his true face and the face of his clan were capable of. And this incredible power terrified those who watched. One of the heads asked the heir an important question. There were already many bodies on the ground, but they were still alive at the moment. He asked to ease their suffering. And without a doubt, this was done on his part, because he could not leave them in a coma. As soon as the soldiers heard the order, they took cold steel and carried out the order of the heir over the stunned bodies. After this incident, one of the leaders felt uncomfortable, because after such a disgrace to his clan, he only wanted to hide. The leader of the Sumun clan was insidious and destroyed anyone who stood in his way. The elder thought that he only wanted to strengthen his clan, but he could not even imagine the destruction it would bring after he was expelled. His colleagues will not blame anyone, because if it were not for the heir to the library, they would have suffered from this man's cruelty. Judging by his actions, The leader of the Suman clan has probably committed many crimes that their society is not even aware of. They should be happy to be part of an influential political alliance, but they can only watch this shame. No matter how outraged the officials were, it was midnight, and everyone had to leave. The meeting was coming to an end, and on that note, everyone in the building went home to their respective properties. In order to defeat the Suman clan once and for all, they needed to recruit the best warriors from each school and family. First, they had to make a list of suitable people. Come to think of it, the heir recalls the time when he was the chairman. The assembly representatives were as boring as ever, but he still missed some of the people who were there at the time. He asks himself only one question. Should he go to the Murim Alliance? He's not ready yet, because he only knows 2 skills. Out of his 3 secret weapon techniques, he hasn't mastered only blood integrity, and the other 2 still need to be refined. Because of this, there is no rush. The heir was asked what he was thinking about at that moment. Looking around, he realized that they wanted to get his final approval, although he was sure they could have done it themselves. But since he was the leader of this plan and invited them here, he gave them the right to act on their own decision. They were all masters of their craft, so there would be no difficulties. But his brother was concerned about one thing. Why was he so calm? It seemed that he had faced similar events many times before. Is he really a genius? Looking at the simple guy, doubts arose. How could he deal with the clan so skillfully? This required experience. Where did he get it? But at the moment when they were about to announce the decision, someone abruptly opened the door. It was a messenger calling out to his older brother. Something incredible happened. The leader of Suman was in a frenzy. He did not look like himself. His eyes were burning red, and it seemed as if he had risen from the dead to take revenge for their atrocities. Everyone thought it was complete nonsense. People cannot resurrect, and we had to go and see what was going on. So the heir was asked by his brother what was going on. Only one thing could indicate what was happening: the awakening of a hidden power. The awakening of latent power is a martial technique used in times of extreme need. The warrior doubles or triples his strength by using the remaining energy. This technique allows you to muffle pain and accelerate the flow of blood through energy points. This is a great final trick for such vile people as the leader of the Suman clan. It might not be a good idea to go alone, so the heir orders the guards to raise the guard, ensure that the library is protected, and leave someone with his grandfather. Going outside, he sees that people are panicking. The situation was uncertain. At the moment when the carts with the bodies of the dead were piled up near the gate in the north, the body of the Suman clan leader shuddered, and then the same thing happened to the other bodies of the soldiers. Although the united warriors outnumbered them, the situation was not in their favor, for the enraged warriors had incredible strength with which to fight. Swords did not work on them, and steel did not help either, and the warriors were terrified and did not know what to do. All the attacks were repelled by the leader of the Suman clan, and his eyes glowed with devilish light. When the heir arrived at the scene of the fight, he saw a horrific scene. The leader of the Suman clan, furious, was killing innocent warriors because he had so much energy. It was clear that he could not just watch from the sidelines, so he had to summon the great warriors from the heavenly library. Although it is necessary to act, the warriors cannot defeat the enemy, because they are very strong. Then the heir has no choice, and he realizes that he will have to fight the leader of the Suman clan, because his strength is the only thing that can withstand the enemy. Looking at this whole performance created by the old man at his death, it will be difficult to defeat him. The awakening of the hidden power takes half an hour, and after that he will die. But during this half hour he can do a lot of harm, causing pain and suffering. One of the elders who was fighting with the leader hit him with a strong punch in the arm, but he was wounded. It is not clear why he realizes that this fight is not easy for him. If this dead man is fighting like a madman, then maybe something is wrong. If more dead soldiers are resurrected, the situation on the battlefield will become even worse, because the elder has lost his weapon. He was ready to say goodbye to his life, and the moment he tensed up, someone saved him with an incredibly strong blow that tore the warrior apart. It was the heir to the library who stopped the attack on the elder with his technique. The situation was out of control, so the heir entered the battle because he needed to save as many people as possible. He didn't have his sword or other weapons nearby, so he decides to borrow the elder's sword. Taking it, he quickly rushes forward to fulfill his task. He needs to deal with it all quickly. The main goal was to destroy the place where all the energy accumulated in this rascal converges. Running across the battlefield at high speed, our hero destroys the energy centers. They are like streams coming out of the warriors and putting an end to them forever. Having run across the battlefield and neutralized many warriors, the heir to the library moved forward, no matter what, and reached the very epicenter of all the disagreements. When the leader saw this, he was amazed because this rascal was going to fight him personally. He wanted to see what this young man was capable of before he died. At the moment they clashed, there was a huge explosion that blinded everyone, demonstrating incredible strength. The officials even began to worry about the heir, because a strong blow could have killed him. But he managed to block the blow and dispel Sumun's spell. He ran forward to neutralize the villain, and, as if in a dance of battle, the heir to the library spun around and used his sword, which carried piety, to pierce the defense. The leader of the Sumun clan realizes that the powerful blow did not even hit the boy, and this made it clear that he was finished, because the sword skillfully cuts into his body, taking away his last energy. The villain was punished, getting what he deserved. Falling to the ground, the leader was powerless, and the whole root of evil lay motionless. No one knew how he had done it, but they were no longer going to believe the rumors about him. Although everyone knew that this man was a martial artist, they could not even imagine how strong he was. Since the leader would not return and had fallen at his hands, the soldiers of the heir apparent could not contain their joy because they saw great potential in him. His sword skills and movements were unsurpassed, unlike any other in the Heavenly Library, and the rumors that he was an incredible warrior were justified. Everyone was delighted and expected incredible results from this young man. No one was going to sleep or put things off any longer. They had to get together and finally destroy the Sumun clan. This building, which symbolized the root of evil, would put an end to all atrocities. Fire broke out at the scene, and only sounds were heard. People even thought that families from the northern lands had invaded. At that moment, near the box with unknown contents, a man who had come to visit the massive things told him that the leader had gone to the great heavenly library to avenge him. But most likely, he lost, and some warriors escaped and got to him. This mass of moisture did not want to exist in this form anymore. It asked its father for only one thing, that he leave it this opportunity. In its formless state, it now looked like wine without a bottle. He has no father, and if the library comes, he will not get better. So he asks his shapeless brother not to give up his life. After all, something good has finally happened, and he is not a good judge of character. His brother looks at him with tears in his eyes and asks him how he must feel like a nobody looking at him. He couldn't stop laughing when he saw his condition. This sublimated mass was in shock and angry at this man who was just mocking him. His brother promised him that he would not worry, because for his own pleasure he would take care of him for the rest of his life. He promises him that they will live together for a long time in this world, and picks him up. The day after the attack on the Sumun clan, at noon in the central building, the news came that the Sumun clan army had been completely destroyed and shattered. When the great heavenly library learned of this, a festive mood prevailed there. Everyone shed tears of happiness, laughed and sang. It was a grand event that raised the mood and made it clear that one of the enemies was defeated. But a few days later, a messenger from Sumun Bon arrived at the library. He brought the treasures stolen by the Sumun clan from the heavenly library, as well as gold bars with an engraved apology on them. After that, an investigation revealed that the Sumun clan had destroyed at least 5 families and clans. The elder changed in front of all these people and promised to help them rebuild. Talking to him, the heir realizes that he will have to pay for all the crimes committed by the former clan leader for about 10 years, and how strong the elder's sense of responsibility is. The next day, the head of the Continental Military Administration arrived. He brought a small wooden box as an apology for wanting to marry a person from the Sumun clan. He had heard that they had recently been looking for a healing plant, not knowing whether it would be suitable or not. He brought the soul power flower. If someone takes it, after a while, the heir felt the effect of this flower. His face changed, and no one could wake him up. After taking the snake's blood, he could not find the rest of the ingredients for a long time, and did not know if he could get them at all. But this man made his efforts easier by bringing the necessary ingredient right into his hands. The man thought that the gift was not suitable for the heir, and he started to close the box. But the heir snatched it out of his hands, because it was the best gift, and he was very grateful for it. After that, the heads of the White House and the House of Fiery Loyalty came to see him. Their alternate visits annoyed our hero, because they could have come all at once. The head of the White House told him that the head of the Cheonvolta sect was not ready with a gift, so he could not come. But what kind of gift could it be that he had been preparing for so long? Jen Ying suggested that they go together to the Great Heavenly Library, because all the other clans were also paying their visits, and they should visit them. The beautiful girl did not understand why they could go without a gift. But the elder said that the gift was already completely ready. One of these gifts would be hers, because she had to be married to the heir to the library. They need to take into account the status and relationship with the heir to the library, because the more they know about him, the better. But it was quite abrupt, and the girl began to run away from her father in terror. Sometime later, at night, beggars came empty-handed. They always appeared when they wanted to eat. One could not expect much good from them, because they just ate meat and rested. After their visit, the heir thought that the flow of guests would end. But the captain of the Cholgam squad came with his son, Tan Kong Mu, to pay his respects. They hadn't seen Brother Bom for a long time, and it seemed that his father talked about him a lot at the dinners. They had been very quiet, but now they spoke to him as if he were a close friend. They brought him 3 chests of swords as a gift, because they knew that the heir did not have a sword. Each chest had 3 options, so that he could choose at least one. In his past life, our hero received a letter from the captain saying that he wanted to give him a sword. Now he received it in another life. Taking the first straight sword, it shone and glittered in the sun. The blade was perfectly crafted, and the weight distribution was just perfect. Thanks to the hilt, when the sword was lifted, the weight changed by 70% and then by 50%. This allowed the weight to be distributed so evenly that one could only admire it. The only thing better than flattery was their sincere words of joy that he appreciated their work. But there were other swords. The next sword, for example, was less harmonious, but it combined lightness and hardness. In the flow of energy, it also became flexible, so it was convenient to use it in various combat techniques. This sword emphasized skill, and every warrior would want to own such a sword. The owner had no doubt that all the swords were excellent, but the third sword was the real cherry on top. When our hero opened this chest, he was quite surprised. The third sword looked flawless, even though it was quite old. No one thought it would turn out like this, but when the guy looked closer, he noticed a very strange feature of this sword. Its aura stood out from the other swords, and it seemed as if he had seen this sword somewhere before. The boy looked at the sword for a long time, especially the engraving on it. He wondered how this sword could impress others. The elder asked the master what he thought of it. The master expressed that all the swords were beautiful, and he liked them all. The elder was even a little worried, because he did not want to give all the swords at once, and he had to choose one. He showed the boy the swords again and gave him a chance to choose. Although all of them were beautiful, the boy decided to take the first sword if the elder did not mind. When he looked at the sword, he even felt sorry for choosing it. But he explained that all of the swords were great, but the first one suited him better than the others, and it was the perfect sword for him. Looking at it, the boy realizes that the craftsmen had been working on this sword all their lives. He can't just take it away. He asked to find another owner or to pass it on as an inheritance. The elder understood this perfectly well, but how did the boy realize all this? How could he do it? Explaining his point of view, the heir said that next to this sword, any other sword would lose its value. All its wonderful properties would be revealed only in the hands of the one who created it. In the hands of the elder, this blade became so sharp that it could destroy anything. The edges of the sword were so skillfully crafted that they could multiply energy flows. Moreover, the runes on the sword were arranged in such a way that they harmonized all the energy, making it mobile. The use of the sword not only increased strength but also improved the warrior's skills. The heir could not express his gratitude in words. He was amazed by the work of the craftsman, and therefore could not accept the sword. The elder was surprised by the boy's thoughts, because it felt as if he himself had participated in the creation of this sword. This sword was created for the best person in the whole world, and perhaps it has a whole story. This master forged it to be as good as the 3 swords already owned by Hongo, because he was already dead. But could this mean that the sword should be owned by another person? Given all these facts, the elder asks the boy to take the sword. After all, he is the only heir worthy of this sword, and he will be able to conquer the whole world with it. He can't wait to see how it will reveal its potential in his hands. Perhaps the moment will come when he will take this sword and do a good deed. But this moment may not come, because the heir is busy with science. Holding it in his hands, he will definitely be able to move to a new level. In this case, this sword could find its true owner. Do such coincidences ever happen? Looking at the sword, the boy realizes that this is an amazing connection. He is very grateful to the elder for this huge gift, because he is the real captain of the Cholgam squad. Shortly after the captain's visit, he met up with Yoon and Bumun and went to the Hook. They discussed the moment of the captain's gift, and they didn't like all these gifts. Soon, the head of the library was deciding what to do with those who had participated in the conspiracy between the Sumun clan and the manager. At first, they did not want to simply expel those who did not want to participate in the conspiracy and were guided by fear. At the suggestion of the head of the White House, he sent a request to invite the library to the Anju North Union, and it finally happened. They thought they could not see beyond their own noses. Our hero thought so too, but he died before he could give the Union the new strength it needed. They are thinking about the death of the heir, and it seems that the end of the clan's thief has finally come. Probably, the ties of this clan were much wider, which is why they faced the aggression of the allies. They will not take drastic actions and put themselves in danger. In addition, the Suman clan had plans to seize power, which they kept secret. If they formed an alliance, they would be able to counteract these plans. Moreover, the library has always supported the alliance. Why wouldn't they take control of the area around the library? Even if someone attacks, they will be able to repel that attack. At the same time, they could use runes to protect their territory. It wasn't a bad idea, and one of the elders would definitely bring it to the alliance. They hoped that starting today their family would become the best in the whole world. If this is true, then there are rumors that the heir to the library defeated the Suman clan. Given this, the library becomes a mysterious place. Some people think it's nonsense. How can he be a martial arts master if he just reads books? But there is no smoke without fire. They played a big role in that battle, and that's why there are such rumors. So why did the heir to the library, who was considered dead, suddenly become so active? One of the Muramu representatives wonders about this. But why did everything change so quickly? And is it better to stop discussing it? But what do they have to worry about? Given all this, wouldn't it be better to check on this librarian and kill him? It all depends on the will of the Lord. As he commands, so it will be. A man who blames himself for having to do something but not doing it feels guilty. But how can you judge a person you don't know? There is nothing left. The ruler will have to show what he knows. He received a letter from his friend, and it was a farewell letter. Today is a really beautiful day. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and this message looked like a joke. But if you looked closely at the first 6 letters, you could see that it was an encrypted correspondence between the head and Bomhan. The letter read in black and white, Chi Yang, I am alive, but it seems that I am dead. As long as I am alive, my family has to deal with sadness and darkness. As soon as I am gone, this sadness around me will stop. He gave me hope, and so I ask you, when he asks to meet, to let him know that the person involved must remain a secret. No one must know of his death. His passing must remain a secret. But why did he write this? Perhaps he is in such a state now, and perhaps he should say that he changed his mind earlier. But still, we will have to entrust a reliable organizer. They promised that they would not stop until the task is completed. But looking at the master, there was only one question. When he also dies, everything will be over. But he would not be able to live if he killed his friend. His death was a long-awaited and deserved price for the library. His advisors said that the man was a little out of his mind. He replied that it was a bright sunny day and the sun had not yet set. Therefore, he and the heir to the library would die on this beautiful day. The friends gathered in a restaurant, which was their most desired place. They were eager to find out how delicious the new dishes would be. It had been a long time since they had been to such a wonderful place together, and they couldn't wait to try the dishes. Their joy knew no bounds. Today, they will try dishes they will never forget. But the heir, looking at this young man, noticed that he was too confident. A few days ago, he started asking his young master to go to this restaurant with him. Could this dish really be that good? But one way or another, it probably wasn't. The guy didn't even eat breakfast, excited about the upcoming pleasure. Looking ahead, they could see the direction they were headed. Along the way, they came across wooden toys for sale. The brothers looked at these toys and remembered how they used to play with them as children. They were very similar. But the heir wanted these silly thoughts to go away, because they shouldn't be distracted. But they were so engrossed in these toys that they didn't even hear his words. The heir took the girl with him so that they could at least go and take a table. But the girl quickly refused him, emphasizing that it was better to go get the owners, and she would bring them in a moment. She ran away from him screaming, "Gentlemen, wait for me!" Together, like young children, they began to play with these simple, wonderful toys. Looking at them, the heir did not understand what to do with these children. But shortly after she stayed with her brothers, he felt an incredible sensation. Somewhere nearby, he felt a terrible urge to kill. Looking around, he couldn't understand where it could be coming from, or who would dare to do it. Looking closer, he saw an old woman walking down the street. Could it be her? But when he activated his technique, he realized that it was not an old woman, because this incredible abomination was only pretending to be one. The steps of this old woman were uneven, but it was natural. Although at first glance only her spine was visible, her muscles were not weakened by old age. Her teeth were visible from her pursed lips, and it was clear that she was not an elderly person. She was a middle-aged woman who was only pretending to be old. Even after they met with the ice, she did not go the other way. At this rate, when she passes by, the illusion may disappear. Could it be the assassin sent by the Suman clan? If not him, then who is it? Perhaps the librarian invited him to the great heavenly library. Although he didn't get a proper response, it doesn't mean that he went to such drastic measures, realizing that the person who sent it could be dealt with later. The most important thing now was to eliminate the threat. Looking around, he realizes that it's not just this old woman who is trying to kill him. The skinny, middle-aged guy next to her is also about to do it, and even the guy standing behind him picking his nose are all agents sent to kill him. Although he thought he had eliminated all the warriors capable of doing this, someone sent new ones. But where they came from remains a mystery. At the moment when his friends were playing with toys, the young master decided to check what they could do. In front of his friends, the young master jumps on one of the enemies. They are shocked, explaining that they were just distracted for a moment. He began to strangle an old woman who he believed had terrible intentions. Soon after, he jumped on the second killer, who was just getting in the way. His friends did not really understand why he attacked her. But the moment they ran up to the old woman, they realized that she was already dead and it was too late to help. When they looked closer, they saw that it was just a mask, and that someone else was hiding under the mask. The young master took all these murderers by surprise. They were amazed that the descriptions they had been given did not match reality. But one of them still accepted the fight and blocked his blow. They had been told when they went on the mission that the heir to the library dreams of death. But why is he attacking them? Moreover, he uses a martial art. The heir breaks through the defense of this scoundrel and hits him with a strong punch right in the face. But if not for his brother, who warned him that he was being attacked from the outside, he would not have noticed. Two huge men with swords were flying straight towards him, over his head. Using magic, he was able to block their blows and throw them aside. Moreover, he was able to turn their weapons against them. They could not hold him and got what they deserved. The daggers destroyed them, and the master's sword did its good. One of the attackers looked at this and thought what a nightmare it was, because their plan was collapsing before their eyes. He wanted to stop this outrage and did not understand what the truth was, but the young master's rage was unrelenting, and he was not going to stop or leave them alone. All his countermeasures and techniques were useless against this magician, but still he had nothing left to defend himself. Pulling out his sword, the man began to swing it, repelling one attack after another. But as soon as the master activated his superpower, he was able to hit all the attack points of the villain. Soon his body was in pain, and he didn't understand what was happening and why his plan didn't work. Even though the young master had activated and attacked all the blood points, a small dagger that looked like a needle stabbed him in the neck. This only meant that the task was completed for this killer. After these words, he fell down and was never able to speak again. The heir to the library realized that this was a sneak attack. Even though he acted after the blood of the hexagonal serpent, he still missed the hidden attack of this rascal. The killer's task was still not accomplished. He pulled the needle out of his neck, and his friends ran to his aid. They wondered if their brother was okay, and why all these people came for him. Had he been wounded in the battle? The heir, looking at them, suspected that perhaps they had arranged it. But they assured him that they knew nothing about it. But the fact was that they had been persuading the heir to go to the city together for several days. And how could they explain how the cards had coincided? These words confused them. It was not like that at all, and they knew nothing about it. Since Chuyang was somewhere nearby in the city, and they hadn't told him anything, the heir sent him a letter right away, and now he received a reply from him. He wanted to surprise them, so he asked them to take the heir out to eat so that he would not suspect anything. Hearing these words, the heir could only be angry. But using his technique, the young master realized where the real root of the evil was. It was the guy who was watching all this, and he realized that he had survived after all. He felt funny that his plan had failed, and that the heir to the library had survived after many strong blows. Bomhan, who had lived only because he could not die, now had to fight to survive. Looking at this, the master burst into tears, addressing his servant. Could he believe that his friend was killing people to save his life? But the man only wondered what was so disturbing. How could he have just killed 15 people and now give this scoundrel a whole city of ghosts? The point is that Mr. Chun shouldn't waste any time. because now is not the time to be so touched. This dude is attacking right at them. They need to run. But where the hell did the guy who wants to die come from? It was better to double-check all the information. The boy welcomed his friend Bombcon with open arms and asked him to approach him carefully. But the young master was serious when he went upstairs. He flew up to the 6th floor to deal with the rascal. It was clear that he was not going to meet the scoundrel with a warm embrace. With a strong blow to the head, he slaps this rascal for his intentions to kill him. With tears in his eyes, this man falls to the ground. He was really glad that his dear friend Bomhan had become so energetic again, and he was amazed at his enthusiasm. A powerful punch knocked the rascal off his feet. Our hero did not hold back, because the situation had long since gone beyond the limits of adequacy. This blow sent the guy flying across the room and crashing into the wall, scattering furniture and things into small pieces, creating chaos. The heir to the library decided to talk to this guy. After all, there is a limit to any nonsense, and before sending a letter, he wanted to make sure he was acting correctly, and that there was at least a drop of sanity in this curious young man. The assistant began to stop his master because he had long ceased to be adequate. But when the boy began to stare at the man, Manbak-chan became nervous, not understanding why he was being looked at like that. This man, Manbak-chan, is known for being able to deal with anyone if you pay him enough money. In his past life, our hero hired him to get the information he needed, but of course, he didn't pay him. Was he the one who hired the killers? Our hero was quiet in the room, and Manbak-chan explained his position, saying that he was just doing his duty. He realizes that the task of killing the heir is insane, but that's what the letter said. The situation was becoming increasingly unclear. Who is to blame for this chaos? Why did this man decide to kill the heir? The war started with Bomb-Khan, and the guy hopes that this nightmare will end here and now. After a while, the heir brought the boy to his father for correctional labor. The father beat him severely, trying to prevent him from going mad. His child's correspondence revealed a murder plot. The father thought his child had finally decided to live in peace, but he was wrong. He had to keep his grandfather to himself, because he could break the face of anyone who disagreed with him. The grandfather felt responsible and could not contain his emotions. The situation could have ended very badly, with serious consequences. He almost lost not only Bomhan, but also Chu Yan, whom he loved as his own grandson. After he scolded Chu Yan, he still hugged him. Despite the difficult times, his eldest grandson would be fine now, with only brighter days ahead. Chu Yang turned to his mentor and accepted his words as his reality. The heir watched all this and sighed with relief. After a while, night fell and the city was enveloped in silence. Chu Yang, talking to his partner Bomhan, decided to break the contract and was glad that everything had been resolved without any problems. But the fact is that Bomhan, no matter how much he tried to explain to the young master, was not understood. The problem remained unresolved, and sitting down at the table, he decided to make his point. If the young master carries out the murder, it will be an assignment of the limitless killer. This means that they will go all the way, because their organization and their martial art are famous for their brutality and determination. Of course, they are martial artists, their skills are unsurpassed, and the special thing is that they never give up. This lets him know that the danger his brother faces will continue. Mr. Chu asks them to terminate the contract, but it is not possible. Given the circumstances, no one can cancel their contract. The young master has to cancel this stupid idea, and offers to pay them double the price, and, of course, to thank them. However, this will not work either. Could the young master really have lost his status? Money is not everything. They are even ready to satisfy the desire to die with money. But is there really no way out of this situation? Perhaps there is a loophole. However, no matter how hard this man tries, he cannot explain to the young master that there is no way out of this situation. To be more precise, he has two options. In the first case, Bomb-Khan is dead, and in the second case, all the members of the assassination organization are dead. But even after all the leaders are dead, there will still be a second leader. Young Mr. Chu, waving his wind machine, says that this is not a problem. But what is he going to do if the end comes after everyone involved in this organization is killed? They will undoubtedly do so, and they are going to hire a second group of assassins for this task. Hearing this absurdity, the man hoped that young Mr. Chu was just joking and that his words were not serious. But nevertheless, he orders to find the best martial artists, pay them double the amount, and assemble a so-called death squad that will watch over his brother until the assassins are destroyed. Looking at the young gentleman, his words seemed like complete nonsense. But as long as he has the money, nothing is unrealistic, and the man takes on the task, starting to look for warriors for a squad to fulfill the young master's request this time. It is important to keep this a secret from his brother. But why does it have to be a secret? Perhaps Mr. Chu is exaggerating, but the point is that one must not overstep the mark. They will take care of Mr. Bomhan. Looking at the young master, he changed beyond recognition. All this time he wanted to die. Each time he was ready to die, but suddenly he found a desire to live. Now he had to fulfill his plan, because money is money. It was necessary to start the task immediately, because they did not know when the assassins might decide to attack Bomkan again. They had to act quickly. The next day, everyone gathered in the building to say goodbye to the owner. The heir asked him to take his time and stay for a while longer, but he explained his reason for leaving by saying that he had many things to do. Now that they can meet whenever they want, he can come back here at any time. Although this is good, why is he needed here now? The chariot was ready to leave, and all that was left was to wish them a happy and safe journey. Everyone waved goodbye, and the heir was glad that they had finally left. Now it was his time. He called his brother, Boom Bomon, because he had to talk to him. Let him come to my chambers. They didn't understand what had happened and asked Sung Hua if she knew what was going on. She crossed her arms and replied that she knew exactly what was going to happen. They would get their asses kicked, no matter what their intentions were. The owner almost died this time, so they need to go faster. However, Sung Hua has also been helping them, and it would be nice if she got a kick out of it too. But they had to hurry up to avoid being punished for being late. The young master sat in his room and looked at the artifact that had been brought to him. Looking at the flower, he realizes that he may have to accept it at some point. The flower of soul power may be needed even now because the thirst to increase his strength was just incredible. He needs to reach the state of blood integrity as soon as possible and return to the previous level he had. Although he had not gained immunity to poisons by drinking the blood of that stinking snake, he was able to neutralize the poison at the last moment of the assassin's attack. But if he hadn't made it in time, he would have been in big trouble because he couldn't have stopped them so easily. Now he needs to prepare for a strong opponent to survive. At this point, when the boys came in, the heir began the conversation by saying that it seems that his grandfather had sent letters to friends who might know where to get poisonous beetles and hoped to get good news. He told his brothers to come in and sit down. These words gave them a bad feeling. The heir looked at them and realized that they were frightened. From today, he will start taking the flower of power and soul. So he needs to stay in his chambers for a while. Because of this, Yoon will be taking care of the family for the next month, as if he were the head. This includes negotiating with other clans and sects, as well as managing the protection of the library. Yoon reacted to this very impulsively, but, in the young master's opinion, his grandfather is already quite old, and his uncle is not very active. Would he be able to fulfill his duties? The heir trusts him because he knows he can do it. Yoon thought that they were going to make him a naggin, but he didn't even know that the young master had a good opinion of him. He pulls himself together and promises his brother that he will do his best not to let their family down. If it comes to magic seals, they will need to ask for Buman's help, because he is well versed in them. If something unusual happens, they can ask him for advice. Feeling the enthusiasm in his words, the boys will no doubt take on the house. Now it's time to get down to business, and the young master calls out to Sung Hua, who comes out with a huge stick in her hand. The young master is glad that he can rely on them, but he mustn't forget what needs to be done. He was going to just let them go, but he sees that they realize that since they are wearing so many clothes and their brother is holding a stick, he is going to beat them for hiding information. The heir to the library started to give his brothers whippings, and it was funny to see how they relied only on their clothes to wait for the whipping. After he gave these scoundrels their whippings, they lay on the floor, beaten. The young master appealed to the guards. Since the conditions for using the flower are the same as for the hexagonal serpent, he would meditate in his chambers for a while. He asked if they would like to lock themselves in the chambers with him, because they had to accompany him and were very worried about him. The soldiers explained that they were not that worried about him and did not want to spend all that time in his chambers. Then the young master turned to Sanghua. He believes in her loyalty, but she has never been loyal to him and is not going to change her mind now. Looking at the people around him, the heir realizes that they were no longer reliable at all and did not want to be locked in the chambers with him. They could not even imagine this. If they used to leave him unattended, it meant that they were even pushing him to his death, which was no different from murder. After all, to think that before they were protecting Khan, not from murderers, but from suicide. Since no one was going to go with him, the young master takes the Krina into his own hands. He says goodbye to everyone, promising to see them in a month, and wishes them to see him soon, continuing his mission. Time passed quickly, and soon it started to snow, and with it, it has been 20 days since the heir took the flower of soul power. His chi energy began to grow much faster, and now he could fully control the functioning of his internal organs, blood vessels, and even every nerve ending. All this gave him unlimited possibilities and great potential for further development. All these limitations that the young master had to overcome were worth it to become the best. His abilities quickly reached the level of the 3rd star, and his fortitude grew stronger. The more he improved, the better he felt about his old self. Finally, he refined 2 defenses: Whole Blood, Illusion Cloud, and Penetrating Strike. Whole Blood allows you to control blood vessels, and now the effect of this skill lasts much longer. The Cloud of Illusion technique has become much more accurate. Now he can control the force of the blow, and the Penetrating Blow allows the force of the blow to pass through the opponent's body. If we take a punch on a plank as an example, then thanks to a penetrating punch, the lower planks will break, while the upper one will remain intact. Thanks to a penetrating blow, all the force is transferred to other objects. It can be the ground, objects, or other people. Since impacting the energy point is not always effective, sometimes you have to use your fists. This can be useful for defending yourself in close combat after several enemies. Although these 2 of the 3 basic means of self-defense are now sufficient, he was looking forward to using the last method, the poison beetle. And now it was time to move on to the next stage. The young master took the sword and looked at its shiny form. It was in perfect condition. This sword looked great in the collection with his 3 legendary swords. Looking at it, he felt that this sword was really meant to be his. The seals on it covered the entire sword. Although it came to the young master late, the master had put his heart and soul into it. This made the wait worthwhile. The young master needs to regain his old swordsmanship skills in order for the sword to unleash its full power. He is glad that this sword appeared in his life at this very moment. His previous sword, which he had in his previous life, he could not return. But now he can use this one, and in some ways it is even better. As he skillfully maneuvered it, he realized that he needed to name it something. He came up with a great name for it: Renzduka. If he had not met such a wonderful sword after his rebirth, he would not have been able to do incredible things. The boy stepped away from the sword and asked Ren to follow him. As he walked forward, he realized that nothing was happening. He looked back and saw that the sword was in the same place. He called out to the sword to come to him, but nothing happened. Our hero waited for a while, but the sword stood there like a rock and did not react. The young master began to get angry, promising that this would be the end of it if the sword did not listen to him from the beginning. Why is it not responding and ignoring him? After stopping and calming down, the boy thought that maybe the sword was shy. It was okay. They would spend a few more days together and get used to each other. But even after several days, even after 10 days, the sword still did not respond. And the young master was tormented by the thought. They had already spent 10 days together, and the damn sword did not come to him. It would be great if it finally started to respond. But this magnificent engraved sword turned out to be a piece of trash. The heir to the library, realizing that this is the case, nevertheless returns back to his world. The grandfather sent letters to everyone, and among those to whom he sent them, some of them received a response faster. If you read the letter he gives to the young master, these people did not send the beetle, but instead invited him to come to them personally for some unknown reason. The letter read, "The library, the poisonous beetle you need is in the possession of the main fortress of the healer. They do not need money. If the heir to the great library needs this beetle, then let him come and take it personally." Realizing this, the young master was glad that they had the beetle. That was all that was interesting in that envelope. The old man sighed a heavy sigh, even though he assumed that for any treasure they asked for, they would exchange everything for the beetle. But no one agreed. Apparently, there were no hidden offers or open requests in the letter, and they didn't need the money. Perhaps they had a problem and hoped that the young owner would be able to solve it. So in any case, there is no need to worry. The guy will go there and ask for a beetle. But how can you go without knowing what they want from you, wondered the grandfather. He suggested giving up because the idea was bad. The old man was worried that something would happen to the boy. But in any case, he couldn't be convinced, so he had to be careful. So the young gentleman set off. He still had to meet the guest. Arriving at the room where the guest was waiting for him, the young master greeted the man who had been waiting for him for a long time. This man was glad to meet him, and had heard a lot about the young master's lively character. The man's name was Mo Yen Mon, and he was the head of Murim in Anhui province. In his previous life, the young man had seen him often and met him several times at the annual meeting. He was always smiling and at ease, and because he was always smiling and was a very kind person, he was nicknamed Sword He. Mo Eun-myung could not believe his eyes that he had managed to meet such a famous young man. When asked if he had really become famous, the young gentleman did not know anything. But the fact was that everyone in Anhui was talking about him. Instead of being shocked by the true face of the Samoon clan, they were approving of the heir to the great heavenly library. And as soon as the boy pulled himself together, he turned everything upside down. Hearing these words, the young master thought they were quite funny, saying that Rim came to his senses when he turned upside down. Mo Youngmon did not understand his joke at first, but as usual, he laughed because it was accurately observed. He realized that he had made such a terrible mistake, and that was why he had come to quit. He was wondering what had happened, and while he was distracted, riots broke out in the south of the province. Strange people suddenly appeared and began to rob. While he was trying to sort things out, he started to get a headache. One of these factions has so much power that all the clans started making noise about it. Besides, they always blow up at night and attack by surprise, and praying for mercy doesn't help. His thousands of guards were simply shocked, and the young master could not believe that this was happening. He did not understand why they were attacking then. Although the young master had nothing to do with these attacks, the old man asked if these factions belonged to him. These words were quite shocking for the young man. He hoped that he had misheard the old man, but he understood everything correctly. That was the reason he had come, he thought. But the fact was that the man had also come to offer him the chance to become a Murim warrior for his talents. It was just awful. The head of his alliance had recently wanted to make him a private soldier. Seeing the horror on the boy's face, the head of the Murim began to explain that not everyone can join their troops, but they could not pass up such a talented young man. This talent was recognized by the Murim, and it was a great honor for him. The old man asks to use the young master's talent for the benefit of the whole world, and will give his personal recommendation to the strategist to become a soldier for Murim. Recalling the beautiful girl Yahello in his mind, the young man wonders how he knows her. But one way or another, he needed to answer the old man, as he was expecting an answer. The young master had heard that the soldiers under her command had exceptional abilities. Hearing these words, Chairman Marima noticed that the young man had a unique and strange habit of speaking in a manner that made him seem like he knew everyone. But he doesn't, does he? But if you go back to Yahello's army, unfortunately, even if he became her soldier, he would hardly see her. Why is this so? The reason is that she left the alliance. This is quite an interesting situation. The guy didn't expect it. His shocked face reflected complete incomprehension. The little girl ran to her uncle's arms. He called her to him, and was surprised to see that she had already learned to walk. However, before she had walked a meter, she suddenly fell and hit her head, and he shouted her name. He asks her if she's okay, and if she's hurt badly. But as she walks through the corridors, she realizes that walking is too difficult, although she has to learn. The uncle asks if the little girl can kiss him on the cheek. But how can she not kiss her favorite uncle? The moment she kisses him, she bites her uncle instead. Even though he said to kiss him, not bite him. Even if she joins the alliance, he won't be able to see her. After all, this little girl was laughing at the time, but when she grew up, she became a strategist who left the alliance. This sad news made the young gentleman sad. He felt sorry for her. But why did she leave? It was because Hugon's death was the last straw for Seagull. The loss of her godfather was too painful, and it was expected because he was almost a relative to her. The young gentleman realized that Seagull had wanted to make sure he was dead from the very beginning. But she was unable to confirm or verify what had happened and realized that he had simply died. To her surprise, he committed suicide. The young master did not have time to check on her, and this beautiful girl was not in his field of vision. During all this time, he had to find out how his goddaughter was doing and how she was feeling. In any case, Mo Youngmon took over, and the young gentleman was only interested in why he was in the alliance. Chairman Murim's answer was that they wanted him to join the Dark Division. If he agrees, the department that deals with cryptography. Since Murim uses ciphers extensively, there is a department that deals with deciphering them. All the employees of the Dark Department have extraordinary mental abilities, just like the people in the Great Heavenly Library. Chairman Marima begged the boy to accept the position because he would be the best in the department. A genius like him could help the whole world. But the boy refused to accept it outright. When asked why he was refusing, the young gentleman replied simply, He was interested in Yahello, and she was not there, so he would not join. But what was his reason? Even though Yahello was very beautiful, there are many other beauties in the alliance, and it doesn't really matter. After all, he has so much potential. If he joins their department and proves his abilities, he can eventually become an alliance soldier. The prospect of being promoted to a warrior, not to the head of the alliance, does not interest the heir to the library, but only disgusts him. The old man realizes that the duties of the head are a rather strong statement, but that's what the boy said. If he joins the alliance, he will receive a special gift. A free hugwadam, an elixir so valuable that even the head of Murim cannot afford it more than once every 10 years. This is truly incredible. People should accept it because it is a very rare chance. But looking at the Murim head, maybe he forgot that the guy is from the great heavenly library. He can afford such an elixir every day, and he shouldn't be upset, because his offer is really tempting. As he leaves the head of the Murim alliance, the boy agrees. Maybe not this time, but next time he will think about joining the alliance, because there is no telling what might happen. The head of the Murim asks him to think about it and returns to his domain. The young master realizes that before he goes to the main fortress of the healers, he has to do something else at home. The next day, a new man, Irim, was appointed as the leader of the guards. He was excellent at his job and had leadership skills, as well as excellent martial arts. Jugan, who was straightforward, obedient, and good-natured, was appointed as his deputy. Because of these qualities, he would become an excellent link between the leader and the soldiers. The heir to the library quickly noticed the talent of these two, and because he chose them, he could now not worry about the safety of the library. The warriors are ready to go to the end for the small heavenly library. They are willing to do anything to protect it. For the great heavenly library, they are ready to give their lives. They will become its impenetrable shield, and all this for the great heavenly library. The warriors swore. Looking at this, the young master wondered how much more they would cut back. Over the next few days, they were to undergo training on how to respond to potential enemies. Even his brothers spent a long time practicing self-defense, learning the basic steps. The young man's attack was quite strong. His palm had great energy. Bumon's nunchaku strikes were an excellent weapon against enemies, and could deliver a devastating blow. To prepare the elixir and speed up their studies, the boys expected nothing less from their brother. He always came up with great solutions. They were very curious about the elixir. Zaha quickly brought the box with the elixirs, and soon it was there. All of these elixirs were in the library, and the boys were amazed that there could even be a dried hexagonal snake. But it was all true, and they were horrified to realize that they would have to eat this disgusting thing. They begged their elder brother to have mercy on them, and not force them to eat this abomination. They would rather drink a barrel of medicinal decoctions than eat this snake. As he left, he ordered them to train until he returned from the main fortress of the healers. This meant that they had to gain strength. Soon the chariot left the great heavenly library. Seonghua and her partner Enso were the accompanying persons. They set off to meet new adventures. Looking at the beautiful weather, the boy was thinking about his future. But soon the sky was overcast, and it seemed like it was going to rain. A bird flying overhead strangely pursued them. At one point, when it saw the young master, it began to descend quickly. Landing, the bird brings something on its leg to one of the people. The person standing in the tree looked like an assassin, and this bird was helping him. They received a message that the heir of the great heavenly library had gone to the main fortress of healers, and in about 2 hours they would be in this forest. This means they are going to unleash their fury on him and complete the task to the end. They quickly distributed themselves to their positions. Last time the young master was lucky, but this time it would be different. The contract is forever, and they will not cancel it. They always go to the end, and this warrior has promised the heir to the library that his time has come to an end. At this moment, the young lord rides in a chariot and asks Seonghua not to sing because her voice is terrible. At the same moment, the soldiers take their positions, but something disturbed them. Some unknown force began to disturb them from different directions. It was unclear what was happening, but his colleagues started shouting from different bushes. Some fireballs were flying past them, taking their lives. The warriors did not understand what was happening, because the force of these blows was incredible. Although this bald bandit tried to run away from the blow, the attacker was much more agile. With his technique and energy, this assailant pierced the head of one of the bandits. Soon after the fierce battle, the energy shock filled the entire forest. The warriors who were supposed to complete the task were killed, which meant that the contract was cancelled. These people had come to protect the heir to the great heavenly library, claiming it as theirs. This indicated that their faces were quite familiar, and they always surrounded the young master. Things were about to get even more interesting. Their wagon was traveling fast through a mountainous area. One of the wagon leaders warned the master that they would soon enter the forest. The road might be rough and bumpy, so he had to be careful. Sowa rode in the chariot with the owner, but his face was gloomy, and she wondered what could have happened to him. Suddenly, the chariot was startled by a sound coming from somewhere unknown. It sounded like laughter, but who would laugh so loudly? The chariot became unmanageable because of this cry, and the driver had to hold the reins tightly. This voice sounded deep in their heads, and no one realized what was happening, as if they were being trapped. Sowa noticed that her body began to shake, and she had to quickly gather her thoughts. The young master took her hand to stop her from shaking. When Sowa saw this, she thought it was a very sweet gesture on his part. He asked her quietly if she was all right and how she was feeling, and she thought she had almost fallen in love. The young master stood up, took his sword, and went to the exit, but it was very dangerous, and Sowa decided to stop him. This did not affect him, and he ordered her to stay here while he checked everything out. Also, Yangso was in a pretty bad condition, and the owner told him to get inside too. The owner was curious who these people were who decided to come out to meet him. He stepped forward and shouted at them to stop pretending to be something they didn't know they were. It turned out that these people were from the Heavenly Squad, and they started jumping from different directions. The people from the Great Heavenly Library were in excellent shape and could do things that even some strong warriors could not. The warriors landed right in front of the master and called him their commander. They were familiar personalities who would guard the young master all the way. They call themselves the Young Master's Squad, and warn that all enemies will come to an end. Of course, seeing them, it looked like a real performance. No one from the wagon appreciated their antics, as it was too much. The heir to the library could not stop making a face of surprise for a long time. He was wondering what these two fools were doing here, and they had been working on a way out to impress the heir all this time. Once he was in this situation, he realized that they were assigned to guard him, but he needed a more detailed explanation, so he asked the representative to tell him more. The grandfather came out because the conversation was to be with him, and he had to explain everything. But the brothers with long hair stopped him, calling themselves representatives, and addressed the master. However, these people were pushed out by other masters who also wanted to explain everything better. The girl didn't understand why they were going to explain anything at all, because she considered herself the main one in this team and wanted to be a representative. But a fierce argument started, and no one could explain anything properly. The young owner was watching all this carefully and saw their disorganization. The guy ran to the center and shouted that they should stop doing nonsense. Watching him, the heir apparent noticed that this guy decided to take control of the situation instead of arguing. However, his decision was rather stupid. He suggested that we throw lots instead of continuing the argument. Of course, this was expected. But the young master approached the smallest among them, Sochon, and asked him to explain what was going on. Sochon even thought that the heir apparent knew he was smart, and he was going to tell him what happened. The fact was that Wu Qiang was the reason for hiring the squads of these people, because the ruthless killers, once they made a deal with him, would never renegotiate it again. The master of the rumor had promised to beat all the members of the ruthless killers. He found the strongest warriors to destroy the killers, and he also created a squad to protect him. But what kind of a unit is this, where everyone quarrels and argues over such trivial matters? Could it not be true? He was surprised. The young man asked them to stop quarreling because the information had already been reported to the master. The master ran up to him, realizing in horror that the boy had forgotten the curse of the Heavenly Squad. They never act independently. It was clear that this squad had a dubious future right after their first meeting. The owner offered to introduce himself, as he was seeing most of the squad for the first time. The first was an old man who laughed because these kids thought he was a loser because of his age. But as long as he was with them, they were definitely not in danger. The next were 3 warriors of the gorge. They are happy to fulfill this mission and will not allow disorder and thoughtlessness where they stand. No robber will pass through them, and they will be able to protect everyone. Then there were the twins. In the Heavenly Corral, they can be relied upon more than anyone else. Everyone will feel safe with them. A girl named Mi Bingbing had heard a lot about the master. She was a fan and was excited to be able to protect him. But why did she think she was so lucky? The young master asked her who her father was. She replied that he was from the White House. Despite their resemblance, they were nothing alike. The next freedom fighters needed no introduction, for the young master knew them well. He looked at them with a fierce gaze so that they would not stand out. But there was no time to hesitate. They had to move on, no matter what. Still, someone stopped her, saying that she had to wait. The beggar asked the old man if he was going to play his pipe, but this question was probably not accidental. The old man was going to check something and was walking forward. He waved his hands and said that everything was in place, because this was their first meeting with the owner since the founding of the unit. He planned to test the young master's skills so that they would better understand what to do in normal situations. His colleagues supported the old man's words and completely agreed with him. But the master of hearing was horrified to realize that these people were not listening to what he was telling them. He had seen for himself what a great warrior he was, and the young man had seen with his own eyes and did not need to be verified. Looking at them, it was just unbelievable that they behaved like this out of boredom. Well, they would be fun, of course. The squad, of course, believed in the master of the senses, but they wanted to check it out with their own eyes. If he was as strong as they'd heard, it wouldn't cost him anything to convince them in battle. There was only one question left. Do they really want to test it, despite the consequences? The young master looked on, realizing that the fun was about to begin. Despite the foolishness of these fools, he decided to show them his techniques. He did not agree to the offer to arrange a fight right now. He explained that it would soon start raining and they needed to hide somewhere dry. No one understood what kind of rain he was talking about, because the sky was clear. Soon the clouds covered the blue sky, but it was still not clear that it would rain. And the boys continued to look, not understanding where the rain was. But in the middle of a clear day, it started raining heavily, even with lightning. It was just amazing how he could predict it, and the rain started right after he said it. This is true power. As Chun followed the old man, he even thought he could control the weather, watching his tricks. During the rain, the old man continued to play his pipe, and it didn't bother him. The melody was quite sad and depressing, and the twins could hardly stand it, wishing for something more cheerful. The brothers from the gorge were freezing, and would be happy if some enemies attacked them right now, so that they could at least get warm. They began to shout that the heir to the great library was traveling along the road, and this was a great opportunity for the assassin to kill him, because he was inside the wagon, and they needed to get him. Looking at this circus, the guy was already thinking about killing them all himself. If this continues, they will probably push him to the limit. At that moment, the girls were eating candy that was meant for the owner. They were also from the big library. This whole ensemble was following the young master, and he did not even know what to do with this whole delegation. At the moment when they reached their destination, the young master was not alone. They were welcomed as friends with open arms. Soon, when they entered the large building, they were seated on comfortable chairs. The young host just decided to wish a pleasant appetite to his friends and hosts who had initiated him. The fact is that they were sitting at one of the biggest tables in the restaurant, and the old man didn't like it. The guy turned to him, asking why he stopped everyone, forbidding them to eat. Maybe he wanted to say a prayer before eating. But that was not the point. Perhaps everyone sitting here may forget why they came here in the first place. In battle, any method can be used, and because of this, they don't know whether to trust them. Still, one couldn't help but agree with him. Maybe he was right. They could not even think about it. But the young lady decided to say that they shouldn't worry about what he said, because it might just be the self-hypnosis of a narcissistic old man. She had silver chopsticks that would show if the food was poisoned as soon as she touched it. She took a piece of this beautifully smelling food to test it. She put it in her mouth, and it seemed like nothing was wrong. Looking at her, the young master realized that it was not the chopsticks. She had simply tested the food by eating it. Everyone was watching the girl's reaction, but nothing happened, and the taste and smell of the food attracted everyone. No one paid attention to whether there was poison or not. They began to quickly grab pieces of this food with their chopsticks. When they all checked to see if there was any poison in the plate, there was no more food left, and the owner had nothing to worry about because he hadn't gotten any. The heir to the library realized that he was invulnerable to poison, so even if there was, he would not be affected. After that, the young master, looking at the people around him, realized that all this excitement was in vain, and they had forgotten about those around them. It was not surprising that there could be at least one murderer among them. Although the girl assured him that there was no poison in the food and he shouldn't worry, he still didn't care. It was not about the food. At that moment, some people approached them. He said that if they were making so much noise, the food must be very tasty. The guy looked at them, realizing that they were most likely guests of the restaurant. He did not think they were murderers. The young men asked everyone to observe the rules of decency, as there were many people with them. The old man sitting at the table was outraged by the way these people approached and spoke disrespectfully to him when they first met. He got up from his chair and started knocking over all the food on the table because he was disrespected without knowing how old he was. The heir to the library again watched his food being knocked over by these rascals. He was irritated by the rudeness of these people. It was unacceptable to him, and if they didn't respect him, they shouldn't talk to him so disrespectfully, as that was the main rule. The twins, realizing that these people had no manners, decided to talk to them with their fists, because together with their brother they could quickly resolve this situation. But the old man kept shouting about his age, emphasizing that he was over 60 years old. They didn't even ask him how old he was and started to be rude, but these people didn't even know that they should ask. One of them decided to joke that it was the first time in the 10 years of their gang's existence that they had heard of such a rule. If you think about it, there are no such laws in the Murim world, and everyone wanted to stop Master Kim because he was shouting. It didn't matter what age he was, but he was so strong that he could hardly restrain himself from attacking them. But then these people heard that it was Master Kim whom they knew. They could not believe that such a polite Master Kim could become such a tough guy who would not let them say a word at all. Master Kim took out a golden flute from his pocket. There was no doubt that it was indeed Master Kim Jok. In this case, these people realized that they could not defeat these people. But why did this happen now? His strength could only be compared to an elder of the demonic faction. The problem wasn't even his flute 3 people couldn't hold off a master, and it wouldn't be easy to defeat them. Looking around with these inadequate twins, they couldn't imagine what they would do to them. The 2 beggars were also in the room. They were the best of the bunch, but they were quite violent. The young master, the head of their group, looked like a real martial arts master, and the leader of this gang decided that it was better not to mess with them. The guy watching this mess is already tired of all this nonsense around him. He takes his team and says that they need to go back. Was it really worth it for his friends to make such a scandal? They had already made a mess, so they should just leave. The old man couldn't get over the fact that the problem hadn't been solved yet, and they couldn't just leave. The people who had picked on them were going to just run away from this place, without even being responsible for this mess. Although the gang leader was stopping them, the words had already been spoken. Then the young master looked at them with a very cold look. This look made the gang whimper and become embarrassed. As soon as he looked at their bearded leader, something in his soul turned over. The moment they looked at the master, his body seemed to start breaking into different parts. He held his head, felt cold, and his face turned pale. His people began to ask what happened to him. The master began to behave uncharacteristically, but the young master did not even come over to make any kind of a punch. He just walked away from the place, ignoring the shouts. The young master was going to leave without a fight, but he still needed to stop picking up food from the floor, even though people were throwing away such beautiful food. The gang thought they had achieved what they wanted. When they felt his gaze, they realized that the young master could have easily killed them. They were glad that they were lucky, because if it had come to a fight, they would not have survived. The bald member of the gang asked the commander if they would not pursue these guys. But their leader was struck by the eyes of this young man when he looked at him. It seemed to him that he was being cut from the inside. His body was being torn into small pieces. It was hard for the commander to imagine whether he would have survived if the young master had drawn his sword. After a while, the sounds of the night Murim were filled with the melody of the old man's pipe. Sitting on the roof, a young man from the poor man's sect asked the old man why these men did not attack them. The old man replied that the warriors lacked honor, and it seemed that their master did not want to get into a fight. Although it would not have been difficult to defeat them, despite all this, at that moment Sohwa approached them. Sohwa asked these men to come to the young master's room. Although they were going to sleep, they needed to go to him. When they entered his room, they saw that Bomhan had prepared a test for them. Looking at what he had done, they wondered why they had called him. Their arms and legs refused to move, but the young master asked them to sit down and go through the test. They had never heard him speak to them like that, and it was just amazing. When they saw so many goodies on the owner's table, they were amazed, and he let them eat it all. But they still did not understand why he called them. Perhaps he wanted to tell them something. Recently, the head of the Murim came to the library and said something strange. He said that 1,000 guards had allegedly started attacking people, and that the Alliance itself could not cope with them. He was curious to know if this was true, and even more curious about what the two would say. They had a delicious dinner, and now it was clear to them why they had actually been called. It was no surprise that the Alliance was failing after all. They had allowed the crimes of the Samoon clan to happen, and it had certainly made a splash. But why did 1,000 guards choose such a dark path, causing so many problems, and they couldn't be stopped? It made the Murima Alliance seem like not such a cool place, because there was so much disorder. 1,000 guards were taken in 15 years ago, and they weren't like this then. Their future looked bright, and the young master didn't think he would hear such news. As they were having a delicious dinner, someone was watching them from a tree. This ninja not only overheard their conversation, but also quickly moved to another place. He moved to the elder and greeted him. There were two of them. They brought the elder sleeping pills, and everything was ready to be handed over. The old man turned to them. The warriors in the heavenly squad of 9 martial artists must successfully complete the task, because if they resume it for nothing, it will become an even greater threat. The fastest way to get rid of the heir apparent's squad is to kill the heir to the great library. The old man gives them a task, to do it in 7 days. They must kill everyone in the library, including the heirs. The soldiers realized that their lives depended only on themselves. They accepted this order. The wind whirled in the air, and the old man disappeared from sight. Boom Khan sets off on a long journey with an escort who does not leave his side by a single meter. Riding in the wagon, our hero thinks about a strange phenomenon that he observes throughout the journey. All the time he sees a bird that keeps flying after him. At first he thought it was a coincidence, but after a few days of chasing it, he begins to suspect that it is a spy. Although it doesn't get on his nerves much, he hopes that his colleagues will notice that they are being followed, because they could be hunted down and killed. It would be a good chance to test the skills of the squad that accompanies Han's Boom. The Sky Squad, as they call themselves, has to protect Boom Han throughout the journey, so he needs to know what they are capable of. And this spy falcon will do a great job of finding out their training and interactions. Suddenly the guy stops the wagon. Getting out to the paddock, he gathers them together, making it clear that the hunt for the falcon is about to begin. But no one understands what he is talking about. The old man turns to the owner, sensing this from the very beginning. He knew that his feelings were not lying. The heir to the great heavenly library is indeed a genius, and if they catch that bird, the killers will not be able to pursue them. But the fact is that the old man and the squad assumed that they were tired after several days of traveling, and because of this, the boy has a great chance of catching this bird. The disappearance of the spy bird will not only relieve them of boredom, but also make the enemy act faster, revealing their plans and ambushing them. So the squad decided to get down to business. Boom Khan smiled and, jokingly, questioned the abilities of his squad, hinting that they would not be able to catch the bird. Hearing the master's doubts, the squad became angry, eager to prove their potential. The young master's words struck a chord with them, and they decided to prove that they were capable of more than he thought. They were confident that they could catch that stinking bird. And the hero realized that sometimes you have to treat them like children. They began to think about an action plan for the hunt. The squad still had no representative, and they decided that the one who caught the falcon would become their leader and receive the title of Great. All the members of the squad liked the girl's proposal, because it would mean a new status and priority for everyone. The first participant was the young and agile Soshan, in whom the old man saw potential competition because he could easily catch a bird. Pushing off from the ground, Sochan strained his legs to jump high up. He seemed to fly into the air like a bird. The falcon did not expect to meet such an unexpected visitor and reacted instantly. At the moment when the boy almost caught the bird, it managed to evade him. Sochan lost the competition and began to fall down because he had climbed too high. Despite this, it could not be considered a defeat, because the boy almost touched the bird and landed quite well. Looking at him, his friends cheered him on, because the jump was great. He had overestimated his strength, thinking he could take off. But now he wondered if his brother would be able to do something. The second participant, Yinan, tosses a stone in his hand, looking angrily at the bird. "Man is different from animals because he knows how to use tools," he said. Despite this, he decided to catch the bird not with physical force, but with the power of the stone, accelerating. He throws the stone upwards like a projectile flying straight to the target. The stone gains speed like an arrow and rushes upward. However, the failure was expected because the stone disintegrated in the air before reaching the target. The other participants liked this performance because the guy failed. Despite this, he showed ingenuity, although it was unsuccessful. The third participants were twins from Musan who were seriously following the bird while holding knives. No one knew what they were up to, as they were not particularly intelligent. But when they took aim, they suddenly started throwing their knives, hoping to hit the bird. The knives flew toward the target, and it seemed that the bird was finished. However, the bird was high up, and they overestimated their abilities or underestimated its speed. The knives changed trajectory and fell down. Those participants who had not yet participated were satisfied with the twins' failure, because they would not receive the title of leader. Some of them did not even know that daggers could fly so high. The next participants were 3 warriors from the gorge, whose faces showed preparation for some kind of magic trick. One of them ordered them to get ready, but it was unclear what for. They directed their power into one structure. Some kind of magical ball flew out of their fists, heading toward the bird like a big energy punch. The strong blow would have been effective if it had hit the bird, but they missed. The fifth participant was Mi Bin Bin. She came out confidently, realizing that her previous attempts were hopeless. She wanted to show how to catch such birds, promising to make them fall from the sky like stones. However, she did not show any special trick. Confident in herself, she said, "I am Mi Bing Bing, the eldest daughter of the catcher of the White House, and I command the bird to obey my authority." But this trick did not work on the bird, which continued to fly over them. One of the participants felt ashamed looking at it, realizing that it looked stupid, and some even intended to marry it. The old man felt funny about this situation. How could the eldest daughter of the White House not catch a bird? He decided to show these newcomers who was in charge by becoming the sixth participant. Some of the participants were afraid because the old man's skills were known, and he could win, although everyone thought he would be more careful. Opening his pipe, he started blowing into it, making different sounds that he thought should affect the environment. The sound blast headed toward the bird, and it lost control. When the bird began to fall to the ground, the old man was overjoyed, controlling this spy animal with his gaze. No bird could resist his sound waves. He was one of the great leaders who was supposed to rule the squad. But soon the boys noticed something strange and raised their fingers up, because the bird, having lost control, took off again. The old man howled with anger, indignant at where it was going. Everyone was furious that they could not even touch the bird. They began to panic, thinking that now the killers would definitely kill them all. And Bum Khan watched this performance. Despite these attacks, the bird was not going to just fly away. It was circling in the clouds, ready to fly after them again, as soon as they moved on. It's really amazing, isn't it? Despite the setback, the commander emphasized the need to hurry up and move on. Soon everyone began to gather, but Bum Khan turned to the three warriors from the gorge. While they were on the road, Bum Khan wanted to talk to them alone. When they stopped for a rest in one of the hotels in Murim, he decided to take the opportunity to talk. While having dinner, Bum Khan began to realize which of the warriors was which by assessing their abilities. Looking at the skills that the squad had, he saw that they would be able to withstand any attack, whether it was a frontal or an ambush. However, a girl named Mi Bin Bin was an exception. Our hero realized that he had to get rid of her because she couldn't handle the killers. Because of his ties to the White House, he could not put her in such danger. So, left alone with the three warriors from the gorge, he asked them to look after her. They thought that Boom Han had made them great leaders and happily agreed, hoping that there would be no problems. When the other members of the Heavenly Squad found out that these three had become leaders, they were shocked and were not going to recognize them as leaders. The young master, looking at the circus, repeated once again that he had not appointed them as leaders. It was all a misunderstanding, because the other members of the squad thought that if he was talking to them, he had appointed them leaders. The old man was angry that he was not made the leader of the group, even though Mi Bin Bin had asked not to be protected because she could defend herself. Everything turned into chaos, and everyone attacked Bum Han. The old man shouted, "Sanghua Master Kim Jong seems to have changed his name. Bring him a glass of cold water." But the old man assured them that he was not worried. He was just defending his rights. As the chaos intensified, Xianghua moved a few meters away, and her head began to spin. She fell to the floor and lost consciousness, and everyone who saw it was scared. Looking at this, everyone started to feel tired and dizzy, and realized that it was me who started to act. Each of them felt it, but the old man did not smell it and did not notice the changes in the air. He realized that it was poison, but it was too late. His consciousness became cloudy, and he fell down. Soon, in a few seconds, the entire squad fainted because of the strange smoke, except for our hero. The killer squad began to act from afar, and they acted wisely. The killers looked at their fallen victims and saw them as easy prey. The mission had never been so easy. They flooded the room where the bodies were scattered, but they had to act quickly, because the poison only lasted for a certain time. It would take them 5 minutes to kill the enemy in their sleep. It was nothing too difficult for them. At the moment when they waved the knife over the young master and approached his body, it seemed that all was lost, and that this was how our story would end. But, suddenly, a sound spread through the room that made everyone hold their breath. The sound came from the body of an old man who seemed unconscious. But with a pained expression on his face, the old man tried to protect the heir to the library, and begged them not to harm him, killing only himself. He asked to kill everyone in the room, but not to touch the great heir to the library. The killers looked at the other people, and realized that the old man and some others were awake. They saw that these people were helpless, and planned to kill them later. The twins raised their hands and begged for mercy, but the killers did not like this gesture. If they were human, why did they ask for it at all? It was even funny. All this time, the heir to the great library was conscious, although he pretended to be unconscious, because he drank the blood of a hexagonal snake and the juice of a special plant that gave him protection from poison. Thanks to this poison, he became imbued with sympathy for these guys, and promised himself to save them, no matter what it took. The murderers looked at the people who began to come too, and despite their requests to kill them first, they realized that everything has its own time. They wanted to show how they would finish off the heir to the great library that they were trying to protect. This man had only brought chaos to their lands, and they remembered that he had tried to kill himself for a reason. Holding a dagger over our hero, they wanted to end his life. Listening to this, the guy realized that it was really strange. Why did he have to live this life? However, he had had enough of this arbitrariness. He activates his energy, and it's time for the killers to find out who they've messed with. The moment our hero opened his eyes, the killer above him froze motionless. It didn't matter who would kill the heir, but one of the killers called himself the boss and wanted to do it himself. While they were arguing, the killer behind our hero suddenly fell to pieces. Boom Khan got up from his chair, and the poison did not affect him at all. Only drops of the killer's blood scattered across the room. Incredibly quickly, our hero rushed to attack the other killer, who called himself the boss. He quickly began to administer justice with his sword, cutting the enemy to pieces, moving his limbs away from their usual position. His fellow killers were shocked by what was happening. The warriors of the Heavenly Squad began to come to their senses and watched in amazement. The hand of one of the killers flew to the side, and Mi Bingbing did not even realize that she had mistaken it for a pillow, hugging it. The guy stood in full combat readiness, looking at the enemies and ready to destroy them. They were hardly expecting it. Nevertheless, the warriors were not going to give up so quickly, and our hero was preparing to fight them to the fullest. Pulling out his sword, the killer was ready to at least resist this attack and finish his job. Our hero's strong punch pierced the space like lightning, rushing towards the enemy. Something incredible began to happen to the sword of one of the assassins, as our hero's sword began to cut the steel in half. At the moment when the sword cut through the steel and broke the defense of one of the killers, everything changed. A lightning strike pierced through the enemy, taking away his pride. A minute later, he was lying on the ground, completely excluded from this world. In a state of shock, the killers realized that they could not attack the heir to the great library directly. They decided to influence him psychologically by taking the girl hostage. But one of them did not listen to his boss, and decided to deal with our hero with the help of his insidious technique, which was activated directly in the guy's back. All these blows were rejected and reflected, directed towards his opponent. Moreover, the energy was refracted and scattered around the room like sunbeams from mirrors. Looking at the heir to the heavenly library, the assassins realized that they had to retreat, because they would be finished. They didn't understand how he could fight back so cleverly, and they knew that if the library guards were set upon them, they would be finished for sure. Their retreat strategy was to launch an infinite number of daggers at the heir to distract him. Few could escape this technique, but not our hero. He broke the huge blocks of the house beneath him and scattered them into small pieces to avoid being hit. All the surviving killers started running away during this attack. Boom Khan could not pay much attention to the killers and chase them, because he needed to save his people. One of the twins promised that he would take care of it. Boom Khan decided to chase after these scoundrels to deprive them of their self-confidence. At that moment, one of the killers, who had been shot in the left thigh, was bleeding and running, trying to escape. His colleague decided to help him, but it was all in vain. The friend asked him to fight himself and run away from the heir. Right before the killer's eyes, a dissonance occurred when his friend was captured by the heir to a large library. Standing in front of the fallen body of his friend, the heir pointed his bloody sword in the direction of the surviving scoundrel. He was hoping for an interesting contest or battle, but the picture before his eyes was not very impressive. The murderer stood before him, pointing his sword at him and trembling with fear. He decided not to run away, but to fight him directly. Smiling at the sight, Bumhan realized that he had a great sword for such occasions, and just for fun, he began to reflect light from the moon. Without even approaching the killer, by directing the moonlight towards this enemy, he was able to overthrow him. The moment the killer fell, it became clear that he was finished. It was a long and painful death. Why did they even agree to this? The heir to the library was no longer the same. He had come to his senses, and they had paid deeply for their actions. Returning to his room, Boom Khan decided to see how his squad was doing. When he jumped through the window, he saw an interesting picture. Everyone had already regained consciousness and was in good shape, sitting and waiting for him. They needed to clean up the mess and move to another house. He ordered his counselor Sanqua to pay for the repairs and find them a new place to sleep. At that moment, one of the soldiers of the Heavenly Detachment, an old man we know, approached the owner. He was overjoyed and grateful for his life-saving act. Thanks to Bum Khan, an old man like him will be able to live out his life. He owes him a great debt of gratitude. With his gesture, the old man wants to express his gratitude by bringing an object as a gift and asks the young master to accept it. The 3 warriors from the gorge were also grateful for the rescue and did not stand aside because they almost died. Evil is doubled, but thanks to the good that is multiplied tenfold, they will never forget his mercy. The twins were also grateful for the rescue and expressed their thanks. A warm atmosphere prevailed in the room, and everyone expressed their gratitude to the young master. They all unanimously decided to make Master Humban the leader of the squad and agreed that the young master deserved to become their leader. They all urged him to become the leader, even though he did not really want to do it. He didn't want to interfere with their fictional units, but at the same time, if they wanted him to, he would become their leader and take on this responsibility. The squad joyfully exclaimed that they now had a boss worthy of their respect, and everything went back to normal. Their leader's first order was quite interesting, and everyone had to listen carefully. Since he was now the leader of the unit, he disbanded the unit, and everyone was released. The joy on the faces of these people disappeared in an instant. They didn't understand what had happened, and the childlike joy turned into mournful sadness. And on this note, we move to a completely different situation. A young man came to his master's house. It was just the 2 of them in the house, and the owner asked him not to speak so formally. The letter came from the heir to the Heavenly Library. The answer was held by the head of the main fortress of healers, Yunhua Un. The letter said that the heir would arrive in 2 days. This letter came from the library faster than Yunhua Zheng, who was in charge of external relations of the main healer fortress, thought. In such a case, they need to follow the rules and prepare properly. But how so quickly? No matter what, Hua Un was confident that they would be up to the task in preparation, and their resources and the vigilance of Academy Master Namhua would not be disturbed. However, the heir to the Great Library must not be allowed to enter the main gate again. No good will come of it if the Manhwa Academy Master finds out. They have a poisonous beetle that the heir needs, but in exchange, they want the heir to arrive at the main fortress of healers. If he solves this riddle and deciphers the hidden message, the first head of the healer's fortress was one of the 3 fortresses that specialize in fonts, and because of this, the Academy's headmaster Nam Hua was muted, but there was no response from him. So the heir to a large library was invited, who turned out to be more intelligent. However, unexpectedly 10 days ago, the master of the Namhua Academy appeared on the threshold of the fortress. The answer did not come because of problems with pigeons, but it was positive. It turned out that 2 people would be able to solve the font at once, the master of the Namhua Academy and the heir to the Great Library. If the master of the Namhua Academy found out about this, there could be misunderstandings, and there are also fears that this could interfere with the decipherment of the font. Hua Zheng had to work very hard on this task, although he is sure that he will do his best to keep the 2 masters friendly. But an order is an order. The heir could not be allowed in. They had to wait. They hoped that everything would work out, because they could not predict the master's reaction. It was very difficult to keep the heir to a large library out, but help would be provided. The letter from the heir to the Great Library said that he would be coming to Wichuan, so he expected a warm welcome. As you can see from the letter, his manners left much to be desired. Therefore, they decided to seize the moment. Hyun Akgom and Tan Hongsu would be enough to scare him. Although the plan was not perfect and not entirely clear, something could be done. Finally, the master asked how the boys were doing, and was told that they were refraining from going out, and that they remained prepared for these monasteries. Despite this, they can't be banned from going out forever, but if they scatter in different directions, it will cause difficulties for the guild. But do not worry, because the assistant will take care of it and check them again before leaving. We return to our host, who is rushing quickly on a wagon. They will soon be at the main fortress of the healers, although the journey was long and took a lot of time. Finally, Boom Khan will receive the poisonous beetle and complete his enhancement. However, there are conditions. He must come in person. If they need our hero for something, it means that there is a reason for it that only he can solve. Riding in the chariot, he caught a fleeting pleasure in the silence without the inappropriate squad he had disbanded. As soon as he relaxed, the chariot came to an abrupt halt, for they had arrived at one of the designated points. Meeting at the entrance to one of the restaurants. The guy didn't expect to be received today, because he was supposed to arrive tomorrow. He did not think that a representative of the main fortress of healers would already meet him. However, he arrived to see the heir to a large library, because he had invited him, and he could not disobey this request. But the heir wanted nothing of the sort. He didn't understand what was being said. These words sounded like a joke, but what was their purpose in asking for a meeting? Bumhan thought that if his assistant had misinterpreted the letter, then he was apologizing for such a stupid thing, and for not paying attention. Huazhong, looking at the heir's manners, noticed that he was behaving rather strangely. His shamelessness was indescribable. Although he looked good and spoke confidently, his words were strange. What kind of servant would write a letter on behalf of his master? How could he allow this to happen? I could feel that he did not shrink back in fear at the sight of Hyun Ok-gom and Tan Hong-soo. Perhaps this also influenced him. It made it clear that perhaps he thought he was better than the Fortress of Healers. Maybe he thought he was capable of doing anything, and that's why he felt so arrogant. Huazhong repeated his purpose for coming as it related to the young master's letter, but he realized that it was a misunderstanding. Despite this, Huachan wanted to invite the heir to the fortress now, but unfortunately, there were several issues to be resolved there. Because of this, he asks the heir to wait for a while in this house. Perhaps it will take about 5 days. If the situation is resolved sooner, they will immediately invite him to the fortress. The heir, looking at Huazhong, no doubt saw through him, because his words were like an apology. But it didn't look like he was really apologizing. The letter from the fortress said that he had to visit them personally, so there was a problem, and they needed his intelligence to solve it. But instead of meeting quickly and preparing for the meeting, he is not allowed to enter the fortress, and it sounds like they have found someone else to solve this problem. The young master realizes that it doesn't matter how many people they involve in this task. The one who solves the problem first will get the poisonous beetle, so he can't just leave it at that. Although Huazhong had 2 strong men by his side, who were going to watch over the young master and hold him down by force, he had no choice but to use the same force. Perhaps they would think that they had returned at the wrong time, the young master realized, hearing a noise outside the room. There was a lot of gossip and various foul language behind his back. It was the Heavenly Squad, which, although disbanded, decided to return to the young master. As they walked down the corridor, they discussed some topics. Huazhong, hearing shouting and various gestures with foul language, asked who these noisy people were. If they were disturbing, he could go out and deal with them. He wondered why they were even discussing a pink embroidered shirt like 2 old women. A minute later, this group came into the house with a beautiful gold embroidered shirt on their left breast. They praised it and discussed how it would bring them good luck and wealth, not even noticing the important meeting of their master. Huazhong and his bodyguards did not understand what the beggars were doing here, nor did the girl from a completely different social class. Even the twins, who were disappointed because the embroidery was golden and they wanted the color of fresh blood, were discussing it among themselves. The guards recognized these guys. They were the twins from Musan. But why did they come to this ceremony? The guys from the gorge began to calm everyone down, asking them not to act like fools, because they were ashamed of the whole team. Their initiative to choose the color of the embroidery on their clothes was not the most successful. Huachan's guards recognized them as well. They were the 3 warriors from the gorge. They were some of the most talented assassins who were constantly escaping arrest. They remembered that these people could kill and skin their victims. Behind them was an old man they knew very well, known for his talent. It was Kim Jok. Why he was walking with this group was unclear. There was no answer to these people's questions because they were only expecting the master of the Heavenly Library, and here was a whole group. Master Kim Jok was one of the highest skill-level warriors in Murim, and lately, everyone had been asking about his age. Huazhong realized that he needed to be friends with such people to get on the pedestal faster, so he decided to say hello to them. At that moment, the young owner ordered all the people who entered the room to close their mouths. This stunned Huazhong and his squad. They did not understand whether the heir was in his right mind at all. One letter was enough to realize that he had no manners. But did he even know who these people were and why he was treating them this way? After the heir made a remark to his squad, the people who were present and listening to him address people they knew asked the heir to watch his words, which angered him. But why do they suddenly have the right to make comments to him? He hadn't said anything wrong, and these people were being very noisy. But Huachan had a counter-argument. Highly distinguished people had entered the room. The heir to a great library doesn't care how prominent they are. He still claimed to be better than them. Huazhong could not believe it, because it was not true. Looking at him, the heir realized that they did not understand who he was. All the information about him was that he was the heir to a great heavenly library. But in reality, the guy had bigger intentions and more importance for everyone. He was the great leader of the Heavenly Squad. Of course, this was the first time this boy had heard of the Heavenly Squad, and he did not understand what these words meant. But when he turned around, he saw a very interesting fact that could confirm it all. Each of these people was wearing an embroidered shirt with hieroglyphs on it that said, Squad of Heaven. The heir, looking at his men, said that this was not a particularly important achievement. They had convinced him to take this title, and what could he do, since everything had already happened, and they needed an heir? Analyzing all this information, the Heaven Squad and the heir to the Great Library, Huazhong wondered what was going on. At this so-called meeting that he had come up with the idea to have, it was clear that they would have to spend some time together, and because of this, Huazhong would need to get used to each other. At this moment, the entire Heavenly Library squad stood in the background, which the heir introduced to Huazhong. These were all his servants who worshipped him, and he suggested that the conversation continue in a completely different tone. The person responsible for external relations of the main healer's fortress did not expect this turn of events. This information made him feel sick. After this dialogue, our hero and his team found themselves in a large, spacious house, and Hua Zhongbo was very happy to show them around, assuring them that they would not go anywhere. Bumhan was pleased that an insightful and responsible man was in charge of external relations. Although he did not like the prospect of staying in this house, he had no choice but to wait. The other thing that confused the guy was the aroma that came from nowhere. While they were touring the courtyards of the fortress, it created some problems for them. Since it could take about 5 days to decipher the message, the whole situation had to be kept secret. Of course, these guys had to stay in the shadow of the Master and Manhwa Academy. They said that the smell of smoke was too strong and they wondered what the reason was. After all, the terrible smell did not make it clear whether it was a medicine fortress, which should smell like medicine, not smoke. This gave them a chance to make the meeting even earlier, because all the students had long known that rumors spread incredibly quickly. In addition, there was a master, Kim Jok, in the squad. After their meeting, a scandal could be avoided, so the situation was taking an interesting new turn, but everything had to be organized. A few days later, interesting news reached the beautiful house. It penetrated everywhere and revealed very interesting facts. The table was set, and the alcohol was already poured into glasses at the moment when the news reached one of the representatives, who was listening attentively to what kind of news he wanted to tell him. Hua Chan came to inform the master, who had come at their request, about the heir to the Heavenly Library. He was amazed that he had actually come and was still alive. Huazhong asked him to be polite to him. They should be careful with the members of the Heavenly Library family, because they have outstanding knowledge. Without their help, they could put themselves in a dangerous situation. However, the young master did not like this message. Have they forgotten who they invited and who they are? Using levitation, this master raised his sword and took it in his hand, emphasizing caution, but not towards their organization. Their grim community heard only the word forward at their leader's order, and set out to increase the number of warriors on guard. Huazhong was not expecting this and tried to stop them for a moment, because there was no need to be hostile. He wanted to talk to the guests from the library and asked all these people to wait until he did. Huazhong was no longer happy with his job, but he had to run from one place to another. Now he was at the library's heir apparent to ask if they were causing any inconvenience, and sure enough, there were some problems. The city where they were forced to live was surrounded by mountains, and it seemed to him that they were in exile. However, it was not exile at all. It was a place where only aristocrats lived. He didn't understand why the heir spoke so highly of their paradise, even though there were several problems that needed to be solved immediately. But how long can you hide these problems and not talk about them? Or perhaps their master does not allow it. But Huazhong only turned away and evaded, saying that he couldn't say anything for now. He thought that he shouldn't tell the truth, neither to the master from Manhwa Academy, nor to the heir to the library. They shouldn't know about each other. Hearing Huazhong's words, the old man waved a stick at him, and asked if no one had taught him manners. If the heir asks a question, he must answer it clearly. If he doesn't answer, then let his colleagues and friends, who were looking at Huazhong as their victim, answer. One of them couldn't stand this circus and decided to stop it, calling their behavior stupid and asking everyone to calm down. Since they had been talking to Huazhong all this time, they had to act and understand the reason why they were being held here. Although he really liked it here because it seemed like it was quiet and fresh air, and you could grill meat. But Mi Bin Bin was already tired of all this chatter and talk about meat. She warned that if you eat only meat, you will become as fat as a wagon, although she already looked a little fatter. Of course, such talk started another fight, which created an impression and made noise throughout the mountainous area. The young owner realized that his friends were going crazy in this closure. He asked everyone to be quiet, as he was going to speak now. Everyone went to their seats. Bum Khan once again asked to explain the situation in the fortress and tell all the details. He was especially interested in whether the fortress had found a replacement healer. Huazhong realized that he had been exposed, but he didn't want to give it away. However, our hero turned out to be very smart and began to analyze the situation. He realized that the fortress had sent him a personal invitation, and it was not for nothing. If he had refused, he might not have been invited again, or perhaps it was an attempt to solve some problem, but it still seemed strange. He was met and asked not to come to the fortress itself for the time being, and it is not clear under what circumstances he was asked to stay, as if on a separate island. One can only think that he is a backup, and that a replacement will be found. It was true, but Huazhong couldn't just admit it. He didn't think the young owner would hit the nail on the head. He said it as if he knew everything in advance. If he made excuses, it would only arouse more suspicion. In addition, looking at the air, they realized that his behavior will definitely not go unnoticed. If he goes back after all this, and if the masters of the Manhwa Academy fail to cope, the situation will become even more awkward. And if they ask for help from the library again after that, they will make fools of themselves. Then the poisonous beetle will be just a trifle, because they will have to give more money and gold. Vaijun and Blore were worried about this. It was clear that something had to be done in this situation. After collecting his thoughts, he decided to tell the whole truth to these people. After listening to him, they realized that he was going through a double task, and that was the reason they were here. The heir, of course, had realized the situation earlier, but wondered why they were leading them by the nose. Hearing the reaction of these people, Huazhong was glad that things were not that bad. He had expected a more violent reaction and thought he would be defended. The young master apologized for his rudeness, promising that in the future, all his words and actions would be deliberate. The most important thing for Bum Khan was to solve the problem of the healer's fortress without hiding his own benefit. He understood the situation they were in, and suggested that they might allow 2 people to conduct a double check at once. The young master did not want to waste his time and wanted to get information about the problem right now. They won't tell Manhwa Academy that they are also working on a solution, unless you tell them yourself. Huazhong realized that things weren't as bad as he had imagined. He thanked the young owner for his insight. Our hero was sure that he could understand his point of view. He also wanted to tell him something else about the thousands of battles he had once heard. Realizing this question, why his friend was asking about it, he heard the answer that they had nothing to do with it. The fact was that they were now behind this door. Hearing this, the young man was really angry, because he needed to know more about this situation and what they were doing here. But the question arose whether the library had a bad relationship with them. The answer was yes, but it was too late, because someone knocked on the door. Boom Khan abruptly opened the door, surrounded by his friends and fellow members of the Sky Squad. Soon he saw that they were surrounded by the squad itself. A squad of 1,000 guards had come to this particular house. But why did they bring a table for a feast? Some of his team had heard about them and didn't think they would ever see them alive. It was an impressive sight, because for some of them they were real heroes. There were rumors that they were training and terrorizing people, but what was really happening to them was of great interest to the young owner. At that moment, the old man noticed that a memorial ceremony was being held downstairs. They had such a pure heart that one of them assumed they were paying their respects. If they didn't know it, let them check, because he had just woken up recently. Looking at this, the young master realized that they were commemorating a hero who was the former head of the Murim Alliance. Some people rarely become like that, and Hugon shed tears as he watched, because it was very touching of them. The beggars loved them with all their hearts after they learned that they were honoring their patron saint. They rushed forward to pay their respects. As they approached the table, they felt sorry for the head of Murim, but if he knew what honors were being given to him, he would definitely be happy. The old man recalled that when he was on the verge of giving up, he asked him for advice. He told him to just give up, and these words affected him, giving him the strength to live. That same Master Kim Jok was just incredible. At that moment, their entire squad paid tribute and discussed the head of Murim. What a great warrior he was. The squad of 1,000 warriors looked at these people and were amazed that they were much more educated than they thought. Soon a young master came out from behind a mountain and a building. When they saw the heir, they asked what he had to say about their master. Crossing his arms, The young man disdained their master and said that he could only repeat what had already been said. His squad was shocked by this disrespect. They were all afraid of the consequences. One of the men looked at him and got angry at his disrespect and wanted to kill him on the spot. It was the right thing to do. Don't let yourself get hurt and don't lose each other. The leader of the squad did not like the young master's tone, and his words made him angry. It was the first time he had ever seen someone from the heavenly library who had no words for their master. Boomhan rudely told the young man that the reason was that he was tired of talking to idiots. At this point, the soldiers were about to attack the heir to the library, but the leader of the squad stopped them, saying that he thought the reason was interesting. If any of them had said the same thing, it would have been Hugon. These words again angered one of the leaders of the squad. Our hero's men did not understand why he was angry with these soldiers, and he should not have said it, so that there would be no consequences. But it wasn't that simple, and Boomkhan was prepared to explain the reason. The fact is that even the most loyal children are not forced to mourn their parents. Such children would be real idiots who would only want to show off what respectful sons and daughters they are. And the soldiers want to show how close they are to the best person in the world. Don't such actions look ridiculous and insincere? And if one of them is not satisfied, his cold corpse is then found in a ditch. One of the warriors, unable to bear his words, pointed his sword at the air. One of the heavenly squad decided to protect his master by using a strong energy punch. This ninja flew away from the blow, and the defense worked. The warrior successfully returned back to his team without making an attack. Looking again at Boomhan, one could see that his squad was acting in concert and had surrounded their master to protect him. One of them spoke up again and warned that he would not repeat himself. If anyone attacked again and pointed his sword against the heir to the heavenly library, he would die. Even the three twin warriors did not understand their warning. They wanted to kill them right now. Of course, they could have done so, but these guys were worrying our leader, so they couldn't do that. Looking at them, the soldiers of the 1000th unit realized that they cannot negotiate now. The leaders of these units looked into each other's eyes, trying to understand each other's position. After a few minutes, Brother Dong Dong of the 1000 Without Medicine squad turned around and told everyone, "Let's go back." The young master looked at their reaction, and some questions remained unanswered. As they ate dinner and roasted something on the fire, no one understood why the young master said that these guys were worried about the leader. When discussing this topic, they were just bluffing in that situation to look stronger. The warriors were planning for the master at that moment, and did not know if they were talking about something they did not understand. Recalling the situation, the leader was on the verge of death, but in front of these guys, he behaved very strangely. Bim Bim realized in her rage that this did not mean they respected him. They were afraid of death. One of the beggars at dinner confirmed this point of view, because they were afraid that they would die because their squad would kill them all. Perhaps Bim Bim forgot where they were now. They are now in Murima, and there are often various clashes in Murima. This leads to senseless deaths, the elder said. The leaders expressed their sympathy, agreeing with all the statements. If a dispute arises without such a ronda, it will definitely not end well. But one of the three warriors from the gorge did not believe that anyone could match their team. However, if they were forced to express condolences, they would definitely find those who would not care, even if these people were the leaders of the sea squads. It is time for the 1000 guards to come to terms with reality, because their leader has decided to take a chance and help them with this. Contrary to their expectations, their leader was much gentler with them than they had thought. Bim Bim turned the other way and noticed the house. Huajong was just inside, along with the young owner who brought him something to decipher. Looking at this document, the young master realized that it was written quite recently. If it was an ancient document, the texture of the paper could be part of the font, and why would they make a copy to complicate the task? But the fact is that Huajong still assured the young master not to worry, because the copy is simply indistinguishable from the original. But why this guy was so sure of this, our hero could not rest. Looking at the script, the guy realized that he could finally use his brilliant mind and, thanks to his knowledge, it would not be difficult to read this document. For a long time, the young master remained silent. Huajong didn't even like this silence, and he began to worry, deciding to ask the master what he had found. Maybe he had already found the answer? But Bumhan asked him to be quiet and not to be distracted. Looking at him, it was clear that he was so focused that even such a question could prevent him from solving this problem. Maybe I should keep quiet, Huajong thought. But the young master looking at the script seemed only intelligent. In his heart, he knew that he didn't understand anything yet, but for the sake of his poisonous bug, he had to try. It was clear that he would need more time to use his innate intelligence. If he doesn't crack the code, his bug will fly far, far away and never come back. He needs to try his best to decipher it. But at one point he noticed something similar. His technique activated, and his eyes sparkled with completely different colors. At one point, it seemed to him that the word had finally started to move, or it was another mistake. Looking more closely, he realized that he was right, and the text was indeed moving. But as soon as you look at it, it stops moving. This makes him realize that he needs to relax his gaze and look at this script from a completely different angle. After a while, the script starts to move, seemingly unknown, but magically it began to take shape. The answer to this question that everyone expected to see, as if all the symbols began to combine into a single whole. And the guy seemed to... He recognized this document. Understanding its properties, he admired it, and the text glowed with completely different colors. But at the moment when he knew how to read the document, he was abruptly woken up. Hua Zhang was worried about him, because he had been sitting still for about an hour, and he began to worry. When asked about the font, the young master replied that, unfortunately, he was unable to find the key to the font. But he realized how long it would take him to find it. About a month. Another question was, who wrote this document in the first place? They had received it by accident, and so they could not answer this question. If the young owner knew who the author was, it would have made it much easier for him. In any case, this is a completely different story. Our hero would like to greet the chief healer, but he wondered if he was busy. He is currently in seclusion, and even they cannot see him because they do not know when his seclusion will end. Apparently our hero was lucky to at least meet him. Hua Zhang left the room, hoping that the young master would do his best to solve this key. He only said goodbye to him, leaving him alone. His squad began to tackle the scroll on their own, hoping to unravel the secrets of the healer's fortress, thinking that it was about a treasure. But the young master did not even consider what he could learn from this scroll. He was thinking about this funny man who was the chief healer in seclusion. The author of this document is the chief healer of the fortress, who has closed himself off from the whole world. And perhaps there is an answer here that will help him come out of seclusion. Sitting in his room, the young master was deciphering this scroll. After a while, he managed to see what was reflected in the first part of this script, which read, "Chief healer of the fortress, open your soul and listen to it." People think that his main invention is the golden kernel, but it is not. His main masterpiece is the main treasure, which is not just a golden kernel, but something that cannot be compared to anything else in this world. At the moment when you have the opportunity to look at it, one glance will be enough to restore your vital energy, and by touching it, you can heal. If you ask him what was the happiest moment of his life, he will answer, "It was the day he saw this treasure, and this treasure smiled at him." The scroll contained a request. "Bring it to me, and I will rejoice again. Bring it back to me where the moonlight in the doctor's room points, where the same 375. Boomcon realizes that the special thing about this treasure is not just the golden core. It can drag anyone who wants to possess it to the afterlife. In addition, one glance or touch is enough to generate energy. But of course, it wasn't that simple, because the chief healer could have complicated things and invented something. In his mind, he scrolls through his memories, where the chief healer Yen Ak was present at the moment when our hero approached him. At first, he didn't hear him, but when the owner approached the chief healer and asked what he had been doing all this time, Yen Ak answered, and all this time he was thinking only about medicine, but not as a joke. He was thinking about medicine, because you can even lose your mind that way. Every medicine can become a poison, and you need to know this, keeping the measure. If you make a mistake, it can be fatal. Recalling a recent moment, he almost died because of his research, but the healer said that he was in good enough shape to prescribe the medicine to someone else. First, he had to test the medicine on himself, but the owner wondered why his notes were encrypted and only he could read them. How could he pass on his knowledge to the next generation, judging by the font of the author of the text? However, our hero had a question. What is the condition of the chief healer now? If he is fine, then there is no point in asking someone to decipher his notes. Obviously, he was in some kind of trouble. That guy was trembling like a leaf when he asked if he could meet with the chief healer. Judging by this information, something was being hidden from him. The #1 task for him was to find out what had happened to the chief healer. He called his advisor Songvi to prepare his writing materials. They all gathered to have the young master write down an important message. The recorded message would not be as difficult to decipher as the one before. Together they would decipher everything by morning, but there was one but that people noticed. Everything had already been decrypted, and the young man knew what he was talking about. But why did he pretend to know nothing if the entire text was already in front of him? The Fortress of Healers was asking to decipher the text written by the chief healer, and it was just incredible. It became obvious that the whole situation arose out of a desire to take possession of these treasures, and the greed of our hero's associates was making itself felt. They wanted to get it, because there are often disputes over the golden core. After listening to all the advice of his friends, the young master realized that they were exaggerating, because nothing special had happened. The only thing that mattered was what happened to the main healer. The only exception was when a conflict arose between his sons, in which case they would never have accepted them as guests. One of the trio from the gorge argued that this was the case, because it was about the host and the world they were in. This is Murim. Something like this always happens here. And what about the assassins who can't keep up with Bum Khan because of the contract? He was told that there is a squad that is supposed to destroy all the mercenaries, but he hasn't heard anything else about them. After they deal with the problems of the healer's fortress, the guy will have to use his martial arts. Still, an operation on this information is possible, but they don't know everything completely, so they need to find out what exactly happened to the main healer. One of them wanted Master Kim Jok and two of them to help, and the guy asked for help that they could not refuse. The first task for Master Kim Jok was to use a melody on the flute that would make the fortress guards show their true emotions and sacred thoughts. Once they have recovered, the two of them will go inside and find out what is possible there. And this trio gladly took on this task and is ready to fulfill it right now. Although the old man began to play a sad melody on his flute, it was unexpected. The sounds echoed throughout the place, and this melody could be heard affecting his colleagues. They could not control their tears that began to flow from their eyes, because the old man was a true master. The young master realized that the flute could also affect the guards of the healer's fortress, so he called his brothers to look in the direction he pointed with his finger. Their tears stopped involuntarily, and they noticed something else. The tears had stopped because of a special technique the young master had used for his clan, and they could not hear anything through the flute. One of Bumhan's friends from the Heavenly Squad could not even imagine that it was possible to stop the influence of music through a state of whole blood. Moreover, the leader was not affected by the flute, and looking at him, everyone wondered. The effect would only last for a few hours, so the guys had to return from their mission by then, and the same would happen to the guards, who would fall down and sob in tears. Boom Khan warned them not to do anything stupid and to focus only on their goal. In addition to finding the place marked in the font, they need to try to learn as much as possible about what happened in that place. The beggars set out on the task together with the old man, being vagabonds and experts at gathering information. As they left, they promised that they would not let him down at any cost. As soon as they set off on their mission, Bum Khan was approached by a man who became curious, looking at his equipment. The fact is that the guards from the gorge noticed a resemblance to the head of Murim, and it was very strange. They wondered if he was the head of Murim in his past life. This made him feel uncomfortable. His colleagues noticed that until recently, the heir to the Heavenly Library had only been a student, but now he was giving each of them a run for their money. Moreover, he was not affected by Kim Jok's music, and he prevented its effects. The young master just left without answering their question, because they joked that it could be true. But when the guy stepped aside, he thought for a minute and decided to come back. He said that he was not only the head of Murim, but that he was still the head of Murim. Some people thought it was just a joke, because a stupid question should be answered in the same way. Although it was true, no one noticed. Let's go back to the mission in which the vagrants and Kim Jok participated. They climbed onto the roof of a building and assumed that the treasure was inside. One of them, in the moonlight, looked like an arrow. The archive was nearby, closer than the treasure. Perhaps the head of the healers himself was in the silver pharmacy. And as they looked ahead, they realized that the door seemed to be unlocked. The young master, along with one of the twins and Bim Bim, listened to the information about the silver pharmacy. The vagabonds found out that the healer's head was not in order, and that he was most likely feeling very ill, although his body was fine. However, it was still unclear what the vagabond was referring to, so they asked him to elaborate. The young vagrant said that it seemed that the head of the healers had lost his mind. Sometimes consciousness gets confused, and people don't even realize that they have become like this. It could have been a side effect of the medicine that affected him. It was as if a master had made a poison and poisoned himself. Bim Bim could not even believe it. At the moment when the Heavenly Squad wanted to ask their leader what he thought about this, he grabbed his head and sat down. When asked how he felt, the answer was, "Not very well. I think I understand how hard it is for the people in the healer's fortress. Still, to learn more, they need to behave fairly normally and not stand out." The team went on another mission to gather information. Understanding what his squad had reported to him, he realized that a healer who had long since tried the cure on himself would have ended up like that anyway. In those moments, he could have helped him solve this problem, but only if he had the necessary equipment. Going back in his mind to the situation with the chief healer, Chairman Murima wanted to help him, but something got in the way. That night, a young man from the Faceless Squad heard the sound of the old man's flute. He could not sleep in his room, feeling anxious in his soul. He stared at the ceiling for a long time, thinking about the incident that had happened during the day. At their site, the squad was preparing food, joking that the cow had eaten a lot, and now they were eating it. During breakfast, they discussed what to catch for dinner, perhaps a wild boar. But there was still plenty of time until evening, and they would catch something for sure. Soon after, Dongdong's brother appeared on the perimeter of their campsite. However, he was full of rage, his eyes glowing with fury. Something was wrong with him. Instead of getting angry, they offered him something to eat if he hadn't already. However, no one could talk to him because he was silent, and no one knew sign language. Finally, he decided to write a message in the sand for these guys. The question was where their leader was, where he was hiding. But why does he need to know? Because the leader is busy now. Just sit down and eat. He realized that the flute playing last night was the work of their squad. The melody reminded him of the events of yesterday, which is why he couldn't sleep and had to deal with their leader. They were joking about whether Brother Dongdong had decided to kill the leader and why he had come. If he couldn't sleep, he should leave or just eat some meat. But everyone ignored him and he got really angry. He began to threaten everyone with death by his own hands, but they treated him with all their hearts and could not understand how he could write such things. One of the twins got angry and said that if a bastard like him continued to write his threats and didn't get tired of it, he could smile for the last time before he died. No one was afraid of him, but no one was going to confront him, realizing the possible consequences. One of the twins tensed his arm when he saw that his brother Dongdong was beginning to become aggressive. At the moment when this young man decided to compete with one of the twins, the heir of the Great Library was nearby and stopped their fight. When asked why he stopped their attack, the young master used his technique. Suddenly his head hurt, as if some kind of sound wave had hit him, but the sucker didn't notice anything. It affected him more than the others. The young master made a remark to the twins, saying how they could compete with such a guy when this young man was much older. However, he did not intend to kill. When the old man came out of the restroom, he said that he had seen her lying on the dong-dong. The young owner knew perfectly well that this guy had to learn how and with whom to fight. If it had been someone other than their unit, he would have been dead long ago. But why is he called Dundon at all? Maybe only the old man knows his real name, who is a really interesting person. It was hard for the young master to explain how he knew all this, but he explained that he knew the owner of their house. The old man did not believe him, thinking it was not true. Perhaps he was using the technique of thought whispering. After a while, only two people remained, the young owner and Dongdong's brother, because the old man and the twin had left. They looked at each other and made eye contact, but the young man said nothing. In his past life, our hero had seen him, and it reminded him of the day they met for the first time. The last time was when he was still very young. He was only 3 or 4 years old, and his older brother was over 10. The older brother always carried his younger brother with him and never complained, but one day he told him that it was time to part ways. The head of the Murim reassured him, saying that they would definitely meet again. He assured him that he would treat him as well as the heir apparent, and that he should not doubt. This was a personal promise from the Murim head to them and their family. First, when he visits, they will teach him how to fight in the style he likes. Secondly, he prepared a gift for him for the next meeting, which the hero is looking forward to. And there was one more special detail that the master did not mention. Using sign language, he apologized to Boom Boom for his rudeness yesterday. Impressed, Boom Boom could not believe that this man knew sign language. Realizing this, Head Murim decided to learn sign language to better interact with him. One little boy he knew could not speak, and he promised to teach him sign language before their next meeting. To Teddy, that looked and sounded really cool. Hugon had also made the same promise to him when he was very young, so he must have been a good man. You can't disagree with that, because he does his best. And remembering one of the conditions that Hugo had expressed earlier, that the children must take care of each other, not lose their brothers, and learn martial arts well from Zhongjam. And as soon as they mastered these arts, they should come to him to talk. The children, of course, agreed to this. The young master looked at them and realized that in his past life they were part of his family. By communicating with Boom Boom in sign language, one could assume that Hugon was still alive, because they do not forget him, and that is what they mean. When they saw the young master's reaction to yesterday's summit, they were even scared. Boom Boom had recently heard that something very interesting was coming. Going back to the memories, Master Hugon again gave his children instructions to remember. If one of them is suddenly injured, the task is not to lose each other. Hugon said that if someone is injured, you cannot leave the others. That is why my brother decided that everyone should leave the master, to learn from Master Jongjam, if that happens. But the young master, remembering his past life, could not believe that he had even said that, and Boom Boom couldn't believe that Hugon had left them either. But the reality was this. For Boom Boom, the guy from the Great Heavenly Library was interesting, and he liked him. The young master suggested that maybe he didn't want to kill him anymore, but the brothers noticed him near the Heavenly Library air and quickly rushed to his aid. Standing on one of the trees, they shouted, "Come here immediately! Why did you come alone to this madman?" And soon they took him away. Since his brother had called Boom Boom to his room where he was meditating, their meeting took place at that time. When he met the heir of the Great Heavenly Library, he realized that he was a real smug and cunning bastard. This man tried to insult them all with his words to avoid doing what he didn't want to do. But not everyone can afford to say such things. He doesn't know about the connection between them and Hugo since childhood, so his words were simply unacceptable. If his intentions had been sincere, he would have remembered the master's memory first and then spoken up. Most of all, this guy promised to do away with him because his actions were unacceptable, and his squad would also die at the hands of this guy. Soon my brother returned and brought everyone else. The real problem was that Temmie was behaving quite strangely. When asked if he was crazy and could explain his actions, he reacted unexpectedly. Temmie apologized when he talked to the library keeper. They spoke good sign language, and he apologized for his actions yesterday. And although his brother was interested, does Teddy really like everyone who knows sign language? Of course, he said he didn't. The whole situation was fine, and he praised their squad, saying that Hugon would have been proud of them, glad that everyone was healthy and sticking together. But his brother did not believe him, and asked what he was doing in the future. They were the same. But why does he sound like he's picking fighters? Still, Teddy noticed that Temmie's words made him feel warm. They gave him confidence. It seemed to be exactly what he wanted to hear. This was the attitude of the young Teddy who had decided to deal with the heir at one point. Teddy noticed that his friendly gaze looked sincere, and it showed that he liked him. But given his brother's reaction, he apologized to him. Since the dialogue with the heir was not easy, he realized that they needed to stay healthy. However, he had to be careful. That bastard spoke the language of snakes, and he had to be stopped as soon as possible. Their brothers thought about it and began to consult with their leader. When he left the room, he had to think it over, because the situation was quite complicated. This rascal was not so simple, and all his actions and words reminded him of Hugon, their Lord Murim, in all his actions and words. He doesn't let anyone know who he really is, even though he is not. One evening, our hero was fulfilling his boring and annoying duties. Thinking about that incident, he hoped that now thousands of guards would gain self-respect. All he had to do was perform one magic trick. Taking a paintbrush, he drew a symbol on his paint. It was the seal of Bam Khan, which stored the memory of gold. The purpose of the memory of this seal was to preserve the spirit that had lost its mind, and to awaken the scattered mind, which could help the healer's head. It took a lot of action to get one poisonous beetle, but he couldn't help but help him, if only because of their old friendship. Because at that moment he intended to find the treasure of the head of the healers and cure him. Soon a vagrant comes to the young master and addresses his leader. He wants to know what he has been working on for so long. Greeting him cordially, our hero answers that he was drawing the seal to help the head of the healers, but does not specify what exactly his help was. Bunnan wonders if the body he was in is familiar to the head of the healers. And if he decides to help him return, the other members of the squad will be curious to know why he decided to do so in the first place. But giving them an excuse they'd like was the best option. And he decided to tell a lie for their benefit, calling his seal the capture of the head healer. It was obvious that the guy believed it. If that guy from Manhwa Academy ever solves the font again, it will be a problem for everyone. So the first thing to do would be to get rid of that guy from Manhwa Academy, and then move on to the second task. And at the moment when the young master entered their squad, they were going to catch a wild boar in the morning, and then roast it. Of course, this was expected for his plans, but he had some other intentions. First, he had to get rid of the master from Manhwa Academy in order to obtain the treasure of the chief healer, and then capture the doctor himself. After telling this nonsense, he was amazed that they believed him. We returned to the building where this mission was conducted. Like a bolt of lightning, the guys flashed past the guards. They were unsuspecting and going about their business. One of them opened a window in his room because it was stuffy. In this room, there was a scroll with valuable information. It said that 4 days ago, the heir of the Great Library had arrived at the main fortress of the healers. The main fortress of healers sent an ambassador not only to the master from Manhwa Academy, but to everyone, and they could not find the person who left this letter. Also, this letter was sent anonymously, and did the master have any idea who it could be? Isn't it obvious? It was clear to the owner that this is someone who wants to resolve the conflict with the main fortress of healers. But is there really a struggle inside the fortress? And why did they not reveal what they were supposed to hide? The head of the healers is not in the best condition right now. All the time they were here, they didn't even meet anyone except the deputy head of the healers' fortress, who was responsible for external relations. But why does this master speak as if he knows everything that is happening inside? And of course, this tone of voice suggested that the master had finished deciphering the text. And yet he told the guard that it was time for him to rest, and that tomorrow he had to meet with the heir to the great heavenly library. And he decided that he would sleep. Realizing this, the boy looked at the scroll again and again. The secret was unraveled. Of all the possible places, they would meet in this very place. This man understood that everyone said that the great heavenly library was the best among the 3 great libraries, and that all these inheritors were not equal. And the moment he decided to see if these rumors were true, he would receive very sad news, because the inheritor had lost his lust for life, and they even thought that the chance had already been lost. But the latest news surprised him. The master had received information that this heir had shown himself to be a very good person. The young master walked around the hotel where he was staying, and wondered where everyone had gone. But everyone had scattered because they were hunting wild boars. Anyway, now is the time to say something important. The young master hasn't read anything for a long time, and his head doesn't work as well as it used to. He asked if he could bring him a book, but the young master only wanted to look at their library. The counselor decided to take him, but there was a catch. The library was only accessible on the ground floor. The reason for this need not be stated, and realizing this, the library heir understood why it was done this way, and knew it. On the first floor there were ordinary books and documents, and on the other floor there was medical literature. In any case, he only needed 1 floor. Still, the guy asks for permission, and asked if he could go there. Unless, of course, something else was said. Of course, the young man understood what was being said. There were guests from Manhwa Academy. Ho-chan told the boy that the young lord wanted to meet with the heir. This was wonderful and expected for our heroes. Their plan worked very quickly. Soon they met, and the representative of the Manhwa Academy greeted him. The greeting did not take much time, because they did not think they would be able to meet such a talented person in this place. They praised each other, realizing that one of them was better than the other, and this man had heard about him since he was a child. Because of this, he would like to organize a competition with him, and it would be a great honor to accept this challenge. He didn't know that they would offer such a thing. But our hero agreed to the competition, and they started choosing aspects. Since they had arrived here 10 days before us, everything should be clear to anyone who deciphers the text. And looking at this guy, it was clear that he was not simple. He had an energy of self-confidence. If he came here, it meant that he had already deciphered the text, and Bomhan asked how many days it took them to decipher it. Mugyun laughed at this question, because it didn't even take him a whole day. He decided to ask a counter-question, inviting his master to try to guess how many days it would take him to decipher the text. The gentleman, impressed, suggested that it might take 14 days. He knew that this guy was a genius, but he didn't think he would be on the level of the young man or Ban Moon. However, given that they had met and this guy was a direct competitor, he recognized that he was smarter than his brothers. Mugyun did not understand the joke and did not understand what was meant by smarter than his brothers. The young master decided to explain that it had taken him at least 14 days to figure it out, given that the code of the master healer was quite complicated. If this guy had deciphered it in 14 days, it meant he was better than the master thought. Mugen was amazed at how this guy knew who the author of this text was, which meant that he had deciphered it. But at the same time, the heir of the Great Library had arrived 4 days ago, which meant that Mugen had deciphered the text in just 4 days, and it was threatening information. However, he couldn't accept that the decipherment had happened so quickly, and perhaps the text was not fully deciphered. He decided to find out if Mugyun was able to decipher the text completely. He asked him if he had managed to decipher the text to the end. Bonghan explained his position that it didn't make much difference if he had deciphered the entire text or just one sentence. And looking at him, Mugyun didn't understand how he managed to crack the cipher in 4 days. To calm his competitor down, Bonghan decided to say that he hadn't deciphered the text completely. Mugyun breathed a sigh of relief, glad to realize that he could not have done it. But Bonghan decided to admit that he had managed to decipher the scroll in half an hour. Mugyun's shocked face shook. This was no joke, and he began to worry. Mugen looked at his competitor and could not understand how he could decipher the message in half an hour. For him and everyone else he knew, it just seemed unreal. The words sounded like complete nonsense, and it seemed like he was just throwing words around without providing reliable information. Assuming that it was true, it destroyed the entire reality that the master from Namgang Academy had imagined. Mugen, with tears in his eyes, admitted that the heir to the Great Library was very strange. He thought that it was better to show everything in practice and check the decryption right now. Bong Han, looking at this young man, noticed that he had even shed a tear. Even though he might not believe him, the decryption he would show him would remain in place. Turning to Xianghua, he asked her to bring him the transcript he had written just recently. After some time of rummaging through the documents, Xianghua finally found the transcript. It was difficult because there were already many other documents on the transcript. Bong Han apologized for the long wait and for the many marks and drawings on the decryption document. Mugyun, when he opened and started reading the document, wanted to find out if the guy was bluffing or not. But everything was correct, and the text was deciphered well. Looking at it, he couldn't contain his emotions. His hands were shaking. At one point, he even started to scare everyone present because he was shaking and laughing. Seeing Mugyun's reaction, the young master asked him why he was behaving like that. Could it be that a mistake had been made? But the fact was that Mujian was acting this way because there was no mistake, or even a hint of one. Bong Han explained his position by saying that he was just lucky, but in fact, it was not about luck at all. Looking at this script and this decryption, the Namgang clan master wondered where the proof was that he had deciphered the scroll in half an hour. Despite the fact that the text referred to the treasures that the chief healer had hidden, the decipherment was sloppy, and the text itself was filled with a pile of papers. Moreover, the scribbles and direct instructions left in the text proved the trust of the subordinates. The difference between Mugen and the heir to the Great Library was as tangible as the difference between heaven and earth. After looking at and reading this scroll, a master from the Namgang clan agreed that it was indeed a perfect decipherment. This document revealed the difference between the two, and he no longer planned to hold a grudge against the heir. He felt better about himself, but he still remembered that the message on the window of the Great Heavenly Library's heir was left by his Mugen, and now he understood what it meant. The young master appreciated his rival's words and apologized for his rudeness, as he was only trying to decipher the text as quickly as possible. Mugyun realized that the heir to the library wanted him to leave. And of course, it was necessary for our hero. He was glad that this man had thought of it himself, but since he had lost, it was a matter of honor. He would do everything as he promised. But before he left, he wanted to ask one question. He has noticed that the young master knows the situation well. And does he plan to take any measures to resolve the internal conflict? According to the heir, there is no internal conflict inside the main fortress of healers. On the contrary, the atmosphere is quite healthy, and these people have returned from hunting wild boars. It was our Lord's squad. 3 people burst into the room carrying a fat boar on their shoulders. They are happy that they will have a good dinner tonight and notice the guy from Manhwa Academy. But they have to hide from him, and he came right here. Another guy came inside and asked how his mentor was, because he was worried about him. Ankwachon recognized his mentor among these people. But how did he end up in the main fortress of healers? The short answer was that they were part of the Heavenly Great Library's detachment. But what kind of unit is this that was formed so recently and has such strong people in its ranks? They guard the Great Heir. He is their leader. Hearing these words from his mentor, the boy began to wonder what had happened to his face. Still, the young master did not like the noisy situation. He apologized for his violent allies, and the master from the Namgang Academy realized that the squad was not just ordinary people, but strong personalities. In the end, they said goodbye, and everyone went about their business, fulfilling their promises and apologizing for their actions. The master of the Namgang Academy was getting ready to leave. He was only interested in one thing: whether the boy would participate in the Heavenly Dragon competition. But this was the first time he had ever heard of the binding process. Some thoughts flew through his mind that this was a competition for young and talented warriors who were part of a youth association. He had been there a few times when he was younger, but as an heir, he was not part of the youth association. Since he did not receive an invitation from the faction, but was on the list of invitees, he hoped to see them again. However, Bomhan did not check any messages before leaving, and may not have received one. He would consider attending if he had the opportunity. Still, he said goodbye to the academy representative, establishing a warm relationship. Now that he had left, it was time to wait for further developments from the healer's fortress. Our heroes now knew that the three warriors were familiar with his subordinates, and if he decided to organize a battle, it would be problematic. They had to move on to the next one. After this incident, the news quickly reached the head of the healer's tower. The master was amazed at how quickly he was able to leave. He ordered to intercept them and bring them back. Although his associates were not happy with this option, the scroll must be deciphered at all costs. But Hushan realized that this was impossible, as the master was accompanied by 3 warriors of the gorges and more twins from Musan. They seemed to know that they were being watched, and if they tried to return, these guys would prevent them. The head of the fortress did not fully understand what to do, since the encrypted text referred to the treasures of the chief healer, who had now lost his mind. He is not even able to distinguish between people and objects. His father shouted that they had to find the treasures at all costs, and the head and the overseer had to find them for him. Hua-un understood that the heir of the great heavenly library remained and wanted to meet him, and then the heir's people accompanied the master. This meant that this guy was behind all of this and had it in his hands. Soon after, Hua-chun received orders to come to the hotel to meet with the heir. Since he was just rummaging through the library, he thanked them for the opportunity to use the library. He asked the young man not to stand there with such a sour face, but to go through and not stay there. He also asked his friends outside to be quiet and calm. Hua-chun was accompanying the young master when Master Kim Jok suddenly contacted him with the technique of mental vibrations. He told him not to say anything but to listen to him. The master would need to say something when he returned from escorting the young master to the library. The task was to keep it a secret from his brother and try not to be noticed. But still, Hua-jun did not understand why Master Kim Jok was so hostile to the heir. What could it mean? And did he really think that the heir and his team had a strong bond? When they arrived at the library of the Fortress of Healers, as promised, the young master was given a floor. He wonders how long he will stay here. But realizing his capabilities, the young master knows that he should go to bed soon. Hua-jun still doesn't understand why Master Kim Jok asked him to meet with him and what is going on in their unit. Bamhan notices that the guy who accompanied him looks quite scared and stiff. Was something wrong with him? Realizing that he could be declassified, the guy decided to make up a story about being tired after a hard day. Although the young gentleman understood everything perfectly, and he felt that the guy was hiding something from him. If this was not the case, he had to go to the library and not waste time. Hua-jun recalls the young master's look and realizes that he suspects him of something that makes him anxious, and he needs to find out what Kim Jok wanted to say on that moonlit night. The master gathered the entire squad and all the representatives and invited Hua-chun to the ceremony. He told everyone to listen to him carefully. He announced that the heir was a very dangerous person. This news shocked those in charge of communications and kept them on their toes. The fact is that the heir has decrypted the text of the news, hiding it all, although he thinks he has been successful. But they are not fooled. They've been watching and acting noisy the whole time to fool him. Hua-jun doesn't understand why the heir is hiding this information, since it's only been 3 days since he arrived. If this is true, he needs to act immediately. Master Kim Jok has gathered them here for a reason and asks why he suddenly needs to be in the library. Does anyone know? Hua-jun replies that it's to maintain his intelligence. If everything is deciphered, it's not good. And it was at the moment when he was locked on the ground floor that the master knew that the treasures of the chief healer were there. If the heir has really deciphered this document, he wants to take possession of all the treasures. He had fooled everyone on his own, and they could not accept that he would take possession of these treasures. So they invited Hua-chung. When asked why the master of Manhwa Academy left so quickly, Hua-chun replies that it was because the young master had kicked him out, keeping the treasures for himself, and now they are safe. Master Kim Jok gives the order to attack the heir of the Great Heavenly Library the moment he leaves the library and orders his soldiers to prepare for the attack and battle. After all, he will definitely be looking for these treasures and will not be left empty-handed. The news had to be delivered to the head immediately, because this is a real disaster. Huazhong bursts into his brother's room in the middle of the night with the information that the heir to the Great Library is going to steal the treasures of the chief healer. He deciphered the text left by his father and moreover asked to enter the library where the treasures are hidden, beating everyone around him. Hua-un realized that his brother was panicking and asked him to calm down, because the heir doesn't know yet that there is time to figure it out. But where did he get this information? He got it from the Heavenly Squad. At first they pretended to agree with the heir's plans, but then they waited for the right moment to tell him the truth, because he had solved the font quite quickly and was much more capable than they thought. The font was solved in just 3 days. His abilities were truly outstanding, and the fact that he didn't say anything to anyone made him dangerous and suspicious. It was incredible for the head, and he realized that the guy was really a genius, and his intentions were impossible to detect from the very beginning. But there was something that did not give the head peace of mind. He turned to his brother Huanshan and gave him a task, to finally put an end to this situation, without any cipher or treasure. The task was to convene all the elders and healers, tell them the whole story, and everyone should gather just in time for the heir's release. Boom Khan, while in the library, did not read books at all. He just stood there and thought about what was happening now. He pondered the situation, why everything was so carefully planned. He pretended that he was going to damage the main fortress of the healers and kidnap the chief healer. But these were just words. He hadn't really planned anything like that. He told his soldiers that the code had been cracked and made them happy that they could simply steal the treasure. The young master deceived everyone, and after that, he is not trustworthy. We move on to the Heavens Squad, who were laughing because they had managed to mislead the healer's fortress. It seems that the plan worked, and these fools believed every word. The young master, while in the library, decided to see what treasures were there. The cities indicated by the shadow in the moonlight were important notes in the doctor's script. Digging around in the library, he found some artifacts, including 230, 367, and digging further, he was looking for only one important document. It was book 375, which interested him the most. Taking it in his hands, he shook the dust off it. The cover read, Moon Rolls. The title sounded rather strange. Moon Rabbits. It sounded ridiculous, but maybe the book did contain something important. If it wasn't the book, it could be a font disguised as a clue. He had to look again. The first page I opened showed 2 rabbits on the moon, making some kind of potion. Looking at this picture, the young master's expression changed, and he was already thinking that his high opinion of the doctor was not entirely accurate. He did not care about rabbits or tigers. The main thing was to stay in context. Calming down, he began to read carefully. The story began with the fact that long ago 2 rabbit brothers lived on the moon. Reading this, the young master even wanted to laugh out loud. But still, the older rabbit brother and the younger rabbit brother had work to do every day. The work began when the sun went home and continued until the morning, when the sun woke up again. They did this every day. Every night the moon shone because it emitted light. The rabbits pounded the potion in mortars. First the older rabbit brother did the grinding, then the younger rabbit brother. Although it was hard work, they did not stop. One day, the younger brother wondered why the moon had to shine every day, and why it was so hard work every time. The older brother answered this question by pointing to the ground. While they were working, people and children made wishes while looking at the moon. These children talked to each other and prayed to the moon, asking and making their wishes. They hoped that the moon would give them all the blessings they prayed for. The moon was beautiful, and they knew that its value was that it shone every time and made them happy. The rabbits understood that people make wishes, and that is why the moon had to shine. The rabbit brothers forgot how hard their work was, because people's wishes gave them strength. And the next morning people rejoiced because their wishes came true. People's smiles made the rabbits stronger, and the rabbit brothers continued to make the potion, so the moon shone so brightly. Every day on the moon was bright thanks to the rabbit's hard work. With a sudden movement, our hero closes the book. He realizes that he could have made a mistake somewhere, because he does not understand what exactly is written in this book. But it was impossible to follow the instructions incorrectly, because the font was deciphered correctly. There was nothing else here but a library where the shadows could point. Perhaps he had overlooked something and decided to reread everything again. He thought that the chief healer of the fortress would open his soul to him and listen to him. His main masterpiece had no equal and could not be compared to anything else. Just one look at the sky would be enough to restore the energy he had invested. If you ask me which moment in my life was the happiest, it was the day I saw my treasure, and when that treasure filled me. My treasure is Kavalun and Kavachon, his children, and what it was interpreted in a completely different way than the meaning of treasures, which was discussed earlier. Still, the healer's mission to prevent the librarian from stealing the doctor's valuable treasures was launched. The warriors and elders gathered near the library to meet the thief. Many warriors lined up to take the fight. The heavenly squad looked at all this and realized that the situation had gone too far, and perhaps it was worth explaining things differently. But they only needed to meet the leader, and when he came out, defuse the situation, hoping that it was not too late to explain everything. If everything collapsed, they could attack the brother of the main healer's fortress. The old man reassured everyone not to worry. He had warned the leader about this possibility. But the healers were very serious, and it was necessary to worry about it. Soon the library door opened, and it became clear that the young master was coming out. At the moment when the old man wanted to greet his master, the soldiers rushed to attack. It seemed that the battle was inevitable, and there would be a huge battle. No one understood what was happening when the soldiers lined up. It was not at all like they had imagined, and although the soldiers did not listen to their grandfather, it looked quite funny. The old man thought that the leaders wanted to destroy the heir, and decided to tell the truth to make it all end. But when he shouted with all his might, "The healer's main fortress for the heir to the great heavenly library," it was unexpected. They raised their swords and thanked the heir with all their hearts. The heavenly troop did not understand what was happening or why it was happening. It turned out to be just a joke, and this was realized in the head office of the Praiseworthy, as he said, "This man is incredible, but his intentions are impossible to unravel." If the relationship between the heir and the group had really deteriorated, he thinks that the warriors of the Three Gorges, the twins and the old man, the greatest warrior of the Murim, would have waited for his help, and they would have started a battle. But as you can see, this did not happen, and there was a possibility that they had agreed in advance to such disinformation. And yet, it seems to him that this could have been the case, and if he could provide details, that would be the best option. They decided to meet him in a calm and coordinated manner. Leaving the library, our hero saw the Rabbit brothers. It seems that the naive younger brother Rabbit heard his older brother's explanation, and the older brother Rabbit was smart enough to understand his little brother. He looked at Juan, who looked quite calm, and expressed his respect for the heir. After accepting their congratulations and gratitude from the bottom of his heart, it became clear that everything ended like a fairy tale. After this incident, someone became much happier. The chief healer was glad that the treasures had finally returned. He wrote a story for his sons for all this work. His sons always asked to read it. It was very valuable material for him, and he will never forget what they did for him. Huazhong was so sentimental that he started to cry. But why was he crying on such a joyful day? The old man wondered. The fact was that the old man looked happy, and he had that book again. How could he not be happy? It was as if he was happy again, and he invited his sons to read it again. Even after the heir of the great heavenly library explained everything, Huachun still had his doubts. But judging by his father's reaction, this book is the treasure. He showed everyone this book, which he called the treasure that the chief healer was looking for. It looked like an ordinary book of fairy tales, but it was the book that the old man had been interested in for so long, and they were looking for this treasure. When they were little and just learning to read, their father always read them this fairy tale, and all this time they were looking for this book, and it was in the library. This fairy tale really holds fond memories for the father and his sons. They could not even imagine how important it was. The brothers of the heir asked if they hadn't mixed up anything. Based on the decipherment and the font itself, which is based on the lunar calendar, if they simply showed the chief healer the book and watched his reaction, they would definitely know the truth. But as they were leaving the heir's room, he reminded them that the Moon Rabbit brothers were also the treasure of the head healer, and he was sure that they were much more important than the book itself, because their name was on the back of the book. The old man felt much happier and more joyful just from the smiles of Huachun and Huachun. Remembering the words of the heir, everything was exactly as he said. If you ask me which moment was the happiest for me, I will answer that it was the day I saw those treasures, and they smiled at me. These guys are his treasures. What are they to do now that it is their turn to fulfill their part of the promise, the heir to the great library? It is clear that he needed a poisonous beetle. The poisonous insect is now in an underground vault. One of the brothers heard that he needed the beetle, and thought about it. Perhaps the heir to the great library wants to collect the three main sources of energy. But since the brothers didn't need it at all, they had to fulfill their task, even if he did collect all three sources with the beetle. These three sources of energy were the main ones: the hexagonal snake, the medicinal flower, and the poisonous beetle. However, the heir of the heavenly library needed this particular beetle. There was no denying that he had the other two sources, and perhaps he had already used them. If one looked at this heir when they first saw him, they were told that he was something special. But now it's different. In addition to his wit and ability to decipher documents, he behaved very calmly and sensibly. Despite all the people gathered and their shouting, he felt as if he had been through this before. Huachun could only guess that he had a hexagonal snake. This creature is not very common, and if you eat it, you need it to be alive. Did he really manage to get it all? Not even the fortress's amplifiers could catch it. Well, even if he did, and he managed to get all 3 sources of energy, he couldn't have withstood 10,000 huts. The boys were so excited that they wanted to give him the book 10,000 huts, but it was still a bad idea. One of them felt a certain sympathy for the heir, and wanted the book to go to someone who would find use for it. Maybe this person could do something useful with it, but the techniques that were in there were dangerous. Only one of the 10,000 huts books remained. If one consumes the sources of energy and learns about the 7 main sources, they will not be able to arrange the same human nature before them. And if such a person who has no principles goes down this difficult path, it will lead everyone to great trouble. It is easy to overdo it with elixirs and sources of power. The more power he gets, the more he will want to consume, as their father, who is considered the best healer, believed. He suffered from all the medicines to test them on himself. And judging by this, a thought arose that was more important than this conversation. And it is unlikely that this guy has 3 sources of energy. Anyway, they need to meet with the heir to the Great Library and prepare the poisonous beetle for dispatch. After telling the heir that their father was very happy to see this book, they didn't know how to thank him. They thanked the heir and his troops because the atmosphere inside the fortress became much more lively. The heir, of course, was happy to hear such words. Now he needs to wait until the chief healer recovers. He is studying different methods of treatment and is confident that he will find a way to solve this. And he asks the head for permission to help them, if they don't mind. Our hero puts the book on the table and asks to read this material. And the moment the chapter opens this book, he realizes that this is the answer to their questions. It's a magic seal. But how did he know about it? This seal can be used to restore a broken spirit. With its help, he can return the spirit to its previous state and restore its body. The use of this seal will be enough to restore the spirit and energy of the chief healer. Of course, the chairman was very grateful for such a present and did not expect such a gift. But how did the heir find out about the chief healer, who was still a secret? Still, the guy asked him not to worry, because he had taken it from the Great Library. He was here a few days ago and managed to find out everything. The heir worked on these books for the entire 4 days he was here, right after the moment when the documents were decrypted by a member of his squad. He did not waste time and changed everything. Moreover, he also found out which seal could help with this disease. In addition, this seal is used very rarely because of the combinations of symbols, and most of the time it is created in the library itself. But the head of the library wondered why he decided to help and share such valuable knowledge. The heir to the Great Library looked confident, but the head could not calm down. Why was he giving him this information? It was very valuable. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth, which would sound ridiculous in this situation. He was the head of the Marine and had a strong relationship with his father, which he valued very much. There was no other explanation for this, and he simply could not understand it. Trying to come in from the other side, the guy corrected the head, saying that he had misunderstood him. There is nothing in this world more important than the relationship between children and parents. The head, confused, assumed that the boy wanted a reward, perhaps even a golden core for this seal. But it was very interesting, and he wondered if they were willing to give it to him, because most likely the chief healer would need it. And even if he did take it, it was a rare enough treasure that it wouldn't be able to be used, so it was better to keep it for himself. And of course, this was the right point of view, because out of the 11 cores, 9 belonged to his father, but only 2 remained. One might wonder how much the heir knew about the obvious. Looking at him, the head realized that the heir simply wanted to take care of his father, and was doing him a favor. He realized that the boy was quite young, but he spoke as if he were a very strong and hardened man who just wanted to give their family comfort. Thinking about this, the head began to cry. He was touched by this situation. But the heir asked the head not to be shy. If you want to cry, just cry. But the head could not allow himself to show his emotions, and he kept himself strict. Still, the question arose, what does this heir want from them? After waiting a few minutes, our hero spoke. The core is the superiority. Since the core of supremacy sometimes gives the enemy an advantage during a battle, and allows them to hit harder, it is necessary to restore the internal energy to the maximum level. But to do this without opportunities and help can damage the internal energy during a potential battle and lose it forever. The supremacy core in this case holds the energy and stores it, and because of this, the core can play a key role during an explosive energy blast in a battle to the death. Hearing this, the head was outraged, because it seems that the heir wants to collect and send all the cores to be destroyed and start a war. Looking at him, Bombcon realizes that he needs a golden core, but it is unlikely that the world's leader will need it. So he asked for the supremacy core, He doesn't really need it, considering that he will take all 3 energy sources after completing this task, and he will have a reserve of 30 cores. The head realizes that 30 cores will be enough for a whole war, but all he needs is just a reserve. Getting up from his seat, the head promises that he will prepare 30 nukes and asks to wait. Everything will be ready soon. On his way out, the head asks why the young master needs a poisonous beetle. It's because it collects 3 sources of energy. Hearing these words, the head thought it was a joke, and he said that the young master had a great sense of humor, but he had a hexagonal snake that had crawled into their library. And these words of truth were simply amazing. Despite this, it looks like the heir is no longer joking, and the head is even worried. The heir and the head went to a large secret cave, where a very valuable artifact was kept. The box contained a poisonous beetle, which was handed over to our hero. Theoretically, it will take 2 to 3 days for the poisonous beetle to get used to the body. If something goes wrong, click on the red brick on the left side of this room. Then the door will open and you can get out. The Heavenly Library heirs locked him in this room, wishing him good luck until the next meeting. The chapter, looking at this guy, realizes that he is incredible and cannot believe that he will succeed. Once in a confined space, the young master realizes that time must fly by unnoticed, and finally he got a poisonous beetle. The smell, of course, was as he expected. Terrible. He began to take it apart to eat it, and it seemed to be almost no different from an armadillo. Taking a piece, he found a poisonous pill inside the beetle. It was strange that it had no odor, but anyway, by eating it, he would finally be able to combine all the main sources of energy. After eating it, he did not feel any taste, and it was quite strange. But suddenly a realization dawned on him. He could not smell at all after taking this pill. Blood began to flow from his mouth, and he could not taste the blood. Wiping the blood from his face, he kept going and kept himself in control. But he realized that he had lost all his senses and felt nothing at all. The head came to his brother, who asked him how things were going and where the heir was. Perhaps the heir has already eaten the poisonous beetle and is in the stone room. How long would it take him to get used to this beetle? But the head was still sure that he would not be able to stand it and would come out of there in an hour. And that was the maximum of his capabilities. Because the smell of the poisonous beetle cannot be compared to anything in the world. How could he possibly eat it? Although the heir said that he had drunk the blood of the hexagonal snake and eaten poisonous plants, the head did not believe him. And all this time they were waiting for him to come out, and most of all, they expected him to scream a lot. But 4 hours passed and nothing happened, and it was scary to think what happened to him, because the heir did not come out of the library. They were worried that maybe this guy didn't even get the bug box, and it was worth waiting a little bit longer, but it had been 4 hours already. He couldn't just sit there for 4 hours, no way. He had to at least open the box out of curiosity. And realizing this, the head is afraid. Did the heir really swallow 2 of the 3 main sources of energy? At that moment, the heir felt nothing at all, no feelings. The only thing he did when he came in here was eat a pill from a bug. And that's most likely not why. In addition to smell, he also stopped tasting. Even if the level of internal energy increases, the loss of 2 senses is too great a loss for both a martial artist and an ordinary person. Realizing that you will never be able to eat delicious food again, and will not taste it because you will not feel its taste, is a great price to pay, even for strong internal energy. Having accepted this hard fact, things are not so bad after all. The boy looks up, realizing that he knows something. The morning dawn can be seen only when you go through the darkness, and the light of the sun, which illuminates the sky and earth, becomes valuable only when night falls. But this motivation will not work for long. What he needs to do now is to focus on absorbing the energy of the poisonous beetle. He starts to accumulate energy. The dark pill from the beetle was in his body, and at the moment when all sensations disappeared, it began to break into pieces and give off energy. Soon the energy began to spread throughout the body like lava from a volcano. The energy of a poisonous beetle can get to many places, but it does not do it on its own. A guy has to know exactly what he wants in general. The moment he took the hexagonal snake, his hand was filled with red energy, and when he ate the poisonous plant, he also felt this power. Now he has 3 sources of incredibly strong energy, and they are all concentrated in his body. Incredible energy breaks through the shell of the pill, and the energy goes off the charts in his body. It was as if a huge light inside his body began to illuminate everything around him, and the pieces flew in different directions. The power was incredible, and the light that emanated from it was simply amazing in its scale. It was a transitional period that filled every cell of the body. If the young master survives this influence, he will forever change in his understanding. Having survived this influence, his body will be in a new state. A feeling of bliss would come over him, and he would feel completely different. It could be said without exaggeration that the three sources of energy are the best means to enhance one's own inner energy. Now his power had crossed the level of stars to 4. In his opinion, it would have taken him 10 years to reach the 12-star level. But at this rate, it will take about 5 years. As expected, his senses have also returned. As soon as he gets out of here, he will order Sangvi to order the most delicious food there is. But the honey smell in his mouth almost turned him inside out. He could smell it. There were either some poisonous traps around him or something like that. He couldn't smell anything in this room, but what could give off such a sweet odor? He could not get up. And now the young master could smell flowers. It was some kind of incomprehensible stench. Perhaps it was pine or some kind of sourness, all mixed in him. Even the smell of the sea was felt. The tastes and smells were replacing each other. The influence of all three sources of energy was tangible. The harmony that arose from the interaction of the snake's blood, plant sap, and the beetle's pill gave him a sense of all the smells of this world. It's interesting what you can choose and feel. Starting with a neutral smell, his taste buds took in everything around him, to accepting all the environmental flavors that filled his lungs. The feeling of not having any odor in his body was incredible. After moving away from the room and walking around a bit, the guy stretched out his hand and hoped that everything would work out for him. At that moment, water began to flow from his finger, dripping, and filling the space around him. He found himself in the sea. It was an incredible trick that would be called the Call of 1,000 Flavors. But while this is enough, greed has never led to anything good. Sitting in the lotus position, it was necessary to meditate because this skill has a side effect. He just had to get used to mastering new abilities, and now he needed to relearn the martial art he knew in his past life. Now he will be able to train with his spiritual companion. It had been 7 days since the heir had entered the room, and he still hadn't left. Everyone wondered what was going on. For 7 days, the heir of the heavenly library did not appear or leave the cave. The brothers were even afraid to think that if the absorption of the food and the poisonous beetle was successful, it was very strange that it took so long. They were beginning to think that something was wrong with the heir, but they couldn't go in and check. They couldn't interfere with the process if the critical point had already been passed. Realizing this, the elder brother decided that they could only wait until everything would be resolved by itself. At the moment when he wanted to go to his tomb and sleep, a sound began to come from the cave. A strong wind began to blow from nowhere, and a young master landed on the ground, striking with his strength. They had been waiting for him for so long. The heir to the great heavenly library finally came out, apologizing for coming later than planned. The brothers were surprised that as soon as the door opened, the boy was already behind them. How was this possible? They had been waiting for him for a long time. The older brother wondered why he could not smell the poisonous beetle, and he wondered if the heir might have even changed his mind about eating it. Laughing, our hero replies that they can easily ask about this beetle in the first place when he came out. To tell them something, he suggests that they go back first, because he has been training for all those 7 days and wants to rest properly. The brothers had a lot of questions, but our hero wasn't going to answer them easily. The brothers were interested in how the absorption of this poisonous beetle went in general. They had heard about his exploits from the heavenly host, who said that the boy had saved them, and that no one was his equal in battle. One day the brothers decided to give each of them an elixir of strength. But no one could stand the smell, and they all started burping violently. It is a pity that you missed such a spectacle. Also this week, Jongjam arrived to pick up those warriors in black and take them away with him. He was very angry when he found out what had happened and ordered that he would not leave a wet spot from the squad. They were very worried, and after the head of the alliance left, he was going to send them to him. That was all the news for that period of time. The young master was glad that Yongjae had decided to catch these rascals, because there was no other way to deal with them. If he had come out of the stone room earlier, he would have been able to see the spectacle again. He regretted that he had not been able to talk to them, but he was sure that one day he would be able to meet them. The time would come. The oldest of the group also asked him to give him something interesting. At that moment, our hero remembered the instructions he had given him when they were children. Perhaps he saw him as a Hugon, but this guy told him that he would pay for everything the next time they met. He decided to ignore it, but next time he would be finished. These were the words that this man passed on to the young master, holding the pain inside and realizing how he could have guessed that he was a Hugong. But still, perhaps, there was no need to worry about stupid youth, and leaving the question of whether the heir would go to the Namgong faction, or perhaps he would go to the heavenly library. since he was on the list of those invited to the competition, but he doesn't need to. Yes, he is not going to go there because there were some problems. His reputation must have suffered after the incident with the sumo clan, so he can hardly go there for good reasons. He has no such need. And realizing this, it was still a reasonable decision. But the elder brother, the head of the fortress, asked the heir one more question, and thanked him for what he had done for them. They would never forget it. From that day on, the great heavenly library became the sister of the main fortress of healers. "If they have enemies, they are our enemies. If they have friends, they are our friends," said the head. Of course, this was good news for the heavenly library, and the young master was happy about it. After a walk around the fortress before he left, he felt much more comfortable and at home. Walking around the place, our hero recalled the words of the doctor who said that he really liked the smell of magnolia. This smell reminded the old man of a medicine from a silver prescription. But what was this silver medicine for the old man? It was his wife. As he approached the tree, he touched it, remembering the words and the smell of the magnolia. As soon as he touched the tree, a drop of water touched it and began to spread around. The old man, closed in his space, felt even better and smelled this fragrance that reminded him of the past. He noticed this magic coming right up to him and was amazed. But what could it mean to him? It was a message from our heroes, a reminder of the head of the Namgun Alliance, who told the chief healer to take care of himself. On the way to the fortress of healers of the great heavenly library, our hero moved through the endless natural wonders of Murim. Riding and realizing that the fortress would now slowly return to its former prosperity, he only had to resolve the issue of the celestial dragon competition. If he didn't come, he would disappoint them and the Namgong faction. After all, they invited him. And of course, his advisors were very noisy and didn't like him at all. They supported their master's opinion that he should go and show this heavenly dragon who was in charge. They promised to be quiet if he left. No matter how many times the young master told them to be quiet, they would not listen. The Heavenly Dragon's competition for young warriors is a variety of delicious food. Young talented warriors, all will be present there, and beauties will come to this city. And in addition to competitions between young warriors, there will be fights between very experienced warriors, all in one city. No young warrior would want to miss such an event. All this is just for the sake of one generation, which at one point crosses its swords and moves forward. And now that he has practically destroyed one of the most powerful clans, the Somon clan, he can count on a certain position in this society. Even if they come there, they will be smiling insidious smiles, behind which plans will be hidden. This makes it clear that they should not run into such trouble. Still, his vagabond assistants constantly bothered the young master to go to this competition. But why is Bim Bim's sister so surprised? It is obvious that the boy is an introvert. However, he should not try to confuse such a fable. There is a limit to everything. Riding in the chariot and listening to the conversations on top of the chariot, Bomkan was laughing. What an interesting environment he has. A bunch of swindlers, and Bim Bim is trying to teach them the limits. Looking outside, he asked Jensen to stop the cart, to take a break so that the boys could walk around. The people who were nearby and were running after the chariot, using their strength, were also ordered by the young master to stop. The point is that he wanted to convey to them a very important message and gathered them here right now, but more precisely what he wanted to ask them. But this unexpected request was strange, because there was no need to ask them for anything, said one of the squad. But what's wrong with him? He drank the elixir like everyone else, the young master thought. But the guy from the gorge asked him to go only forward. And he asked the young master only to give orders, because jewelry is cool, and then they will definitely fulfill them. The twin also agreed with orders, but not with requests, because they had to protect him. Looking at them, Bomkan realized that his soldiers were bastards who decided to pretend to be loyal warriors. Still, he decided to call his request an order. He wanted to be sure that the problem with those mercenaries who wanted to kill them was solved, and to understand those guys exactly. But still, they should be handled by other units, because no one knew who these guys were or what they were doing. In any case, the group assembled by Chu Yang was also a bunch of inadequate people, and that's why he turned to the Heavenly Squad. If they can adequately complete the task, it will be very excellent if they bring the head. After hearing this speech, the soldiers decided that there were no such obstacles, and they would fulfill this order, taking on such responsibility. But I wonder if these people will last a couple of months, Bomhan thought. The guys who were not capable of such feats overheard this, and he was afraid that they could not be trusted. This made one of them realize that they could split up. Bim Bim could not stand such arbitrariness and asked why only selected warriors of the squad participated in the task, while the elite warriors stayed with the leader. And most of all, the girl assumed, these warriors would cry in fear when they were beaten. But still, these warriors were excited about the task. They would have more meat without these little fools. And one of the twins said, "All right, eat, you vagabonds, while it's still possible." And at that moment, the team of the Great Heavenly Squad split into two parts. They said goodbye to each other, and the warriors set off on a long journey to solve and fulfill the task of the young master. At that time, in the main fortress of healers, one of the boys came to visit. He was met with all honors, but why did he come on this particular day? The main thing was that the healer's fortress would not be present at the competitions and contests of the Heavenly Dragon. This young man began to worry that they might have been offended for some reason, because he was the head of the Namgun faction's honor guard. Hua Wunhua, sitting with this guy, didn't know what to say, because even if he said words of concern, it wouldn't work on him. There's no point in speaking with such a hostile expression, because they've created an unpleasant situation between them. However, in the faction, Namgun's squad sends its honor squad when a problem needs to be solved urgently, and without making a fuss. And for some reason, because of his absence from the competition, they sent a whole squad that was not responsible for the faction's external relations. Huawei doubted that it was about the competition and suggested that the guy was making a good joke about being offended. The fact is that he can't leave the stronghold because of some problems that need to be solved urgently. They understand how they must be disappointed by this, and the matter was in the manufacture of medicines, one of the problems that worried the master. And it seemed that this particular fortress could smell the fragrance of the magnolia flower. It is strange that only here magnolias bloomed this year. The boy hinted at this. The head smiled at this remark, realizing that it was true. The medicines they were making now had a magnolia scent. But the scent of magnolia seemed to be for a completely different reason. And that's not why this guy came here. His purpose was different. Mushem had heard that the heir of the Great Heavenly Library had visited the main fortress. It became clear to the chairman that this was why they had come, and yet he chose to pretend that he didn't know how they had found out. The Namgung faction always tells the truth. Nothing can be hidden from them. And perhaps they know that the heir was invited because he helped decipher the text. Although he was not here for long, he did a lot. This Namgung guy asked what it meant to say, "only stayed for a short time." The master replied that the heir had left this morning and left their fortress. Since the heir was invited to the Heavenly Dragon competition this year, they wanted to invite him. But their plans did not materialize, and they missed each other. The boy wondered where the heir went. But he only went to his library, and the head passed on his words that he had no choice but to go there. He would be very sorry if he could not attend the competition. As expected, the heir chose to avoid the invitation, and they assumed that the heir would choose not to respond to the invitation. So they went after him. With the Great Library's heir, if he is invited by the Namgong faction, he is personally obligated to show up. They will not be far behind him anyway, and he will not be able to avoid them. And the head decided to ask why the Namgong faction was so interested in the presence of the heir, but this guy refused to comment on it. Well, he had a great interest, except for the fact that the Great Library's heir is a devoted young man. Yimu Gem suggested that the impression of him was incredible, and asked the head to tell him what he was like. Recalling all the moments with the heir, he recalls an interesting detail. When he came up and asked where the magnolia scent came from, because it was a pine tree in the Silver Doctor's pavilion, now the pine trees that the heir touched smell like magnolias. It was just incredible. The heir had unlimited technical control over the scent, and every time he touches a tree, he can control its scent. The heir is a strange but incredible man. He spread the scent of magnolia in the Silver Doctor's pavilion. Perhaps he did it for the father of the chapter, as if he knew what the silver cure and the magnolia scent meant to him. And of course, he cannot reveal all the nuances. But he knows one thing. The heir is just a wonderful person, and there is nothing more to say about him. But the clan representative wondered why he took so long to think about what to say. And given that, if the heir is such a good person, what should they do? Even if they can't catch up with him and he doesn't go to the competition, he decided not to give up on him. And the chairman asked this guy for one thing: not to look for him and not to pursue him. But the fact is that this is a decision of the faction, and yet the chairman asks again if this guy could ask his boss to cancel this task. So the request should be to cancel the task on behalf of the fortress. Hearing this, Mugyum realizes that the main fortress of healers wants to sabotage the competition and organization of the Namgun faction. It sounded quite strange to him and didn't even excite him. But if the chairman misspoke and he misunderstood him, they're not going to sabotage the competition. They just wanted to express their concern. But Mugyum sees it as a foolish thought that the main fortress wants to harm the heir. The head didn't understand what he was talking about and that he didn't care about the heirs at all. So why are you asking such stupid questions to a representative of the Namgun clan? Could it be that he's worried about Mugyum? It sounded like nonsense. Maybe the squad leader was getting confused because of the fragrance. If his conversation with him did continue, they wouldn't be able to catch up with the heir. He needed to leave as soon as possible. The guys decide to have a snack in one of the places that offer sweet desserts. They ran like wild to the shops to satisfy their desires. There was an incredible amount of sweets on the streets. Soon some people approached them, and they decided to restrain themselves. It was Mugyum, whom they hadn't seen for about a year. But why did he approach these guys? One of them suggested that he was here because of the Heavenly Dragon competition. And of course it was. His brother, for example, didn't understand why it was even coming to them. Bim Bim looked and heard something familiar, but the assumptions were so stupid that no one wanted to listen to them. This man had taken their brother away to discuss in silence some issues that had arisen before they came here. And of course, they had followed in their footsteps in the main healer's fortress, so he assumed they wouldn't have any trouble putting this together, giving them advice before meeting the heir. He just has a nasty temper that is beyond compare. He's so bad that part of the squad left because they couldn't take it anymore. The guy has the patience of only 3 steelmen, and he also buys them food. And all these words sounded like complete nonsense to a guy who had gathered something about the heir, and he warned me that if I talked to him persistently, the heir would show his stubbornness, and you would never get him to leave. Well, if he clings to his clothes and begs on his knees, then he will think. And if that's all the boy has to say, the Namgun clan representative won't listen to him. After hearing this nonsense, he leaves all the poor people. Realizing that the lie was cruel, and that they will not go anywhere, the boy realizes, because they never force a leader to do something he does not want to. Soon the Namgun representative found the young master, and watched him closely. They had been watching him for days. This tough guy looked at the representative as his prey, and thought about how to tell him. The young master noticed that he was being watched closely, but he did not know who it was. Mugyum went up to the 2nd floor and offered our hero a very serious conversation. His friends were listening to this dialogue from the outside without interfering, and the young master greeted his guest, sorry that he had traveled such a long way for him. Bomhang asked him to tell the head of the faction that he would meet with him as soon as he had a chance. Listening to these words, Mugyum realized that he had been misunderstood. The Namgun faction had only sent an invitation, and young master had simply refused. But the fact was that young master had no choice. Thinking about it, he realized that if the Namgun faction wanted someone to come, then it had to be done. It seemed that this guy called himself the head of the honorary faction of the squad. What he said about the Namgun faction was that it doesn't give you a choice. He's either a completely inexperienced warrior in Murim, or he's never been to a reception. If he had the warriors from our hero's gorge and the twins from Musan at his side, they would have trampled him into the mud like dogs a long time ago. And that's why he's forced to listen to this guy's nonsense. Mugyum insisted on his position. He wondered why Master was being so harsh about it, since it seemed like the Great Heavenly Library was looking down on the Namgun faction. In his opinion, if the guy decided to refuse, but he was not in the southern part and not in Manhua, then he should politely come and apologize for not being able to participate. But these words sounded like just another nonsense, and there was no mistake on Bomhan's part for which he should apologize. And to all the arguments, he had only one question. What would happen if he didn't go? He turned to Mugyum, asking him to show his abilities that would be used in case of refusal. The head of the honorary faction gladly agreed to show his skills, considering it an honor. Looking at the expression on the guest's face, it was clear that he was probably bluffing. To check this, the guy got up from his chair, intending not to listen to this nonsense, but simply to say goodbye and leave, since he did not like this guest, and his behavior scared the young master. Mugyum did not follow him, but only watched his reaction. Soon after, the chariot left for the library at an urgent pace, and they never went to Namgun's faction. His weak team of netizens was always annoying with their nonsense, but this time they whined incessantly about the lost opportunities if they didn't participate in the tournament. On the other hand, that guy was so annoying that as soon as he was told not to follow them, he really didn't. It looked like he didn't have the stamina. She remembered the 3 from the gorge and realized that the guy was lucky, but the head of the honor guard was not an idiot. The little tramp was crying because they wouldn't be going to the competition and blaming the idiot, wondering how he could have given up so easily. But no one was going to give up so easily, and their whining was heard, because a representative of the high faction, Nam Gun, was behind them and jumped on the cart. The guys riding on the chariot were astonished by this appearance, and yet this guy came after them. Muguem's next move was to jump onto one of the horses directly on its back. He put his hand on its head and stunned it with just one touch. The horse roared, its spit started flying in all directions, and its scream could be heard throughout the forest. He repeated this with the next horses, and the wagon became uncontrollable. The guy in the wagon did not know what to do in such situations, because the horses refused to listen to him. They all prepared themselves for a seriously urgent start, and soon the chariot came to a halt. Their horses were lying unconscious at all, and were not going to lead anyone anywhere. When the driver of the carriage asked him what he had done, Muguem gathered his strength and admitted that he had committed a crime. That he had committed the crime of breaking the cart and killing all the horses to harm the heir of the great heavenly library, and he deserved to be severely punished. Because of this, they must take him to the faction for trial. But looking at him, the guys didn't understand whether he was crazy. It was complete nonsense. In the carriage was the master and Sanqua, who almost threw up. She noticed what was happening outside and decided to ask what the young master was going to do. Bomhan said that he needed to call the honor guard, and she needed to leave. The team near the wagon was licking their wounds, and there was no smell of politeness from Commander Numan at all. The two of them locked themselves in the wagon. He wondered why this guy had done this. Despite all the incidents, he did not think that he would ever meet such a frightening person. And now, in the wagon, they met. This guy was amazing because he could not be predicted. But in his opinion, if Bomhan agreed, Mugam would be a pretty nice person, even without jokes. But this guy didn't realize that the young master could kill him with the touch of a finger. He could take this rascal's life and break all his body parts. But in order to make this rascal humble, Bomkhan emphasized that he would be buried alive if he did not learn to behave. Using his quick movements, he blocked the points on the rascal's body. Mug-En did not like this kindly offer to bury him alive. Looking at the bookworm who can find words, he warns the heir that he is crossing the line. But all our hero does is laugh in his face. Because why doesn't he like to realize that he is dying, and he doesn't even notice it? The conversation was quiet and incomprehensible to others, and no one could even think that a few minutes later the young gentleman would jump from the cart, which had broken down violently. Muin was furious and was going to kick the ass of the heir of the great heavenly library. Looking at his opponent's attack, the young master realizes that the group of blows was so combined that one of them would definitely hit him. One blow hit him right in the leg and threw him to the side. Although one of our hero's self-defense techniques penetrates and restrains the enemy's inner strength, things are not so smooth. The young master decided to give in to hide his real abilities and true level of strength. He knows that he can defeat his opponent in 2 blows if he wants to. At the moment when his friends start to get worried, the guy asks them to stay in their seats and not move. Despite the appearance of the technique not working, Mugen's organs should have been crushed, and he should be dead. Shaking off the dust, the young master thinks that this is, in principle, expected for one of the Namgong factions. He realizes that the fight is unavoidable and fills himself with energy. His previous attack was weak. In a battle with such a beast, this is simply unacceptable. You need to act stronger. Mug-Yun wants to kill or destroy the young master, and as an apology and a show of respect for the faction, he asks to donate his limb, which will then be taken to the faction. But looking at him, the young master realizes that this is just a pipe dream for such a scoundrel, and if he wants to do it, he should at least try. The tension around him made his friends so tense that they couldn't even say anything. The moment our hero ran to attack this scoundrel, his expression was too calm. But literally a minute later, he disappeared and was no longer visible. Muvian panicked because the guy had disappeared incredibly quickly and was not visible. He was the only one on the battlefield, surrounded only by clouds and leaves. But how could this guy disappear into thin air? Did he really decide to defeat him by leaving the field of view? These questions filled the enemy's mind. But soon, an unexpected movement by our hero moves him from behind, and he is about to strike. The smashing attack, like the claws of a beast, flies towards his opponent. But sensing this, Muvian activates his strength and is about to avoid this blow. Not only has he caught the villain's punch, but he's also going to counterattack our hero. But still, Bomkan is not confused. Even though this is one of his signature attacks, the next one will be much more interesting. The guy escapes from the hands of this rogue, and since he is close, his arm is thrown over his shoulder. To make the blow as hard as possible, his fist flies into his left hand. If Muvien hadn't turned around in time, this would have been his last sentence and his last attack, as the ruined ground was visible below. Even though he had lowered the heir's arm, How he managed to escape was incomprehensible to Muvian, and he was even frightened by it. But looking at the silhouette of this guy running towards him, there was no time to hesitate. With 100 stray attacks, Muvian waits for the guy, and if he catches him even once, he will definitely not escape. Looking at him, our hero realizes that he finally has a chance to test this fool. As soon as he approaches, thousands of attacks come at him. But the fact is that most of the attacks were fake, and he had just read a real attack from this scoundrel. All the fake attacks were successfully avoided, and the guy kept running forward. But still, he could not fall for any of the rascal's tricks. At the moment when the boy avoided another strong blow from the enemy, there were only a few seconds left before his life was taken. They met in a fistfight, and a lot of blows were deflected and received on their battlefield. All this time, the distance between them did not exceed 3 meters, and our hero still could not grab hold of his clothes. Even the most powerful blows did not touch him. It felt like he was trying to catch a feather fluttering in the wind. Muvian, in turn, looked at the air as a very strong opponent who was difficult to resist. But the fight went on. They exchanged blows and could not hurt each other in any way. Behind them stood Sankva. Sankva, who was looking at the young master and admiring his fight, addressed him. Although the attacks are beginning to repeat themselves, it means that there is no point in continuing the test. The young master dodges all the blows as if they were arrows flying all around him. Muvian noticed that the villain's attacks began to spread rapidly and get closer. At the moment when our hero stopped playing with him, a blow to the side of the enemy arrives. A strong blow to the liver makes itself felt, and the mucus from his mouth begins to drip onto the ground. Looking at this result, one could not believe it, but he cannot stop looking at it. And yet another punch flies towards our hero's opponent. It includes a powerful kick that should knock this representative of the stupid Namgung out. After a while, Muvian wakes up to find himself thrown into a pit. The cold ground he found himself in was not the best gift of fate. The boys dug the pit deep enough and cold enough to bury it, and they saw that he had woken up. Looking at him, the young master decided to ask him why he did not hear the words that the others were saying to him, as he thought he should have realized that that moment was important. Mugen, in turn, realized that the air meant that he was not actually a terrible person, but that the air was a terrible person, and he acknowledged that it was rude of him. But still, the deed is done. If he had listened earlier, it would have been easier for everyone, and he would have promised to come to the competition next time. And now it's a complete chaos. His carriage is broken and is in an unrecoverable condition. His horses, which were actively carrying him, were killed and lying on the ground. And now the Muin will be buried alive. Of course, the Namgun representative did not particularly like these words. Looking at the young master, it was clear from his face that he was going to kill the representative of the Namgong faction. He did not believe that the young master could do it. Isn't he afraid of the consequences that await him? But the fact is that this is already crossing all boundaries, as he screams from the cold pit, and his friend asks if he should be buried. And of course, he gets the go-ahead and gets to work. The little vagrant does not stop his brothers from burying this rascal, but brings flowers that he wants to plant on top. Of course, he will be lonely, as no one will find him even after 100 years. And at the moment when the cold earth falls on the strong Namgun representative, he is really shocked to realize that they decided to bury him alive. And being tied up, he can't move. But his thoughts can't believe that he's going to be killed so easily. He can't accept it. And being buried in the ground, he thinks that he cannot become one of the missing Murama warriors, as he must first restore his points of energy concentration. While underground, he tried to move his body. His hands and feet were still tied, but he started to succeed. And the guys who had just buried him heard a strange sound down below. It was him, having regained his energy, who began to crawl out and move. And what to do with this rascal now? Should we bury him again? The young master, looking at this worm, was amazed that the actions on the points worked at the right time. Most of all, at that moment, he could not even think that our hero, by affecting his points, would provoke this effect in a few hours. And now that he realized that the villain was still alive and able to move, the guys decided to act quickly. But after deciding to hope, his body stiffened and the flow of his internal energy stopped. It was a brutal sight, and it was all the work of the air. Mugen remembered how he was going on a mission, and the master was asking him about people and knowledge about them who was guarding this air at all. Going on the mission, he was sure that he had listened and heard about them. They were the 3 warriors from the Gorge and the twins from Musan, as well as the strong master Kim Jok. Of course, at that moment, he was not afraid of them and knew that he would win. But the head of the Fortress of Healers emphasized that there was no need to be afraid of them, because there is only one heir to be afraid of, who is at the head of this group. And at that moment, when suffering overtook Mugyen, he thought that the heir was only trying to instill fear in him. But the heir of the library outplayed him. And on that beautiful moonlit night, the case was over in the heir's mind. But the ghosts come out at night, and the hill that was the symbol of Mugyen's grave suddenly burst open and a hand came out of it. This was not the end. It was only the beginning of this battle. Mugem's hand came out as he was buried alive again and again. He was not going to give up so easily. With his body broken and exhausted, with earth in his mouth, he climbed out and exhaled when he finally got outside. After a while, he was able to move his body again. This suffering continued, and he even thought it would continue until he died. But thank God it was over. After looking and checking his reflexes and his body, he sees that everything is fine. But what had happened to him in the first place? Soon he noticed that some men were approaching him, actively discussing him and looking at this guy who had gotten out. They pointed at him and said that he was a puppy who was very scared. They wondered what he had done to be buried alive. Mugem immediately realized that these people knew he had to get out of that pit. Moreover, the heir to the library had told them to tell him everything. Still, being up to his waist in the ground, he had to get out. And the first thing he did was ask these people where to go. It was a beautiful place in the marketplace where everyone was eating and enjoying life in the city of Merim. The team decided to congratulate Muhammad on the beginning of his new life, and congratulated him on his resurrection. They discussed the incident and asked him questions about how he could breathe underground, and whether he often had fits of energy. All this was funny for them, but not for him. One of them came up to Mugem and repeated once again that joking with their master was a very bad idea, and that he would rather flirt with him and seduce him, as he had told him. The little tramp was sure that the heir, though scary, was a good man. If he talked to him carefully, he had a better chance. And looking at all these people, it was clear that they were all in on it. And no matter how they hid it, it was their secret. Xianghua came up to them and said that Mr. Muhammad was already waiting. Upon entering the room, the heir was waiting for him and asked the rascal to sit down, hoping that he would think it over and start the conversation with renewed vigor and energy. The moment he sat down on the chair, Mugem realized that he was shaking with fear. Even though he was not afraid, his body remembered that he should be afraid of the heir. Looking at this underground worm, the heir thought what had happened to him to make him look scared and shake. Perhaps he thought that the heir would do this to him again. But still, after collecting his thoughts and exhaling, if this dude had been openly angry, he would have been calmer. And this pretended concern for him was very insincere on the part of the heir. He repeated that it was the first time, and now it could be the second. He is never generous twice. And yet Mugem accepted his position and apologized for his rudeness. Looking at him, there was a reward for such humility. A person can learn a lot by being alone with himself. Remembering the moment when the head of the faction, Zhang Sung, was also straightforward. But after he was burned and buried alive, he became like silk, and he even had his admirers. It was all for educational purposes. But in any case, the heir could have forgiven him for his good behavior. However, he called him here for a reason. Well, since it was quite late, they would meet tomorrow. Mugem was amazed that the heir had decided to meet with him tomorrow. But this guy's stupid questions gave the heir a headache, so he let him think for himself. And soon it was over, and they finally went ahead, and the team was happy about it. The little tramp decided to explain everything. He was very good at explaining and decided that he would do it. As they all shouted together that they were going to the Sky Dragon competition, on one of the fishermen's buildings there was a beautiful big swordfish. And the design of this building was decorated with different kinds of fish, shrimps, and creatures made in the form of scarecrows. The beggar, walking by the house, could not help but notice it because they had heard a lot about the Dragon King's pavilions, and they had lived to see it. Their colleague noticed that his friends were complete hillbillies, and it was clear that this was their first time here, because he had been here tens of thousands of times before. But why they were here, and not in the main pavilion of the Namgong faction, remained a question. When Mebin Bin said that they had time to catch the competition and visit the sightseeing spot, everyone was in favor. Well, there were those who abstained from voting, of course, and that was Mujum. Walking next to the heir, he wondered if it was his first time in this pavilion. Of course, it was his first time here, and he didn't think that there were such incredible places. And of course, Representative Namgun couldn't disagree with that, because there are no better places in the world. And they went inside this house to see what was interesting there and to boast in the future that they had been there. But while walking into this house, the heir noticed something beautiful in the window. A very interesting person was looking down at him and watching him. The phrase girl from the Namgun faction referred to Soe, and at first sight, the young master liked her. It had been exactly a year since they had last seen each other. He did not think he would see her again at the competition. Once inside, Sister Namgong saw who was outside and was amazed that one of the faction's warriors was leading him here, to the guest room. And of course, if these people are accompanied by a faction warrior, then most likely this person has a high title. They will be honored to share a meal with these people. However, before sitting them down at the same table, it is worth finding out about their intentions. And Seo Young, looking at the behavior of the head honcho, saw that he was very kind to him. And the moment he walked in, everyone was just amazed that this was the very heir to the library. They never thought they would meet him like that, and had no idea what he even looked like. But they were talking about it in a good way. This girl who was praising him was Samagan-sa herself, who saw the heir as the genius who brought her back from the dead. The guy who conquered the Soman clan, a lousy clan that was going to destroy everything. There were so many rumors about him, and this news was shocking to them. Who would have thought that such a respected family would commit such crimes? And they poured into the air with a lot of different questions, a lot of different disputes and questions, and he didn't know what to say to them. He couldn't answer all the questions at once, and he needed to at least take it slow. It was all about the Soman clan, somewhat exaggeratedly, since the library is not a stronghold of magic, and he is not a master in this field. They can only claim the tragedy by common actions and other rich families. And if it were not for all these people, they would be in great trouble. He introduced the members of the Great Detachment, led by Anson and Jong, and the daughter of the White House chief, Maya Bimbin. And looking at him, it was obvious that the heir was really modest. But the rumors about the Soman clan were not exaggerated at all. Although the boy did receive help from other families, it was the heir who was in charge during the main control situation. He stopped the Soman clan, and it wasn't an exaggeration, as the enemy was quite strong. However, one cannot ignore how the Great Heavenly Library is now perceived. And one way or another, people realized that the rumors exaggerated a lot. But those who know everything in detail will think that the success remained and was due to higher powers. However, the Somun clan's representative, Mugemu, should reduce everything to a joke, as the young master had done before. He was kind to him and yielded to him in everything. And the moment he sat down on the stool, everyone noticed Mugem's kindness to him. And my sister was even worried, because she had never seen the head of the faction's honor guard smile at all, and behave quite strangely. He seemed to have changed. But what could have happened to him? Maybe something good. Maybe something not so good. The head of the Murima Alliance said that if a Murima member changed, there could be only two reasons. Either he was beaten and forced to take a drug elixir, or maybe it was the elixir of the head of the healer fortress nearby. But they could hardly imagine the case of Mugam being beaten because he was very strong. Using her technique, she still decided that she needed to check everyone. Sitting at a lavish, luxurious table in a beautiful home, a conversation was brewing in which Huang Bo Jiangsu was telling about an elder from the Ji Gal clan who would not be attending the competition. Most of all, he hadn't recovered from the death of the head of the alliance, Hugon, with whom they were very close. Moreover, no one had seen her after her death, so the head of the alliance had not yet left her room. The heir understood that she needed time to recover, as it might take them a year to get to a better state. And realizing that the squad of 1,000 guards and the girl named Chigalhe are kind enough and good enough people, he suddenly activates his eyesight and notices something wrong in the room. Someone is exchanging energy waves, most of all this girl and this guy, and apparently they are up to something. At the moment, one guy is standing at the table, pulling out a bottle of a beautiful alcoholic drink. It was Angeun of the Pearl Gate, who, as the heir already knew, had a great martial art. But as it turned out, in his opinion, he was nothing special, and offered a drink to ease their disappointment. Looking at this drunken fool, the young master realizes that things will get more interesting. He decides that he needs to start right away and says to him, "Fool, pour it, of course." The alcoholic beverage that our hero was offered to drink turned out to be quite strange, and the bottle itself glowed with an interesting energy. A very strange drink. And at the moment when the bottle was tipped over to pour alcohol into the bowl, there was no drink. But where did it go? Ungun made a fool of himself since it could not have gone anywhere, and apologized for his unbecoming manners. But the young master remembered that when he visited this place as a Hugong, this guy was such a sweet and polite kid. And it was really funny how he tried to show himself as someone he wasn't. But his skills are pretty good. He uses them well, and a little more, and the bottle will give off some drink again. The heavenly librarian assured everyone that everything was fine, although he realized that they obviously didn't want to hurt him. They just wanted to test his skills. If he didn't do anything, they would try even harder. And he wondered who else would try. But looking at this performance, Mugen realizes that these fools do not know what they are getting into. None of them in this room can stand up to him, and they won't realize until they're buried alive. Of course, the air won't bury them all, but they'd better stop. And after a while, it was the turn of another boy, and this time he needed to keep his composure. It was Pengmigul of the Habupin clan. He was using his chopsticks to pick up the food, tearing pieces off of it, and the young master, looking at him, realizes that he is probably going to throw fish bones at him. Even if he had nimble enough fingers to do it with chopsticks, it would still be difficult. He hoped the young master would fail. It would be nice if he could grab more than 3 bones and direct their pressure point. Basically, this guy did just that. He used his chopsticks to press on them. And like arrows, they flew towards the air of the great library. Looking at this, he knew perfectly well that this would happen, but it was still stupid of them. At that moment, the air decided to take the bones on himself, realizing that they would hit the target. All this time, he could not even look at the young lord being subjected to such lousy tricks by these fools, and he protected him. The heir looked with interest that Mugen would not allow him to be offended, and he turned to Master Pan, emphasizing that his manners were simply terrible and what he was allowing himself to do. Jen's next question was why he was disrespecting the Namgong clan, or maybe he thought that, if he was the only guest here and hadn't felt clumsy before, he felt clumsy now. This made Mugen very angry, and he just couldn't control himself as they wanted to test the young master. He slammed his strong hand on the table in rage, unable to imagine that members of such great clans could behave so low. He noticed that Master Peng was also playing this dirty game. He asked himself again, who behaves like this? This is your first meeting and you are throwing food. Couldn't you find another place? And no one is even going to stop this outrage, not even Ladisa. She didn't even try to do anything. Mugen was disappointed by this. They all let themselves get away with this, and being young is no excuse for such actions. If they do that, they haven't really met a formidable opponent yet. Through the power of vibrational thoughts, the air contacted Mugen. All this to make him stop it, because you can't act like this under any circumstances. Feeling embarrassed, Mugen was embarrassed. Sitting down at his desk, he was sure he had had enough. The girls were discussing the situation very suspiciously, and it was even scary to imagine what was happening to him. They wanted to see how good this guy was, but they failed. Having coughed to attract attention, the heir wanted to say that at the first meeting he did not want to show all his skills. But seeing that it would be unnecessary, he picks up a jug of alcohol and asks everyone to drain it, which the UN clan member recognized as empty, ready to pour into everyone's cups. After a while, everyone is drunk to the point of vomiting. Tomorrow they still have to travel to the earthly clan of Namgung, and their chariots set off. When the young master got out of the chariot, he felt confident. His men had already arrived, and he perceived this landscape as something beautiful. He was glad that his men were so fast. As already mentioned, the Namgong clan looked simply magnificent. Large buildings, beautiful nature, and architecture. The Namgong clan shone with its culture, religions, and beautiful gardens. One of the poor people, the leader of the Anhui branch, a sect below the Xionggang sect, arrived at this place and asked the heir how he was feeling. He had not seen his young children for a long time and hugged them. After greeting him, Malkun said that he had not seen him for a long time and joyfully greeted the heir. The leader of the Anhui Alliance's Murim branch was even here, and he was happy to see the heir. Mugeng had to leave because he had a report to make to the Patriarch. The Patriarch had been watching this guy the whole time. He was wondering why he was getting so much attention. Looking at his behavior, facial expressions, and gestures, he became more curious about who he was. And soon after the report, our hero received very interesting news. The Patriarch wanted to meet with him personally. Moreover, he had listened to the report and did not want to disclose any rumors. He needed him. Soon Mugeng brought the young master to the gate and ordered him to let him in. When he entered the room, it was spacious and unfurnished, with the Patriarch standing in the center. He judged the young master's actions as quite rude. Namgunak was furious that the young master thought he could completely ignore them, although he was being disrespectful. If it was disrespectful to them, he would not have killed them at all. But the Patriarch was not the kind of person who would just watch people suffer. Once these words were spoken in this room, there would be consequences for them. Realizing this, the young master knew that he would not do anything to him together, so he obviously did not bring him up that much. Most likely he had fully understood his words many years ago. At that moment, the head of the Murim came to visit. It was the same guy who wanted to ask how to become a good patriarch, as he was trying his best. The Murim head wanted him to remember a few things. If you're going to kill someone, smile at them. And if you want to praise someone, pretend you want to kill them, he said. Every person is a treasure. Being surrounded by new students means being surrounded by talented people. And most of all, That boy remembered his words. Since the Namgong clan is made up of very hot-headed people, if a clan member is caught and even a single hair is damaged, his head will fall off as well. If even one bone of one of them is damaged, he will lose his arm. The patriarch repeated this because they have a very thin line between blessing and curse, and he asks the heir to the great library a counter-question. What will he choose? But unselfishly, understanding the whole situation and playing on his nerves, the heir understands everything perfectly well. He's not going to play by his rules since in his past life he invented them himself. And the young heir chooses something good. The bishop looks at him with a curious look, as if he is teasing him. Still, he decides to give him a chance, because the Heavenly Dragon competition is coming up. Well, he needs to fill in, but the bishop didn't ask him, and kept watching his every action. And if the guy agrees, then he can go. Thinking to myself that it was very interesting that he was so capable, and did not try to contradict or flatter. Even when he realized that the head of the faction wanted to meet with him, he came in person, and this did not scare the authorities or the man at all. Moreover, he was able to win an undisputed victory over Muhammad, which means that his level of martial arts is not only superior to that of young masters, but also generationally. Can anyone among young people compare to him? Judging by what his heavenly squad says about the heir, he's not just the Dragon King of the main fortress. He has extraordinary leadership skills, and is very friendly and well-connected. This can only mean one thing. He is a real treasure. The heir to the great heavenly library will become a very influential person in the future. The lord of the Namgong clan understands how to get him on his side. His beautiful daughter, who is considered one of the most beautiful girls in this world, Namgong, was wonderful and could help her father a lot. He even imagined that they would have 5 children and began to think of different surnames for them. In a state of effect, he called a servant to invite the chief administrator, Isoyan. The heir to the heavenly library is a wonderful man, and he can become his son-in-law. Therefore, he and his companions should be accommodated in the East Pavilion. When these young men heard that they wanted to put them in the East Garden of the pavilion, they were amazed. The father told his daughter to take her time tomorrow to walk with the heir near his house and show him everything. An interesting fact, take your time walking. The girl immediately understood what he meant. As she was thinking about this situation, her sister came up and asked her what was wrong. She decided to tell her that it looked like she was going to be sold, but who would want to sell the daughter of the head of the Nam Gun faction? The sister was surprised, and by the expression on her face it became clear that this was the plan of the highest boss himself. It would be like a marriage that her father had planned, but who would be the groom? She began to list the different factions. The girl was amazed that her father wanted her to show the heir of the heavenly library their home, and she was in no hurry. And he had personally asked for it. He had never been able to invite a guest to such a tour before, no matter how important the guest was. They never asked for it. It was very rare when she was 5 years old, but who is this heir anyway? Moreover, her father said that they should be placed separately in the East Pavilion. Very important people, Mormus and high-ranking officials are always placed there. And it looks like that's exactly what will happen. And it will be a brother-in-law. The sister noticed that her father always loves his sons-in-law more. Hearing these words, she asked him not to rub salt in the wound. When they were accommodated in such a beautiful pavilion, the boys were amazed at the feeling of comfort and luxury. They were amazed that the Namgong faction had such incredibly beautiful places, and they wondered why they were put here now, because this is a place for honored guests. Our hero lived here when he was the head of the alliance, and now he will be here as the heir. Living in the best pavilion of the faction is definitely a pleasure. The head of the faction is really impressed, and has a lot of respect for him. He hasn't seen him for a long time, and even though his hair has turned gray and his face is covered with wrinkles, he is still very proud of the faction. Although Hugo is no longer in the body, and Muna looks young again, he is still older than him. How great it is to be a young man with the mind of a tough dude in Murima. Meanwhile, the boys were having fun in this place and enjoying life. Yangso had to tell Master Moon that he was more important to see. The young master noticed Sanwa in the distance, and ordered her to get up early tomorrow. Although she was not happy to be noticed, she obeyed the order. As the young master looked at the expanses and decorations surrounding him, he remembered how long it had been since he had been here. He hadn't heard the local frogs croaking for a long time. When he was the master of the Alliance, a little girl gave him a tour of the pavilion. It was the pavilion where he was introduced to live here. She shouted that there were many different frogs here. The girl showed him that the frogs here were quite unusual. Energetically leading the tour, she showed the house and the frog house. She walked confidently around the city, realizing the importance of her mission. She had done a good job today and was sure that Chairman Morim would enjoy the tour. Children are always so loving and easy to distract. The craftsman, following the girl, noticed that she was growing very well. When she climbed the fence to catch a frog, she did not react to her father's words that she might fall. Indeed, the fence broke, and she flew off it into the water with incredible speed. However, she did not fall into the water, because the head of Morim, using his power, grabbed her, lifted her above the water, and as if by magic, began to lift her up. The girl did not know what was happening, but she was glad to be rescued. She fell into the arms of the head of the Alliance himself, and felt that she had to listen to her grandfather. At that moment, the girl was happy because she liked the game, and wanted to try it again. She was not even frightened by this trick, and the heir to the great library sat and remembered this moment. In front of him was this girl reflected in the water, who reminded him of his past life. But life had changed, and he was now in a completely different body and in a completely different place. The girl was preparing for the tour, getting dressed before showing the house. For a long time she thought about the heir, about his character, instead of succumbing to provocations. He, on the contrary, diffused the atmosphere after the head of the honor guard made a remark to them, and even poured them a drink and drank together. It was a wonderful act on his part. From then on, people who stood out did not brag about their skills. The girl realized that it would be good to talk to him and learn more, as her father had wanted. It would be an interesting experience for both him and her. The next day, everyone was amazed that a lady had come to their tomb. But why did she come here? There was nothing special. She just came to show the heir to the great library their house, which was incredible news. Xianghua comes from the garden and brings the birds he was talking about to the master. She offers to bake them and eat them, but how can she say that? He meant something else entirely. Looking closer and more closely, he examined them. Another order was to let them go, but Xianghua did not understand him. But an order is an order, and she obeyed it without any problems. The moment the door closed, she had another question. When she opened the door again, she was furious. She had important information for her master. Mrs. Namgun had come to give him a tour of the house. When Bomhan heard about this situation, he immediately realized that it was the faction leader's imagination. It didn't take him long to realize what it meant. Xianghua was screaming that his mistress was waiting for him, and her screams even gave him a headache. And all this time he was worried that they had been given such rich mansions, because it was not just for fun. Of course, his sharp mind recognized the potential in this place. However, he was not a Hugong, so this was simply unacceptable. Still, if Namgun decided to play such games, he decided to go with his plan. Noticing the sly smile on her master's face, Sanghua was worried about what he wanted to do, but he ordered her to go and say that the young lady had already shown him everything last night, and it would be a lot of fun. The dizzying answer only gave rise to thoughts and a lot of unclear questions, but she didn't understand what he was talking about, because he had been talking with Master Nanhua in the pond gazebo until late last night. She had seen it with her own eyes, but the fact was that he had asked her to tell the mistress. As requested, she simply passed on the information to the mistress. Su Young almost fell over in surprise. She was amazed that the guy was with a young lady yesterday. But who was she? The gentleman decided not to answer and apologized, even though Sanghua wanted it to work out. But since he didn't want to meet her, it was just the way it was. With this information, Miss Seo's heart went out to him, and she had never been rejected before. How could he possibly refuse her invitation? She couldn't even imagine that there were people in this world who could reject her. Even if he had looked at everything yesterday, he couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. And what should she tell her father now? She didn't understand, and someone decided to interrupt her thoughts in self-reproach. It was two poor vagabonds who came in their best clothes and called her sister along. The boy made himself a beautiful hairstyle to surprise Namgun. They promised to do everything so that she would not be ashamed to show up in public with them. They were amazed and too beautiful even for her. Seeing these tough ladies' men, Zoe decided to escort them and show them the Oriental Garden. Her father decided to check what their intentions were, since it shouldn't take long, and with one eye on the newlyweds, he wondered how they were doing. But when he saw the lady with the two vagrants, his face turned pale. The young master was busy with his own affairs. He had no time for this relationship. He was practicing and testing his power of the three elements. By materializing the aromas of pine, earth, and pond, he learned to fill the air with these spaces. These smells distracted him from the rest of the world and reminded him of incredible times. It smelled like he was in a pavilion by the pond. He couldn't believe that he had mastered the technique of 1,000 scents and learned how to mix them. In the future, he would be able to create even more complex scents, perhaps even the smell of the blood of a hexagonal snake. It was terrifying, of course, but the Vrobi that Sanghua released was 500 meters to the east of him. While this ability was enough, he was acquiring new ones that he would need. With this technique, he can sense a small village and in large cities identify the main streets and squares. He hopes that by now he will be able to trace at least a square kilometer of territory by smell. Looking at all these lands, he realizes that it is all real. But someone distracted him. It was his friends who shouted, "Brother, we're back!" They decided to start. While fiddling with their hair, they said that it was enough to sit around. They suggest going to look at the grand prize of the competition as soon as the sister showed them what it looked like, and it was just very attractive. They all went to look at this beautiful prize, and the boys said it was some kind of meat. At the moment when they approached the cage, there was a bird that looked like a phoenix. And of course, it was not meat, as the vagrants thought. It was a bird. It was a bird, a mix of a phoenix, which they managed to save. No one had ever seen such a bird, only twice in a few clans and in a sect. Looking at its eyes, it was clear that they were unusual. The color of it and the color of its eyes were just incredible. The eyes of these birds were simply beautiful. Was it a mix with the phoenix? If you look closely, you could see that the color was slightly different. The young owner saw this meat prize and told his friends to say goodbye to it. The fact is that he noticed it and decided that he did not need this bird. He did not want to disturb or scare it. At the moment when they left the premises, the vagrants were happy that this was, in principle, all. They said goodbye to this meat. Now they were hungry and had to go to dinner as soon as possible. Hearing how wonderful the flavors were in Nauman Academy, the young master could not believe that he was here again. Soon night fell, and the faction began to live in a completely different rhythm. A falcon flew past a tree. A man was sitting near the tree, just bowing his head and not moving, while a drunken man walked by. Of course, the drunken man wondered why this guy was sitting there and not moving, and he looked the lowest of the low. This man came up and hit the one sitting by the tree, but he did not react. There was zero reaction to the drunken man's action, and he decided to beat him up. He was angry that he did not answer the question and started beating the man. The guy who was near the tree raised his head and began to defend himself, because when he asked, "Who is he?" he did not know who he was. His face was incredibly horrible and disgusting. Despite the drunkenness of the man, this beast noticed and knew who he was to him. Taking him by the neck, he knew for sure that today he was his victim. When asked to let him go, the beast replied that the world is beautiful, especially when the food in it talks. Lifting the drunken man up once more, the beast asked him again who he was. Perhaps he knew who he was. "Who am I? Who am I?" He repeated this over and over again, confusing the simple drunken man. Why does he repeat this? But anyway, this beast decided to eat the simple alcoholic and fulfilled this intention. After he had taken the most delicious thing from him, he threw it away like garbage. As he unscrewed the bottle, the beast thought about the daughter of the faction leader. He wondered what she tasted like. Most of all, he knew that she was very tasty. He promised to eat it last and save it for dessert. The beast laughed throughout the forest, eager to eat her. His laughter echoed throughout the forest, and next to him lay a poor man who had been abused by him. Many people gathered in the neighborhood, creating a real sea of people. Most of them were enjoying themselves in friendly companies, having fun. Only Han could not find peace in this chaos around him. He looked up, wondering how far the birds had flown, and how nice it would be if they could one day return. The leader of the Anhui branch of the Murim Alliance, Mong Yunmong, approached him, asking if he was waiting for someone. Han replied that yes, he was waiting for a couple of birds, but they were in no hurry to return. Mong laughed and, to keep the conversation going, said that the birds would be back soon, and then added that he needed to talk to Han. He asked if Han knew how to solve a certain problem. Mong, with a serious face, looked Han straight in the eye, saying that he needed someone like him right now. Han immediately asked if they had a conflict with Jianhu. Mong explained that it didn't matter now, although there had been a few conflicts in the last 6 months. This is a long time for those who cannot wait. They had already started to act after realizing that Hugong was dead. The pent-up anger and conflicts between sects started to happen more and more often, especially with the reckless guys from the Shining Lightning Pavilion. This explanation surprised Han, because he had never heard it before. He realized that they are indeed good bombers, but their character is quite easygoing. Mong went on to explain that they had a conflict with the Wudan sect because they were very angry about the absence of Hugong. They decided to confront the Wudan sect and dug under the mountain, planting a ton of explosives in an attempt to blow up the mountain. However, there were a lot of boulders in their way, which slowed down the work considerably, but they couldn't stop halfway and eventually just stopped digging. It all ended in a fight and the explosion of everything they had brought in. Khan sat there and thought about what nonsense this was. Does he really think he can make up interesting stories? He continued to scratch his tongue, but Khan interrupted him and asked if he was feeling well. Then he added that he shouldn't evade the topic of the conversation. At this point, the other person realized that his lie could be easily exposed and suggested going somewhere. Seo appeared, making Han wonder why they were the center of attention and why she was so tense. She didn't look her best. She was very serious and didn't smile at all. Khan couldn't stand it and started laughing so hard that his drinks flew out of his mouth. This made her angry, which was quite expected. She stood next to Yun Sang and said that she needed some air and that she had to leave. Han wasn't going to laugh. He just remembered the expressions on those guys' faces. One man who had his back to him caught his attention. More precisely, what he was wearing around his neck was a mask, and it was very interesting. Han realized that they had decided to infiltrate the Heavenly Dragon Council by using disguises. It was very bold. I wonder if there are any more of them here. Looking around with his own eyes, Han noticed that there were only 5 of them. One of them had even joined the guards, which was incredible. Only one question: why? These are members of an endless band of assassins trying to kill Khan. The first question is, are they hunting a bird? The second question is, are they just studying the situation? Or maybe they are preparing for a secret meeting. In any case, everything became clear. Khan approached one of them from behind. First, he looked to the left, then to the right, noticing that no one was around. The person had to react if Khan came so close. If their goal was to kill Khan, they would not take their eyes off him. But as they approached each of them, Khan received no reaction, which meant that their target was not Khan. Angie was sitting at the table enjoying some delicious chicken when the heir approached him and asked if he had lost someone. Khan, without hesitation, ordered his older brother to bring him and told his younger brother to bring Mongmon. He sat down at the table with everyone else, and everyone was silent, praying before eating. After the prayer, Khan said that he had gathered everyone because he was bored alone and suggested that they enjoy the meal, noting that there were only 5 disguised people. The boys were in a hurry to eat, and Khan used his power of thought to tell them that there were only 5 disguised people. While eating, they continued to talk with superpowers, and the master offered to capture them, but he said that one of them was a swordsman, so it would be difficult. In addition, their motives and who hired them were unknown, so he could not act harshly. Khan added that it was all just fiction, and we shouldn't take it too seriously. One man stood up and started to leave. Khan noticed that one sparrow had left. He immediately told his men that one had just come out, and he got up from his chair and decided to follow it to find out more and decide what to do. Khan ordered his men not to give themselves away and not to do anything, even if the other sparrows also left. This old man was walking down the street leaning on his stick. He walked unnoticed, and there was one man in the crowd with a hood who looked very suspicious. Meanwhile, the sisters were sitting on the second floor of the cafe drinking tea. One of the girls was very outraged, telling her sister that she would never have thought that Khan would laugh at her appearance. At that time, a man was sitting in one of the empty rooms and meditating. Khan realized that he needed to go to this door and approached it. As he got closer to the door, he stuck out 2 fingers. He then stuck them into the gap in the door, which caused a loud, dull sound like an explosion. The man inside immediately jumped up and asked, "Who are you?" When the dust from the impact settled, he saw the young master of the Great Heavenly Archive standing before him. Han, with an incredibly serious face, asked the man, "What are you doing in the Namgung plan?" The man immediately thought about it because he believed that no one could find him. And here he was, standing in front of him. He was sure that he was looking at a child who could not do anything to him. However, this man was not so stupid and understood that before talking, you need to determine the level of combat training of the opponent. So he immediately told Khan that he had no idea who he was dealing with. But Khan believed that the man would waste his time with idle talk. At that moment, the man's hand was already pointed in Khan's direction. He stood in a fighting stance and warned that he would fight with only one hand, so Khan should try very hard. The man added that if Khan could touch him with just one finger, he would answer any question. Before he could speak, Khan's attack was already flying in his direction. The blow was so strong that a blue abrasion immediately appeared on his cheek, and the man's legs were crossed like a girl lying on the beach. The impact of his head on the wall was so powerful that it was as if a meteorite had fallen from the galaxy to the Earth. The sisters heard the sounds of impacts and saw people flying through the window. They noticed that the young master was arranging all this. Did he really decide to kill someone right there? They saw him dragging a bald man with tears in his eyes. Then Khan dragged him across every roof, and on each roof he gave him a slap on the wrist. The girls could only stare at his bald head. After a while, Khan dragged the man out of the city. It was the elder of the Silver Radiance sect, Guhan. He confessed that he was traveling under disguise to find new talent on behalf of the clan patriarch, Namgun. The man's face lit up when Han started talking about the sect, because he wanted to tell everything about it. Why are his fighting skills so weak compared to his level of disguise? Perhaps it could be attributed to idle talk. The man continued to say that they were not hiding anything and could be trusted. Khan interrupted him, saying that he believed him, but he allowed him to ask one more question because he had found 5 of them. He asked how many there really were. The man didn't realize right away because he knew there were 4, and he told Khan. This made him think, because he didn't seem to know everything that was going on. After the rooftop slapping, the man was afraid of every look from Khan and said that he could go to the clan leader and check everything out. He covered himself with his hand from every rustle. But suddenly he heard a rustle, and Khan disappeared, and the man did not even have time to realize where he had gone. After that, Khan stood above the city on top of a tree, or rather, on one of the branches. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in his ability. Using this ability, he scanned the entire village. He noticed that there were only 3 of the Namgong clan left in the dugouts. The question was, where did the other one go? They had gone south to the Dragon Pavilion. If they were with Guhan, they would have stayed in the north. It cannot be considered lucky that they managed to escape, but we can be sure that they will soon meet with Han, and then he will show them that luck is not on their side. Meanwhile, the leader gathered everyone together and told them that they had one task, to determine who was using the disguise. He said that they had 4 days for this task, including today, and they had to look for disguised members of the Silver Radiance sect. Everyone listened attentively to his words that this competition was not just a test of skills, but a valuable lesson for everyone. One of the boys raised his hand and asked how many people needed to be found, but the leader was unable to answer this question. He explained that the level of disguise is the best today, but will gradually decrease. After listening to the whole speech, the guys got together and started discussing that everything would work out, and there would be nothing difficult. But the old man did not tell them that there would be elders among those in disguise. And then one young man interrupted him, apparently with something urgent. The head could not understand what could be so urgent as to distract him right now. The patriarch listened carefully to what the boy was whispering in his ear. He could not believe what he heard. The young master had already discovered them all. After that, the elder sat in his office and talked to him. He explained that if the patriarch had warned him in advance, this would not have happened. The elder was outraged that he had not been warned about how good Khan was at martial arts. He added that if he had known about it, he would not have said anything bad about Khan and mocked him. But the patriarch explained that he did not expect this. This made him sit down and think, and the man, seeing a serious patriarch, thought he had said something wrong. His indignation quickly disappeared when the patriarch said, "Listen." The patriarch added that he was sure he had something else to say. The man only replied that he didn't think he had anything else. He thought that the patriarch was putting a lot of pressure on him, but the patriarch sat there and thought that this was the 2nd time that the young master had killed the head of the guard, and now the same thing was happening. These 2 incidents made the patriarch think that this could be a trap. He realized that he could fall victim to this trap. At this point, the man interrupted his thoughts, saying that he remembered something else. He noted that the young master had asked something strange, namely how many people were disguised, and said that he had discovered 5. The furious patriarch slammed his hand on the table and asked what he meant. The man could not answer, but after a few seconds, about 30, he realized what was going on. The entire clan was raised to its feet after hearing that a spy had entered their territory. The patriarch informed his people about it. An active search began immediately, but no trace of this strange man could be found. This fact shocked all the patriarchs and leaders of the 10 greatest clans. Some took it as a blow to their reputations. Others discussed the young master's extraordinary abilities. And some wanted to blame the Great Heavenly Archive for all the troubles. The young master returned at that very moment. He sat down at the table to talk with the patriarch. On the same day, he left the Namgong clan's domain. Everyone discussed that the situation looked like chaos. Some complained about the heir to the Great Heavenly Library, while others defended him. Mu Yong realized that it was impossible to even compare himself to him. Mu Yong listened intently and heard that Han had done an incredible job today, even settling in the Eastern Pavilion, which was a significant achievement. But all these idiots, who have no shame or conscience, are criticizing him for doing what he wants and not following etiquette. They say that the heir apparent is too proud because he is treated specially in the faction. Mu Yan continued to talk about this. He admitted that he was most annoyed. He was never able to meet Han in the pavilion of the Arachon ship, and even at the banquet, he did not have time to greet him, although he was really hoping to meet and talk to him. Another added that it seems that the master of the Manhwa Academy and the heir to the Great Heavenly Library have a very good relationship, but this only angered his brother. Meanwhile, she stood alone and wondered what her father was thinking. He had let the heir to the great heavenly library just walk away. It was as if the heir had been kicked out on purpose because he had ruined the faction's plans for Mogong. She wanted to meet with her father, but he was busy, so she didn't get to talk to him. She decided that she needed to talk to her older brother at least. She ran to the door and quickly opened it, but he was neither in the training pavilion nor in his room. She could only hope that her brother knew what was going on. But where had he gone in the midst of this situation? She realized that she had no choice in this situation. She came to him to talk, and he was ready to listen. She asked him why her father did not dissuade the heir to the great heavenly library from his actions today. He held the scroll in his hands and only said her name in response. Then she asked again, and he replied, "Go away." It was incomprehensible, but he went on and repeated it. "Go away." The girl was trembling with fear and could not say anything else but yes. In a moment, she was gone from the room. He was left alone, thinking about how cute she was. It was really strange, and he kept repeating to himself, "Please fulfill my request, heir to the great heavenly library." Meanwhile, in the Dragonship Pavilion, this was the last place Han left his mark. If Han made the pavilion the center of the search area, it would be easier to find him. We can even assume that he will pass through here again. Today, infiltrating the faction was clearly not easy for him. Being invisible was a necessity, not a pastime. He was clearly too rough for this, but it was something to be proud of. It seemed that after walking around the Namgun faction, he decided to run away for such a thrill. Because of inattention, people like him get caught. Han thought about all this, trying to understand the situation he was in. His brothers were in the room and said that they were going to leave and would be back soon. Another asked where they were going and whether he should go with them, but he kept thinking about how to find the person he was looking for. While arranging with the Patriarch for the search, the Patriarch appointed Nam Gun Yong, the leader of the faction, to help in the search. He shouldn't worry, as his brothers had just gone out to talk to the vagrants to get information from them. The neighborhood can be explored after midnight, so now he can rest. After a while, midnight came, and he plunged into meditation. This allowed him to see everything around him as if with a scanner. He carefully examined everything that was happening around him. Suddenly, he heard the door to his right begin to open. A moment later, a person appeared behind it, but it was hard to see because of the nightlight. Khan took a closer look. At first, it seemed to be some small boy, as it was hard to see, but when the light fell on it, the silhouette became visible. It was Seonghwa with a happy face, happy to see Han. He hadn't even thought to tell her before, but tonight was the last time she would come to his chambers at night. He thought it had become her habit under the previous owner of this body. Now this poor girl cannot sleep when she needs to. The main thing is that she understood him correctly, and he asked her to do this because he cared about her and thought it would be better for her. In no way did he expect her to do anything bad, but we shouldn't forget that he also has his own personal space, and he is half an adult man. He was also worried about her and told her so, which made her blush and embarrassed. Agreeing with him, she ran out of his room and went to her room. Because of this, Han lost contact with the 2 sparrows and 4 elders of the Yin-Yang sect. Now there was only a 5th spy left. Opening the window, he felt that the wind was very fresh today. As night fell, people stopped walking back and forth and their scent became weaker, so it would be easier to find the one he was looking for. Tonight he had a great chance to get on the trail. Opening the window and starting to run, he heard the words, "Air," but he didn't want to stop and jump down from the roof of the building directly to the ground. Unfortunately, nothing happened, and Namgyun caught up with him, saying that he would go with him. Han allowed him to do so, and he said he would obey. But it seemed that Han would have to slow down to keep up with him. Namgyun had a strange expression on his face, and he was shaking. This provoked Han to ask if he was okay. It was unclear whether he was pitiful, or, on the contrary, worthy of praise. After a few minutes of fast running, Han noticed that his previous determination had disappeared somewhere. Either way, it would be a good experience for him. But at this point, Han suggested that he increase his speed even more. He did not give up and replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the 4th ghost came to see the 5th ghost, whose body was shaking and who was sitting in a dark room. The 4th asked her, "What are you doing?" The 5th answered that he was shaking very badly, which was already noticeable. "Have you eaten?" she continued. He replied that yes, he had eaten a lot, even eating 2 dogs. Sitting down at the table, the 4th one heard him say that he was always thinking about this heir to the great heavenly library. He saw him today, and he saw him too. When the heir looked at the 5th, he was very frightened. Then Han approached him. The 5th one did not want to be near him, but he could not run away. He was so scared that he was shaking. He did not want to meet him, but it happened anyway. He thought he would die if he went back and pretended that everything was normal. There were a lot of people there who used the same technique as him. 4 or so, If they hadn't been there, the fifth would have been left alone and would have died for sure. But in reality, Fifth just wanted to take one look at the Dodge faction leader and wanted to eat. But he wanted to see her first. However, out of all the people, he couldn't get a good enough look at her to remember her face. To be more precise, he was unable to see her because of the Great Heavenly Library's air, and because of this incident, he had forgotten her face. He could only remember what the air of the Great Heavenly Library looked like. The fourth ghost asked him to be patient a little longer, as they only had a few days left. The head of the ghosts would be here soon, and so would Lady Ohm. She asked him to be patient again and repeated that the whole world would be afraid of them. He didn't understand why he was still afraid, especially since Gong Hu was dead. But he was sure that it was all because of the heir to the Great Heavenly Library, and he wanted to see the fear in his eyes. Only then would he be satisfied. His fear will be hidden in terror, and I will laugh in his face, the fifth ghost repeated, while the fourth ghost sat drinking tea and was delighted by these words. Han wandered around until dawn, without finding any trace of him, and at noon, Choi Un and Mon Yon came to him. They reported that they had not been able to get any information. It was decided to expand the search radius, and they would leave earlier today to go further into the forest. Brother Nam Gun did not take the initiative and said he would go with them. His complexion wasn't the best, but he kept repeating that everything would be fine. This guy looked like a driven horse because of the excessive use of internal energy. Even as a child, he was different from others, always reserved. His face did not express emotions, and his manners were refined, but it seems he stopped being so serious. At that moment, Han told him that they were leaving. This seemed to be fun for him, because with a joyful face, he moved forward. Compared to yesterday, Gun felt much freer today. Of course, he was honored to be considered one of the best warriors of the younger generation. But what had happened last night had brought him down to earth. Perhaps it was because the heir had seen all the unattractive aspects of him that he had been hiding from others, that he felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart and shoulders. Perhaps his father had forced him to follow the heir, so that these chains would be broken and he would be freer. In general, he had rather dark thoughts while running. At one point, the heir stopped right on the roof. He saw corrosive poison in front of him and said so. Because of this, he changed his course and jumped in the other direction. It was in the direction where the smell of poison was coming from. They were running in that direction, and as soon as he smelled it, it seemed like his nose was about to bleed. A kilometer ahead, they could see red smoke spreading in the air. When they ran there, they saw a mountain of bones on the ground. It was a woodcutter who had died without a trace even now. Looking at this, one could not decide whether he was fearless or just weak-minded. He couldn't understand how the heir could smell the poison from such a long distance. At the time, the heir was thinking about something else, because he was sure that it was the work of that person. To cover his tracks, it was enough to cover the corpse with corrosive poison and bury it. But he didn't do that. It seems that it was the work of someone who was walking around the Namgun faction in disguise. He was sure that no one would notice him. These were the thoughts of the heir at the time. But it doesn't matter whether that guy committed the crime or not. Today, the search should take place in this area. After a hard day, night fell. The events shifted to the grandmother, who was sitting and begging for mercy. But the devil wanted to eat something tasty. He mocked her by copying her plea for mercy. It was over quickly. He hit her neck with his hand, grabbed her and wished himself a pleasant appetite, sticking out his nasty tongue. He was about to swallow her, but Khan appeared and struck the bastard. The sword collided with his weapon, which he held tightly in his hands. The heir had saved his grandmother, and now he held his weapon and fought. He fought this monster whose smile was only frightening. The bastard immediately began to talk about how he had found a use for the heir of the Great Heavenly Library. But Han immediately asked him to at least introduce himself properly. Meanwhile, Grandma crawled away as fast as she could. Han calmed her down and said he would get her out of there. The enemy was so terrifying and frightening that even Gong turned his head and thought that even though he was the heir of the Great Heavenly Library, he could not do it alone. Their weapons crackled with each clash. The force of the blows pushed each other away and sent them flying into the distance. The bastard repeated that he knew Khan would come and asked how he had found him. Khan waited until they introduced themselves to each other. After that, he repeated his request and asked him to introduce himself. The man grabbed his head and repeated that his face was very scary. He didn't understand why Han was so calm, and that was what bothered him the most. He wanted to scare Khan so that he would be afraid when he looked at him. But for the heir, it was just a vain imitation of real madness. It was clear that he was not responsible for his actions and was being controlled by someone. Khan even thought that everything would end there, but it seemed to be just the beginning. The battle continued, and Gun appeared next to him and sat down next to the stone. The heir was tired of this fear me from the enemy, and he, asking how much longer he would whine, flew at him with his sword. Unexpectedly, the enemy managed to repel every attack. Round spheres with spikes appeared above their heads against the background of the moon. Then each of them began to explode. It was a hidden explosive that Han now had to defend himself against. Han could not contain his emotions and shouted loudly, "Air!" The enemy thought that the crazy air had run away from him and shouted after him, "Come back!" But that was not the case. Khan turned around and started running in his direction. His weapon flew like a boomerang, performing a whirlwind to deflect every attack. The air managed to avoid harm. The enemy admitted to himself that he had never seen such a technique before. Khan escaped his weapons, avoided 36 hidden bombs, and destroyed 12 of them, even though he shouldn't have even noticed them. And now Khan was standing in front of him and asking him to show him everything he could do. Khan could feel his interest in the fight growing and was eagerly waiting for his opponent to show his best. The opponent looked quite formidable, but in the depths of his eyes, Khan noticed a hidden fear. Despite this, his attacks were quite serious and dangerous. Khan noticed that these attacks looked quite plausible. However, he realized that all but the 2 blades above his head on either side were fake. It wasn't easy, and if it wasn't for Han's high level of skill, he might not have been able to recognize the deception. The enemy was shocked when he realized that his attack had been exposed. Realizing the danger, the enemy decided to kill Han as quickly as possible. But the question arose, would it be that easy? All his blades were easily deflected by Khan's sword. Some of the attacks were even stopped by Han with his left hand. By gathering all the energy in his hand, Han made sure that the blades could not pierce it. He threaded all of the enemy's boomerang-shaped blades like a needle. After that, Han stuck the blades into the ground and prevented them from returning to the enemy. The enemy's body trembled, and the realization of his defeat never left his mind. The situation changed, and Khan just looked at the enemy calmly, listening to his incoherent words. "I will die. I will definitely die." Having stepped on his heels, the enemy turned around and began to run away. But their speed was incomparable, and it was not a problem for Khan to catch up. Unfortunately for the enemy, Khan's blade sliced right through where his foot had been. The entire sword was sprinkled with red blood. This was followed by a strong blow to the chest. The legless idiot, who tried to escape, coughed up blood and fainted from the pain. Khan masterfully dealt with him. His body was nailed to a tree, and the sword was so deeply embedded that it was impossible to pull it out, especially since the enemy had no strength. But that's not all. Khan came closer to say a few words. The enemy knew this would happen and regretted not running away earlier. However, he really wanted to see Khan to feel again the emotions he had felt at the first meeting. Why he made this decision was a personal mystery. After that, Khan took a swing at him, his hand touching his opponent's chest. The opponent noticed that the blood was no longer flowing from his leg. Khan had stopped the bleeding, but now he could not feel his body at all. On the contrary, he felt someone else's energy in it. It seemed that his heart was no longer beating. Some energy had completely taken over. Khan explained what this energy was and offered a choice. If the enemy answered quickly and honestly, death would be merciful. But if he kept him waiting, the torment would be unimaginable. The first question Khan asked was, "What is your name?" He answered, "The Fifth Ghost." Khan asked why it was such a strange name. The opponent assured him that this was his name and asked why Han did not believe him. Then he realized that he had another name, but no one had asked him about it for a long time, and he had almost forgotten it. Still, he was always waiting for someone to ask. Finally, he answered, "My real name is Ban Yu-gyun." He wondered why this name could be important to Han. He asked Han to kill him immediately to end his suffering. Han thought about this request. Suddenly, the fifth ghost began to say incomprehensible things. "When the lady and the prince come, everyone in this competition will die. Khan, if you do not run away, you will die." Khan replied, "No, I will survive. Even among you there is one traitor," the Phantom continued. This interested Khan. He tried to get his opponent emotional to learn more about his plans. Han suspected that the destruction of all the participants in the Heavenly Dragon competition was too ambitious a goal. "Who is the prince and what do you mean?" Han asked, trying to figure out if there was a traitor among the competitors. Perhaps everything the fifth ghost had said was a lie. Han reached around his neck and pulled out a flask. The fifth Phantom warned Han that it was dangerous, because the poison inside would eat away at his flesh to the bone. But Han objected, saying that there was another way. He put 2 fingers to the enemy's stomach, and the enemy felt such pain that his eyes almost flew out of their sockets. He remained lying under that tree, abandoned and exhausted, and Khan and his new ward continued to move forward. Mrs. Om, the wife of the head of the Sumu clan named Seo Munchu, was behind all the bloodshed. It is not known whether Seomun learned about this before the marriage, or whether the truth came out after the wedding. The Seomong clan had been committing bloody crimes in the shadows, but when their plans were thwarted by the Great Heavenly Library, Lady Om was furious. However, her anger could not fix anything because the Soman clan had already fallen. She directed her anger at the heir apparent from the Great Heavenly Library, learning that his name was among those invited to the Heavenly Dragon competition. That was all Han understood. The problem was the prince. The fifth phantom knew what powers the Heavenly Library had, but he knew nothing about their powers. Khan had only heard of Lady Om and the 12 Ghosts organization, but this was the first time he had heard of the prince. Perhaps there really is a traitor among them. The word one could mean either one person or a whole clan. It is not known how to find out the truth, but if all the participants of the competition die because of this prince, it may be one person. We need to find out if there was anything suspicious going on in the Namgun faction. There was nothing near them, not far from the dragon ship pavilion that could pose a danger, so Han could leave his ward alone. He realized that instead of helping him, he was delaying Han. When Khan told him to stay, he thought, who am I anyway? But gathering his strength, he said to himself, no. Thanks to these few days spent with Khan, my skills have improved greatly. He realized that this was also his merit. Gathering his strength, he began to run forward, jumping from tree to tree. But he didn't keep jumping for long. After a few meters, he fainted and fell to the ground. He was breathing heavily, as if he had run 100 kilometers. In his mind, he recalled the face of the fifth ghost. He thought that if he had been in Han's place in the battle with the fifth ghost, he would probably have been torn to pieces and would not have been able to win. He remembered the pile of meat that Han had left behind, and how skillfully Khan had disposed of it under the tree. From the outside, one could understand the fifth ghost's feelings, what it must be like to be opposed by an enemy like Khan. Meanwhile, they were waiting for Khan in the house, and finally he returned. The poor man ran to meet him and said that he could not sleep all this time. He was waiting so much. He began to tell him that there was no new information, but there was something remarkable. He said that last night someone had left Benny's faction. After a while, Khan was already sitting in the Patriarch's office. He was listening to all the information about the prince, Miss Ohm, the blood ghosts, and the fact that a traitor had infiltrated their faction. It wasn't easy to make sense of it all, and it was even harder to take any action because it hadn't been revealed who the traitor was yet. Poor man said that something strange happened during the competition. Last night, someone from Benny's faction disappeared. He doesn't remember for sure if it was Benny Jinpoon or Bendy Jin-san, but this crazy man suddenly got very angry at Mu Yan-jin, accusing him of treating him badly. It's worth noting Mu Yan-jin's remarkable skills. He managed to deflect the sword blows several times with his bare hands. Before anyone knew it, Benny Jin's sword was in Mu Yan-jin's hands. A filigree job. No wonder Mu Yan is one of the favorites in the Heavenly Dragon competition. Representatives of Benny's faction took advantage of this incident to leave Namgun's faction. The poor man assumed that at the end, one of them said something like, "This is bullshit," and disappeared. It seemed to Han that he would have to follow them. Even after losing a duel, only a madman would run away from a Heavenly Dragon competition like that. They knew for sure that they would be kicked out of the faction, so they decided to leave first. But they couldn't escape from Han. The clan leader kept asking Han what to do now. Khan explained that the first step was to catch the people from Benny's faction and get all the information from them. He suggested sending soldiers to the west, where they could be headed. If they were riding horses, they couldn't have gone far, and if they were staying overnight at an inn, the distance was even shorter. In addition, if they have armed men with them, they should ask for help from the main fortress of healers in the west, because no one else can help suppress Benny's resistance, since there are no more decent families in the west. The Patriarch listened to Khan and marveled at how well he knew Murim's capabilities. He added that one could hardly hope for help from the fortress, as they were reluctant to intervene in conflicts with strong families. The Khan assured him that he need not worry about this, as he had friendly relations with the head of the healer's fortress, and they would definitely support him. Khan then turned to the poor man and said that he had a request for him. He asked to find out more about the prince, as the fifth ghost could be wrong. Khan said that it was better to prepare for the worst even while hoping for the best. Khan added that the prince and the traitor could mean something else. Not necessarily one person or an army. It could be explosives that will destroy the entire faction, or poisoned arrows that will rain down from the sky. It can even be a creature of darkness that will cover the sky like a wave, so you have to be prepared for anything. The poor man listened to all this and understood Han. But Khan had one more question for the leader of the faction. He needed to know about all the kinship and other connections of the Soman clan, including all the connections made through intermarriage. The clan is currently led by Elder Seo Moonbong, and if he sends him a letter, he will answer without any problems. The elder immediately agreed and did not even hesitate. The feeling in the room was that Han was speaking to him with respect, but there was also a tone of command. His instructions were so clear and explicit that even the elder could not disagree, and it did not put him off at all. The elder asked Han what his plan was. Han held up the souvenir he had taken from the fifth ghost, and explained that he was going to meet with them. The conversation ended, and morning came as the sun was just rising. Gun sat on the roof and spent the whole night there. Thoughts of Han did not leave him. Gong reflected on their journey, how they had run, and felt great respect for Han. He remembered the moment when Khan said goodbye to him and told him that it was time to go. Gong couldn't help but think that Han had spent all his energy on the battle last night, but didn't even look tired. This made Gun think that he was a burden to Han. His thoughts were interrupted by Han's voice behind him, and Gun jumped in surprise. He hadn't expected to see Han around and hear him ask a question that he had been thinking about so much that he was even scared. "Were you sitting here with some girl until I got here?" Han joked, but he realized that Gun was probably still recovering from the shock of the previous night. "Brother Namgun," Han said, and thanked him for his work. These words made Gun hold his breath. Then he came to his senses and said that he hadn't done anything special. Khan suggested that he rest today and start working again tomorrow at noon. "It would be nice to take a bath and get some rest for both of us. I'm tired too," Khan added. Khan then returned to the faction, where he was eagerly awaited. His younger sister woke up early and met him right at the entrance. She immediately started asking questions about whether he was going out again. Khan explained to her that he had just come back to rest, but before she could even finish the conversation, he had already moved on. She felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, because neither her father nor her brother had ever listened to her to the end. The best of teas seemed to be on the table. Without wetting his mustache, he took a sip. He immediately realized that it was tea from the main fortress of the healers. He could taste it even before he took a sip. His thoughts became clearer, and his energy was already restored. This man was the leader of the Benny faction, Benny Chong. The deputy head of the main fortress of healers, Yanhua Un, didn't even know how to respond to his praise. He said he hadn't even expected to meet Benny Chong last night. Did something happen during the competition? Benny explained that they were embarrassed but had to leave the competition. Despite the talents of his son, a silly old man like himself, the competition for weaponry and the ability to handle power was a test. The task was to identify those who had changed their appearance using the metamorphosis technique. However, his son discovered all 4 of them before the task was even announced. Suddenly, the heir to the Great Heavenly Library was outraged that he was able to find them all before the task was announced, saying that it was a clear cheat. He accused the old man of ordering his son to win the competition. This argument did not end. Someone sided with the heir apparent and the split became even sharper. At this point, Benny asked if he could continue to participate in the competition under such conditions. Despite the fact that the head of the faction, Nam Gun, asked them to stay and begged them to stay, they could no longer fulfill his request. Benny added that it was all his fault being such a stupid old man, because he lacked the virtues. The deputy tried to calm him down, asking him not to say that about himself. But Benny wondered if that was enough to explain the situation at the Heavenly Dragon competition, and continued to repeat that it was all his fault. In response, he heard from the deputy, "After listening to you, one would think that you are not even worthy of being a faction leader." For a moment, Benny thought he had disobeyed, because he did not expect to hear that at all. But the deputy called him an animal right to his face. Clenching his fist, Benny rushed at the deputy. He began to choke him and asked if he disagreed with what he said. Behind his back, Benny was already drawing his blade when the door suddenly opened and several people ran in after hearing the noise. With the blade at the deputy's neck, Benny tried to prove his point and said that he needed the help of the main healer's fortress. To the last, he insisted on his words and said that since he had not been there, it was hard to believe it. But he saw his fist in front of him, which began to change color. It was his hand, and he could not understand what was happening to it, because it remained a mystery to him. Suddenly, there was a quick spasm in his heart. The spasm was followed by blood flying out of his mouth and blocking his airway. The deputy said that a message had come from the Nam Gung faction in the morning, saying that Master Bendy of the Bendy faction was involved in a conspiracy with the Blood Association. Benny defended himself to the last, asking if they really believed the words of the Namgun faction. The deputy objected, saying that he didn't believe it right away, but thought it would be foolish to ignore the message. However, this message was written by the heir to the Great Heavenly Library, and he is their benefactor. The heir to the Great Heavenly Library was the benefactor of the main healer fortress, which was something that Chong did not know. He also did not understand how he knew about their involvement in the conspiracy. "This is clearly not the time for speculation," the deputy said as he leaned closer to Chan and offered to correct one thing, namely the arrogance of the heir apparent. "He's not the kind of person who cares about such nonsense, and you should think carefully before accusing someone." He asked the person in charge of external relations if they had managed to find out what was happening outside the fortress walls. He explained that, as indicated in the message, representatives of the Benny faction had left the competition. After that, the deputy was ordered to send a message to the Namgun faction and inform them that they had managed to capture the traitors. He also had to find out in advance what questions to ask during the interrogation, since the interrogation was an order from the heir apparent. It was an order from the heir apparent of the Great Heavenly Library. Meanwhile, they entered the building, which had a very eerie atmosphere. Han asked Namgun's brother to go back. Namgun's father said that Han was going to meet with his opponents. Namgun realized that he could not go back and asked for permission to go with Han. In the worst-case scenario, Han realized that this could be a death sentence, and that is why he's going back to find his dead body later. Because of this, he needs to make sure to stay. It was very difficult to look into the eyes that begged him to come with them, and it was even harder not to take him with him. These difficulties did not make Khan change his mind. He said, "They are coming out now." Are today's young people so emotional, or is he the only one who is so special? Han thought. Han had taken Namgun with him because he was sitting alone and playing a game of strength. But now it was too dangerous, and Han asked him to go back. Namgun cried, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and now Han was left alone. The sun set very quickly today. Khan wondered where he should send the invitation. He held a curved knife in his hands, thinking about his next move. Soon he took his sword and put the sheath directly on the blade. This was done in order to create enough sound. Sound to invite. He launched it all through the second-story window of the house. Tonight, the moon was shining brightly, and all the people were looking up at the sky, noticing a very bright object. The children thought it was dragons. Tonight it would be wonderful if the Prince the Fifth Ghost had told them about appeared. People panicked at what they saw, and the children ran to their mothers, shouting that they had heard this sound last night, so something might happen tonight. Khan wanted to meet with the prince face to face. Mrs. Ohm heard this sound and wondered what he meant. Is he really that fearless or that confident in his skills? The head of the ghosts told her that the ghosts confirmed Han is alone in the abandoned house. They searched the entire area around, but found no ambushes or traps. Their opponent was the heir to the Great Heavenly Library. They knew about him, but they did not know his true capabilities. Her troops and sons suffered, believing in his smile and friendliness. Moreover, Han did not naively rely on the power of the Great Heavenly Library alone, but also enlisted outside support. Because of this, she wondered if he was really alone, and was sure that something was hidden, although she couldn't figure out what it was. She did not know if Khan knew about the prince. She asked the head of the ghosts, and he replied that it was impossible, because only the fifth ghost had the information. Based on this, she decided the following. She went to a merchant named Chun. The merchant was very worried that the enemies would come the easy way in return. He gave her a flask, for which she was very grateful. She told the second, third, and fourth ghost to go outside. Turning to the fourth ghost, she explained that Khan might do something completely unexpected, so she had to find out his intentions first. If his plans were nothing special, they should act immediately. She emphasized that it was impossible to put into words how resourceful Han was, so if she hesitated, it could end badly for her. She told her to remember this, and to finish everything before he used another trick, and handed her a flask. She warned her not to kill him right away. It was imperative to capture him alive, and then cut off all his limbs, noting that she would not speak to him if all his arms and legs were still in place. She ordered that when he was brought to her, he should have only his head and body, no limbs, because it was Khan who made her son like this. The amputation of his limbs in her plans was only the beginning of his suffering. She believed it was only the beginning, but he sat there and thought that their spies had already finished their work 2 hours ago. He believed it had taken longer than expected because of the ambushes and traps they had discovered. Their biggest concern was why Khan had come alone. That upset them the most, and he understood that. In the end, they decided to take the first step, and that is why Khan came alone. Perhaps that decisive step is the prince who was supposed to exterminate everyone in the Heavenly Dragon competition. If Han was wrong, neither the Namgun faction nor those who had come to the competition would be there tomorrow. At this moment he heard a sound near his ear. He felt the presence of 3 people approaching the house. Sitting at a table in a deserted house, he realized this immediately. He heard the sounds of them coming up the stairs toward him. She came in and apologized for keeping him waiting so long. He felt a strong energy in the area of his heart, and it was clear from his expression that he had not expected this. She began to introduce herself, saying that her name was the fourth ghost. She was very happy that they had finally met and invited him to talk. He wondered what had happened to his heart, as the sensations were very strange. Her request to talk when she had already sat down across from him at the table raised questions for him. "I guess the head of the Blood Association is busy." She asked him not to be disappointed, as she had come in her place because she was very interested. She even complimented him, calling him handsome, saying that she was not disappointed when she came. There was a strange scent in the air that made him suspicious. He asked her if she was wearing incense. This word, at first glance, seemed unknown to her. She replied that since she was a woman, she must wear perfume. Then she added that he was wrong, because Murim warriors do not use incense to hide their body odor. She noted that he, the former head of the Murim Alliance, knew how Murim members live. However, despite her words, this smell was clearly not natural. If it wasn't her smell, where was it coming from? Because of his frankness, she was disappointed in him. But to cut to the chase, he said that her coming here meant that the Blood Association had something to say to him. This was true, because Mistress Ohm had asked her to talk to him. She said that the lady did not want to fight. She must have changed her mind after losing the fifth ghost. Lady Ohm was shocked that Han had come here alone, and she was afraid that he had set another trap, just like he had for the Soman clan. After listening to her, he asked if that was all she wanted to convey. When she said it was a pity that it happened, he looked closer to her chest and noticed that the scent was coming from there. She continued, mentioning that Lady Ohm had sent a gift that he might like. She took out the flask she had been given and placed it on the table. By accident, at first glance, she dropped it. The flask smashed on the table, and a similar odor spread from there. This aroma was very pronounced and spread throughout the room. She pretended that it was not a trap, but a gift that had slipped out of her hands. But it was a lie. Beetles began to crawl out of the liquid that had spread across the table and crawled onto Han's hand. There were many of them, and they were getting bigger and bigger. There were more and more of them, and there was no incense in the bottle at all, only beetles. When the beetles had completely covered Han's body, she asked if he was okay. "An army of these fire beetles can destroy everyone in the Heavenly Dragon competition," she explained. "They're so fast and small that it's hard to know what's wrong right away." She explained that the bites paralyzed the nerves for half a day, and asked why he had come here alone. Leaning closer to his ear, she offered to tell him what was about to happen to him. "Lady Ohm has ordered me to cut off all your limbs and bring only your body. You might live for a while after that. She might decide to throw you into a pigsty, where you will wallow in their feces." Listening to these words, he exclaimed that he had one question and said that he had never heard of fire beetles. He asked where they got them from. Although it seemed silly of her, she explained that they had a man who was well versed in beetles. They learned about them from him. There is a special scent that attracts these beetles to a victim, so no matter how far away it is, they will always be drawn to it. That's why the scent had such an impact on your heart and why your head is all messed up. That toxic scent attracts beetles, and it activated the core of the poisonous beetle you ate yourself. Because of their bites, the power of the three sources of internal energy began to rage within you. If you absorb the energy of all the bugs that are biting you now, it will be very bad. But there was a smile on his face, which caused the fourth ghost to ask why he was smiling. He addressed her out loud, calling her the fourth ghost. Then he said that she must be a good person, since his limbs were still there. She asked him not to calm down, promising that she would cut off his limbs so that it would not hurt at all. When she was laughing, she closed her eyes, and that was a mistake, because she missed a very important moment. Khan nodded his head twice. When she opened her eyes, it dawned on her. Khan was sitting there, covered in bugs, and he already had a sword in his hand. He made a very interesting offer. He offered to help her by cutting off her limbs and showing her how to do it. He offered his help in cutting off her limbs. She stood looking at her hand, which was lying next to her. From beneath the layer of bugs, she asked if she was in a lot of pain. Khan asked her to smile again and cut off her other arm. He easily threw off the bugs and left her sitting on her knees, screaming at the top of her lungs, in revenge for her insolence. The 3 arrows on the bows were already aimed at Khan. He had only to react quickly, grab the wretch by the neck and put her under the arrows. Raising his head to the hole in the roof, he saw a beam of light pouring out from there. Energy, which he knew well, appeared on Han's hand. The beam reflected off the sword blade that was flying at him, and using the death loop skill, he easily blocked the attack. It was as if the sword was stuck and he could not move it. Han had never heard of such a strange fighting technique, Suddenly, his shoulder shuddered with intense pain, and the sword began to move inward. Han's hand began to appear from behind the barrier. Grabbing the villain by the collar, he began to form red energy in his right hand. The energy grabbed him by his lying, unworthy face. At first glance, the comrade who shot the arrows saved him, but Han took advantage of the right moment to attack. As long as the effect of 1,000 flavors lasts, Khan will easily return the sparrows to their nests. Because of this, he would have to leave for a while, which he did. The rascal stood there thanking the second ghost and his bow for not dying at that moment. The fourth ghost cried out for help to the third, but the latter realized that fighting an opponent like Han was pure suicide and decided to run away. The fourth ghost lay there and asked to be killed. She wanted only that kind of help. The third ghost said that he had no time to fulfill her posthumous wish, and nothing else could be expected from him. Quick on his heels, he ran through the forest, wondering why the bugs hadn't worked on Han and what shield he had used. He realized that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible and warn the Blood Association about all this. He had to get rid of everything that could slow him down. Run even faster, as fast as he could. Luckily, he didn't see any pursuers, but he wondered if Han had decided to track down the third ghost first. He looked back in vain, because when he did, Han's sword was already in his neck. He definitely did not expect this. What a surprise. After Han killed this rascal, he thought it was time to go after the second sparrow, and then he would go to the Blood Association to see its leader. At that time, this idiot was sitting and immersed in meditation. As he tried to gather his strength, he reflected on how wrong he was to think they could defeat Han. After restoring his energy, he had no idea how to defeat Han, only how to escape from here. But Han's feet appeared near the cave where he was sitting. His serious face expressed complete confidence that nothing unexpected would happen. Suddenly, Han appeared next to him and asked, "What are you doing?" He was so frightened that his internal energy was completely confused. How the hell did he get here? Or was he there all this time and I didn't even notice? If I couldn't get away from him, why did I run all this time without stopping? He wondered. In Khan's eyes, he looked so miserable that he was even ashamed, but it didn't bother him at all. He was also hoping that with Khan's help, he could get into a bloodline association. Then the heir asked, "Do you want to protect the Blood Association?" In response, he only mumbled, "No, I don't." "Then why are you here?" came the next question. The idiot was ready to tell everything. He just asked to be killed painlessly. He began to talk about the association, starting with the fact that on their way to the Namgun faction, they were supposed to first meet the heir apparent and then take him there. This should have happened about an hour ago, maybe a little more, because they were late. He was clearly up to something when he said all this. The heir understood that it would happen soon. They had to be there, and even if he ran as fast as he could, it would take a long time to get back. But the firebugs would only need a moment to destroy all the competitors. You need to get there at least half an hour early. If the heir is late, things will be very bad. He reached into the inner pocket of his cloak. He pulled out a pouch containing a red pill. After biting into it, he said to himself, "I'm definitely not going to be late." His speed became extraordinary. He moved like lightning. The fool could only watch the flash left behind by the heir. He was completely transformed, looking incredible, like a god. However, he did not finish one thing. He approached the bastard and put 2 fingers right next to his forehead. Then he jumped and could be seen in the sky like a star. He looked after him, but did not understand what had happened. A moment later, when his head was shattered, he would have realized that the heir had kept his promise and killed him painlessly, if he could have thought. A few hours earlier in the Namgun faction, Beijong had received a question from the Patriarch. Who is this Prince of the Blood Association? He only begged to stop because he was beaten and claimed that he knew nothing. If I knew, I would not hide it. He repeated that he could not say anything if he knew nothing, and the Patriarch asked him his question again. He continued to say that he knew nothing. This went on for a second time. The heir to the Great Heavenly Library had prepared a whole PR campaign for him, and he could not even say a word. He realized this from the fact that Gong came alone, and the heir decided to stay and meet the enemies alone. Finally, the Patriarch decided to act and ordered to start cutting off his fingers with swords. As soon as the blade approached his finger, he began to make excuses and said that he was really on their side. But the association had said almost nothing about the prince. He tried to explain why he had withheld the information. If I had known, I would have told everything to protect my family. But no one wanted to listen to him. The elder asked him who this prince was. After this question, his legs gave out. He fell to the ground, remained conscious, but could not understand what had happened because he could not move. Then he realized that this was their secret weapon. The bugs had reached the cell in the dungeon, which meant only one thing. He screamed that the prince was an army of beetles, rejoicing that his life was saved. The gate opened and one of the criminals came in, holding a flask of beetles in his hand. He stood right next to the owner and began to pull out his sword. First he untied his colleague. The latter immediately turned to the head of the ghosts and asked, "What are these beetles?" He replied that they were firebugs. This only made him happy because the paralysis that had been imposed on him was over, and he was able to move his arm. He couldn't wait for Namgun's turn to turn his cheek. The head of the ghosts told him that Namgun's life did not belong to him. He could not understand what he was saying, and then he asked him a question. "Do you know when a person is in the most pain? If you do not, you will soon find out, for tonight there will be a blood feast." The head was taken outside and sat on a chair. He was only thinking, well, let's kill me as soon as possible. Sitting at the tables, all the people felt calm, not suspecting anything. They were just expressing their displeasure with him. A man shouted at Benny Chong, "How can you be so evil? I never thought you were worse than an animal." He sat at the table and listened to the words that he could survive this day without escaping heavenly punishment. Thanks to him, the whole family will be forever ashamed. Wasn't he ashamed in front of his ancestors? Benny only whistled. He asked his mistress questions, and she replied that she wanted to give everyone a big gift. The last moment of life should be important and memorable. Money and treasures had lost their meaning for them now, so she wondered what would be a good gift for them with more meaning. And then it hit her. She decided to give them their last memory before death. The most terrible sadness that can take you to the grave. A tragedy that will be remembered even in the afterlife. She considered this gift to be priceless and eternal. Children will have their limbs cut off one by one as they slowly die, apologizing and screaming. They will crawl on the ground, resisting, and then they will be cut in half, just enough to not kill them completely. Parents will go crazy watching this, and children will look at their parents watching them. This will also drive them crazy. None of them will be able to do anything. They will only have to watch. The head will watch his daughter die. The mother will watch her son die. The oldest brother will watch the youngest crying in a bloody puddle. Nothing will be more beautiful for them this night. They would not forget these memories even after death, she thought. And they made such plans. The man listened to her and even got scared, although his intentions were as evil as hers. After she had told all this and felt euphoric from this story and the idea of what they would do that night, the following happened. Someone approached her and asked her why she was the only one having fun here, calling her a crazy bitch. And then she was asked a question. "How far are you gone that you find this funny?" The girl warned her that this day would not bring her good luck. But the lady only asked sarcastically, "What are you talking about?" The girl warned her that it would be very bad when the leader of the heavenly host came here. She was asked why she thought so, and she answered simply, "Because I know." The ghost leader came over, bent down, and she explained that this was Myobin from the White House, and she was brave, unlike the others, so they should listen to her. After that, they said she was right, and she was seated, waiting for things to happen. The next words were, "His journey will take a long time because he has no legs, as you ordered them to be cut off." Hearing this, the girl stood, not knowing what to say. The lady's vile laughter continued, and she said she had almost forgotten. "He has no arms either. Otherwise, he was fine, no need to worry." His family sat there, unable to hold back their tears. They thought that even if their brother had won with his skills, would he have been able to escape from these terrible bugs? No. He and the other warriors who had moved to the Celestial Dragon competition could not cope with them. Gong also thought about this and reflected. Although they had to travel together for a short time, they were on the verge of life and death. He did not want to see him in such a state. He still wanted to learn a lot from the heir, to learn from him. He asked himself why he had not been able to do so. Meanwhile, the lady continued to talk nonsense, saying that they probably did not expect this. She was sure that the heir was a very good man, but this only made everyone more upset, and she was just happy about it. But at that moment, they said that now was not the time to worry about others. It was time to start the feast. Everyone panicked, especially the library family. He was the first to be brought out, as they were in Namgun's faction, and she had no trouble choosing the first to receive her unforgettable gift. Standing up from her chair, she asked for permission to introduce the first one to everyone, Namgun Seoyo. She then announced that she would forgive and pardon the family who would make a deposit and raise a sword against Namgun's sweetheart. And if Marima, a member of the alliance, did so, all the other members of the alliance would be saved. The master sat and asked her how she could be so cruel and whether she really considered herself a human being. Even this bastard thought the offer was unbelievable. He thought that there would be no monster among the guests who would agree to do this. However, one was found and said, "I'll do it." It was a clan leader named Sama Yu. He asked the head of the Blood Association if she would really fulfill her promise. She laughed along with the faction leader and told him that he was now on the same page as everyone else. so he didn't need to worry. He also laughed and said, "Welcome to us." They grabbed the boy, who was his son, and told him that they would only release him if he did this. The head of the association put the pill in his mouth, and a moment later he was standing right next to the girl, holding a sword over her head. Everyone was waiting, not knowing what would happen next. His son sat shivering in a chair with a knife to his throat. The man turned to the head of the association and told her that there was no need to doubt. She said, "Trust grows when it is proven." She raised her hand and announced that there were no more daredevils left. It was time to see the children of the big families die one by one, drowning in blood and choking on their screams. Leader Sama said that he would cut off his right hand first, bringing his sword to it, but the lady said he should do it differently. To start with the hand, then go further up the arm and finish at the shoulder. The girl sat crying, unable to hold back her tears. She saw death before her eyes. She told her mom and dad that everything was fine, that she was okay, and she really understood that the last moment of life is the most precious. These moments will never be forgotten, even if her soul is reborn. She could not let her family be sad at this moment. She smiled and told them that she wanted to be their daughter again. As the sword began to shine above her head, a whistle sounded. The whistle stopped the man because he turned his head back. What was that sound? It was getting louder and louder. Everyone wondered where it was coming from. A traitor appeared behind the head of the association and addressed her. Her face was very angry. She was completely mired in anger because she could not see death. Everything did not go according to her plan, and the one who could stop it all was approaching the village. A very strong wind appeared behind the building, which turned into an incredibly strong hurricane. The girl was sitting on her knees, her hair tangled from the wind, but she was looking at the hurricane, not understanding anything. Then long rays like swords appeared from the sky. They crashed into the ground around the girl, but she remained unharmed, while everyone else around her flew away, leaving only her hands in the air. It seems that the man had managed to cut off the hands, but not hers, but his own, and not with his own strength. Then the energy lifted the girl up, and she began to fly in the air. She flew to a safe zone. There she was picked up by the air of the library. While holding her, he warned her that she might get a little motion sickness. The ghost leader immediately ordered his subordinates to grab him. At that moment, a mountain of spears flew toward the air and the girl, fired by the order of the ghost leader. But they did not manage to hit any of them, as the air easily avoided them and brought the girl to safety. He was only interested in one thing, if she was okay. Barely able to speak because of her fright, and with a trembling voice she answered, "Yes, I'm fine now," she said, unable to hold back the tears that rolled down her cheeks. But it was not over. It had only just begun. The heir did not even expect such a betrayal from the leader of the Sama clan. Fortunately, no one is in danger at the moment, and everyone has joyful expressions on their faces. They couldn't seem to figure out whether it was a dream or reality. The heir asked the head of the association if she was enjoying the feast, and she looked at him and did not understand what he was doing here. His family, especially the youngest, were incredibly happy to see their brother. All the others could not contain their joy either, telling him that they believed in his return. He looked at them, and didn't understand why they were crying if they were waiting for him. But he knew one thing. He had to save them. Then he turned to the head of the association again and said that she had to admit her mistake. She asked what he was talking about. He said that he should have found and destroyed her when he dealt with the Sama clan, because he usually follows through. But in this case, he made a mistake. These events radically changed her plans, and she could not say anything else but call the heir an impudent person. She knew that she couldn't rush now, as she had instructed the fourth ghost to deal with him with the help of the fire vortex beetles. But he still survived. The question was whether he could have killed the fourth ghost or not. Perhaps the bites of the beetles did not work on him. She wanted to believe that he knew about the existence of these beetles. But if it turned out that the poison had no effect on such an experienced warrior, then her speculations were justified. She understood the situation perfectly and was not stupid. The heir looked at her and wondered what she was thinking. Then he asked her, "The prince is clearly some kind of poison, but what kind?" This question made her think that the heir did not know anything for sure. The skill of this warrior is so great that he surpassed the fourth ghost and defeated her. But then the guys behind him shouted to him that it was not poison, but strange bugs that paralyzed the whole body. There are billions of them, trillions. They told him that he would not make it, and that he should just run for his life. Throwing his head back, he asked everyone to wait a little longer. The real feast would soon begin. The aroma emanating from the rotten pot on the traitor's back disturbed him. The heir realized that this smell was the fire swirl beetles that were filling this pot. In a raised voice, he shouted at her that she had made the beetles her prince and called them names, comparing them to everyone in the Sa-moon clan. She screamed, "Let them out!" and was eager to see what he would do next. The traitor blew his pipe, and tens of thousands of beetles headed toward the air. But he remained calm and was sure that everyone would find out. They would find out what the one who had absorbed the energy from the source and could summon thousands of scents was capable of. Holding a glowing red ball in his hands, he pointed it toward the beetles. And when the beetles approached her, the following happened. At that moment, the lady realized why this sucker, as she called the air, had summoned those two golden dragons and gone alone to that abandoned house. She saw his power, the power he could control. She realized that he could handle anything alone. At that moment, he asked the head of the association which one of them would dance now, him or her. Around them they could hear, "Our leader has defeated them all. The heir to the great heavenly library is the best." The association put their heads down, frightened. The merchant said that there was not a single bug left. Concentrating all his energy on the tips of his index and middle fingers, he directed it toward the scum. The guys could not understand what kind of pleasant aroma was spreading around them. The man felt that his body could move again. He ordered everyone who could move to immediately run to the armed pavilion and hurry. This fragrance was coming from the heir of the great heavenly library. What would have happened if the host hadn't invited the heir of the great heavenly library? He understood this, and knew that from the spies infiltrating the faction to these events, without his help, it was as if they would have let this disaster happen with their eyes closed. Then he ordered the capture of the head of the association and her henchmen. A fight broke out. Her people tried to protect her and asked her to flee, but they seemed to forget that the heir would not fight with ordinary swords like them. After completing his attack, he jumped down the mountain to strike the most important one. He hit him so skillfully in the back that he felt the blow for a long time. The heir then reached out his hand to his pitiful face. His grip was so strong and powerful that with just a squeeze, he crushed the ghost leader's head like a rotten apple. That was the end of his life under this wall. The lady could only watch her people being killed behind her back. The heir asked her, "What happened to your mood that you had before?" She was ready to fight on and told the heir that she wasn't even going to run away, just try to stop her. Releasing thousands of needles in Han's direction, he easily stopped them, catching all of them. She could not believe that he had deflected her needles. He told her that if you aim at the torso, it is very easy to catch them. Then he suggested that she do the same, and turned all the needles in her direction. I wonder where all her optimism went when she realized that this was what she would see at the last moment. The last moment of her life, because it was over. It was over. The two leaders were destroyed. But during this event, another villain appeared. The patriarch saw with his own eyes how he tried to kill a defenseless little girl, and it was impossible to forget. Namgun-hak approached him, and took revenge by dealing with the leader of the Soma clan. The heir was not surprised that he raised his sword against Seo. The traitor was also punished, and not by someone random, but by the head of the Marima Alliance, who was in Anhui province. Here, the heir to the great heavenly library was addressed by saying his name. He turned his head, and saw everyone who was at the event, and they were all extremely grateful for his help and rescue. The people who had survived because of him were exhausted and shocked, but when the traces of blood were washed away and a new day dawned, they would all think it was just a nightmare. Respecting them all, Khan also thanked them by bowing down for being alive. At dawn, it was decided to hold a meeting of representatives of all the big families to resolve the situation. The Beni faction, which was recognized as part of the Blood Association, and the remaining ghosts were decided to be executed. In the case of the Sama clan, all the blame was placed on its leader, recognizing the clan itself as innocent and giving him the opportunity to make amends. Later, with the assistance of the Murim Alliance and the 7 great families, a new leader will be elected to lead the clan through the process of rectification. At this point, the question is being decided whether to devote all their energies to finding other criminals and strengthening inter-clan ties to become shields for each other and prevent similar events from happening again. "Only 6 months," he said, adding that it reminded him of the words of his father, the former head of the faction. "You will be able to live happily in Murim when there is peace in it," was his phrase. Murim was at peace thanks to Hugong. However, he says, a new era has come, an era of Murim without Hugong. The next evening, the competitors gathered in a dignified garden for dinner. The heir to the great heavenly library accepted thanks and answered numerous questions. "May I pour you a glass?" asked his brother. The heir decided that he could even drink a little. It seems, by the way, that the younger brother has finally learned how to pour alcohol, but it would not be nice if only the heir would drink. So he decided to pour a drop of alcohol for his younger brother. Everyone ran up and shouted that they would also drink a glass for him. Adept Mug approached his brother and offered him a glass as well. Whispering softly, he asked him if he knew what to feed the hexagonal snake and what fertilizers to give to poisonous plants. The man laughed and the heir thought that he did not know how to laugh at all, because he always walks seriously. But the answer was, I don't know, because if the heir does not know, then hardly anyone else knows. However, he thanked him for his help, and for the fact that the heir had turned to him, and said that if he could do anything to help, he would definitely do so. He did not ignore Namgun's sister and offered her a drink. As he poured her a drink, she said that she didn't like alcohol and would rather take a walk. He asked her to give him a tour of the faction, as he had failed to do so the previous time. The others overheard them talking about the walk and asked if he minded being called the son-in-law of the faction's head, Namgun. The two of them walked down the street and talked. She asked him if it was true that he did not want to come to them. He was forced to come by the head of the faction's press unit, but she was still curious as to why he had actually come. He understood that she wanted to know why he risked his life to save everyone if he didn't even want to come to the Celestial Dragon competition. But he had never even thought about it himself. He probably just had to do it. So he decided to answer by saying, I had to do it. They walked on and talked about light topics. She asked who gave him a tour when he first came here. Khan replied that it was a nice little girl, but she had probably forgotten him by now. She wondered if it upset him that she had forgotten him. But no, not even the slightest bit, because he remembered her and was not upset. At that moment, the girl turned away and blushed. She started to say something, and even Han noticed that she was shy for some reason. She started to tremble and said she was very grateful to him. Then she turned and added that she would never forget it. But Khan was even more grateful that she was safe now. He even wanted her to forget about it all. The next morning they left the Namgung faction. The recent events had strengthened the influence of the three power sources, and now their strength was above average. It had been less than a month since he had been able to absorb all three energy sources, and already at this high level, he was very lucky, because it could have taken several years. Now that their power level has increased, he will be able to relearn even more martial arts, such as the rapid loop and the energy shield. He still has to master the freezing needles. Last time he used the death loop when he fought the ghosts. Perhaps 2 would be enough for now, and he could save the freezing needles for later. They can immobilize a person in any position. And if you combine them with energy points, it works especially well with the technique of secretly affecting points with a delayed effect. But mastering this sword is still a long way off. For now, he needs to feed the mystical snake and grow poisonous plants to reach a higher level. It was noon, lunchtime, but the boys from the Heavenly Squad were silent. They sat on the roof of the building and discussed a plan for what they would do when they arrived. They wanted to jump out and shout out one by one, "How can you not know us? We are a heavenly unit. Get it through your head." The new recruit Nam Kyung-yong was the smartest among them and asked what to do if there was nowhere to hide. The girl told him to just keep quiet and ignore the passers-by. That kid, trembling like an aspen leaf, asked on the day of the banquet if he could join the Heavenly Squad and promised to get used to it quickly. Perhaps he could hide his nervousness behind this politeness. After a while they arrived, were greeted, and offered to sit at the tables in front of them. There didn't seem to be any prominent personalities here, but one man at the table was very surprised while eating. Perhaps it was all about the bird that was in the little boy's hands. When their whole family sat down to eat, this man came up and apologized for being a distraction. He was a manager named Rio. He had been looking at the bird from the beginning and was told that if he came for the phoenix, they would have to upset him. But the bird was not for sale. When he heard about the great significance of the bird, he said that there was nothing else to do. But since he had already come here, he offered to meet them and asked their names and where they were from. The heir introduced himself as a nameless student. He added that perhaps he would tell them his name at the next meeting. One guy ran up to the old man and asked what kind of bird it was, that he was willing to pay any price for it. The old man replied that it was a phoenix, and it was really priceless. He also noticed that the Namgong faction heir was sitting next to the young unnamed student. If the heir of such a faction is his subordinate, then what kind of authority does this nameless student have? The boy saw the old man off and waved after him. He was surprised that the old man had noticed the faction's heir. But who owned the treasure? The Namgong faction heir or the nameless student? It was interesting. Meanwhile, where they arrived, there were many different games, and all the people were having as much fun as they could. In one of these bars, there was this man sitting there. A guy ran up to him, calling him master, and asked him to smile, telling him about some wonderful events. Bending closer, he asked the owner if he had heard of the phoenix. He jumped up with delight, was very surprised, and asked him to tell him all the information about what he had seen. It was like this. There was the Namgong faction heir, a girl, and 2 beggars, and their leader was just a student. It was ridiculous. They agreed to act on the plan they had prepared and had already sent a hawk to follow them. This was great for them, and they decided to gather the entire squad and hold a meeting. They had been studying their behavior for the past few days. In one inn, some guy made a scene, demanding compensation from the owner, supposedly because of a rat that ran under the table. So why did this student send his maid to pay him compensation? He must have been not only rich, but also noble, since he could not pass by such an unfair situation. They assumed that they would arrive in Changbon before the evening was over, because the road lies through the mountains, so they must definitely stop to rest the horses. Most likely, they would stay at the largest guest pavilion, Manhwa, in Changbon. Thus, it will take about 600 people to occupy all the available rooms in the guest pavilion. The more of their people there, the better. The plan was called Heroes on Fire. That's what these scoundrels called their plan after discussing and drawing up all their plans. They planned to set fire to the Mango guest pavilion and create real chaos there. They considered this unnamed man and his team to be saints who would not be able to stand by. They hoped that they would rush to save people from the burning building like crazy, and at the same time they would kidnap the Phoenix. One of the boys thought to ask the owner why he was burning the guests in the Manhwa guest pavilion for nothing. The answer he got was that you have to be able to make sacrifices to catch a big fish. The bait must also be big. The phoenix bird is worth hundreds if not thousands of these guest pavilions. But if this bird is so valuable, why do they put it on display so calmly? After that, the boy asked the owner if he was wrong about the bird, but he replied that he had seen everything with his own eyes and was sure that it was definitely a phoenix, even if the bird's eye color was strange. The boys overheard their conversation and realized that they were going to burn down their own pavilion. So they decided to go elsewhere. Entering one of the barracks, they decided to play local games. They were immediately recognized because they were being followed and watched very closely. Even the man who managed the cups of this game was very happy to meet them, but his expression and emotions changed after a while. When the heir won every game and collected a lot of money, he went to the next table where the dice were thrown. The men who ran the game told him that they had noticed his skills, but asked him not to think that he would be as lucky with the dice. Their argument was the same. It was an intellectual game. Gong only asked himself questions when he saw the heir sitting down to play. Has he decided to rob the gambling house of the House Secret Society? He introduced himself to everyone as the invincible god of gambling. This introduction caught their attention, and they held their breath for a moment. Then they all laughed at the guy with one voice. The leader went up to him and asked him if he was the invincible god of gambling, if he could win at craps as well as he could win at cups. It was a good challenge for him. Meanwhile, this girl was sitting at the table reading very carefully. A guy came running in and asked her to go to the gambling house urgently because it looked like they were going to lose 100,000 nannies. This girl was the head. She thought it was nonsense, but he explained that a bet was made for 100,000 nannies, and then the dice were rolled, and that was the end of it. He added that she needed to go there anyway. They had already lost a lot of money during the military operation, and there was no way she could afford to lose another 100,000, so she immediately rushed to the gambling house. Meanwhile, the heir was sitting calmly, and everyone else was just angry because they had already lost track of how much they had won. The lady appeared at the door and ordered everyone to close the door. The door slammed and everyone was locked in. A lot of money was falling out of the bag because it didn't even fit in it. She went up to the heir and said that she was a one-eyed beauty, and she was not going to ask what tricks he had been using all this time. She added that out of respect, she would give him 100,000 nannies in coins, so he should take them and leave in good faith. After that, the heir asked her, "How can you be one-eyed if you have both eyes? And the beauty thing is not entirely out of place here, but I'm not talking about that." She laughed and pulled out an eye patch like a pirate. This made the heir laugh a lot, and he thought she was very funny. But the fact that he called her funny upset her. She thought that this kid didn't know anything about good intentions if he could talk to her without respect. She ordered Jincho to teach him good manners, and he immediately rushed to do so. This did not cause any problems for the heir. He didn't even move a muscle in his face, easily repelling the attack. She clearly wondered who was in front of her. And now, instead of ordering him to open the door, she asked him to accept another 60,000 nannies in coins and bowed before him. He then told her that he was staying at the royal guest pavilion and asked her to take all the money there. She remained on her knees, but not in front of the heir. She was standing in front of another man, begging for mercy and saying that she wanted to live, and he did not understand how she could give him another 60,000. She added that he had no idea who this guy was, and he really had no idea. However, the head of Howe's secret society, Snow Leopard, realized that it seemed like this guy knew who he was. They first met in Sichuan, in Tangmen. They were deciding whether to kill him or spare him. They were looking for many different arguments in favor of killing or sparing him. But since he said that he had become the head of the secret society of Hao and promised to build orphanages for abandoned children in every province, the head liked his answer. He decided that he was not so bad after all and decided to talk to him more closely. The snow leopard, happy to receive attention, told him many things. That's how he learned about the hierarchy of the Hao secret society, although he wasn't interested in it. Not even in their secret plans. The heir continued to talk to him one-on-one, explaining that it was not about revenge, and he had come to the gaming house to meet him. The benefit of not kidnapping Phoenix would be primarily for him, not for the heir. He couldn't understand what the benefit would be, and the heir said that first, he would pay him 60,000 nannies from his own money as compensation. Secondly, he would give him the Mango Guest Pavilion in Changbong. Since the Guest Pavilion already belonged to them, he didn't understand how the heir could give it to him. But it seems he was too dumb to realize it. He was very surprised, but it was too early to be surprised because Han said that there was a third. He then added that he would save his life once. He did not understand who was trying to kill him and why he did not know about it. Who could it be? He asked the successor, and the successor answered, Aya. Since he did not like it when others touched his things, he used to kill for it, and he told him so. He doubted that the heir would kill him and asked how sure he was, and the heir was as sure of this as he was that he could breathe. He had no doubt that he could do it very quickly, and the head of the secret society fell out of his chair at that very moment. But he spared him and did not kill him immediately. He did not even have time to realize what had happened. As promised by the heir, everything was limited to just one fainting spell. And he told him, "You see, I have just saved your life." This made him realize that he had to be more careful with his words, and there were 2 more promises that the successor had made. He was thinking about how this happened because he hadn't drunk the tea, and the heir hadn't even taken any steps to poison him. But the heir told him that he should not be so afraid, and he wanted to tell him about the gifts he would give him. Now the 4th point. He stretched out his hand on the table, holding something in it. These were the dice he had taken out, the treasure of the Hao secret society, and Snow Leopard's favorite thing. It is not as expensive as a jade Buddha statue from Shaolin or a battle rod, but only a few people know about it, and the head wondered how the heir had learned about it. One suggestion was that the heir might have found it while searching his body while he was unconscious, but since it was the one he got, it's clear that he knew it was valuable. But how the hell did he know about it? Leaning closer to the heir, the head asked him, "Do you even know how to use this bone?" He remembered their conversation when he himself had explained to him that it was not just a treasure, but a very valuable dice. It can even make a bell ring. Because of this, he explained to him that it seemed to have a hidden function. If you press on a certain spot, it would turn into a dagger or a throwing star. In fact, the heir was bluffing them. The heir then handed the dice to the leader. Now the head understood what the heir wanted to convey. 60,000 nannies, the Mango Guest Pavilion, his life as the head of the Hao secret society, and the secret society's treasure is dice. It made it clear that if he attempted to take over the heir's things, he would lose everything he had. The Samun clan did not fall for nothing. The heir had dealt them a very precise blow. At that moment he realized that he had crossed this guy in vain. The Namgong faction's heir and the 2 vagabonds were following the great heavenly library's heir. Thank goodness he realized that he had been blinded by the thought of the phoenix. The head began to beat his head against the table and apologize for the great mistake he had made. Even though it was late, he asked for forgiveness. The heir said that there was one more promise left, but he could not hear him because his heart was in great pain, and it was very difficult for him to listen. He began to shake, but the heir said that the last gift was nothing special. "I will simply give you a chance to become a friend of the great heavenly library." A friend, not an enemy. That sounded very interesting. The heir asked him if he was disappointed with his gift. He stood up and started shouting, "No, no, 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 not at all!" Because it was getting late, the heir stood up and said that the conversation would continue tomorrow night. Now that this man was taking the heir seriously, he had a lot more to say to him. And so, finally, the fire heroes they had been waiting for arrived, and they were heading to the Mango Pavilion as planned. A foot stepped out of the van. It was clearly the foot of a man they did not expect to see. He got out with tears in his eyes and shouted, "Bitchy not, children! We are now friends with the heir to the great heavenly library, so don't just stare! Come out and say hello to him!" He promised to give them a memorable gift in honor of this occasion today, namely to treat everyone to a meal at his own expense. He also added that the tears in his eyes were not a sign that he was crying. It was just sweat. But hardly anyone would believe what he had just said, saying that this guy was impossible to win in the gambling house. His superior fighting skills indicate that Rome has a new star. The head explained that he was even afraid to ask him who he was. He explained to everyone that they simply had not been alone with him, and if they had, they would have been shocked by his energy. A very strong energy emanates from him. They asked him why he was followed everywhere by the Namgung faction heir. They were all very interested in who this heir was and who he was, and the guy suggested that they find out where he got all this information. They decided to do the following. Since Gun was sitting on the roof, they came to him and asked to talk to him. The man explained to him that he had been to the gambling house yesterday, where they realized that they could find those who would lead them to them, because they simply entered the house and realized that the gambling house belonged to the secret society of Hao. The man's train of thought was very strange. He went on to ask if it was true that they were obeying the heir of the great heavenly library, or if the reason was something else. They asked if the martial arts of the heir were really that outstanding. They asked if they were much stronger than him, and then they asked what happened at the Celestial Dragon competition. But Gong answered them briefly that if the leader did not tell them anything himself, then he had nothing to tell them. Over time, they would find out everything themselves. He added that if the leader had enemies, they would become enemies of both the Namgung faction and the Muyong clan. After that, it became clear why the leader who appeared behind this man asked him why he did not believe the leader's words. After a while, the heir and all his family were walking along the path. The little boy turned to his brother and asked what it meant that the bird was silent. Was it normal? After all, it was sitting in a cage and did not make a sound. The heir realized that this bird was playing a drama. By the time he arrived in Chonbong, Han realized something. While riding in the wagon, he noticed that the bird was bluffing. He caught it in this act, but the bird still continued to behave like this. It acted as if it did not understand anything. Snow Leopard explained to everyone that it was an unusual phoenix, and he understood it by its eyes. The boy, having pulled it out of the cage and tied a string to its leg, expected it to fly away. But the bird raised its wing and flapped it. He took off like a bullet straight into the sky, leaving only a trail behind him. The boy was very worried about him, because a thread was tied to his leg, and it was very dangerous to fly so high. In the air, the phoenix said to them, "What fools you all are, I am not meat, I am the royal phoenix." The heir immediately realized that the talkative, blue-eyed phoenix was probably a mix of a phoenix with sacred property. Was this bird behaving like this just to create this situation? The little boy kept calling the bird meat, and was delighted that it was flying and talking. In fact, he only called it meat as a joke because they had become inseparable friends. He believed that she loved him very much. When the bird was in flight, he spread his arms, asking it to come back to rest for a while and fly into his arms. In response, he heard, "Stop playing and go back to your brothers and sisters who are waiting for you." The bird seemed to be playing a joke on them all. Suddenly, another bird appeared on the horizon and the phoenix noticed it. He immediately flew closer to it, because this one seemed very suspicious. He slapped it in the face while flying, calling it cheap. He then explained that this was for the birds flying into his territory. It seems the phoenix had a good temper. The heir thought that he could understand the phoenix, but this bird flies too fast and high for him to be able to stop it. Nothing could be done. He then turned to the head of the secret society, Hao, and said that he was sure he enjoyed the sight. The latter did not object, because he did not even have words for it. This bird really has no equal. The heir said he was sure that this bird had an owner and could fly. Then he turned around, thinking that everyone had already enjoyed this miracle enough, and said goodbye. The kid was very disappointed because the meat had flown away. And Snow Leopard just looked back at the air and the bird, not understanding what was happening. Riding on in the wagon, they enjoyed the aroma that prevailed around them. The phoenix, who was sitting on the heir's leg, enjoyed it the most and said that it was the scent he had smelled the night his new master decided everything. The boy was upset because the phoenix tore off the rope and flew away, but the phoenix told him that he did not understand anything yet. The bird explained that the rope did not break because his master had the strongest rope, and he was very attached to him. But since Khan was now his new master, he wondered if he had an old master, and he asked the bird. The phoenix replied that his old owner had died. After his death, he flew for some time over the gorge where his master had died, and then he met his first enemy. This guy was no match for him, and that was the end of his luck. He got tangled in a spider's web. Then he pretended he couldn't speak, and that's how he ended up here. Gong did not understand what was going on, because he thought they were definitely on their way to the great heavenly library. Ahead of them was a cliff, which was definitely not part of their plans. He began to close his eyes as they flew off the cliff. Their carriage with the horses seemed about to fall down, but when he opened his eyes and looked around, everything was so beautiful, as if he was in a fairy tale. The brothers were waiting for their older brother, and his grandfather couldn't wait either. Everyone was very happy to see him. They wondered why the faction heir was among his subordinates, and the old man, fascinated by mythical creatures, could not help but ask, "Is that a phoenix?" He asked the heir, or rather his grandson, what adventures had happened to him, and asked him not to bore him, but to tell him as soon as possible. But he said that nothing had happened to him, and he would tell all the details later. Mayo's sister was very worried, and Han took notice. She said that she would like to leave the Heavenly Squad for a while to train separately, thanked him for everything, and wished him to be happy. He understood. After that night in the Namgong faction, she realized exactly what skills she lacked. The kid was very upset that she was leaving, because he considered her very close. Everyone was grateful for the time she spent with them. Han stood behind her and said goodbye. Bin bin. Then he waved and added that they would definitely see each other again. The smile did not leave her face, and she also hoped to see him again in the future. This adventure-filled day was already over, and it was nighttime outside. The phoenix flew around and told his master that he finally decided to spend time with him because he really liked it. He asked Han why he decided to go out so late. Han replied that it was time to get to know each other better. The phoenix also wanted to get to know his master better and asked him to tell him everything quickly. But Khan asked him to stop circling him and sit on his shoulder. Only then would he tell him everything. This did not suit the heir, and he asked it to sit not on his shoulder but in front of him. Khan asked the bird if it knew that they were connected and if it knew where their connection was. He replied that he did. It was interrupted when the heir left and re-established when he returned. After that, they decided that since they both knew when their connection was broken and when it was re-established, they would use it as a signal. If the connection is broken 7 times and re-established on the 8th, then you're calling me. It was all very fun for the bird. The heir asked the phoenix what else he could do. The phoenix explained that he was a good fighter because he had easily defeated the hawk. The heir thought that if the phoenix ever lost in a fight, after hearing that, he would not let it go. After that, he decided to check the truthfulness of the phoenix's words, and asked it to fly away to check everything when he saw it. The bird had already flown about 1 kilometer away, and the connection between them was broken. Khan saw the signals that the bird had memorized all the signs correctly. Now he decided to check how good the phoenix's eyesight and hearing were, and said out loud, "If you can hear me, try to guess what I'm doing right now." Phoenix answered, "An ant? It's an ant," and immediately said that Han had dug up the ground and taken out an ant. It was wonderful because the bird could see the ant from 1 kilometer away. The phoenix was even better than Han expected. But to see if this was all he could do and if he was better suited for food, Han asked him about his other abilities. Phoenix immediately began to say that he was also good at telling stories. Asked to watch carefully, he suddenly changed. His appearance became more focused, as if he had no flaws. He also knew how to imitate other people's voices and copied the voice of a small boy who said, "Brother, let's go eat. I'm going to die of hunger. Please." But even the mythical bird has its limits. Meanwhile, the boy was crying and saying that Myasko was gone, the name he gave to the phoenix. The heir explained to him that this could not have happened and asked him to look for him better, because no one can enter the great library of heaven unnoticed and get out as well. Without hesitation, he started running in the other direction, looking for the phoenix. After a while, when it was already dark, the boy said that he had found it. He was already a bit wrinkled, just like the bird, and said that the bird had decided to play hide and seek. He asked, "Do you know how I found it?" It changed the color of its feathers. The boy was very interested in playing with it. He gave the bird to the successor and ran out of the room, waiting to see where the phoenix would hide next time, promising that he would look for it even more carefully next time. The phoenix was tired because it had been a very long day and asked, "Do I always have to try so hard?" The heir replied that next time he would have to fly even further, and if today's disguise was good, then next time it would be even better. Suddenly the bird asked its master, "Do you really want to become the next Hugong?" After all, his previous owner wanted to become the best warrior in the world, like Hugong. But the phoenix was laughing because Hugong was fat as a pig and looked down on everyone. The heir listened to these words and restrained his emotions. Then he laughed and asked the phoenix if he hadn't understood anything in all this time. He told the bird that he was Hugong. This news from the heir only made the bird laugh. It praised him for his great sense of humor, complimenting him on his ability to joke. After this conversation, the heir was ready to teach the bird, since it was dangerous to live in the Murim, and even more dangerous to go out. Picking up a dagger, he ordered the bird to fly to a place where it would feel safe, but not to move. The bird flew into the sky, hoping that there was no danger there. The countdown started from the number 1. The phoenix flew, thinking that its owner was worried about it, since he asked it not to move. After the number 3 was announced, the bird saw a star-like glow. It came closer and closer, and then flew by. It scared the bird so much that it was speechless. Khan laughed, asking why it had lost the thing. The night was warm, which made the situation even stranger. Suddenly, the 5 strikes of the gong during their training sounded. Buman ran out and said that robbers had come to them, calling themselves the Heavenly Squad. They asked to be let in to meet with the heir apparent. They introduced themselves as twins from the monsoon, calling themselves heroes, but they looked like complete criminals. The heir told the bird that these robbers were his wards. Sitting at the table with the heir, they talked about how he was doing. In response, he said that he was doing very well. However, the heir realized that things were not going according to plan when these robbers appeared. He reported this to the next man, saying that the young master Chu Yang had been taken hostage. It seemed that the ruthless killers were escaping from a death squad and were asking for support from the Chisuyo faction. But the young man refused to do without killing and said that all the ruthless killers should be destroyed. He realized that the Suyo faction was helping the killers. The first stage of negotiations broke down because of their agreement, and the second when the amount increased. However, they didn't care, and they grabbed the guy. After that, the commander ordered them to go and invite the heir to the Great Heavenly Library. They told everything to Han, who realized that this Suyo faction was considered the most powerful in Shanxi province. Based on this, Han realized that the Suyo faction could not have abruptly changed their views on Buddhism. The ruthless killers probably promised them more than just treasure. The boys confirmed his guess, saying it was true, and asked what to do next. "We will come, we will see, and we will win," was Khan's plan. However, she had to discuss it with the head librarian and start preparing to leave. As she poured tea for her host, she wished him a good meal. Xianghua, always in a good mood, told her that she would always feel good with him, both in and out of the library. She was happy to be able to follow him. When she heard that this time she would be staying in the library, her joy diminished. The heir explained that she was tired of traveling. Hearing this, she took out a pillow and said it was no problem. She could take the pillow with her and everything would be fine. Then she said that this time she would run because running was good for her. Crying on the table, she screamed that she was his shadow, and therefore she should always be there for him. Khan pointed his finger at her and said that now she would be his son, not his shadow. Deep down, the girl realized that even though he said so, this journey was very dangerous. That's why he was leaving her here. She was very worried that she would not be with him. And here she was, standing there, seeing them off. As she said goodbye, she wished him to come back safe and sound. She also added that it would be the best gift for her if he and his entire team returned safe and sound. Walking forward, he began a conversation with the Phoenix, reminding it of yesterday's words that from that moment on, he did not seem to exist in this world. The Phoenix turned around and soared into the sky. The Death Squad, aiming to destroy the ruthless killers, initially recruited more soldiers than the Heaven Squad, 150 people. This was done to reach the goal faster without delay. As the number of ruthless killers decreased, so did the number of members of the Death Squad. In the end, only 4 people remained in the Death Squad. The singer of morning standing on the hillside sang his song telling how wonderful the day was. However, not everyone liked this song. The 8th warrior of the Nomen gang, a disgruntled brave, covered his ears and prayed for help from heaven to silence him. The Sword of the Soul, a boy with a keen ear, listened attentively to all the elders who were around him. The king of the Free Warriors asked what would change if the heavenly detachment came, because he did not care. Light music came from the flute, adding mystery to the world around him. The tallest of the 3 men standing behind the old man said that he could hear a dog barking, alluding to the heavenly host. The other one also thought there was no place for this squad and expressed fear that the plan might not work, especially since they had to wait for the others. Suddenly, they heard a sound behind them that made them alert. They realized that someone was approaching. Turning their heads back, they noticed who came out from behind the bushes. The heir greeted them, saying the number of years and winters that had passed. Khan waved and said he was glad to see him again. They all got acquainted, and Khan just watched and felt that they were being watched again. 4 of the Death Squad and 3 others could not determine where they were. This was strange because 2 of them were ghost warriors of the Suyo faction. Then Han wondered who the 3rd one was. One thing he realized was that he needed to find out their positions anyway. He could say for sure that all 3 must be excellent warriors. He immediately began to hate the singer because he did not even introduce himself. Instead, the poor man next to him immediately expressed his displeasure, calling himself the 8th warrior of the Nonim gang, and the singer just kept singing, which was most annoying. One of them looked like a wild beast, and next to him stood a kid who immediately introduced himself. "I am the Sword of the Soul, the Listening Ear." Looking at the eyes of the little one, he felt a certain gentleness and at the same time determination. His gentle mouth, which did not look manly at all, gave him a special charm. Her delicate hands, whose skin was also very delicate, emphasized her fragility. The successor realized that it was a girl. One of his colleagues came up and said that Earshot Ears was pretending to be a man, although everyone knew she was a girl. But they didn't tell her. Han greeted everyone and said that he was honored to meet the members of the Death Squad. He suggested that they not stay long and continue their acquaintance in a more appropriate place. In his mind, he wondered where this madman had recruited these types. The successor felt that someone was watching him. Perhaps this person was not interested in him, but in someone from the Death Squad. But this remained only an assumption. Calling her little one, he noticed a place ahead that seemed deserted and suggested going there. Han assumed that someone was following her, but she certainly didn't look like the daughter of a famous family. Now everyone wanted to hear the plan that the heir had. However, he told everyone that he had not even thought about it yet. This made the others angry because they couldn't understand how he could arrive without a single idea in his head. It made them even angrier, because the heir apparent knew that they were trying to save Master Chu and Assistant Man from the hands of ruthless assassins backed by the Suyo faction, and he had no plan. The kid stood behind this idiot and asked him not to scream because he might die. The heir remained calm and explained that this faction is not part of the alliance of the most powerful families in Murim, but is strong enough to keep everyone in fear. Because of this, they have no choice but to do what the Suyo faction demands. As for what they would do with the ruthless killers, he suggested discussing it later. He said that he could take care of it, but the guy laughed at him. The king of the Free Warriors laughed back for a long time. They wondered what would happen to the group, whether they would go with them or not. The little one was the first to shout, "Of course we will go! It is our duty!" The boy continued to laugh and said that they could defeat the faction on their own. He accused the heir apparent of coming and only getting in the way. I wondered how long the heir apparent would stay calm, as he calmly took the cup and told the king of the Free Warriors that he had misunderstood him. Then he added that one word from him, and they would all be cut to pieces. "Aren't you afraid?" he asked. And he continued, "Are you so sure of yourself?" The warrior realized that it was important to save his assistant, and that he was only here for the money. The sensitive ear is actually a girl in disguise, so she won't fight like a man, and the whole Death Squad doesn't support them. The king of the Free Warriors explained this to his heir apparent, telling him the whole truth about them. This made the king think, because everyone says that this sucker is a genius and the heir to the great heavenly library. He had an idea. I'll cut him down on the spot, but it was a very bad idea. He drew his sword, but the heir remained calm and smiled, not feeling threatened. Before the king could get the sword halfway through, he was stopped by a flute. Everyone who was there held their weapons near the king's body. He was forced to kneel down like the last criminal. "How dare you behave like that when you are talking to the heir apparent?" they asked him angrily. He confidently declares that he can handle ruthless murderers, but he cannot even handle those around him. At this point, the king realized that he was wrong and said that he had been overconfident. This answer satisfied the Khan, and he said he would put him to sleep. The king was curious what questions the Khan would ask him, but he again misunderstood, because the heir meant literally. Outside, they were already digging the ground with shovels. The boys did a good job and seemed to have dug a deep enough hole. The singer sang a farewell song dedicated to his animal friend, and now only 3 were left. The other team members were very scared because the man was buried alive. The heir apparent told everyone that he was going to the Suyo faction tomorrow and asked the 2 to accompany him. After a while, they were already at the entrance gate. Han had been waiting for this meeting with the peaceful spirit and the fiery spirit for 20 years. The last time he was here was at the funeral of the former leader of the Suyo faction, Peaceful Falcon. Back then, he called several people that, and Peaceful Falcon was one of them. The one who succeeded Peaceful Falcon as faction leader is now sitting across from his successor and talking to him. His name is Moon Spirit, and he is the leader of the faction. Khan was not surprised that a person from whom he did not expect much became a leader. They were talking about the people he was looking for, and he believed that they would definitely not be able to escape from the Suyo faction. Because of this, Khan wanted to give him a gift and ask him to continue. But first, he asked the heir to take off his mask, because he realized that he was not the true heir to the great heavenly library. At that moment, Han realized that it was time to stop playing the part. He recognized that he had underestimated him, and it was a bad idea to show his sincerity in this way. When Khan bowed and expressed his opinion of him, they continued their conversation. Khan said that the king of the Free Warriors had tried to convince him to attack the Suyo faction, but because it could harm them, he decided to kill the king. The leader told Han that he had misunderstood their intentions at first, as he thought the Free Warrior King was trying to provoke the faction's anger. However, the faction does not care about people like him, so his travels were in vain. Han replied that it was a gift that the leader accepted, and asked what favor Han wanted to ask. Khan began to explain that he realized many things when he learned that the leader had made an alliance with ruthless killers. As soon as they gained his support, they immediately became stronger. Khan expressed his surprise at the changed situation, and said that now the ruthless killers would behave differently. Han concluded that the Suyo faction's embrace was very wide, and he assumed that there would be room for the Great Library of Heaven. So he decided to offer to bring the Suyo faction out of the shadows. The leader laughed at the difficulty of Han's speech. They shook hands, and Han was honored that Suyo was now a friend of the Great Heavenly Library, and the Great Heavenly Library was now a friend of the Suyo faction. During the handshake, blue energy emanated from Han's hand. The leader suggested signing the treaty that was on the table to cement the alliance. This could prevent problems in the future. At this point, the heir apparent thought about what he had just been offered, and wondered if it would be better to just break the treaty. But he realized that saving these two was more important than anything else. So he reached for his pen and agreed to make concessions. Welcome back, Master Chu and Assistant Man. Everyone was looking forward to their return and hoped that they would be okay. They deserved the magic potion for their suffering. However, it could not be left just like that. Chu Yan was outraged and said that the problem was not that they had supported the ruthless and were taken hostage. They needed to find allies and destroy the faction before it was too late. But the heir apparent calmed him down and said that they shouldn't get too cocky because they didn't have enough strength. He was very sorry that he could not figure it out himself. Looking at him, the heir understood that this guy was sincere. He could have committed suicide, and in general their friendship was strange. After that, the heir asked him who started it all. This made him think and realize that he had started it all himself, and the heir simply saved his life. For a while, these thoughts stalled the guy. He realized that it would be pointless to argue now. He then bowed before the Khan and said that it was so. He remembered how, as a child, he used to sit under a tree and make promises to his friend, agreeing to fulfill any wish, even if he had to risk his life and everyone turned away from them. They came up with a secret password word to communicate. Chu Yan said that he already had a wish. He remembered how his friend asked him to kill him and said nothing else. At that moment, the heir apparent asked him what he was thinking about. The boy thought that if he had fulfilled his friend's request, he would have died with him. His eyes filled with tears because it was very touching for him. The heir called his name and said, "Thank you for everything," and promised that he would not remain in debt. He said that the boy could ask him for anything because he and Bumkan had agreed on this, and he was responsible for everything. Meanwhile, in a place where people were laughing and drinking, someone was sitting and thinking. The hostess who was addressed got up from her chair and started walking in the other direction without answering. She walked confidently, leaving behind a feeling of incompleteness. Her figure disappeared into the twilight, and everyone was left wondering what was going to happen next. She had already returned. The atmosphere was cheerful, and the heir apparent was joking with her, saying that he even thought she had run away like a warrior of grievances and a disgruntled brave. The girl smiled and said that she just wanted to gain experience in traveling around Murim. She had one request for Han. Since the Death Squad had already been destroyed, she wanted to join the Heaven Squad. The heir apparent then added that perhaps someone in the Heavenly Squad had taken a liking to her, like him, or Namung's brother. At this point, Namunga's brother choked with surprise, and the heir apparent added that she should choose between him and Namunga's brother. Namung's brother sat there, hardly able to find words, and the girl thanked him for allowing her to join them. At this point, the heir apparent sensed that the faction had withdrawn their spies, which was not surprising given that they were now quite far from the faction. He gathered everyone together and decided to remind them of what he had said on the first day he gathered them. Pretending, scattering, showing the peace of your soul, pretense. Hide your traces of dispersion, and then go out into the light and attack the manifestations, he said, raising morale and offering to take what was left in the Suyo faction. Not everyone understood why they should return to the Suyo faction. Although he said he didn't know, Gong didn't think he was the right person to ask the heir apparent such questions. The girl asked him if he wasn't the Namgun faction's famous heir to the whole of Murim, and didn't that give him the right to ask questions. Gun explained that he did not consider himself a famous man, because he simply goes where the heir goes and stops where he stops. The girl listened carefully to these words, and understood their deep meaning. Meanwhile, the bird flew over the building and approached its owner. He was sitting in his room and meditating. The phoenix conveyed his message to the Great Heavenly Library without missing a single word. The heir praised him for this and asked him to listen to the scent that came close to his beak. It was the incense of a member of the Suyo faction. He asked the bird to overhear everything he said and to remain vigilant, periodically changing the color of his feathers. At that moment, the little guy went into the heir's room and said that he heard the voice of a meatball. In this room, sleep did not come, because it was difficult to sleep because of the kid's cries. "Wow, meat! Where have you been? What a stupid beggar you are!" This forced the heir to get out of bed. Meanwhile, he continued to meditate. He wondered if she had met that person again. There was a conversation among the trees, and one of them said that he still did not understand this heir's fascination with the great heavenly library. They kept talking about how strange he was, because he buries people without even looking at them. The girl asked for an explanation of what she did not understand. She asked the mistress Tian Shan, who was called a priestess, and the girl considered her to be her mentor. The priestess explained to the girl that much escapes her gaze, but she should not be sad if she cannot see it yet. The mentor did not want to answer this question because she realized that the girl would not learn anything by hearing the answer. But the time has come when she will learn everything and be very surprised. The way to recognize a person is to study his or her environment. The heir to the great heavenly library is a truly impressive person, the mentor realized, judging by the people he communicates with. They are of the same ilk, the same strange, weird, and wonderful people who communicate quite freely with each other, but at the same time treat the heir with great respect. And judging by the way he made concessions to the head of the Suyo faction, he is not a hostage to his pride, but someone who is ready to bow his head if necessary. In addition, he did not hesitate to bury the king of the free warriors alive. The mentor realized that if such a person left something in the Suyo faction, he would clearly be the leader of ruthless killers. She asked the girl if he had asked her anything, but the girl said she didn't understand. "That's the thing. He doesn't ask any questions. He is not interested in anything about her," the mentor explained. The priestess continued and told the girl that the heir was not interested in Ion, but in her. Turning to the heir, she asked, "Isn't that right? Heir of the great heavenly library?" At this moment, the heir realized that this was why the priestess of Mount Tian Shan and the listening ear looked so helpless. Her skin was pale because she had studied among the mountain forests. But judging by the fact that she and her teacher had come out of the mountains, it was obviously time to learn about Murim and the world at large. The heir realized that he was very lucky, because her first experience would be fighting against the Suyo faction. But it would be much easier for him if the Tian Shan priestess joined the battle. He sat down across from them and apologized for interrupting their conversation, but the priestess replied that he had come just in time. He continued, saying that he had heard that a secret martial artist had appeared in the Tian Shan mountains, and told her that it was a great honor to finally meet her. He thought that he was the only one lucky enough to be rejuvenated, but she hadn't aged, even though she was supposed to be in her 50s. She asked him if he was really going to fight the faction. He replied that he was. He was unsure of his victory, thinking it was like throwing eggs at a rock. But if the eggs are not really eggs, then the outcome of the battle will be different. Maybe the eggs are actually made of steel, and if your friends have the same, then victory is quite possible. This comparison was very apt, and she realized that by friends, he meant her. She asked him what he would do if she didn't help him. He replied simply, "There's no difference, but your help would be very helpful." She did not expect him to say that. How can he be so sure, she thought. Maybe he is stronger than she thought. After these thoughts, she said, "If you want me to fight with you, you must know about the warriors of the Suyo faction." She knows about them, Mind Spirit and Fire Spirit. The heir also knows their names, not just by hearsay. He told her about his plan. First, he is going to surprise them, and then, depending on their reaction, he will make a further plan. She asked him about the real reason he wanted to fight the faction. She wondered what treasure the faction had received from the leader of the ruthless killers. He answered briefly and clearly, "It doesn't matter if it's jewelry or something less material, but I will get it 100%. Although she thought that the reason was just a desire to take revenge on the ruthless killers, it seems that this was not the case. After that, she agreed to help him, and he thanked her. However, he had one more request. He said that they couldn't go on like this if Ion continued to wear her disguise. She needed to give up her disguise. When she did, Ion began to look like a beggar. When she appeared at her friend's house, they began to make fun of her, asking if she was accidentally turning into a man. They even came up with a nickname for her, Beggar Soul. She had no other choice, because otherwise she would have attracted a lot of unnecessary attention. He stood by the mirror in this room and realized one thing. He was also attracting unnecessary attention. Realizing that he needed to change his appearance, He cut his hair, and the strands fell to the floor near his shoes. Then he reached for his sword and picked it up. The sign of the Namgun family was very visible, and he knew that it also needed to be hidden. It was time to put everything behind him. It was a very decisive step on his part. The restaurant, called Happy Road, welcomed all guests. There was enough food and wine for all 17 people who came. First, the heir decided to pay by putting 1 gold coin in the waiter's hand. He told the waiter to tell the restaurant owner that the heir to the Great Heavenly Library wanted to feed all 17 people in one sitting. The restaurant owner started to boil at first, calling everyone bastards, and said it was impossible to feed everyone in one neon. But when the owner heard the name of the heir to the Great Heavenly Library, he changed his tone. The waiter was already bringing delicious food, wishing everyone a good appetite. The heir asked the owner if there were any other questions. The owner replied that there was nothing in particular, and noted that the heir looked much better in person than in the picture he was holding. The owner added that he would do anything for the heir because he was a friend of the leader of the secret society. How? The heir asked him who the leader of the Suyo faction valued most. How could I not know? The restaurant owner replied. He values his main disciple, Yom Hwapyong, the most, because he has a great reputation. The owner explained that Yom likes to spend time in the company of women, but he doesn't stay with any of them for more than 3 months. He killed the most annoying ones, like leeches. The owner could not remember exactly, but it seems that his current passion is called Choyon. This information was enough for the heir apparent, and he thanked the restaurant owner for it. Han was about to find out whose importance would tip the scales. That night, the moon was almost full. She couldn't wait for him to finally show up. But he didn't appear, but 2 crestfallen guys who shouted, "Hey girl!" After that, they asked if she was not only beautiful, but also fearless. She looked at the body they were dragging and couldn't figure out who they had brought. As they came closer, they asked the girl if she was not afraid of running into bad people at night. One of them noticed that from her expression, she did not know who to be wary of. They threw the guy they had brought closer to her and asked her to look at him more closely. They added that she should be wary of people like him. She immediately reported that she had seen 2 robbers dragging Kavapion, who had been beaten to a pulp last night. She said that they should be captured as soon as possible, and reported this information. They told her they would immediately pass it on to the owner. However, the boys did not believe her because, in their opinion, who would dare to do such a thing to a student of the faction leader? They only thought that the leader would not hear it. It was a disappointment for the boys that they didn't believe her, but it became clear why they were sent here. They were also embarrassed that they didn't care that they were being stared at so openly. However, one of them remarked that they looked more like beggars, which is why no one pays attention to them. The girl began to cry and asked why the leader of the Heavenly Squad had made her look so poor. Namgun also changed his appearance. His haircut was different. The others wondered why he cut his hair. He explained that he just didn't want to draw attention to himself when he was around the leader. He was afraid that one day he would be kicked out of the squad. So he decided to follow her example and change his appearance. But the time came to fulfill the leader's order, and he picked up a message that aroused the girl's interest. She asked what it said. The message read, "Moon Spirit, your precious disciple Hwapyong is still alive. He will not waver in his readiness to fight the Suyo faction." More important issues were being discussed at the table, including the fact that there was no choice but to save Yom Hwapyong first. One of them came up and bowed his head without hesitation, signed the agreement, pretended to leave, but immediately returned. Everyone realized that the heir had planned this from the very beginning. In addition, the Great Heavenly Library had already dealt with the Suman clan. As a result, the clan leader died, and his son died a brutal death. Many members of his squad look like crazy people, so they cannot be underestimated. One man was offered that if he was worried about the treasure of the ruthless killers, they could torture their leader and find out where their hiding place was. Then just kill them, because sooner or later, they would have to do it. He heard everyone, but he expressed his opinion. They were overestimating the enemy and believed that there was no way they could kill his disciple. He added that there is no stupider act than to oppose an entire faction in a violent place like Murim. If they fall for the Great Heavenly Library's provocation, everyone in Murim will no longer fear their faction, and it will happen again. Considering himself an experienced warrior, he could not allow this to happen. He had a Buddhist rosary on his hand. He knew that if this happened, they would be able to do something else. So he suggested waiting for the next message. The whole conversation was eavesdropped on by the phoenix bird sitting on a branch. Meanwhile, the boys were looking for the disciple of the leader of the ruthless killers, whom he considered practically his son. To the last, they hoped that he had confused the time and would come back, but it seems that the boy had been abandoned. The kid tried to calm him down, saying that it was over, that everything was already over. I wondered how much treasure the leader of the ruthless killers had that he even abandoned his student. Was he even richer than Chu Yang's brother? The boy fell to the ground in a panic and hoped that they were not going to kill him. The heir, after he did, told Gun that he took 3 soldiers with him into the crevice and went to a company that deals with cargo protection. The heir apparent reflected on the fact that the moon spirit had left the leader of the ruthless killers and abandoned his own disciple. What had this mercenary leader promised him? The priestess asked the heir apparent whether the great heavenly library could now be in danger and whether he was ready for it. He replied that the entrances to the heavenly library were already closed for security. No outsiders would be able to enter without permission, and the library's warriors were ready to defend themselves. From that moment on, it became clear that the heir apparent had stirred up the faction, but they were singing a very strange song. Meanwhile, the man was sleeping, drooling. A flute appeared near his ear and played him a song. The song was such that it pierced his head from one ear to the other and quickly woke him up. This made the man angry. He grabbed the piper by the coat and asked him what bastard dared to make such a joke. But it was the teacher who told him that there was a message. Then he told him that Yom was already dead and that he had to leave. He asked the man to help him with a few things. Meanwhile, the head looked at the message in front of him. The sender was the heir to the great heavenly library. He had a large box in front of him. Another member of the faction smelled the box and said it smelled good, adding that it was the first time he had ever smelled such a beautiful flower scent. He assumed that the box contained a mixture of several floral scents, and even just one breath was pleasant. The head ordered the box to be opened. When it was opened, he saw the most horrible thing he could have ever imagined in his life. His favorite student was lying in the box, bleeding to death. In a rage, the head ordered the 4 great guards and elders to listen carefully to his orders, to send a message to all their allies, and find the heir to the great heavenly library. He was sure that the heir would not be able to escape responsibility, and they were all ready to fulfill his orders. They couldn't rule out the possibility of the heir escaping, so they decided to look for him outside the faction, as well as to capture the great heavenly library, capture the head of the family and all its members, and bring them to the Suyo faction. They also decided to request support from all the strongest families in Hebei Peng and Chenzhou. He hoped that their strength would be of great help to him, as he wanted to make the heir apparent accountable for his actions. After a while, they received responses from the families. However, they did not read what they expected in the responses. They said that if the heir did what he did, there was a reason for it. Both clans responded in the same way, and from this it could be concluded that there would be a similar response from other families, since the Namgong faction's heir is part of the Great Heavenly Library's heirs squad. After that, the hostess was informed that there was news from those who had gone to the Great Heavenly Library. A magic trap seal had been set at the entrance, and half of the soldiers were injured trying to get in. They were unable to capture anyone because no one had left the library. The clans of Anhui province and even the Soman clan sided with the library. Moreover, rumors about their faction have spread all over the world. People talked about them on the streets, in restaurants, and in gambling houses. They realized that this must have been done by a successor of the Great Heavenly Library. The rumors were terrible. About a disciple who was a real womanizer and had killed 5 or 6 of his mistresses, and it was added that his own father had ordered his murder. In such a situation, they had to do something immediately, because there were rumors that the leader of the Suyo faction was covering up for a criminal mercenary organization. This could be called falling in the mud with their face. They did not understand how this happened. They had made an enemy of only the heir apparent, and as a result, they became enemies of the whole of Murim. The man was glad that he had survived and that his life had not ended here. He climbed out of the pit in which he had been buried and did not know how he had any inner energy left, but he hated the leader of the heavenly squad even more. The man stood over him and said, "If you are going to climb, you must first wet your throat," holding a bottle in his hand. He was waiting for him because he knew he was supposed to come out at that time, but he didn't expect him to actually get out. He thought he had some internal energy left over by accident, but it turned out that everything was set up by the leader of the heavenly squad. If he could block his internal energy points, then he could stop them for a month or 2. He asked the fat man if he was also from the heavenly squad, but the fat man said no, because he had come to deliver a message from the leader of the heavenly squad, and that was all. After a while, the man passed on the words of the heir apparent, who said, "Well done. You did a great job as a bait. If you want to catch a big fish, the bait must be big." The king of the free warriors realized that he was the bait and asked whom the heir apparent was going to catch. He answered, "Suyo." He immediately began to shout that he had missed the most interesting part. Continuing on, he asked where the rest of the heavenly host was. He replied that they had already run away. At the same time, the heavenly host doubted that this was the way to catch fish by floating in the water. Some of them were sitting on the boat and could not wait for the fish, confident that as soon as it bit, they would be ready to eat it raw. My sister, who lived in the mountains, was going out to sea for the first time. When she said that fish love patience, the kid asked her to be quiet. The clan leader, Shandong, sat at the table with the priestess and the heir apparent, and told them that they could stay for a month. By then, the Suyo faction would be exhausted and fall by itself. This was a really great idea, but the heir apparent doubted whether the Suyo faction would decide to go to these islands, since the head of the faction was a wise and experienced man. The heir did not think he would fall into such a trap. The heir expected to receive a message from the head of the Suyo faction in 5-6 days. The man was very sorry that the heir, being in such an important position, could not stay with them a little longer. He liked it here very much, and he promised that he would definitely come back. But the man still wanted to ask the heir apparent about the Suyo faction in order to understand the situation correctly. He understood it as follows. The head of the Suyo faction had ordered an assassination from ruthless killers, and now the mercenary leader was manipulating the head of the faction. Perhaps the treasure is a contract or evidence that confirms the contracted murder, as it is a matter of life and death for the faction head. The heir agreed and said it was all right, but the priestess added that she had her own guesses about this. She assumed that the leader of the ruthless killers had prepared for his own death, and that if he did not die within a short time, his assistants or subordinates who had evidence of the contract killing would send this evidence throughout Murim. If such letters were sent out, the Suyo faction would be destroyed. Therefore, even during the blackmail, the head of the faction could not simply kill the mercenary leader. It seemed to the man that the heir already knew the answer, and the priestess also said so. The man denied that they were overestimating him, saying that he did not know the answer. Moreover, he was not so afraid of the head of the faction. The heir apparent should not have told them anything yet. First, he had to check everything himself. After killing the head of the faction, there were 3 disciples left: Peaceful Spirit, Fire Spirit, and Moon Spirit. 2 of them were very similar, and the third was very different. While the Peaceful Spirit and the Fire Spirit were calm, honest, and silent, the Moon Spirit was very sociable, easy to get along with, and had many friends. As for martial arts, Peaceful Spirit was superior to others in his skills, and was closest to the level of his teacher. Therefore, everyone, including himself, thought that he would be the next head of the faction. The former head of the faction even appointed Peaceful Spirit as his successor. But a problem suddenly arose. One day, 3 families were killed within the walls of the faction, including Mirny Duke's family. Shocked by grief, the Peaceful Spirit plunged into sorrow. He fell into the trap of despair, and tried in vain to find the perpetrators. The Fire Spirit decided to share this burden with him. While Fire Spirit and Peaceful Spirit were traveling, the title of heir passed to Moon Spirit. No one suspected Moon Spirit because the 3 had grown up and studied together since childhood. Everyone thought it was just an unfortunate coincidence, but now everything is different. When the leader of the ruthless killers was under the protection of the Moon Spirit, it became clear that this was when it all happened. The heir realized that perhaps 3 families had been killed to deflect suspicion. This left the heir in thought for a long time, but he came to one conclusion right away. It was time to put everything back in its place. Meanwhile, the hostesses listened to more and more people speculate that there was a long-standing connection between the faction and the ruthless killers. They realized that it was impossible to redine these people. It was important that the faction trusted them and united under a common goal. They only asked the hostess for an answer to all this. The host was ready to confess, because it was no longer possible to hide the truth. Even if it was too late, he was ready to tell everything. The reason why he defended the leader of the ruthless killers was as follows. The reason was the treasure he had lost. He told us that the mercenary leader had taken possession of a lost secret text on which his entire life depended. The only people who know about the content of the text are his 2 adept brothers. If he can't get this text back, he won't be able to meet his ancestors, even after death. The boys realized that all this time, their leader had been carrying such a heavy burden without telling anyone about it. They realized how lonely he was. They all said with one voice, "The heir to the great heavenly library disrespected our head and dragged us into their games. We will make them all pay for it." They were grateful to him for finally telling the truth, because he had been suffering all this time. Meanwhile, the head was talking to his successor. who said he couldn't stop thinking that he didn't belong at the head of the faction. But the leader told him that he wanted him to be the successor. This was the spirit of the Suyo faction, the peaceful spirit. He considered him to be the one who could do the job best. Then the conversation turned to the heir apparent and the fact that he was a truly extraordinary person. Because of this, he told the two that they would have to fight. The spirit of the Suyo faction, the fire spirit, and the spirit of the Suyo faction, the peaceful spirit. Until now, he had kept them under control because he was afraid that they would roam the world forever looking for criminals. Pain like theirs is not forgotten, and it is impossible to control your feelings. But now it was time for them to move on for the sake of their faction's prosperity. Meanwhile, the phoenix continued to sit on the branch and wrap everything around its whisker. The problem was that they stopped talking out loud. Their faces showed that they were communicating, but not with words. Then Phoenix heard a voice. "Are you trying to scare me?" The man who was kneeling turned to the moon spirit and told him that he was funny and had come up with a very sob story for the Suyo faction. He asked, "Have you forgotten who really has the power here?" He then asked what would happen if the peaceful spirit and the fire spirit found out that he was the one who ordered the assassination, and said that that day would come soon. Until then, he must deal with the great heavenly library and its heir apparent. The moon spirit replied that he would do so. Meanwhile, the phoenix was already flying to his master. After hearing this, the heir realized that all the facts were now confirmed, and it was over. The Suyo faction had dug itself a hole. Meanwhile, the Chenzhou clan keeps the great heavenly library and its heir under its protection. The Hebei Peng clan is also proud that the heir is friends with them, and they believe that if the heir has stood up to the Suyo faction, then she really deserved it. But some of the boys walked and talked, not understanding why Chen and Hebei trusted the great heavenly library's heir so blindly. There was only the Shandun clan that had not yet responded to their message. If their answer was the same, there was no point in going to them personally. The brothers were very much awaited and rejoiced when they returned. One of the brothers ran up to them and said that a very important message had come from the heir to the great heavenly library. It read, "Suyo faction, I know you're very busy looking for me, but I have thought it over very carefully. What started out as an attempt to capture the leader of unprecedented assassins is turning into an increasingly serious situation. But I'm not going to waste any more time. My friends in Marima have told me that the Suyo faction has a man with great skill in martial arts. They say his name is Peaceful Spirit. This is a request to the Suyo faction and also to Peaceful Spirit. I ask him to fight me and end it all. If I die, the faction can continue to exist in peace. But if I can defeat the Peaceful Spirit, the issue with the faction will be resolved. Then I will take the treasures and the life of the leader of the unprecedented assassins. I have already informed my allies about this, and they have all agreed to my proposal. The place and time of the duel are listed below." This made them think that the heir apparent was insane, and doubt whether Peaceful Spirit could accept the challenge. Peaceful Spirit was confident in his abilities, but the moon spirit told him that the heir apparently knew how to play with words and lead by the nose. He asked him to be careful when he met him, not to listen to him, because it was all lies and slander. The brother said he would go with him, but the Peaceful Spirit objected, saying that by agreeing, he was making a promise. If he doesn't fulfill the conditions, it will be a laughingstock for the whole Murim. Moreover, if he came, the fight would be unequal. He considered it a matter of honor for the Suyo faction, so he decided to go himself. On a beautiful moonlit night, the battle continued, with an incredible atmosphere reigning around. Gusts of wind rose from the powerful attacks of our hero, creating the impression of the elements. Neon strikes like hail fell from all sides, enveloping everything around with fiery light. Using his infernal energy, the Sui faction representative threw a powerful punch aimed at the young master. The strike flew straight to the target, slowing down neither its pace nor its strength, approaching at an incredible speed. Looking at this attack, the young master did not even blink an eye, only carefully assessed the faction's technique. He hadn't seen Peaceful Spirit for a long time, who looked even better than the last time, and now he felt happy to see him. At this moment, the Peaceful Spirit looked completely different. Head Morin recalled how in his past life, the spirit had said that he had decided to join the Sui faction to stop his wandering. After becoming spirits, they could not move more than a kilometer away from the faction, and they came to say goodbye to the head. But today, the Peaceful Spirit will die by his hand. Realizing this, the library heir asks if the spirit dared to come to this deadly battle. The Peaceful Spirit looked at the young master with incomprehension as to why he addressed him as you, violating etiquette. For Peaceful Spirit, this battle was a matter of life and death. However, Standing opposite each other, the peaceful spirit attacked him with its mountainous energy. But the library air remained unshaken. He felt that several people were thinking inside him at once, and he could not predict who would win this battle. Nevertheless, the heir of the great library wondered why the peaceful spirit had come here alone. Recalling that moment, the young master remembered how Peaceful Spirit, one of the faction members, was walking on his way without looking back. Peaceful Spirit did not understand where this mysterious tone of his opponent's thoughts came from. Soon a woman appeared in the air in front of the heir to the library and rose up, greeting the Peaceful Spirit. Laughing, she remarked that his memory was still good, as he recognized her as a priestess of Mount Tang Shan. The Peaceful Spirit wondered what she was doing here, but suddenly he heard laughter from all sides, which made him think. It turned out that the Peaceful Spirit was not just trapped, but in a very difficult situation. The Peaceful Spirit began to point his finger at the heir, feeling betrayed. He believed that the latter had acted meanly, because even Murima has its own laws, and the heir had promised to resolve the conflict fairly one-on-one, to the death. Is he really afraid? The opponents just laughed non-stop, hoping they had heard him. They couldn't believe that such words were coming from Murim, where treachery and meanness have long reigned supreme. It was strange that he did not know this, but a duel to the death? Isn't that a knife in the back? Two people do not have to fight fairly. Why should the young master take the difficult path when he can choose an easier one? A peaceful spirit sees that the laws of honor are not important to these people, and nothing can be expected from them. Why are only the priestess of Mount Tianshan, the Namgong faction heir, and the leader of the Shunduan clan here? They are not at all embarrassed by such a despicable act, and yet they cannot believe that someone could take an oath and then break it. And now they are accusing the heir of dishonesty. Even the Namgong faction's heir took the side of the library heir, and his henchmen laughed at the guy who was up against unequal power. One of the vagabonds began to mock the peaceful spirit, calling him an insolent spirit of the Sui faction. They could kill his disciple and master, as long as he trembled in fear like an autumn leaf. A duel to the death is a duel in which one cannot survive. Why didn't Peaceful Spirit, as a martial artist, realize that this was a trap? These questions sound like knives in the heart, because in this situation, Peaceful Spirit is acting like an idiot. And the worst part is that he betrayed his family and is acting like a fool and a scoundrel. The faction must now move on for the sake of its prosperity. Why did they ever agree to such a fight? If a martial arts master in the form of a Peaceful Spirit was going to fight the heir, it was a big mistake. The Heavenly Squad demanded that this rascal kneel down immediately, lest he lose his insignificant life. The young master stops the whole mess by emphasizing that their politeness is over and it's time to end it. The Peaceful Spirit, gritting his teeth, does not allow himself to give up and die so easily. He is preparing for a deadly battle, and it is now that the fate of who will die and who will live will be decided. Despite everything, he intends to fight to the end, not retreating. The young master was amazed that the boy decided to go all the way, giving up. He realizes that the Peaceful Spirit can become dangerous when it is pissed off. However, even if he is agitated, he will not be able to harm the heir, who has stopped the Peaceful Spirit's attack with a slight movement of his finger, extinguishing its fiery hand with water. I wonder what kind of technique this was. It was extremely dangerous. Not giving him the opportunity to attack again, the priestess stabbed him in the back. A powerful blow pierced the Peaceful Spirit's back, and he choked on the pain. However, even if he was on his feet, it did not mean that he could do anything, because the team acted in concert. The sword passed through the body of this scoundrel, dealing him a fatal blow. But the Peaceful Spirit was still standing, shaking with pain. The twin approaches and jokingly asks where his fighting spirit has gone. At this point, Peaceful Spirit stands firm, realizing that it will be difficult for him, but he is still going to fight to the end. The twin, in turn, urges him to attack, not to stand still, given the complexity of the situation. It was not difficult to strike him more than 10 times. And when this scoundrel fell to the ground, the heir stopped him. He decided to teach him a lesson by grabbing him by the neck and pulling him to the rock. The heir lifted the Peaceful Spirit over the great abyss, strangling him right above it and looking into his eyes. Looking into his eyes, the heir said only one phrase, "Farewell, Peaceful Spirit." When the Peaceful Spirit asked if he would kill him, the heir replied, "Of course." However, before he died, the young man wanted to ask one question. Was it true that the Moon Spirit had done all this? The young master only smiled slyly in response, and let go of the Peaceful Spirit's neck over the abyss. At that moment, death flashed before the boy's eyes. He could not believe that this was how his life would end. Humiliated, insulted, and defeated. However, what was more important was not how he would die, but the young master's answer to his question. Was it true? The answer from the heir was stunning. It was you, Peaceful Spirit, who did all this. As he fell down, these words did not allow him to realize the truth. If the air had killed him, what did he mean by that? How was that even possible? It was like a dream, like he was asleep. What happened at that moment? Why were important people present at his funeral, such as the leader of the Shunduan clan and a priestess, and the heir to the Great Library? They were all there. Why did all these people side with the heir? This question haunted him. How had he managed to convince these people to join him? The scoundrel landed on the cold ground with great force. He lost consciousness, but he was still alive and could hear the voices of people walking around. They gave him an elixir and quickly gathered to carry him to the heir. They carried him, discussing that perhaps they had overdone it with the punishment of this guy, because they had wounded him too badly with a knife, and the twins had overdone it with a dagger. Perhaps the priestess was to blame, because she stabbed him too hard in the back, and they even thought he was dead. The spirit heard all these voices and asked himself only one question. Why was he alive at all? After all, he had definitely fallen off a cliff. It felt as if he was standing in front of the heavenly host, looking at them. These people spoke about Murim, mentioning how treacherous it was and that it had a rule. Whoever dies by law is to blame. A newcomer from Namgun said that the old man was a fool, because if he wrote this oath and broke it, there was no point in changing the rules. The vagabonds supported the old man, because in Murima, everything is simple. If you die, you definitely lose. All these thoughts wandered through the mind of the living spirit. The voices in his head were so excited that he could not even understand what was happening. But in the crowd of the heavenly squad, he saw the heir to the great heavenly library, and it seemed that he was trying to tell him some truth. It was true. The moon spirit had done all of this, having thought it through carefully. This was one of the lessons, and perhaps all this death was only part of the illusion. And now the living spirit was lying in front of the fire, and the boys were talking around him. Ivan heard their conversations, and a bird named Myasko was muttering something under his breath, trying not to forget what the jeweler had to tell the heir. The thoughts in the boy's head began to change. He remembered how he had been addressed back then. Are you trying to scare me now? What kind of ridiculous story is this, made up for the Sui faction? Have you forgotten who you really are and who has the real power here? What will happen if Peaceful Spirit and Fire Spirit find out about this murder? Or was it his mistake that he asked not to discuss anymore? Soon there will be a conversation about the moon spirit, and that will not change. He had to deal with the great heir of the library, and he promised he would do so. At that moment, he heard the voice of the moon spirit, and the bird that was listening to their dialogue relayed everything to the heir. The living spirit seemed to be looking at this situation from the outside, observing everything that was happening. As the heir to the great library said, it was not the moon spirit who did all this. It was he himself, the living spirit. He created this situation himself, even if he did not want to admit it. And at the moment when he was falling, he realized this and cried, realizing what a scoundrel he was. All of this was part of the plan of the heir to the great library. And soon, watching his visual suffering, it became clear how well thought out everything was. Soon, because of the visualization in his head, the peaceful spirit died. It was the path he chose. As a result, the heir orders everyone to pack up and leave, because the Sui faction has a new leader. After a while, the living spirit begins to open his eyes and sees the light from the fire in front of him. When he wakes up and turns his head, he sees the fire spirit, who has been waiting for him to wake up all this time. The fire spirit apologized to his brother, explaining that he hadn't heard from him and went in search of him. He wanted to know what had happened to him. The living spirit told the story of how he encountered the heir. His goal was not to apprehend the leader or expose the criminal moon spirit. He was only interested in who he was and why they knew each other. No one understood why the heir did this, but everyone was sure of one thing. That young man was so arrogant and self-confident that he thought he had the right to decide who should live and who should die. For him, the battle was just a game, and in the eyes of the living spirit, he was a real scoundrel. The living spirit had never seen such a crazed scoundrel, a real scoundrel who had no equal. The fire spirit laughed, agreeing with his brother that the heir was indeed a scoundrel. The living spirit smiled slyly and said that despite everything, the heir was also a very grateful man. His brother supported him, recognizing that he was right in some ways. But another question arose. Where did this grateful man go? He remembered that the heir was about to go to the Chenzhou clan, and they realized that they had underestimated him. The fire spirit was in ambush, watching the events from afar, even hearing his brother's voice. All the people just sat around the fire and waited for the living spirit to wake up. The heir noticed that they were being watched. He decided it was time to get up and go the other way, taking his people with him. Without even telling them about the surveillance, he did so that his brother could take care of him. And yet the master remembered that clan, and went there with his comrades. The fire spirit realized that he had been seen, but the heir did not reveal this to his squad. When it was already dawn, they could not stay there any longer, so they decided to return to the faction. After a while they returned, and everyone was amazed at how much effort it all cost the young master. A few days passed, and the living spirit did not look so cheerful. He asked the faction leader not to worry and not to cry, because everything was over, and the blood was not in vain. The faction leader was happy to see the boy alive and almost cried when he saw him. The boy was also happy that everything had turned out this way. This man, confiding in him, sincerely thanked him like a brother, saying that he had worked hard and now needed to rest. He considered him as faithful as an old dog. The living spirit had nothing more to say at the summit to his faction. Tonight they will reveal all the sins of the moon spirit and execute him. If there are those among them who want to take advantage of the situation, they will die with him. It's not just you and your brother who have destroyed the entire faction, but if necessary, they will destroy anyone who is not worth living. Some people sitting at the table were amazed by this behavior of the young man. One of the brothers stood up and asked why his brother was speaking with such bitterness. Does he think that someone here has forgotten who was appointed as the last faction leader and his successor? If someone does not recognize the decision of the two spirits of the faction, then they do not understand what kind of agreement they have made. Apart from the moon spirit, no one could have committed such crimes. The living spirit, with the power in his hands, realized that he could rely on these warriors. With such allies, he felt confident. But is it really true? What does it even mean? They oppose the leader of the faction. Do they really intend to betray their peaceful and fire spirits? The guy said that they were all crazy if they decided to betray the faction. A new day comes, and the boy asks the moon spirit what happened this time. The old man sits on the side, waiting for an answer. After a while, one of the people present remarked that they didn't think the criminal was so close. They didn't search for him for that long. They decided to capture the criminal and put him in chains. But things did not go according to the young master's plan. There were rumors that Peaceful Spirit and Fire Spirit wanted to slander him, accusing him of killing Peaceful Spirit's family. These rumors were brought to the clan leader. They came with proof, but the faction leaders and unprecedented killers did not believe them. They believed that these two had gone mad. This was unexpected for the leader, and if they decided to put on a show, then their lives were over. The Sui faction is all they have, and the word of the faction leader is law. This time, he decided to impose stricter restrictions on the two. At night, bells began to ring loudly, and people began to gather in the center. The leader, together with a crowd of people, spoke to his followers who trusted him. He turned to the two rascals who had decided to rebel against him, the Peaceful Spirit and the Fire Spirit, and ordered them to come forward. These two came out of the crowd and approached him. As they walked forward, they were accompanied by their guards. The leader asks them if they have brought atoning things, reminding them that they will be punished for their treachery. If they have forgotten, he will remind them. One of the counselors in the crowd shouted that the two scoundrels should repeat the laws of the faction and proclaim themselves servants. People from all sides began to shout, "Do not stray from the path of Sui, for the path of Sui is eternal. The path of Sui passes through thousands of paths, but the main path leads to the heart of Sui, which is the word faction." The law says that the disciples of the Sui faction must bow before the leader of the faction. The leader begins to accumulate energy in his hand. The disciples kneel down to show respect to their leader. When performing this ritual, people also kneel before the leader. They avoid looking directly into the leader's eyes, but they submit to their leader. You can see that something is wrong with the leader. He is filled with energy and even seems to be salivating with a sense of power. But something unusual happens that prevents him from using this power. The leader does not understand what happened and why he cannot use his power. He looks at the villains and sees the Peaceful Spirit in front of him. The leader hits the rostrum with his hand, looking at the Peaceful Spirit, and begins to shout at him. The Peaceful Spirit stands up and the soldiers all surround him, bowing before him. It is clear that he is their new leader. Even the Spirit of Time bows before this guy. The leader does not understand how this is possible. The warriors begin to shout from all sides that it is time to correct past mistakes. They are ready to leave the right path they have been on for 20 years. The Peaceful Spirit reminds them that anyone who betrayed the Sui faction cannot escape death. The leader begins to make excuses, saying that it's all a lie. If they can't see who the real leader of the faction is, then they are mistaken. But the Peaceful Spirit declares that today Sui will see the real leader, who should have taken this place long ago. And the only thing that Peaceful Spirit does is declare the need to execute Moon Spirit. Despite his claims of authority, the warriors began to sharpen their swords and attack the pseudo-leader. At the moment when the knives pierced the villain, the last words of the Sui faction leader were, "All I have done is the law." The entire memory was transferred to a scroll that the living spirit sent to the heir to the Great Library. It said that as soon as he returned to the Sui faction, He planned to kill the moon spirit with his sword and show his joy through revenge, thus giving the faction a new leader. Reading this, the leader of the library was pleased, because the new leader of the Sui faction was a beautiful person. It was a great ending to this story, and the Heavenly Squad regretted missing everything. The young master was approached by a priestess who was curious that the peaceful spirit had written in such a pale handwriting, as if to ask if he had done a good job. She assumed that he was counting on the praise of the heir. The priestess suggested that they should go to the Sui faction, and everyone in that group would be interested in doing so. However, the young master decided to stay here, ordering his soldiers to do as they pleased, and allowed them to leave. The soldiers were surprised. How can he say that? How could they leave without their master? Although the spirit had done a great job, all the events were described in the letter. They asked themselves why they should go there. However, the Heavenly Squad began to convince him not to give up and go with them, because otherwise they would cry. But the heir said that they did not understand why he could not go there. The fact is that he almost killed the current head of the Sui faction. The heir assumed that the current leader would not be very happy to see him, and might even throw him off a cliff as soon as he saw him, if anyone else remembered how he had beaten him. Realizing this, everyone agreed that this would happen. One of the group, walking through the woods, said that they shouldn't have smashed the faction, but simply got rid of the leader. The three brothers noticed the man who had risen from the dead, who recovered very quickly, and even offered to kill him again. This man realized that the heir had no normal warriors, only fools. He thought about leaving death behind and joining the Heavenly Squad. He didn't particularly like the news, but what can you do? We cut to a shot of Master Namgun and a girl walking through the forest, who noticed that the master didn't like the way things were unfolding. They continued walking, looking dissatisfied, but the master had many thoughts about this. Looking at the heir, he thought about how to come to terms with what had happened. The girl who had been talking to Master Namgung ran to her master to convince him to join the Heavenly Squad. The young master, as always, was alone that night, accumulating his energy. His legendary sword approached him, and standing in the darkness, it seemed to sense his energy. The sword glowed with a bright light and began to radiate heat. This was a good sign for the young master, as the connection with his sword, Ren, had been established and it had come to him. Now this worthy sword was in his hands, and the master realized that he was now ready for the next step. A young master from the Genjo clan Ongewun introduced himself to the heir. He was worried that the heir of the great heavenly library felt lonely, and so every time he had free time, he spent it with him. But in reality, he had another goal in mind. At the Heavenly Dragon competition, he realized the power of the Heavenly Dragon, and after the Sui faction rebellion, his desire to become stronger became even stronger. His influence extended to the main fortress of the healers and families who participated in the Heavenly Dragon competition. He was able to conquer the Hao secret society, the Sui faction, and even the Tang Shan priestess. He was determined to learn everything he could from the heir, and asked him to accept him into the Heavenly Squad. When his father heard about this idea, he supported his son, encouraging him to focus on his own development. The boy could not even imagine how the heir would react to his request. At the moment when the young master accumulated energy, his legendary sword Ren felt the power of the master. The sword illuminated the room where the young master was accumulating his energy. Their energy merged into one, and he came to him. A phoenix named Mayasco flew by, looking very scared. He admitted that he was really frightened, thinking that the robbers had already broken in, but it was only the master's sword. The young master thanked him for his efforts, for he had traveled all the way to the library to deliver his message. Naturally, the old man from the Heavenly Library was very worried, but he convinced him that they had to deal with the Sui faction. Now the grandfather was much more cheerful, and they sang and danced together. The heir realized that his grandfather was getting better every day. And suddenly, Mayasco noticed that the sword began to make sounds, and it scared him. But holding the sword in his hands, the heir said that this sword Ren would now be his friend, since he himself had come to him. Finally, a connection was established between him and his sword, which he received as a gift from the squad captain, after performing a ritual when he was the head. The spirits of his favorite swords also came themselves, announcing that they would now serve him. There is no time to be surprised because this is only the beginning. We can say that this is his first youthful step, and now this sword has appeared in the team. Mayasco noticed that the owner has incredible strength, and the sword itself is a sword spirit, and he is looking forward to seeing it in action. Throwing the sword aside, the young master orders him to return. And in a moment, the sword is already at his side, returning to its owner. It was simply incredible, and Phoenix could not get enough of this sight. After some time in the air, Ren's sword fell to the floor. When Mayasco asked what happened, the young master did not answer. Mayasco stared at his master, trying to understand his expression. It was clear that the young master was also surprised by this situation. Ren's sword was unable to return to him this time, although this had never happened to any of his swords before. The sword began to vibrate, and Miyasko paid attention to it. Suddenly they heard the evil master cursing, and they were shocked by his words. A rough voice shouted what they were doing, what this asshole was doing to him. First, the sword comes to him faster than light, and then disappears. He really doesn't answer and doesn't intend to. Although the young master was offended, he decided to accept it. He decided to go for a walk, to clear his head and not to be upset about it. The sword lay on the floor and did not move. Soon it began to shake and pulsate in some way. Then it went down to the hilt and also began to radiate some energy. But something did not work. 3 days passed after this incident, and the young master returned to him. Looking at the sword, he felt irritated, because Ren did not react at all. However, there was no hurry. Just because something starts slowly doesn't mean it will always be like that. So he decided to wait. Through continuous training, Han's summoning 1,000 sense technique was perfected to the highest level. Now he could smell odors at a distance of more than 1.5 kilometers. Because of this, the phoenix could now fly even further, expanding the possibilities of using this technique. Mu-En of Manhwa Academy must have already found information about growing poisonous plants and feeding the hexagonal snake. At least he hoped so. As he sat and cultivated his 1,000 flavors technique, the young master tried to outdo himself. With this technique, he could sense what was happening nearby. He felt that his friend Miyasko had flown away from him like a real rascal just after learning that the master was practicing, and he immediately ran away, deciding to talk to Gaeon. They talked about Gaeon's desire to join the Heavenly Squad. Phoenix said that his master was very upset about his friend. Gaeon asked who this friend was, but the Phoenix replied that it was a secret, and so he could not talk about it. Meanwhile, the living spirit was walking through the forest with a beautiful girl. She noticed that he had become nervous after becoming the head of the faction. She was very attentive, because she noticed that he was uncomfortable because he was about to meet the person who had thrown him off the cliff. A heavenly detachment accompanied this meeting, and the girl who also accompanied them, a priestess, remarked that the heir would be surprised to see him, because he clearly did not expect him to come to meet him personally. They discussed this moment, wondering what would happen next and what they would talk about. One of them suggested that when the leader of the squad realized that this was crazy, like when he was buried alive, he would not be happy to see the man he had thrown off the cliff. It's unlikely that he would enjoy such a meeting. When they arrived at the heir to the Great Heavenly Library, the heavenly squad that accompanied them could not believe that this had happened. 14th faction leader Sui, in peaceful spirit, paid their respects to the heir of the Great Heavenly Library, and the young master was happy to finally see them. He had been waiting for this moment for 20 years. Finally, the Sui faction had a worthy leader that he had been waiting for so long, and he thought back to the moment 20 years ago. Chairman Murima extended his hand to him, and then, as now, they were in different situations. They had gone from being unremarkable Goths to real leaders who took responsibility. At the time, they met in their past lives, and now, it was a great honor to meet the leader of the Sui faction. They decided to celebrate this wonderful day, because there were wonderful people gathered in this house. One of the vagrants said that the wine was the most delicious, and this meeting was an unusual event for Murim. Who would have thought that they would have such a drunken gathering when they were opposing the Sui faction? The guys talked about the Sui faction. Some loved it for the fish in the sea, and others just because they could drink because today was a great day for it. The living spirit sitting at the table was thinking about his thoughts. He wanted to ask the heir why he had agreed to such conditions for him. However, this question wasn't even interesting to most, and no one gave it any importance, not thinking about how they coped with it and what motivated them. The whole team was having fun. Phoenix was singing songs. For them, the main thing was laughter and drinking. The living spirit, raising his glass, realized that this time he would not be the only one to refrain from celebrating, because only what was in front of him mattered. He noticed that the heir had run out of glasses and asked for another. The phoenix bird, using the voice of the heir, said that he also wanted to have a drink. Using the voice of the heir, the phoenix sat on his hand and expressed honor and gratitude for the poured glass, which looked quite cheerful. After a few hours of celebration, everyone went to bed. The healer boy couldn't sleep because during the whole party, he didn't even dare to say a very important thing. All this time, he wanted to tell them that he wanted to join the Heavenly Squad. But now, all the martial artists surrounded him like a wall, and he could not approach the heir. In addition, the heir had to leave tomorrow morning, and would probably be busy, so he was worried that he wouldn't be able to tell him about his wish. He even thought that he was cursed, and sitting on the cold ground he said goodbye to the Heavenly Squad. A boy came up to him and asked why he was awake and walking outside. His brother explained that it was hot and he went out for air, even though he was talking under his breath. When he heard his brother's story, he did not know what to say because he was a beginner and could not give useful advice. However, when he turned to his brother Gaeun, he noticed that he did not understand much about the Heavenly Squad. He explained that this unit was not all smiles and talk, but that very unpleasant things happened to them, and it was not easy to get used to it. If the heir tells someone to cut off their head, they have to do it, even if it looks like a way to kill time. He may give incomprehensible orders, such as to live on a deserted island or in a cave for several months. All this information awakened his brother, and when asked if it was understandable for the sake of the heir, he promised that he would follow the order. When asked why he would do this, he replied that it was just an order. Hearing this answer, his brother wished him good night and good luck in achieving his goals. However, he remembered that he had forgotten to say something important. He returned and said that the leader had ordered him to prepare for his departure tomorrow and congratulated him on it. The boy's joy knew no bounds because it meant that he was accepted into the squad. The heir to the library was drinking alcohol in his room at the time. After sipping some of the drink, he looked at the lowlife, kneeling before him. Today he would pay for everything. And then there is an even more interesting story. For the sake of his young master, the peaceful spirit decided not to commit outrage and handed over the head of the unprecedented assassins to him in a satisfactory condition. The unprecedented assassins are people who are considered loyal to the treaty to the very end because their leader was able to intimidate the moon spirit. I wondered who he was, but when the heir saw this man, he didn't make much of an impression on him because the peaceful spirit had handed him over, and now he would have to do something with him. The leader of the unprecedented killers begged for mercy. After bowing to the heir, he said that over the years he had accumulated a great deal of treasure, mountains of chests of gold, expensive vases, and currency. He was ready to give it all away if only he could be spared, for he was an old man who lived peacefully and quietly and wanted to live out his life in the mountains and valleys. He spoke quite sincerely, assuring the young master that he had hidden some of the treasure under the floor of his shelter, and only he could open the cache. He promised to show him where these treasures were kept. He is ready to give all these riches that used to belong to him to the heir. The celestial detachment reacted to his words with skepticism, and one of the twin brothers suggested killing the old man right away so as not to waste time. But the heir decided to ask him if he was serious or lying, but the rascal thought he had already been saved and began to flatter him, assuring the heir that he was telling the truth, because if he lied, he would be killed on the spot. The heir agreed that if this was true, and there really were treasures there, they would spare him. He sent members of the Heavenly Squad to go with him. One man decided to call the heir for a personal conversation. He asked if he could join the Heavenly Squad and asked the heir's permission. The heir was a little confused by these words, wondering why he wanted to do so. The man explained that he had been shocked by what had happened in the Sioux faction, and it had left a deep impression on him. However, the heir noted that it was his merit and asked him about the real reason for his wish. The heir walked away from him, saying that he was uncomfortable that the man had started to consider them friends, and that they did not need such a relationship. The man started shouting, asking why and why he couldn't just be accepted into the squad. He asked for this, assuring them that he would do whatever they asked him to do, and that he would be honest and no worse than the other soldiers in the unit. The heir asked why the man wanted to join the unit in the first place, and what motivated him after he had recently been buried alive as a joke. The man emphasized that he would consider the heir his elder brother, and would always be ready to follow his orders. Listening to these words, the heir analyzed him. Given the man's promise, the heir ordered him to bark like a dog. The man did not understand the order at first, but the heir repeated it, addressing him as the king of the free and ordering him to bark. This was unexpected and unusual, and he clearly did not expect to hear it. The heir's order seemed funny to him, although in fact it was not funny at all. After laughing for a few minutes, the king of the free began to bark like a wild dog. He even fell to the ground, spun around, and drooled from his mouth just like a dog. He was acting so much like a dog that the heir was disgusted. However, the heir accepted him into the squad because he had completed the task. Soon, another newcomer who joined the squad was forced to carry the old man to the place where the treasure was. As he carried this fat old man, the boy could not believe that he was given such a task just because he was a newcomer. It would have been better if they had taken turns carrying him. Pulling the old man, he did not know that he had signed up for this when he joined the unit. Looking at this weak newcomer, the old man suggested that he rest a bit to recuperate, because it would be easier to run with new strength. But why does this rascal care about him? If you don't believe that they really care about him, then trouble can happen. And trouble did happen. The boy tripped over a stone and fell. Together with the old man, they hit the stones pretty hard. The boy emphasized that he did not ask to take a break. However, the boy noticed that the old man was lucky to survive in the Sioux faction, and that the librarian had not killed him. Lying on the ground, the old man said that he was really lucky, because he was even lying comfortably on the boy's back. The boy didn't like the old man's rude way of riding on his back, and he suggested that the old man change things. The rascal suggested that he shouldn't waste his strength and carry the old man on his back, since the heir to the library would spare him anyway. The old man also didn't want the boy to pull him stubbornly, and he asked him to unlock his internal energy points so that they could run together more comfortably. The boy realized that it was complete nonsense to listen to this old man who thought he was a fool. However, if no one trusts him, what can he do? Although, lying on the ground, this rascal was just waiting for the squad's new recruit to react, knowing that due to his inexperience he might give in and unlock his points. This old man had been through such situations many times before, and considered people like this guy to be easy prey. This guy seemed like a simpleton that the old man had seen thousands of times. They think they have willpower, but break down at the first difficulty. His weakness was noticeable to an experienced warrior, and besides, he spoke respectfully to his enemy. Because of this, the old man hoped that the boy would soon release him. After a few minutes, the young man thought about it and asked if he could trust the old man. The old man realized that the boy had fallen for his trick. He continued to impose an illusion on him, saying that he had resigned himself to everything and wanted to go deep into the forest, into the mountains, to spend the rest of his life there. The boy believed his lies, and the old man eagerly waited for his internal points to be unlocked. As soon as the energy was unblocked, he would hit the boy. The boy tried for a long time, but he could not unlock the points, which seemed to be the old man's misunderstanding. They didn't even believe that the heir couldn't do it. But the truth is that the guy was not successful. The old man did not expect this. It was very unusual. "Is it really so much fun to make fun of others?" the old man asked. But the boy wasn't really making fun of him. "But what else can be done? If the inheritor's internal energy point blocking technique is so complicated that the unblocking technique doesn't work. The old man doesn't know how great the heir is." Then the old man decides to tone it down and apologizes to the boy, admitting that he misunderstood him. But the boy was already furious, feeling that the old man had slandered him. He demands that the old man apologize immediately. The old man felt embarrassed that he was surrounded by fools. He pretended to apologize, not knowing that his talents and skills were so weak. He thought that all the soldiers in the heavenly squad were equally good. After he said that, the boy grabbed the old man's clothes and decided to ask him what he had said. But since the boy would not kill him, the old man began to mock him, saying that he had better kill him, otherwise the heir would punish the boy. Hearing this, the boy stepped aside, realizing that he had lost his temper, and the old man noticed that he was afraid of the heir. They continued on their way, and the boy asked the old man not to tell the leader of the squad about their conversation, because it would not make him look good. But the old man climbed on his back and laughed. When the boy saw that he was being laughed at, he got even angrier. It was clear that the old man was trying to provoke him again. The old man asked him to move faster because they had to hurry, but the boy said he would not go. Not only would he not go, but he exploded and threw the old man to the ground, screaming, "I said I'm not going!" Furious that the old man had slandered his skills, the boy pulls out his sword and asks the old man if he feels safe. How dare he say such a thing, and even laugh at him. "What's so funny?" he asks. The old man was amazed by the unpredictable nature of this young man, who pulled out his sword and put it to the old man's neck. Realizing that he was in a hopeless situation, the old man decided to apologize and asked the boy to calm down. However, the boy started to grab his head again, feeling a panic attack. He admitted that he was completely confused and didn't mean to do it, apologizing again to the old man for his outburst. Crying, he said that no one in the heavenly detachment took his opinion into account, and no one was interested in him. The old man was already tired of his chatter and, trying to encourage the boy, said that this was wrong and that anyone could look at the situation and say what difference it made. After these words, the guy got angry again, demanding an explanation of what the bastard meant by saying, "What difference does it make?" Holding his cold sword, the guy struck with rage in his eyes. The sword pierced the chest of the head of the unprecedented killers, and the boy said, "You pretend to know better and understand." The old man realized that the boy had gone completely mad and saw the sword stuck in his body. Before he died, the old man said that when the leader of the heavenly squad found out what he had done, he would punish him. But the boy was sure that he would be praised. Pulling out his sword, the boy asked the old man if he had realized who had dug the hole, because it was all planned by the heir. The boy realized that he had to act quickly. The phoenix flew up to remind him of this. The head of the unprecedented assassins was lying there with a dazed expression, not believing that such a shameful death could happen to him. "This is how a mercenary should die," the guy said, stabbing his sword again. After a while, the squad returned to the scene, although they did not think they would ever return. The heir praised the boy for a job well done. Soon they were already indoors, and if it weren't for this whole situation with the head of the unprecedented killers, they wouldn't have even thought of joining the squad. It was a normal reason for them to join. Once inside, they saw a complete mess. According to the rascal, there were treasures hidden under the floor. One of the brothers suggested that the old man was telling the truth about the cache, but how could they find it without him? However, the heir to the library had prepared several other ways to find the treasures he had known about from the beginning. The head of the unprecedented assassins claimed that only he could open the hiding place. But this was an absolute lie. The mechanism of the hiding place was supposed to make sounds, so the young master ordered the squad to tap the floor and look for a place where a dull sound would come from. This was the best way in the world to find out if there was something interesting there. The squad started to fulfill the order, hitting the floor with their boots. At some points, one of them stepped on the spot where the dull sound was heard. The twin informed the heir that he had found one of these places. The young master put his hand on the spot where the cache was probably located. He activated his power and began to analyze what could be there. He realized that this cache did not need any mechanism, and the door of the cache opened. When they went downstairs, they were amazed by the deep staircase that led deeper. They even started joking that the man might not have been a killer, but a mole. It was quite dark underground, but everyone walked, keeping close to the heir. The boys took one representative of Ren with them and ordered him not to let go of their hand because it could be deadly. The king of the free warriors squeezed the boy's hand so hard that he thought he would die of pain. Soon they reached a huge building, or rather, a huge wall, assuming that the treasure might be behind it. The group was simply amazed, imagining what could be hiding behind that door. They were salivating, and they suggested that the heir open the cache as soon as possible. However, it was necessary to open it somehow, perhaps even ram the wall. Obviously, there was some kind of secret. There were 2 bricks on the wall that perhaps needed to be pressed. One of them could open a cache, the other a trap. The top brick was scratched as if it had been touched by hands, so you had to choose the right one to avoid getting trapped. The young master activated his eyesight and could see everything clearly. He examined the stones and noticed that the marks on the top brick were made artificially. The prints on the bottom brick were probably left by the head of the unprecedented killers. The heir pressed the bottom brick, and everyone waited to see what would happen. Soon the gate opened, which was very good news for them. When they went inside, they saw a huge amount of treasure. The treasure consisted entirely of gold, and it seemed that it would have to be divided equally. The heir began to divide the treasure among those present. A large ladle of gold went to the Shandong clan. The head of this clan could not believe that he was receiving these treasures, because he had done nothing to get them. For him, it was just a good walk with his friends. But when he heard him say that, the heir joked that these were not the riches of the library, but loot. In the future, he could ask for help, and it would be considered an advance. If the treasures are not accepted, the heir will be embarrassed to ask the old man for help. This man had no choice but to accept them. The next riches were passed on to the Sui faction, and the priestess also received her share. Real treasures are people, not jewelry. 2 boxes full of gold were sent to the secret society of Hao. A representative of this group could not believe that they were gifted with such treasures. Ren was even amazed that they were not afraid that he would escape with this gold. But as soon as he received the order, the heir told him to do whatever he wanted with it, because he had helped them, and so he should take half of it for himself, and give the other half to the Hao secret society. No one from the Heaven Squad would pursue him. However, he will be worried that he may be pursued by the Hao secret society, so he must do this as best he can. The Free Warrior King will accompany Ren so that he does not get lost on the road and is not robbed. Several treasure chests left behind will need to be sent to Chu Yang, as he paid a lot of money for the services of an unprecedented killer. It is believed that 3 warriors from the gorge can do this. If Chu Yang refuses to accept the gold, they would simply leave the chests and go home. The gold left behind looked quite massive, and it had to be put somewhere. But the heir decided to use the money to create the headquarters of the Heavenly Squad. Hearing this, the members of the squad realized that they would finally have their own home. The Dagger Master decided to look at some nice houses on the outskirts of Angan, in the south of Shanxi province. The rest of the money would go to the Heavenly Squad's fund to finance battles. After completing this task, they all went to the new headquarters. The heir to the Great Library would go to the library later and promised to send the Phoenix to them to see how they were doing. When the heir returned to his homeland, he thanked the clans of the north for their support in the conflict with the Sui faction. His henchmen and everyone around him hadn't seen him for a long time. Some people even wanted to marry him to their relatives, but he avoided such proposals. Xianghua was tired of listening to the heir express his gratitude. It wasn't easy at all, and the boy understood that she was tired, so they decided to go back to the library to rest. Walking through the familiar streets of the city, the heir was noticed by one person. This person had done business with him before, and now he would hardly forget what he looked like. It was a representative from the Ogu Society, Mock Gun. He asked him why he was looking for him and said that it was none of his business, as he had personal motives. While walking with Xianghua, they heard a beautiful melody. Suddenly, a man wanted to meet the heir, so he sent Seonghwa alone. She understood him and accepted his point of view. She quickly shuffled off as she was told. In the large building, the young master was waited for a long time. When he entered, he asked for wine, light snacks, and some wine glasses to be prepared. Soon the man approached him and entered the room. When they met, they didn't say a word and sat down at the table. The young owner realized that this man was not as simple as expected, and he already knew about him. The heir asked how he could help him. But the man laughed so loudly that it was even scary. He did not think that he would be able to communicate freely with such a genius so easily. In fact, he just wanted the heir to decipher one text. In return, he promised to give him whatever he wanted. If he wanted money, he would get it, and if he wanted fame, he would get it. Or, if he wasn't interested, he could learn martial arts. After drinking a glass of wine, the heir realized that this offer would be tempting for any person, but he was not that simple. However, all these promises are just dust in his eyes. If Murim offers him such a thing, it means that he can be killed after he has done his job. So an interesting question arose. The heir wanted to know something before answering. He asked who the text belonged to after it was deciphered, where it was originally obtained, and who the man was when he said we. He, of course, decided to answer that the document would be sent to you, and the word we meant the followers of the One. The young master realized that all of this could be a lie, and he could not listen to him at all. He began to let his lies slide because this man promised security and guarantees, but in reality he was only a middleman. The young master asked for a day to think about this proposal. Regardless of what conclusion he came to, they would meet tomorrow at noon on Hwaseong Street, where the young master would announce his decision. As the heir was about to leave the building, the man stopped him. He asked him to accept a small gift from him. Taking the golden jug, the young master left the place. Tomorrow at noon he will announce his decision. Until then, his faithful friend will be watching this rascal, who will be flying overhead all the time to find out who he is. Even if this rascal thought he would succeed, the heir would still have to decide whether to go with him. After a long time of following this rascal, the phoenix returns to the young master. Seonghwa noticed that the master was going somewhere in such an outfit that she even felt funny. The phoenix reported that the rascal was so drunk that it made it clear to the heir that he had to leave. The phoenix noted that his master looked just fine, and that black suited him very well. And since this style suits him, Phoenix decided to show him something even better. Now the owner is going to change his appearance, and maybe Phoenix will get scared. But the phoenix said that he was a very brave bird for his master, and was not afraid of anything. Nevertheless, the young master assured him, and began to press on the points on his body. The energy began to transform the young master's body, and something began to happen. It seemed as if his body was tearing apart and something was coming out of it. His arms began to tear, his cloth also, and everything looked like a horrible mass. It seemed like his head was going to explode, and it looked pretty ugly. The phoenix was shocked by this transformation and was scared, although he said he would not be afraid. At that moment, his master fell to the ground and a black sheet covered him. The hero's face changed and he no longer looked like himself. It was a bone transformation technique, and the young master looked very scared. The phoenix asked him not to look at him like that because it was very scary. When he got closer to the phoenix, the young master did a magic trick and returned to his normal state, which was really impressive, according to the phoenix. The young man asked the phoenix if he wanted him to do it again, but the bird, frightened by the sight, did not want to see it again. However, he did it again, and although it was scary, they realized it was time to go. The two of them set off on their mission under the dark night sky. The moonlight penetrated the room of this rascal who was sleeping peacefully. Not only was he sleeping, but he was snoring like a dog all over the room. The master, having entered the room, put his hand on the man and began to work his magic. Feeling the effect of the magic, the man opened his eyes, and the guy asked how much longer he was going to sleep. The man, frightened, threw off the blanket and saw that someone wanted to harm him. He asked who he was. There was a man with a very ugly appearance sitting at the table who introduced himself as a shoemaker named Shaitan. But this man had never heard of such a shoemaker, and asked what he wanted and why he had come straight to his room. Shaitan knew that this man was meeting with the heir to a great library. The man realized that the worldly monster had decided to satisfy his insignificant curiosity. The Shaitan, seeing the strength of this rascal, said that if he decided to kill him, he would not have a chance to do so. But the man, who was sleeping so well, was going to kill him, even though he should not have done so. Shaitan warned him again that he should not do so because the man did not understand who he was dealing with. At the moment when the man turned his hand into big claws and tried to kill the old man, he suddenly stopped. Something happened to his body, and he stopped moving when Shaitan said stop. Moreover, when ordered to kneel, the man obeyed and fell to his knees. The power of this rascal was very strong, and the man asked who he was. Shaitan replied that he was a stupid idiot, an iron bloody sword. What did you say to him? He asked him. Shaitan walked around the man and said, tear out your heart and eat it. Darkness arose in the man's mind, and he tore out his heart, ate it, and died. Everything that Shaitan said really happened. Shaitan asked the man not to force him to tell him the same thing. Shaitan repeated that the man's name was Sanvulja. If he is a reasonable person, he will answer yes to the question whether he is going to cut off his right hand. The interrogation went like this: who sent him? And the man thoughtlessly answered that the Sunsug Union had sent him. This was very interesting for the young master, as he did not expect this. Old Sunsug, one of the oldest officials, turned out to be a more powerful person than the young master thought. Jongwon, old man Jongjam. And all this without lying. Old man Samsung doesn't seem to be interested in the encrypted document, so what is it? The fact is that the encrypted document indicates the location of a mountain, and it is connected to some plant or mythical creature. If the heir deciphers the document, he, as a smart person, would probably ask Song Woo-jin from the Heavenly Golden Library to decipher it again. He wanted to give the document to the heir of the Great Library to decipher. Since the Celestial Library is among the top 3, and Mugan of Manhwa Academy and the Great Celestial Library were both in the competition, this old man must have approached June. Perhaps Song Woo-jin is also a talented person, and thought that if he deciphered the entire document, he might be killed. Therefore, he most likely deliberately made a mistake in the cipher. The heir to the library realized this. Shaitan then asked this scoundrel on his own behalf what had already happened to Seung-jin. The answer was obvious, as he had expected. Seung-jin had been murdered. These scoundrels had killed him on purpose because he knew the code. This was the obvious truth, and the envoy confirmed it. The next question was, who went to the Manhwa Academy, and who was the Elja? Shaitan's hand held the scoundrel's neck so tightly that he even began to beg for mercy. The young master promised to forgive him and pushed his neck forward. He only asked to leave the heir alone as he needed to write something, and to tell old man Sonsug that the shoemaker Shinta would be coming to see him soon. After that, the owner left this meaningless but very valuable conversation. After some time, Sanwa brought the master a letter from Master Mug. Upon hearing this information, Mugan replied to him and asked him to bring it here immediately. In the letter, Mugan asked Brother Bomb how he was doing. Had he managed to find out what to feed the six-headed snake and how to grow poisonous plants? After a long search, he found the answer to one of these questions, namely, what to feed the six-headed snake. However, while he is writing the letter, many thoughts are running through his head. He doesn't know whether he should write that he has found the answer or write that he hasn't. To begin with, he wanted to say that the six-headed snake feeds on an elixir made from the milk of the stone. Newborn six-headed snakes can only reach maturity with the help of this elixir. After reading this, the heir was shocked by the answer, as it seemed completely absurd. Sangwa even began to worry about her young master. Why was the stone milk elixir such a problem? Once they reach maturity, six-headed snakes become omnivores and can be fed anything. Stone milk elixirs cannot simply be bought on the market, and no province specializes in their extraction. This creates big problems with finding them. The letter stated that it was interesting how much this news would break the young master's heart. He was really sorry to give such news, and whatever it was, no one would be able to help. Seeing the young master in this state, it became clear that he was depressed. He sat in one position for a long time, crying. The phoenix flew up to him and asked what was wrong, if he needed the elixir of the milk of the stone. The phoenix did know something about him. When he said this, the heir was happy and waited for an answer. The phoenix was sure he had heard of it when he fought for the possession of the elixir of the milk of the stone. He knew the exact place. Phoenix did not remember the name of the mountain, but he knew its location. The next day, in the room where the heir was visiting, the janitor was given the task of cleaning up. He was given the task of cleaning the guest room. When he knocked on the door, he received no answer for a long time. When he opened the door and looked, he saw a terrible picture. The body of a man was lying on the floor, and it seemed that he had died. The guy screamed in fright. However, the man, whose neck was bent, turned out to be alive and said, "Hush, I'm not dead." However, the janitor got scared and started shouting about the talking corpse. The man who was lying on the floor remembered the damned shoemaker who had done something incredible to him. The phoenix led the young master to the place where the mountain was located. He did not remember the name, but he knew where it was located. The phoenix is recognized as a very intelligent bird. In the rock under the cave is an elixir made from the milk of the stone. The phoenix heard it from a reliable source when he flew there. Perhaps he should have taken a rope with him, because how else would the young master get down? However, the master did not understand the need for a rope and jumped straight into the gorge. The falcon was frightened because he did not understand why the owner decided to commit suicide. What could he do now, since he had no wings? The phoenix even started to cry, realizing that its owner might die now. The heir looked around the steep slopes and eventually saw a place where the milk of the stone could be. Before reaching the ground, he pointed his hand with 2 fingers and waved it. The energy he released stopped his fall using his technique. He landed on the water surface he had materialized with his technique. He was completely safe and sound, and the falcon was worried about him in vain. The falcon was amazed that the master had created such a thing and had not even flown in the sky. He was amazed at the incredibility of the flying platform. When they reached the cave, all that remained was to go inside. Inside, they were greeted only by a rocky area with stones and dripping water. Phoenix flew forward and saw a very interesting picture. On the ground were the skeletons of 2 dead men holding each other, with swords sticking out of them. Apparently, they had died competing with each other, and it looked like the fight was only between the 2 of them. If we can assume such a situation, then the Phoenix seems to be recalling something like this. One side of the coin, a yin-yang master who mistreated his student. The master said that he found it funny that the student was trying to blame him for everything. If he thinks that he can accuse anyone of stupidity, it is only himself. Because despite his incredible intelligence, if he does not understand people's desires, he is simply an idiot. The disciple asked the master if he really wanted this, and Master Yin-Yang replied that he only wanted the elixir of the milk of the stone, and that he also wanted his disciple's life. The student offered to give him the elixir, and that was that. However, the maniacal master did not hear this offer and said that it would not change anything. It seems that the Yin-Yang master refused to back down, but in the end, neither of them was able to get the elixir. Obviously, they both regretted it when the blade ended up in each of their throats. Soon the heir finds the dragon's silent stream, a ghostly weapon that he pulls from one of the scoundrels. He hides it in his pocket, as he will have to give it to one of the masters. Phoenix apologizes, assuming that the master is disappointed. Looking around, he realized that the elixir was not here. However, judging by their words, they had made a mistake in determining the location of the elixir. One lured the other here under the pretext of the elixir to betray him. From this situation, the Phoenix understood his master's thoughts. Obviously, the elixir must be somewhere nearby. The young master decides to find it at any cost. Walking forward through the gorge bed, he comes to a certain place. Taking his finger and waving it, he sends a drop of water forward. It creates a so-called membrane that connects him to the other end of the gorge. The heir is perfectly able to analyze everything in these cavities using the waves of his brain. His power passes through the stone blocks, penetrating every crevice. If the milk of the stone is somewhere nearby, he can feel it. Soon after a long search, he finds it. Together with his friend, he dives towards the streams and towards this object, the elixir. When he was the head of the Alliance, he had once seen this elixir and was even able to smell its wonderful aroma. Now he cleverly decided to find this elixir. When they entered the cave, the aroma was incredibly strong. As they walked forward, they noticed that someone alive had woken up after a long hibernation. When they entered, they needed to be prepared to face any enemy, because this place was very strange. Inside, he could see the milk of the stone, but he could not feel the presence of people. This meant that there was a possibility of meeting someone much more experienced than him or some kind of monster. It could be some kind of super monster, and he had to check it out. The master tied his energy threads around everything, spreading them all around and covering everything he could. When his threads reached the frog, he noticed that it was a golden frog. As he got closer, he asked the Phoenix if he knew what it was. But the Phoenix was also seeing this for the first time in his life. This incredibly disgusting frog began to accumulate energy in its mouth. This energy began to release a poisonous mist. How could they go on? The Phoenix, realizing the danger of the situation, began to hold the young master by the neck. He looked at his hand and began to accumulate energy in it. It was like a game for him, because his powers were so strong that he could dispel any fog. Soon the air in the cave was cleared, and it became possible to move. Together with his friend, they moved forward, leaving the frog in shock. The young master easily dodged all its maneuvers and poisonous attacks. He asked the frog to stop it, or he would kill it. The Phoenix flew up to the frog and began to beat its legs, asking if it had mixed up the coasts. How dare it poison them? The frog was only croaking, and it was all right. You can't trust everyone, but this time it was wrong. The owner looked at the Phoenix and did not understand why they were talking and what they were talking about. But the Phoenix seemed to understand the frog's language. The frog said that he could not give them the elixir because of the hexagonal snake. Perhaps it was because the elixir attracts 6-headed serpents, because it is not just an animal, but a mythical creature. If the frog understood the conversation with the Phoenix, then perhaps it would understand the young master's speech. He told her not to worry about the elixir made from the milk of the stone anymore. But why did the young master say that? It was because he had roughly taken her by her frog ass. Lifting her up above him, he emphasized that she was great food, and she needed to worry more about herself because she was now in his hands. It was a really cool thing to do on the part of Phoenix's owner. Phoenix himself could not have thought of such a thing, but it was an effective option, and the frog realized who was in charge. Realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous, the frog began to scream with all his might. The owner asked what it was muttering about. The frog begged to be spared because it was not tasty. But the owner began to lick the frog, saying that he was going to eat it not for its taste, but because it was good for him. Phoenix continued to translate the frog's words. It said that if it drank at least one drop of elixir and bit him, it would be even more beneficial for him. The owner asked what she was talking about and whether the frog's bite could be beneficial if he drank one drop of the elixir. He decided to test it. Using a psychological attack on the frog, he forced it to do so. The phoenix was controlling it so that if it decided to commit suicide, it would think carefully and not do anything stupid. The frog explained that its bite would make the wounds heal faster, which was a really amazing effect. This was because the frog had been eating well and was affected by the elixir. However, the owner noted that such an effect for a mythical creature was amazing, and it was a real talent. The young owner approached the elixir, and the phoenix reassured the frog that it had managed to survive. As he got closer, the owner saw the elixir was made of milkstone. It was a true concentrate of the energy of heaven, which had been concentrated in one place for centuries, perhaps millennia. However, the energy of heaven and earth never stays in one place, and therefore only one drop of the elixir can be formed or not at all. To Bumhan's surprise, the amount of elixir was enough to cover the bottom of the glass. If the golden frog's effect is enhanced by the elixir, he suggests that she try some of the elixir. Phoenix wondered what would happen if the frog bit him. He would feel a strong discharge, like a lightning strike. So he asked the owner not to be angry, and not to kill it for that. The frog warned him and decided to do it anyway. When they got closer to the milkstone, they examined it. The frog caught a drop of this elixir with its tongue. Then it jumped on the young heir. It crawled closer to his neck and opened its mouth. It bit his neck, but something went wrong. The frog felt the influence of a poisonous beetle, a rare plant, and a snake. It pushed it away. It fell to the stone ground, and Phoenix asked if it was okay. The frog was lying on the ground in a shocked state, emitting a pleasant scent, but still alive. However, now the master had to go to Angan because he needed the heavenly squad. He did not explain the reason, just told them to come here. He also told Master Kim Jok to bring some small jade vials with him, and the bird went to fulfill the task. After the bite, the place glowed with some strange energy. He asked the frog to stay here and not to disturb him. The boy began to accumulate energy, and the aura began to fill him. As he meditated, even small stones began to fly in the air. This time the effect was even stronger than that of the poisonous beetle. He felt great power. The energy filled the entire space, and the frog was frightened by the fact that the stone particles were levitating in the air. Frightened, it decided to hide so as not to get hurt. After a while, the phoenix arrived to inform the heavenly squad. They were grilling bacon on the fire, and one of them emphasized the new news that they had not heard. But none of them knew anything about it. The boys were idly joking about how the milk of the stone, given its color, resembled milk and could be confused with water or a decoction of washed rice. However, the leader probably knows what it looks like even without knowing about the stone's elixir. However, the rumors spread as fast as the rumors that the elixir had spread in one day. The rumors mentioned only 2 dead soldiers. According to rumors, the elixir of stone milk is somewhere in the mountains, but its exact location is unknown. The mountain is located not far from them, and strong warriors gather there, so the vagabond suggested that everyone go there instead of roasting meat here. But the old man realized that free cheese only happens in a trap, and most likely it's all a rumor. Besides, if they were members of the heavenly squad, they had to wait for the leader's orders. One of them suggested that they go to the heavenly library and tell the leader about it. Some of them wanted to see the heavenly library. Soon the phoenix came and circled right over them. He landed on the head of one of the vagabonds and told him that the master was gathering a group, and they set off as quickly as possible. The space in the cave seemed to slow down, and the energy radiating from the cave levitated as if it were meant to. The young master accumulated the energy in himself and adjusted his power. Like an artist, he waved his fingers, making a gesture. Creating 6 illusions was not a problem for him, and he did a great job. With his eyes closed, he felt he could reach his limit. 7 illusions were enough for his consciousness and manifestation. Soon the young master looked at a frog sitting nearby and croaking. Using the illusion, he was able to lure it with a beautiful table of different fruits, and it bought it. He asked the frog if it knew what he would like to eat. If she had come here, she had probably taken care of him. And if she wanted to join him, maybe he would feed her. By the look of the frog, it was clear that it agreed. The young owner decided to feed the cave frog after all. Looking at it, he took a piece of one of the fruits. The frog thought it was going to eat, but the young master took a bite of the fruit himself, appreciating its taste as delicious. Then he gave the piece to the frog, offering it to him to eat. When the piece of this divine food went into its mouth, the frog could not find any place to sit down. It was obvious that it was very much enjoying the food. Soon the group arrived at their master's house and wondered what kind of frog was this and what kind of place they were in. The young master told them that there was milk from the stone elixir, and he called them all to share this elixir with them. They all pounced on this elixir because for them it was just a mythical creature, and they could not even believe that the rumors were true. They promised to sacrifice their lives for his kindness and be good to him, but the young master decided to stop them, saying that they had to calm down first. Before giving everyone the elixir, he invited them to meet a beautiful golden frog. Since there are rumors about this elixir in the Murim world, they are sure that they are right. The rumors claim that Sansung knows the exact location of the elixir, and it was Mount Buka, not Mount Boat. Realizing this, the young master wondered how the leader knew this man. He explained that he had not sought him out personally, but through his subordinate. When he came here, he realized that they had something in common. He asked Master Kim Jok if he knew anything about the hermit warrior, and mentioned the important fact that he was Sansung's younger brother. Given this information, the heir realizes that everything fits together because obviously Sansung is his older brother. Most likely, the text contained an encrypted message sent by the younger brother. Apparently, Sansung wanted to know the whereabouts of his younger brother, not the elixir. But everything changed, and rumors began to spread throughout the Murim world. Someone spoke about the elixir on behalf of the old warrior. No one knows about it, not even Sansung's right-hand man, Elya. Only one person had access to the encrypted text, Seongjin from the Heavenly Golden Library. Now they have a chance that the scoundrel was not killed, but survived a difficult situation and spread these rumors. If he survived, the chance is very high, judging by this. Once in the cave, they decided that if Sansung had done everything to find his younger brother, one of the squad pointed out that it was just a manipulation, and the goal was not only for Sansung to believe it, but for the whole of Murim to fall for the rumor. Everything was conceived with this intention. The young master understood that it could be right, but no one believed that Sansung could do it alone. He had to have a community. They were going to find out who that was. To get the information, they needed to ask Sansung himself. Perhaps on Mount Cheon or Mount Buku. They would try to get something out of him. From the squad, Master Kingjok and 3 Gorge warriors will go to Mount Buku, keeping a close eye on those actively searching for the elixir. The others, under the leadership of the Musan twins, will monitor the situation around Mount Jong, and all have taken on this task. Every day they would exchange information, and if the situation changed, they would be able to react quickly. It was a great plan, and everyone agreed to do so. They must not overdo it, as the elixir was already in their hands, and they should be able to handle everything without any doubts. The young master looked at the phoenix and made it clear that it was time to leave, as they had completed their work here. We returned to one guy we know, who was tied up with all the ropes they could find. Finding himself in such a difficult situation, he could not imagine that he would become famous all over the world. At that moment, he thought that he would finally be able to breathe out. But he did not expect such a turn of events. They were all chasing him, believing that he knew where the elixir was. Why does everyone want to know the location of the elixir from him? People who usually didn't even pay attention to him began to bother him with questions about the elixir, even though they didn't even attack him in groups. Other incidents also occurred. One of the monks, Masin, suggested that they should unite to search for the elixir and fight for it when they found it, instead of fighting here. One of the bandits started laughing at the thought, and from the beginning his name was Yem Rasu. There were also 4 sinners from Hubei present. They all have to team up to capture Old Man Sansung and then get the elixir. In the meantime, they need to trust each other. Determined to put an end to this and fight when they find the elixir, they unite for now. Looking at their victim, they decide to demonstrate their strength to the guy they tied up and beat all the information out of him. But something went wrong, and the damned guy who looked like a monk activated his power and started killing his fellow prisoners with his damned technique. He misled them, and they were not expecting such an attack. A strong energy strike, similar to an anvil strike, followed them. It swept past and wiped them off the face of the earth, destroying everyone in its path. After this brutal massacre, the monk wished them a good rebirth. Only one man remained, who turned to Masin. Many people gathered around them, and they wondered whether they should be left alive. They had to think it over. But when the blood got on the monk's hand, his soul could not calm down. If he killed once, he would never stop. He decided to kill everyone who saw it. The question arose whether to take half of them and leave them alive. They realized that these guys were unreliable and would most likely be killed too. The tied-up guy started shouting to the whole forest. Rasu! Masin! What are you doing? You've already captured him. Why are you killing everyone? They should be released. But these guys aren't going to give up that easily. They only want his mouth and ears and ask him not to get involved. They threaten to tear out his eye, cut off his arm and leg, but he will still be able to speak. Therefore, if he makes them angry, they will only have to find out where the old man is now before they kill all these people. They ask him to be quiet, and he realizes that they are completely inadequate. If there was a psychiatric hospital here, they would definitely send them all there and take them out of Murim. After a while, they order him to bite his tongue and not distract them from their work, saying that it was time to shed blood. But suddenly a terrifying voice sounded, asking them to wait. The monk and his partner reacted to this unusual sound, as it seemed unfamiliar to them and came from nowhere. They looked in all directions, not realizing who it was or where it came from. This man rushed past them, calling himself their nightmare. He promised that he would bring them death no matter what. The one they fear most appears on the battlefield. Before them stood the one they could never defeat, even if they survived. When the soldiers saw this man's face, they thought he was a monster. But the guy who was tied up knew that he was Shinta the shoemaker, even though no one had ever heard of him. His face was so scary that only monsters could be called with such a face. Shinta stood on the mountain, looking directly into Elja's eyes, and noticed that they had met again. The moment he looked at Masin and Emrasa, he heard about their plans for the union. Shinta also wanted to join this union and asked to join them. Of course, hearing this, Elja was almost speechless, but the masters stood silently, not answering him, and it was clear that they did not want him to join the union. One of them turned to Shinta, saying that they had never heard of him at all, did not know who he was, and at the same time, could not trust such a person who appeared from nowhere. But Shoemaker Shinta was filled with hatred, saying that he could not trust these scoundrels either. He had absolutely no faith in any of them, and by punching the ground, he caused an earthquake. He asked why they did not want to accept him. Perhaps they want to humiliate him because of his appearance? Maybe they are ashamed to have someone so ugly on their team? But one of them said that appearance had nothing to do with it. Something else was important. In fact, he continued, all the girls are crazy about him. They line up to see him. The monk realized that this bastard was actually crazy, and his nonsense was just unbelievable. He sarcastically asked Shinta if he had never looked in the mirror. But Shinta replied that he had seen his reflection in a mirror, and noticed that it was the reflection of a divine being. Everyone heard this joke and started laughing hard. Then the shoemaker asked why they were laughing so slyly. One of them even thought about these words, because they thought he was joking. They began to laugh hard, just uncontrollably, calling him a hunchback and predicting that he would die today. The laughter was endless and they stood against each other, preparing to fight. Young Master realized that they were laughing for a reason. Even in front of the 4 sinners of Hubei, they laughed and then killed them. It is too late to talk about trust. When he hears about that damned monk again, he will fall in his eyes and he will kill him. These words were spoken in a previous life by the head of the alliance to the Murim, indicating that he was a Kugong and spared the car without killing it. But now he sees that he should have killed him then, because he has become a miserable human being. And yet, the young master realizes that he must not break his promise under any circumstances. At the moment when the scoundrel's attack is flying at him, he begins to shout, "Don't move!" And this voice pierces their ears, stopping the technique the monk used against him. Everything stopped, as if time had frozen, and even his rosary stopped moving, as if the attack had not taken place. Soon, a dark energy began to envelop the shaman's body, binding him so that he could not do anything. Out of this darkness, a young master appeared, holding the scoundrel by the neck, reminding him that he had once warned him not to get in his way, and that he would definitely keep his promise to this bald bastard. The cobbler shouted at the monk, ordering him not to appear before him again. Earlier he had already held him by the neck, threatening him. However, this is the first time the monk sees the scoundrel and does not understand what he's talking about. The cobbler, however, demands that the monk shut up, or he will die. The monk has no intention of dying today, and knowing that someone is now attacking the cobbler from behind, begins to laugh. According to the monk's board, it is the cobbler who will die today, and at this moment the monk attacks him with a powerful punch. The blow hits the cobbler right in the back, and an incredibly strong flame breaks out on his body. The monk is sure that he has hit the target and killed the cobbler. But something incredible happened. The blow passed through the cobbler's body, and his energy was directed to the monk. The energy was so strong that the cobbler was able to direct it forward, and the monk's head exploded. The monk's colleague finally realized why the cobbler was holding him by the throat. Looking at the rascal, the cobbler noticed that he no longer looked so confident. At the moment when the cobbler says that the feeling that is beating in his heart, he simply knocks down the fellow monk and goes straight into his heart. Such a surprise not only could have surprised anyone, but also killed this so-called strong warrior. Before he could even blink, the cobbler did the unthinkable. He tore out something that belonged to the warrior and was important for his body, without even feeling how this scoundrel penetrated his body and took the inside. These so-called strong warriors were lying on the ground in front of the bootmaker, shocked. The warriors around him realized that they were not welcome here. They realized that they did not have the strength to fight this rascal. He was killing them so quickly that they did not want to die, blinded by the possibility of getting the elixir. The young master, looking at their frightened eyes, saw exactly what he wanted to see. Waking up and with regret in their eyes, the warriors plunged into silence, feeling only disappointment in themselves. They were fascinated by the elixir, flocking here like moths to a flame, not realizing their own weakness. Their time to realize what was valuable was shorter than death. Now, however, they will survive, and their desire to obtain the elixir will be revived. If they give in to this desire, there is a high probability that they will come face to face with death again. For this reason, the young master decides to make sure that fear strikes them once and for all. He looks at them and does everything he can to make them feel the blood that will fill their veins and freeze in them. He orders them not to relax. Will they have enough fear to do so? If they stop using their minds, they will never see the light again. The cobbler, understanding their fear, says that he is strong, and they know it too. They saw with their own eyes how he killed Machine and Evranza. These people agreed with him, recognizing his strength. Chobatar says that people only see him as a hunchback, and that's the reality. But when he said that his reflection in the lake was beautiful, it was true. He does not force anyone to act against their will. Chobatar wants others to see him as a kind, strong, and confident man. That's what he wants people to see him as. He repeats that he is strong and influential, but he is not a murderer and does not do everything for glory. The soldiers who listened to him did not fully understand. When he saw the confusion on their faces, he added that he did not like to be praised. He wants people to look at him with respect because he is better than them. Why shouldn't the soldiers honor his name and be happy about it? One of the soldiers said that people just don't know about him. The cobbler praised the soldier's intelligence, calling him a clever fellow, but he did not belong to any sect. He used to follow the king of the free warriors, even though that king was crazy. The cobbler realizes that he wants to be praised, but no one knows about him, and it drives him crazy. So he asks these people for help. They are already waiting to hear what he needs. After a minute of waiting and keeping the intrigue going, the shoemaker wants everyone to know about the incident at the lake where his reflection was beautiful, and how he killed the Machine and Evranza with one blow. Realizing that they would be left alive, the warriors promised that they would fulfill the request. The shoemaker approaches them, hugs them, and tells them that he liked them very much and that they are good guys. He had already told them that they would stand in line behind him. If they were confident, the soldiers began to praise him. The cobbler noticed one of them, who belonged to the Chonam sect, and asked him his name and why he was here. The man explained that he had just come to find out what was going on. Accepting the answer, Chobatar asked if he would tell his sect about him, because he had to go back and tell them everything. To say that the shoemaker was already on a journey and that the elixir from the stone belonged to him. If anyone tries to go to Mount Buka, they will die. He promised to say everything without missing a single word, and you could trust him with this matter. The cobbler addresses everyone present, asking if they have heard who the elixir from the stone belongs to, and they have, and it is Shinta the cobbler. He then asks them to praise him endlessly wherever they can. He also asks them not to fight for the elixir among themselves, because they are real warriors, not children, and they understand who is the strongest. After giving these instructions to all the boys, the shoemaker left them, and the warriors began to sing praises to Chobatar, saying how kind and merciful he was and how much he deserved to be honored. When he left them, the boy took one of the soldiers, who was a bit bound, aside. The warrior asked Chobatar who he was, and now that he was able to find out, the warrior realizes that the shoemaker is not so evil. Anyone in his shoes would have noticed that. In fact, Shinta the cobbler was concerned about others and wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties. But few people in the Murim know this. The warrior looks directly into the eyes of the shoemaker, as he lifts him above him and asks how he killed the dream from the genie of the Heavenly Golden Library. All they answer, and he knows it, is that he was thrown off a cliff, or rather he fell off the cliff himself. Jin's sleep was on the verge of breaking down all this time, and they repeated several times that everything would be fine after he deciphered the document, but he didn't believe them. He said that deciphering the document was important and necessary, so he jumped down. They checked his corpse. His face was smashed to pieces, but his clothes and figure were undoubtedly his. Perhaps Chobatar realizes that accurate facial recognition is difficult, especially if the body does not remain intact after several impacts on the rocks. However, the question remains, why did he kill himself? Xiao Jin was the only one who knew what was written in the document about the elixir from the young stone. After his fall, rumors of the elixir spread throughout the Murim. The elixir with the Stone of Youth. The elders document about its location, and Mount Buki became known to everyone. If he had an accomplice who could know all about it, the suicide incident complicated the situation. Where is Xiao Jin himself now? If he doesn't answer Boots, he'll die. If he starts talking indiscriminately, he will also die. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the man starts to speak. Having caught this information, our protagonist realizes that this is very close to his old life. Soon remembering his old relationship, he wondered if the document had been decrypted. But the girl to whom he had assigned this work needed time, and had one question. She asked him if he thought Seojin was still alive. It was Ji Gal-hai who took up the case. The old man did not understand how Seo Woo-jin could have survived. He sat at the table talking with Ji Gal-hai, realizing that Seo Woo-jin had faked his death. Ji Gal-hai said that even Ho El-ja didn't know what she was really looking for. In addition, she went to Anhui to seek help from the heir to the Great Heavenly Library. Thus, the only one who knew about the content of the encrypted document and the location of the elixir was Sheng Woo-jin. The historian realized that this guy had him wrapped around his finger, but he had only recently learned about the existence of the encrypted document. 3 hours ago, a gift came from his younger brother. It was an inconspicuous and not very valuable ceramic vase, very cheap to say the least. However, since he had not spoken to his younger brother for several years, he thought it was a gift of reconciliation, so he kept it carefully. Thinking about it now, his brother probably thought that in a fit of anger the old man would break the vase. If he had done so, he would have received the encrypted document much faster. If the vase hadn't broken, he would never have asked Sung-jin to decrypt it. What does Ji Gal-hai think about this now? She assumes that in that case, Sung Woo-jin would have decided to steal the vase in the first place. And this very thought worries the old man, realizing all the consequences it entails. He could not have done everything that has happened up to this point on his own, so there must be some kind of organization behind it. Perhaps his younger brother was in cahoots with him. The old man assumed a high probability that the message was hidden in the vase. But for a deliberate provocation, it was too cruel. The old man punches the wooden table and promises that he will kill him, no matter what it takes. Ji Gal-hai was looking out the window, sitting at her desk and looking at some papers. Soon, someone came into her room and apologized for disturbing her. It was her uncle. He was the head of the Chigal clan. His name was Ochan. He came to tell her that she had guests. The special guest was the heir to the great library who had come in person. The girl throws all her papers around in shock, realizing that she must have heard it. They had just had the old Seong-sug, but she doesn't think the heir knows about it. Besides, he was the savior in the Heavenly Dragon competition, and she realizes that she has to accept him. The elder said that something serious happened during the competition. The unexpected guest, who has the appropriate status, is a high-ranking person. She must meet him. Soon they all found themselves at a round table, but what was the young host interested in? The uncle looked at the young heir, who was staring intently at the girl. His gaze even made the girl a little upset, and she felt uncomfortable because he was looking at her so intently. The heir was silent for a long time, and the girl decided to start the conversation first. She asked him if she had something dirty on her face since he was looking at her so intently. The heir to the Great Heavenly Library raised his hand and seemed to see something in her, but he couldn't figure out where they might have met by chance. When asked if they had met before, the young gentleman replied that perhaps he had been rude during their first meeting and decided to come to apologize. Her uncle had no problem forgiving him, but Jung was curious why the heir had decided to visit them. The young master explained that he wanted to meet with Elder Sunsong. But how did he even know that the elder could be here? The heir remembered the elder and knew about the milkstone elixir. These questions flashed through the girl's mind, and the young master hoped he would not disappoint her. If the heir received the answer he was hoping for, it would let Master Song Sung down and tarnish the reputation of the Chagall family, her uncle realized. But this is not a matter to be resolved by force or violence. According to the advice of the Heavenly Dragon, only the path of wisdom has true value, because it can be followed without regret. Uncle Chun said that Elder Song Sung was in their house, and he would personally arrange the meeting. A smile appeared on the young master's face. He knew that this Chagall clan might ask him a lot of questions, but he arranged the meeting without any hesitation. This was actually his favorite clan. Still, the young master decided to joke in front of Master Chong that he wasn't really even interested or having fun because they trusted him. But Master Chong knew that now that he had agreed to this meeting, they would definitely have fun. His biggest worry was that he would get into trouble. But the master of the Heavenly Library assured him that as long as he was here, there would be no problems. He reassured the master that what he was so worried about would not happen. He had already asked to bring Master Sangsong to talk together. Soon after, the head of the Chigal clan brought Master Sangsong, and the old man even turned pale when he saw the young master sitting at the table. The young master asked him to sit down and accept it as a fact. He had come here for a reason. He had found an artifact in a cave not far from the city where the milkstone elixir was said to be, and it looked like it could lead him there. The artifact he placed on the table was familiar to the old man from long ago. It was a dagger that had belonged to his brother, whom he loved so much. A moment of emotion came over the old man. He thanked the young man and cried. However, the young man asked them not to thank him because it was not his personal merit. A friend had told him about it, and he had only checked to see if the elixir was really there. Sang Sung said that even so, he could not express his gratitude. He asked me to convey his gratitude to his friend. Recalling that moment, he and his friend went to the cave. Together, they found the place where the milkstone elixir was supposed to be. However, when they arrived, there was no elixir there, only poison that looked like elixir. Fortunately, the poison did not work on Bomhan, otherwise he would not have survived. Telling this to the old man, he suggested that perhaps it was the work of Sun at Jin's hands, and guessed that he had survived. More precisely, it was Ji Galhei who guessed that Seon Woo-jin had survived. Bomhan knew that he was right, because that rascal Sung Woo-jin had actually survived. But he didn't take all the elixir, because he didn't really do it, and the rest was fiction. The young master got to that place before Ho El-ja contacted him. Thus, Sung Woo-jin did not decipher the text and was on his side. Everything was really very confusing and turned out very differently. The uncle asked the heir what he was going to do in this case. He felt much more confident. First, he would like to look at the text that was hidden in the vase to make sure of everything. Then he planned to lure Sun away from Jin and his accomplices to the great heavenly library. This was his plan, and he had to act. Soon the old man was thinking long and hard about this proposal as he watched the sunset. He didn't say a word until he was interrupted by Ji Galhei. She asked the old man to take his time, because the heir had saved them a lot of time. However, the old man admitted that something was bothering him, and he wondered what she had to say about it. He was sure that the boy had taken all the elixir from the milkstone after all. Ji Galhei was tired of listening to the old man's nonsense. She was ashamed that the old man thought so, but she realized that his suspicions might be justified. She emphasized that the old man had no conscience at all. If the heir really has the elixir, what if he doesn't have it? He has given him so much, but he still questions him. The Chigal clan initially agreed to help the old man because of their strong friendship with his younger brother, and because Hugong was close to him. In addition, the heir had already shown his heroism during the Heavenly Dragon competition. His entire journey had shown that he was worthy of their trust, and if the old man thought otherwise, he would drive himself to his grave. The old man took hold of his head and tried to avoid this dialogue remaining in his own mind. All he asked was to relax and grow up, even though he was old. The young master, who was on the second floor, overheard this dialogue, and realized that it was too late for the old man to grow up. The young master finally got to the encrypted letter and realized where the elixir was. He realized that he had to leave tomorrow. He didn't know when he would be able to see her again, so he wanted to take a walk with Ji Galhei that night. As they walked together under the moonlight, she asked him if he had visited their clan before. Of course he had, because it was a beautiful place. As the heir to the great heavenly library, this was not the first time he had been here, although he had not visited this place in his previous life. But did it matter? He only wanted to see his dear girl who was growing up before his eyes. As he was thinking, he didn't notice how small children wearing masks started playing ahead of them. They thought they were invisible because of their masks, and they were sure that they would not be recognized. As they played, the children enjoyed their fancy dress costumes and caught each other. One of them ran right into the bushes and made a hiding place for himself there. The young owner came to the bush to watch the children and looked into it. It was a very important moment when the girl hid and said that it was impossible to find her with the mask on. When her uncle saw her and caught her red-handed, she insisted that he could not see her because she was invisible and well hidden. The head of the Murim decided to play along and deliberately did not find her, jokingly saying that he could not see anyone here except the fox. Suddenly the girl revealed herself, saying that she had been here all along and that she was the fox. But the old man continued to play the fool and not find her. The little girl shouted and waved her hands to make him notice her, but he pretended not to see her. After a while, the little girl started crying because her uncle could not hear or see her, and she started to worry. But when she said that her uncle was a fool, a fat fool, he suddenly found her. Instead of hugging her uncle, the girl hit him because she had been here all this time and he hadn't noticed her. The memories were just beautiful, especially when she hit him on the head as a joke. Looking at her, he realized how quickly she had grown up. The girl noticed that the heir was very fond of children, and when he looked at her, he remembered his niece. She was very sweet, but often annoying. Especially when he was eating, she would talk endlessly, the boy recalled. If the girl would like to meet her, it would not be difficult for the young master, and the girl was looking forward to meeting her niece. As she walked forward, the boy felt as if he were in an old body, and mentally asked her to look in the mirror. There she would see her niece, the beautiful girl he missed so much and without whom he was so lonely. The heir was walking with Ji Galhei. She decided to ask him if he would mind if her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked him a few questions. The owner did not mind. It seemed to the girl that he had a special purpose for creating the Heaven Squad. Each warrior in the squad was unique, and in her opinion it was very difficult to gather such people. But the young master said that he did not create the squad. These people called themselves the Heavenly Squad, and chose him as their leader, although sometimes they annoyed him. The thing is that the young master thought that there should be idiots in the squad. He himself would never have taken them, but she had heard that he had personally taken the heir to the Mangan faction to the squad. And it was right, because he thought that there should be at least one sane person in the squad with such a bunch of bums. But lately, even that heir has become strange. He sleeps curled up in the street, swearing and spitting even at people who have done nothing wrong to him. Hearing this information, Jigalhai became even more curious. She was interested not only in the Heavenly Squad but also in the heir, because it seemed to her that he was deliberately trying to cheer her up. She asked him why. Coughing, the young master replied that he was not trying on purpose, and that perhaps she was mistaken. She smiled, although her expression was a little embarrassed. She wasn't ashamed, but for some reason she felt like she should be ashamed. The young owner emphasized that she was wrong. He could cheer her up without any effort, and even thought to himself tens of thousands of times, Bomhan. Walking down the street, the girl noticed that she felt very comfortable around him. She even remembered a man he looked like. Thinking that it was the former head of the Murim Alliance, the guy decided to say that he must be a very cool person. The girl started laughing out loud, saying that it was exactly the kind of person who would say something like he was saying now. It was obvious that she missed him, but her smile was sincere. In fact, up until that moment, she had been thinking of going to the North Sea, but why the sudden rush? It might sound ridiculous to her, but she thought she could meet him there. Her uncle said that the fish on the North Sea is very tasty, and she thought that if they went there together, they would taste smelt. She doesn't even realize that her uncle is standing in front of her. But he can't reveal all the secrets yet because it's not the right time. Jigalhai finds herself thinking that she has told the heir some nonsense, and it is not fun at all. But the young master still thought it was very funny, and now he wanted to eat smelt from the North Sea. He invited her to go there someday when they could meet again. The girl noticed a note in his words that suggested that he was probably going to leave tomorrow. The young man told her that it was true. He was leaving tomorrow morning. He had already finished deciphering the text. This was impressive news because he managed to decipher such a complex text in a day. Soon, as they began to gather, the heir, one of the men was well disguised. The heir, of course, did not approve of this, and it was obvious that he was surprised because he did not recognize him. But he decided that it was better to put on another mask. The mask was of Elder Sun, and he put it on very poorly. The owner suggested that they go separately because he didn't care if he killed him. No one opposed this mask because there was no other one. Soon, Jigalhai came to the heir with the mask he had asked her for. When the hostess asked who the man next to her was, since it was the first time she had seen him, the heir replied that he barely recognized him because of the mask. Despite the situation, the hostess offered to choose a mask for the heir, and they decided to go together. Someone would wear a mask, someone would not, so as not to arouse suspicion. If everyone wore a mask, passers-by might think something bad. So the young master agreed that it would be better if only a few of them wore masks. Jigalhai asked if the heir could choose another mask when he took the fox mask, but he liked this mask. Jigalhai asked if this mask was very expensive for her. The girl didn't confirm, just explained that the mask was of poor quality and suggested that he choose another one. The guy thought that maybe she didn't understand art. He didn't know how the mask was made, but he felt that the craftsman had put his heart and soul into it. He was sure that when he put on this mask, people would see him as a fox. The young master began to joke around, hiding in front of Jigalhai, saying that she wouldn't find him if he wore this mask. It was all fun and reminiscent of the old days. The owner turned to Master Song Sung, saying that one mask would not be enough and he needed to change. He didn't know how to do it, but the young master could help him. Song Sung did not know that he was capable of such a change, but he asked the young master to do it. He did not expect such a transformation. His body seemed to break into 1,000 pieces and began to form a completely different mass. Soon Song Sung turned into a completely different person. This technique was very complicated, and the girl thought it was simply impossible. She didn't believe that he, offended by the poison, could solve the complex code and change his face in an instant. It was a real mystery. The old man started shouting that he did not think the result would be like this. His face became ugly, but the heir did it for their common good. Still, it was funny to look at the old man. He was terribly ugly, and everyone tried not to laugh at him. Soon, in the evening, they were leaving the Chigal clan, and the girl wished him good luck and caution. The heir asked her not to worry about him because he was good at avoiding danger. A note of regret flashed through our hero's soul, and he thought to himself that they would see each other again. The eyes of the girl he loved so much reminded him of the face of the former head of the Murim Alliance, and he hoped to see them again soon. And the girl, as she was leaving, realized that this guy reminded her of her uncle. Soon our heroes found themselves in a tavern, and the waiter approached them asking how he could help. The guys asked for the room they wanted to rent, and, hidden behind their stern masks, followed the waiter. The heir also asked the manager to call the guest house and tell him that the heir to the great heavenly library wanted to meet with him. A few minutes later, the meeting was arranged, and the head welcomed the heir to the house secret society. The head knew that the heir had gained great wealth and had put the faction in order, understanding how the Murim world worked. He was glad to meet him. One of the hosts suggested that the head take off his mask because it was very stuffy, but he was not going to do so because of his ugliness. The head said that it was enough for a man to be a man, and that appearance was not important, and accepted him as he was. But when he took off the mask, the head screamed, "What the hell?" and fell out of his chair, exclaiming whether people could even look like that, and asked him to put the mask back on. Master Sung put the mask back on, wondering why he was being called names like that. The master from the hidden society offered to help the heir with everything except finding the elixir from the milk of the stone. It was rumored to be on Mount Buke. These rumors spread so quickly that they were most likely started on purpose. The chapter thought it might have been a sound wave school, although their society didn't know for sure. The heir had never heard of the school, and it may have been a recent development. The head explained that few people know about the school. There are many dubious organizations in Murim that come and go. The Soundwave School specializes in spreading rumors, and will do anything for money. The heir asked if they could find the school of the Soundwave, and the secret society assured him that this was no problem. They would provide him with this information without question. The heir was happy about this, and said that if the Heavenly Squad came instead, they should not be afraid and tell them everything they had learned. When the head asked if there was anything else he needed, the old man wanted to ask who could live with such a face. After the visit to the secret society, our heroes went to the cave where the stone was supposed to be. Once inside, old Sang Sung noticed the body of his very old friend. It was the dried skeleton of his brother lying on the stone ground. The old man ran over to him and took pity on his brother, not understanding how he could have ended up here. It was hard for him to realize that his brother had died here, and he had been wrong and late all along. He begged his brother to forgive him. He put his relative's bones in a box and set them on fire. Sang Sung decided to perform a ritual of repose and scatter his brother's ashes, wishing him peace and tranquility. They would soon see each other after this ritual. The old man scattered his brother's ashes in front of the moonlit sky, putting his soul to rest. We move on to one of the local Murimas, where a man was leaning on the ground, looking sick, and a girl with an umbrella was walking by. She saw that the man was not well and ran up to him, asking if he was okay. She asked what he might be hurting, why he felt and looked so bad, especially in the rain. He told her that he liked to walk in the rain alone. He had a fever and a headache, but he thought nothing would happen if he went out in the rain. However, despite the rain, his fever did not go away. The man walked away from the woman, telling her to go on her way because he was a bad person. The woman took the initiative and stopped the man. She noticed that he thought she was beautiful and looked him in the eye. The moment she found him, she liked him very much, and she promised to do everything so that he would not think or worry that night, so that he would forget who he was. Together with the golden frog, on this moonlit night and rainy weather, the man found himself in the house of a woman who lived in the forest. After spending the night with her, he admitted that he could not have stayed longer and apologized to her. The woman seemed to be frozen and did not move, and this guy said that she was completely out of it. The guy got up from the bed and asked the girl to clean herself up by bringing her a mirror. He picked up the first mirror he could find. He held it up to the girl and asked her how she felt now that the beautiful girl had turned into an old woman. The boy said that if she invited him to her home, she would not think about anything else. Her worries would not go away, and the guy asked her if she knew who he was. He turned out to be Sung Woo Jin, and a terrible picture appeared in front of them. The boy is walking out of her house and looking at the rain. He thinks about the old man Sang Sung, realizing that they will have to unravel that font. But as long as Sang Sung is alive, he will not be able to move freely around the world. The boy wants to kill him only when he gets the elixir. The elixir of the milkstone mentioned in the scroll. It does exist, and it's not far from him. Knowing the way, he knows where to go. Sung Woo Jin has only one goal in mind: to get the milkstone elixir. He starts laughing ominously, like some demon on a moonlit night. Soon the young master, standing on the mountain, did not expect his friends to come so quickly. It was an old man who had run after him and arrived very quickly. The twin was receiving some goods from the heir, but it was unclear what they were. As soon as the old man arrived, they greeted each other. The old man asked why the boy hadn't introduced his heavenly unit to him, but our hero assured him that there would be an opportunity. The heir held a bottle in his hands and offered the old man a drink from it, although he had no glasses. Sang Sung thanked the man for his kindness and assured him that he would not forget about this favor. After drinking from the bottle, the old man allowed the boy to say what he wanted and promised to tell him everything he wanted to know. The heir noticed that the old man liked to bluff, and a smile appeared on his face. When the old man asked if the boy could get a star from the sky if he was so smart, our hero replied that although he could not get a star, he could get something else. The young master confessed to the master that he wanted the old man to die by his hand. These words made the old man drink alcohol from a bottle more actively. Bam Khan may have forgotten, but this is his life, and he will manage it. The heir had no other options. He could kill the old man tomorrow if he wanted to. But it is too soon for him. If the old man dies tomorrow, they will have more time. But what of it? He doesn't want to do it anyway. But why would the heir want to? The fact is that the heir is going to meet with Sun and Jin. But how can he do it? The fact is that the Golden Heavenly Library is nearby. But if Jin is not there, it means that he has not yet deciphered the text. In such a situation, if he is already dead, then Jin's dream will see no reason to hide any longer. If in such a situation, Jin learns that the heir is nearby, he will most likely ask him for help. Just as the heir came to him for help, the genie will come to him for help, and so he really should die. How could such a ridiculous idea come to this heir's mind? Besides, this is where the elixir is, and the old man would like to test it himself. If he does not have a drop of the elixir, he will trust the heir. The heir of the great library began to search for something in his pocket for a long time. He pulled out a bottle in front of the old man, claiming that it contained the elixir. The old man opened his astonished face, remembering what the boy had said about the elixir, and at that moment he substituted it. Although the boy had committed all these atrocities, he gave the elixir to the old man. Since his brother was looking for this elixir, and thanks to this our master found it, he gives this elixir to the old man as a memory of his brother. The heir thinks that the old man will die tomorrow anyway, but for now they say goodbye, and the boy leaves him. The old man is not going to die tomorrow, and decides that he needs to stop the heir and talk to him. He is very interested to know many things, and whether the Heavenly Squad knows about this elixir at all. But the thing is, when he looked up, the heir waved his hand, pointing to a bird. The old man noticed that the bird had been flying behind him all this time. It is very strange, a white, black and red bird flying in a circle, as if someone is watching and listening to them. And at that moment the bird sits on his hand, revealing that it is a bird with a golden frog on its shoulders. The boy asks to meet it. The next day on Mount Buke, a loan shark, demands money while taking a cow from one of the boys. The boy gives him the promised amount without question. But the loan shark notices that the money is not enough, and at this point the boy asks for a lower price, as it is very expensive for him. He personally brought the cow here and asked for a reduction. The guy doesn't like that the cow hasn't become more valuable because they personally brought it here, and he asks to have the debt registered to his family. The moneylender notices the aristocracy in him, and asks if things are so bad that he can't pay. Instead of arguing, the guy points to the Heavenly Squad and offers to have lunch with them. They set up a large table with meat on it and began to eat because the meat was delicious. The old man, who was the leader of their group, noticed that one of them was thinking very hard. He seemed to have learned something important. It was the head of the Marima Alliance branch, Shenzi. The three from the gorge asked him if he knew anything about the elixir, but it wasn't what they wanted to hear. He told them a very important thing. The twins they had, one was a boy and one was a girl. They congratulated him on this, saying that this was great news, because some people can't get pregnant for years. He might not have been here, but he had nothing to fear except meeting Shinto the cobbler. He couldn't even believe that the cobbler was able to kill Machina Navranza. This man really exists, and their story about him has spread. The old man realized that the cobbler was really their leader, and in order not to give him away, he decided to say that he did not believe in him because people in the Murima are different. Soon something strange happened to the boys, who were not hurting anyone, as the ground began to move under them. One of the group's attendants ran screaming, saying that there was a trouble. Shin the cobbler had come. Soon the mountain began to undergo unprecedented changes. It began to tremble and crack. Chaos engulfed the mountain. It even cracked. The old man hit the stone with a strong blow and flew away. He asked the cobbler to stop this rascal and not to continue. The cobbler returned and did not want to stop because he did not need to. He looked at Master Sang Sung as if everything had already been decided. The Heavenly Squad quickly rushed to the scene. They had to get together and stop this mess. The guy from the gorge stopped everyone, preventing them from going forward, even though they knew that Shinta the cobbler was their leader. Everyone froze in place at his cruelty. They didn't recognize the leader in his face when he decided to kill old Sang Sung. The cobbler held the old man by the neck and said that if he wanted everything to stop, he should not have made promises in the first place. He asked why the old man had eaten it, why he had made him angry and hit him hard. The people around our hero did not understand what had happened. They only asked him to stop this madness, forget about everything and run away. Because if someone did something wrong, everyone would die. Watching the fierce battle, they saw that it was extremely cruel. Soon the old man was lying motionless, not blinking. He hit a stone hard and did not respond to anything else. People saw what happened and could not believe that he was dead. The boy ate the elixir from the milkstone and died. The shoemaker shouted why this rascal had died and what he should do now. As the shoemaker beat his feet on the ground, everything trembled under the feet of all the people. Chobatar's cruel gaze flashed to the people who had just arrived. He asked a very cruel question that is hard to even voice. The cobbler wanted to take the elixir from the body of old Sang Sung. The cobbler pointed to the first guy he saw and ordered him to do it, but everyone refused. The cobbler called everyone there complete idiots and decided to take the old man himself and carry him to the water. Looking with his fierce gaze and enveloping everyone in fear, this inadequate man said that they had half a day to get out of here. If time ran out, he would kill everyone who caught his eye. The soldiers, hearing these words, became frightened and began to run away. It was a terrible scene. Only the Heavenly Squad remained, and they also believed that they would really die. Everyone was working hard. When the young master looked up, he saw a crane, and in this crane he saw the image of the master who had just died. The cobbler also looked at it, realizing that perhaps everything was for the best. Soon the heir was informed about the shoemaker, about whom there were many rumors, and now people saw that he was really crazy. He was really so crazy that it was better to be careful with him and not to get caught by him. The man who came to tell this story was shaking with fear, almost peeing his pants with this horror. A raccoon was sitting on the couch, and the man wondered who it was. The heir said that it was his new friend who was wearing a mask because he was very ugly. When the man took off the mask, everyone was surprised at his ugliness and suggested that perhaps the shoemaker had done this to him. But how much can you judge people by their appearance? Nevertheless, it is necessary to continue to go on, and the heir would like to know the name of the old master. This man, knowing old Mian, said that his name was probably really Mian, but the heir knew that this man standing in front of him knew everything about Murim and would not hide anything. Straining his memory, he tried to recall the exact details. It seemed that he did remember the old man's real name, but all the man had said was a reason. The heir, in turn, wanted to know the name. A minor conflict arose between them, where one spoke of the reason and the other of the name, and each emphasized his own. Then the old man wearing the mask suggested that they simply play rock, paper, scissors until they won 3 times, and they accepted the challenge. Soon the man began to maneuver with his hands. The young owner decided to give in and showed the scissors. When they disappeared, the young master lost to the rascal. The second battle of rock, scissors, paper was also interesting and tense. The third round ended in favor of the heir, and he won. Since the heir won, the scoundrel had to say his real name. Although he felt bad about losing for a long time, in the end he said his real name. It was so ordinary that even the heir himself was surprised. The guy in the raccoon mask turned out to be who everyone had guessed. Approximately 200 years ago, when the Golden Heavenly Library was on the verge of destruction, they realized that knowledge was irrelevant in the face of the sword, and decided to change. People who lived in the light of day took up brushes and books to study the brilliant thoughts of their family, and those who belonged to the night survived in the dark with the help of demonic energy. The Golden and Heavenly Library, which did not know martial arts, realized its mistake. Dark energy is difficult to accumulate because all women carry dark yin energy within them. There are always dark effects in demonic energy, and if dark energy was absorbed, it would lead to disharmony and loss of femininity. And although feminine energy could be restored through rituals, it was very difficult to stop the pollution of dark energy without harmony. Remembering the old man Mian who lived then, he decided to master demonic energy in order to master martial arts faster. To avoid all the side effects, it was enough to drink the elixir from the milkstone that had been accumulating for 1,000 years. But he shouldn't worry because his uncle would definitely find this elixir, the old man said. The uncle said that he could have found the elixir 3 years ago thanks to Sang Sung's younger brother. But then the connection with the uncle, who had left his name behind and was only called Mian, was lost. It was clear that something had gone wrong. Then, when he started thinking about his younger brother, being a hermit warrior, he had to be prepared for any situation. So, as he thought, he left a letter for his older brother Sang Sung, but he could not decipher it. Day after day, he felt like he was going crazy. However, luck did not smile on him. The heir of the great heavenly library was nearby, and this guy's advisor, who was thinking about it, said that he was surrounded by courtesans reciting poetry. It doesn't seem like it was a coincidence, because as soon as the news of Sang Sung's death spread, the heir appeared. Perhaps he meant to say that it was specifically designed for this guy to fall for it, and you could expect anything from the heir. He was a very talented man and had been surprising the Murim world lately. He didn't know old Sang Sung at the moment, but by recalling his face, he could find out where the elixir was. He shuts his servant's mouth, saying that there was no time to be cautious without a reason, as he was sure that the heir was just a loser. When he was able to decipher the message, he could already defeat him with his dark arrow, and he knew that the heir would die, just as this guy had planned. The servant realized how insidious his master was, and that this was not just an arrow, but a very cruel act on his part. And yet he makes a decision, and asks only one question. How long does he think it will take the heir to decipher the text? He assumed at least 3 or 4 days, and he hoped so. It was a wonderful celebration to have, but there was one problem. He was thinking about the cobbler who had suddenly appeared on their land and could ruin everything. There was no way he was going to let that happen. Because this event was much more important than even the elixir, said Chul Seong-in, the ghost of song. Although it was really solemn for the head of the Golden Library, he couldn't wait for it to finally happen. In one of the bars, there was loud crying. People couldn't stop talking about shoemaker Shin, calling him a son of a bitch. They couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. The boy, drinking alcohol, could not get rid of the thought that his master had been so cruelly dealt with. The people at the opposite table took notice of this man who was always crying. Sang Sung's uncle noticed that his friend Ho El-ja was even mourning him. But how did he even know what had happened? Thanks to his sharp mind and the spreading of rumors, the heir spread the word. Looking at his friend Ho El-ja, the uncle was even upset. Maybe he wanted to leave. But then suddenly, a drunken Ho El-ja looked at the bastards in animal masks and told them not to look at him that way. Instead of doing stupid things, they should look at their plates. Since he was in a disgusting mood today, he felt like he would attack them if they looked at him like that. Hearing this, the master asked the heir to change his face to the previous one. Ho El-ja started shouting at the whole bar, asking if they couldn't hear what people were saying to them. He got up from the table. Looking behind the table, the fox disappeared suddenly, and he started looking for it with his eyes. But someone sneaked up behind him and decided to take him with them to keep him safe, meeting him in a safe place, and then knocked him out. They brought the man to one of the rooms. The Sky Squad brought information about the Soundwave School, but everything looked strange. They were told that it had suddenly ceased to exist. The heir realizes that if the school has disappeared, it means it is no longer needed. The elixir of the Milkstone is located on Mount Buke in the south of Shenki Province. Its exact location is known only to the elder, so the school only spread rumors about the elixir and disappeared. Those who heard these rumors came to Buke Mountain or tried to contact Ho El-ja and Elder Sangsong, but they were excluded, as was his friend. That leaves only Mount Bukja, which becomes the main target. What is the heir going to do in this situation? He has nothing left but one thing to do. It is to have fun with beautiful girls until he has brought valuable information. Walking down the street, the guy felt great. It had been a long time since he had walked around like this without having to worry about the old man who was bothering him. People were talking about the student who had come from the great heavenly library. As soon as he appeared, all the courtesans began to court him, which made the local men angry because now they would have to find another place to spend their evenings. Jia realized where he needed to go, to Enzwa Street. The young owner finally met this guy after setting the table. He was glad to see him within the castle walls of the Grand Master of the Golden Heavenly Library, Brother Song-un. But the heir was curious how he knew he was here. The answer was clear and straightforward. How could I not know where it is when everyone is talking about the heir taking possession of the public courtyards in the area? Still, it was a great honor for him to meet the heir. Among all the rumors, he paid attention to him. But now, he is not the only one in the center of conversation. There are rumors about Shin the Cobbler, who destroyed the Elder Sangsong, and about the Milkstone Elixir. All this time, the old man was there listening to their dialogue, looking at the young man. He could not believe that it was really him, as he looked completely different from the last time they met. Sung Woo-jin told the heir that he had heard the rumors, but he was not interested in them because he was just a student. The heir noted that Song Woo's brother had not studied any martial arts, and that was why he had come to them to learn it. Analyzing his guest, the young master had a hard time noticing this fact if not for the 3 energy sources that reacted to his dark yin energy inside him. However, it is very difficult to reach this level of yin through poisonous plants or poisonous insects. This made it clear that this rascal had dealt with many women. Song Woo-jin was embarrassed because he had come to see the heir today, but he wanted to test his abilities with him. And if he turned out to be weaker, then the meeting today would serve as a lesson to him. The heir did not understand the boy, because why would he want to do that? However, he noticed that Sung Woo-jin had gotten to the point, and now he could guess why he needed the elixir. Of course, he wants the heir to fulfill his request. The heir realized that this rascal wanted to get hold of the elixir at any cost. He appealed to him, saying that thanks to his skill in the Golden Heavenly Library, perhaps our hero can identify the flaws and understand what the test is all about. At this point, Song Woo-jin sat down at the table and pulled out a blank sheet of paper, which he placed in front of the heir. He took a brush and began to write and draw something. The heir realized that this sucker was still trying to pull his tricks. He didn't write down the entire contents of the encrypted message, because it was the second half of the cipher, which contained location information. Obviously, this was the last part that no one had deciphered. The heir decided to take a look at it, as it was part of the assignment. He took the brush in his hands and started deciphering, writing the decryption down on paper. The guy looked at him intently and watched his every move. The heir began to write the decryption and pointed north. He said that the elixir was in the green mountains called Chan. 12.7 was the order of the mountaintop. It was a cave. The 12th peak of Mount Chanu in the north. The 7th cave. This information came from the heir's decryption. He realized that he had found the milkstone elixir, and the boy realized it. The heir handed him his decision right into his hands to check it out. He was even embarrassed that the boy had given him such a simple task. The heir wondered if it was some kind of warm-up. In fact, everything was very correct. The guy was even surprised and impressed when he saw the result. He realized that he could not match the heir, but he was interested in how the heir came to the solution. Inside, the guy thought that the heir was bringing his own death closer. He expressed his respect for the heir to the great heavenly library, feeling ashamed that he was right. Song Woo-jin extended his hand, for it was a great honor for him to meet such a great man. The young master noticed that he was being flattered, but accepted his handshake. However, the dark energy of the young man was very much felt in that handshake. Soon after Song Woo-jin left the room, he realized that the heir had not hesitated to decipher the text at that moment. He is a true genius, a genius among geniuses. But what is the meaning of his actions? Song Woo-jin asked himself, and turned to the head of the Dark Perdition. They used the vibration technique to communicate with each other. Since the chairman was nearby, Song Woo-jin ordered him to check if the heir would die in half an hour. He was a truly outstanding person who deciphered everything quickly, but he couldn't be sure if the heir hadn't used some hidden trick to deceive him. Because of this, he had to make sure the heir was really dead and also find out what happened to his bodyguard, the raccoon. This guy accepted his orders. Song Woo-jin understood that in half an hour, the yin energy would penetrate the heir's energy points, and his body would explode, and then the yin energy would disappear. No one could resist this technique except for one person, Hugong, who knew the delayed attack technique. But since he is no longer here, only those who have yin energy like him can get rid of this technique. This guy would have liked to get rid of the Elder Sangsung as well, but he was too smart and would have realized what he was trying to do. But he would die soon anyway, and this would allow him to decipher the text thanks to his heir. However, one question remained for Song Woo-jin. Who is Shinta the shoemaker, and where did he come from? How had he appeared and disappeared so suddenly? Was the cipher given to him by the heir true? When he returned to his hollow, Song Woo-jin told him what had happened and realized that he was wrong. It would have been a shame if such a talent had not been used. For Song Woo-jin, the elixir will be the starting point as soon as the heir who bears the old man's name finds it. For the Heavenly Golden Library and Ghost Song Union, everything is working out in the best possible way, and they are about to sign an agreement. They have already prepared the documents for this. They don't even realize that our hero's faithful falcon is watching them. And even the golden frog in the nearest pond is watching them all this time. It collects all the smallest details. Soon, the guy who was tasked with keeping an eye on the heir was watching him all the time. More than half an hour had passed, but the heir was fine. He had spent all that time with women, was in excellent condition, and was more alive than ever. The heir stood by the window, watching the people on the street. His eyes were focused, but deep down he was thinking about something. The object that was thrown to him made him happy, although he did not fully understand why it was done. However, instead of a serious answer, he was amused to think about it and try to comprehend the situation. The heir was being watched, and the observer began to wonder why he was still alive after the attack. Half an hour passed, and the heir remained unharmed. Was it possible that the dark energy of the Lord had not worked? The observer decided that perhaps more time was needed, when suddenly a mysterious figure appeared behind him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" The man turned his head sharply back and, trying to understand who was in front of him, asked, "Who are you?" The mysterious stranger was wearing a raccoon mask and answered coldly, "I'm a raccoon." At that very moment the man felt frightened, because the raccoon was not holding anything, but he could not move either. "Is this really the guardian of the heir to the great heavenly library?" the man thought. The raccoon reached out and touched the man's forehead with his finger, saying softly, "I know what you want to ask." The point of contact began to burn, and the man felt a searing pain that quickly grew. Immediately afterward, the spy disappeared, shattering into small particles that scattered into the air. Raccoon was reluctant to admit it, but he couldn't help thinking that he was stronger than him. In the future, the difference between them would only grow, and it was inevitable. And this mysterious stranger was the heir to the heavenly library, who had repeatedly surprised everyone with his strength and knowledge. The raccoon could not easily accept the fact that his fate was sealed and there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, the criminals in the cave were already sure that the heir was dead, and now they were going to appropriate the treasures that lay before them. The treasures were in liquid form, and each of them planned to divide their share into 5 drops, since there were only 10 of them. One of them collected his share and turned to Jean's son, saying that it was his turn to take his. The problem was that Jean's son had no intention of sharing. He quickly struck several blows to the vital points of his opponent's body. He fell under a rock and asked Jean how he was going to answer for his actions. But Jean had no plans to answer. His goal was one. He wanted to gain power, and he was not going to wait any longer. Under the stone, the wounded man realized that Genie was doing whatever he wanted, and now that he was preparing to take the elixir, he blocked the opponent's blood flow so that he could not interfere with him. Genie was looking forward to completing the absorption of the dark energy. A drop fell into his mouth, and the absorption process was complete. Genie grabbed his body, feeling the energy permeating his body. The flavor of power seemed to him to be limitless, and he could not get enough of this sensation. His opponent, being under the stone and unable to move, asked, "Well, how does it taste?" Suddenly, something strange began to happen to Gene. His face began to wrinkle, and he could not understand what was happening. Gene immediately began to accuse his opponent of doing it, but he was unable to move. Suddenly, the genie jumped up to his son and grabbed him by the neck, accusing him of being the one who had touched the elixir first. The genie decided that he could not die so easily. He had to kill his son first. He began to strangle him so hard that saliva flowed from his mouth. Squeezing his throat harder and harder every second, Jin had no intention of stopping. His real goal was to take the elixir away from his son, so he reached into his inside pocket to get it. Suddenly, he felt a powerful flash of energy behind him. When he turned around and saw who was standing behind him, his eyes widened in horror. Above them stood the heir to the heavenly library, his figure subtly glistening in the air. His appearance was completely unexpected to Jin, who had expected the heir to have died after the yin energy was transferred to him. If the heir was supposed to be dead, how could he be here in the air, alive and well? Seeing the heir levitate, Jin began to think that it was his ghost, but he didn't look like a ghost at all. Then Jin finally realized that all those rumors about the heir were a hoax, and their meeting was organized to trap them. He had always considered himself cunning, but the heir to the library was even more cunning. The heir himself told them where the elixir was to lure the criminals here and poison them. When the genie tried to transfer the energy, the heir had already anticipated this move and preempted it, which meant that all the black warriors that the genie had sent after him also died. It even seemed funny because Jin could not understand who he had been fighting all this time. The heir did not appear to talk or joke. He ruthlessly struck, leaving Jin no chance. Jin just crawled on his knees, coughing up blood, and asked the heir over and over again, "How did you survive?" But suddenly another voice came out of the darkness, addressing Jin, happy to see him. It was an old man, whose appearance was as unexpected as that of the heir. Jin had been convinced that Shin, the cobbler, had killed the old man, but now he realized that he was wrong. He realized that Shin was also in cahoots with the heir. The stone milk elixir, Shin the cobbler, the old man, and the heir to the great heavenly library were all part of the same game. Jin felt the bitterness of defeat, and it seemed inevitable. However, he believed that he had one last trick up his sleeve that could still save the day. He hoped that he could transmit the answer, just as he had sent the message to the golden heavenly library. But at the same moment, a letter fell in front of him. In the cage of birds that Jean had sent with the message, the heir's bird had worked flawlessly and intercepted it. Now Jean was clutching his head, screaming, "This can't be! How did this happen?" The heir approached the other man and asked his name. The man, trembling with fear, replied, "My name is Chul." But the heir reassured him, saying that there was nothing to be afraid of, and that he knew that Chul was only a faithful servant. He only asked him to answer his questions honestly. To begin with, the heir mentioned Mount Buki, knowing that they were the ones who had spread the rumors about it through the Soundwave School. Then he asked, "Why did you bring warriors from all over Muram here?" From this question, Chul realized that the heir had eavesdropped on them earlier, because he knew all their plans. The heir was very curious to know more about it and wanted to hear more details. The old man was also standing nearby, eagerly waiting to hear what Chul would say. Jin only groaned, and the stone beneath him creaked from the trembling of his body. The old man glanced over at Jin, holding the cage of birds that now symbolized their downfall. Finally, Chul decided to tell everything. This made the heir very happy, as he was relieved that Chul had decided to open up and confess everything. Chul collected his thoughts and said that he would tell everything he knew, and then he looked at the heir and said, "Hugong." Hearing this name, the heir held his breath, and a wave of fear rose in his heart and went through his entire body. The old man immediately noticed that Chul had called the heir Hugong, But why was the heir so surprised? At that moment, a question flashed through the heir's mind. Did he really know who I was? Does this have anything to do with the ghost's songs? Clenching his fist, the heir asked sharply, "What does Hugong mean?" Chol replied that it was Hugong's revenge, his final curse. It turned out that Chul only wanted to talk about Hugong and his sinister plans. Did the heir just get caught because he didn't finish his sentence? Chul went on to tell him that Murim, whom Hugong had tried to protect, was now going to drown in blood. That was all he knew. The heir wondered why they had gathered so many soldiers near the mountain to kill them all. However, Chol could not answer this question, and suddenly his body began to behave strangely. The old man said that it was probably the magic seal of the taboo. The first thing to do was to block the brain energy point, and the heir immediately sprang into action. It was important to find out who was on the crane, and Chol whispered through the pain, "The destroyer of heaven." However, the energy point lock didn't work, which meant that the seal was of a higher level. Chol's head was exploding in pain, but the heir continued to ask, "What happens after Bucca Mountain?" Chul began to scream loudly, and it seemed as if his body could no longer withstand the ordeal. Chul fell to the floor, right at the feet of the successor. Songs of the Ghost. Those who bear this name are among the most stealthy and dangerous warriors. There was only one question left. Would they continue to gather strength in the shadows until the heir was dead? The heir turned to his bird, ordering it to release the bird Chol Sang Ina to follow where it would fly. The old man, not having time to comprehend what was happening, asked the heir, "What are you trying to do?" "You really are an old man," said the successor, walking past him to the lying body. He approached the genie, who was lying on the ground begging for mercy. "I will spare you," the heir replied calmly while striking 2 fingers on Jean's back. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the word mercy, and could not understand what the heir was up to. The latter explained, "Let him live, but he won't last long anyway." The heir said that Jin had drunk the poison of the golden frog and that he had used the metamorphosis technique. Now Genie will have to live here, but he will be neither alive nor dead. The last thing left to do was to destroy the cave. The old man especially liked this option, and they moved to the exit. At the exit, the old man used his energy to throw down the stones. His power was enough to block the passage, as many people had been hurt because of Genie. Now, he deserved to stay here forever, no matter how many times he begged for mercy. Jean ran to the stones that had fallen in front of him and whispered to himself in panic, "I can't die like this." He was ready to find any way to survive, even if it meant doing the impossible. Jin tried to clear the stones with his bare hands, but his fingers began to break from the pressure, leaving him powerless. His body began to break down and he fell to the ground, writhing in pain, unable to resist the destructive force. Meanwhile, the celestial detachment was eagerly awaiting the return of the heir, as they had not seen him for a long time. When he finally appeared before them, everyone was extremely happy. Upon his arrival, the heir explained that he had found out that the ghost song was behind everything, and he had released a bird to track their path. Immediately, the group rushed to the road, discussing everything around them. They especially liked the mask that the heir wore, and they all wanted to have one of their own. Some wanted a cat mask, while others liked the rabbit mask. They quickly started arguing over who would get which mask. One of the warriors asked the heir if they were really going to meet the warriors from the ghost song soon and why everyone was taking it so lightly. The heir replied with a philosophical thought, "If the river is bent upstream, it will be bent downstream as well." However, amidst the serious conversation, one could still hear the arguments about masks. The old man noticed this and asked the heir, "Do you have any idea what your celestial detachment is talking about from morning to night?" Today they were deciding what to eat, and they argued about it all day. At first, the old man thought they were joking, but they actually started to take offense and quarrel to the point of losing their sanity. Their conversations about masks were better than this chaos. Despite all this, the squad remained good-natured people, and the old man thought their leader, the heir, was a bit crazy, and his subordinates were just like him. "He really does look crazy," the old man thought, realizing that the successor was Shoemaker Shin. The old man trusted the successor and had no doubts about him, but he was still worried. He turned to the successor again and asked him what was bothering him. The question was whether the heir already had a plan for the upcoming meeting. This question surprised the heir a bit, but it made him think. The heir thought that the old man should have taken care of this matter rather than waiting for instructions. He reminded him that the old man had not yet contributed to their business. After these words, the old man began to lag behind, and the successor realized that he could not even hear his words anymore. The responsibility that fell on the shoulders of the successor was becoming heavier and more complex with each passing day. In fact, the heir had many plans, and he just wanted to play a little joke on the old man. The soul capture technique is a powerful type of hypnosis that is imposed through eye contact and reinforced by voice, facial expressions, and gestures. Therefore, you need to get rid of those who can use it before it takes effect. Another way to avoid hypnosis is to protect yourself with your eyes, but for this, the internal energy storage must be as deep as the sea. If it is not, it will be almost impossible to defend yourself. That is why the technique of soul capture should not be underestimated. So the heir used the delayed energy point blocking technique on Hoja, but even that might not have completely stopped the hypnosis. Once upon a time, 20 years ago, the heir met a man who was capable of doing anything and could subdue anyone. The ghost song belonged to this overlord, but the heir decided that he would destroy it himself. Now, 20 years later, the name Ghost Song has reappeared on the horizon. The heir could only guess, but he was sure that an adult follower of the overlord was behind it. At that time, this person was only a child, but now he had grown up and became even more dangerous. The heir recalled the moment when he was a Hun and told the girl that he had nothing to regret now. They said goodbye and agreed to go their separate ways. He said that even if he came back, everything would remain the same as it was before. It was one of those faces that could not be forgotten, and the heir indeed could not forget him. Those childlike eyes that begged him not to leave belonged to the daughter of the Honorable Master Unchu, a girl named Yoyi Ryan. She was about 10 years old at the time. If they had met under different circumstances, he would have comforted her. The girl was crying, threatening to kill him if he didn't stop, and asking him to understand that they wouldn't be able to live the way he wanted. Gun turned his head only to hear her promise that she would one day find him and kill him. And when he flew away, she remained standing, looking after him, and promised herself that he would definitely regret it. And that day seems to have come on the outside of Manhua Fortress, in the east of Shanxi Province. A bird reporter flew in and reported that there was no one in the place where the master had sent it. It was empty. This made them realize that they had a problem. The successor caught the male bird, but they didn't receive a report. This may have been because the report didn't arrive in time, and so they stayed on alert. He ordered an investigation to be launched, and the soldiers immediately got to work. The two who stood behind him were ordered by the heir to monitor the situation and be careful. When they arrived, the heir began to suspect that something was wrong, because even though it was noon, there was a strange silence around. The best solution was to examine everything one by one so as not to miss a single detail. The heir began to scan the area, paying attention to the trees, leaves, houses, and fences. Suddenly, the air smelled blood and something strange. It was a suspicious odor coming from underground. He realized that a body was buried there. The sensation of the crane's presence confirmed his guess. It was easy for the heir to understand what had happened. The ghost song had taken over the place, killing most of the inhabitants, leaving a few as servants. They gladly served them, despite death and slave labor, because that's how the soul capture technique worked. The old man didn't understand why the heir just stood there as if he were dug in. He asked him about it and suggested that he focus on what he was holding. It was a feather that the old man had found through his natural agility, reminiscent of a raccoon. It seemed that the ghost song was disguised as an ordinary family living here. The heir immediately suggested that they inspect the rooms to get a logical picture of what had happened. The room they entered had a strange odor. It seemed that someone had stayed there. He smelled a new scent that he hadn't encountered before. It was definitely one of the members of the ghost song. Among the smells, the successor realized that they belonged to a woman, so there was a woman living in this room. Although the heir couldn't be sure, he speculated that it could have been Yo and Ryong. They examined the coffee table, where a new scent was also emanating. But at first glance, there was nothing to indicate the presence of another person. If only there was a single trace of the scent. But suddenly the heir noticed burgundy hair. He lifted the hair and realized that since it did not have the smell of a crane, it did not belong to the honorary lord. It seems that there was a person with an unusual hair color among them. Among those who studied demonic techniques, there were those who changed their appearance. This could be the reason for this hair color, although the old man could not even think of a single person with a similar shade. Murim members rarely changed the color of their hair, so the heir decided to call this mysterious person Maroon. Moreover, this person seemed to absorb energy. When the heir expressed this thought, the old man began to worry, and asked how he realized this. The successor replied, "There are many books in the Great Heavenly Library." This made the old man realize that the successor was self-taught in the martial arts. And then another joyful event happened for the old man. The heavenly troop returned. The heir came out to them and listened to the report. They searched the place, and met people who said they had seen cranes flying at night. However, other than that, there was nothing special. The servants seemed quite ordinary, and the squad even wondered why they were being asked. They said that the whole family was decent, and no serious incidents had happened. This meant that they had seen members of the ghost song from the very beginning. Some even claimed to have seen these people just a few days ago. Realizing that it was necessary to demonstrate how people were affected by the soul capture technique, the heir ordered the ground behind the fence to be dug up. The soldiers took shovels and began to dig. Suddenly, one of them threw down his shovel and began to scream loudly. He was frightened by the number of corpses he found in the ground, about 50 of them. The lesser decomposed ones seemed to be family members and servants, and it was now clear that they were not part of the ghost song, but victims of the soul capture technique. The heir realized that the ghost song had left here and was probably planning to do the same thing elsewhere. He turned to his bird and asked it to perform one more task. Myasco, having regained his strength after drinking the elixir from the milk of the stone, was ready to follow any orders. The heir gave the bird 2 smells to memorize: the crane's feather and the hair of another person. They could be together or separately, but both were dangerous, so it was necessary to be especially careful. After the heir instructed the bird to return to the heavenly pen, Myasco flew to fulfill the order. The woman's scent was too faint, and she left no trace. But the heir realized that if they found the honorary master or the maroon one, they would definitely appear here. All this became clear to the heir after what they found. Shoemaker Shin had now become a very important figure, but it was hard to understand why no one had heard of him, as Phantom Flower had pointed out. The honorary lord of the ghost song did not believe that there was anyone that Phantom Flower could not detect with his abilities. The Mist Lord was sure that sooner or later he would find Shoemaker Shin, because he was always causing a ruckus. Suddenly, he heard shouts nearby asking for someone to be released. A man with a bottle in his hand, pointing his finger at one of them, shouted, "Hey, you there! Take off your veil!" The woman did not understand why she had to do this, but the man began to act aggressively, ignoring the others, and only laughed as he came closer to her. The Lord of the Mist noticed that a blade was shining behind him. Phantom Flower was sitting up, and the knife of the drunkard who had threatened to kill her if she didn't take off her veil was already at her throat. "It's not very polite," she said calmly, smiling slightly, "but if you want it so badly, I'll take off my hat." And with a slight movement of her hand, she took it off. After that, she asked him, "Am I the one you were looking for?" When he answered, "No," she asked him to take a closer look because she had something to show him. Suddenly, the man was on one knee in front of her, staring at her. He admitted his great mistake and begged her to forgive him, and soon another man also ran up and began to apologize for his friend. The other man tried to explain the situation, offering to pay for the food and drinks as an apology, while the first man, ashamed, turned and walked in the opposite direction with the music in his head. Phantom Flower remarked that Chulsung was dead, and she had no doubt of his loyalty. The Lord of the Mist agreed, because Chulsung was never late, and the male bird should have returned long ago. The honorary lord announced that their next step was to find Shoemaker Shin, who knew the location of the elixir and the milk of the stone, and to do everything possible to prevent anyone from disrupting their celebration. They raised their glasses, and Phantom Flower, along with Ryan, spoke. "Our revenge will be incredible." In the room, a strange liquid was spilled on all surfaces, causing unpleasant sensations. The guy was still under the influence of Ryan's Phantom Flower technique. Afterwards, while dousing himself with this liquid, he threw the burning thing right under his feet. The liquid immediately burst into flames, because this was the effect of the Phantom Flower technique. Standing in the flames, he felt as if his body was being refreshed, and he kept thinking that it was an amazing feeling. There were 3 main figures in the ghost song. The first is the honorary lord who flies on a crane. The second is Ryan, the master of the soul capture technique. And the third is Maroon, the master of the energy absorption technique. His heir calls him Maroon because of his hair color, but he is actually the Lord of Mist. The kid ate and thought that both of these techniques were extremely frightening, like most demonic techniques. The other agreed with him, adding that he also wondered what the one who could fly on a crane could do. The young man, curious, asked Namgung if he had ever eaten a crane. Namgung thought about it and said no, but suggested that a crane might taste like a big chicken. The kid jokingly suggested that they could eat one after all. The events were over. However, one of them, the smarter one, suggested that instead they catch a crane and fly it with the whole heavenly squad. They agreed that after everything was over, they would take a ride on the crane. They even assumed that there would be a line of girls who would want to ride as well. Looking back at these guys, it seemed that they were not from the heavenly squad or simply out of their minds, because they had just been having a serious conversation about the ghost song, and now they were laughing. One of the men turned to the old man and asked, "Are they really like that?" Shanxi Province, the headquarters of the Heavenly Squad, was filled with conversations and arguments between its members that did not subside. At this moment, Shan noticed that the head of the Murama Alliance had destroyed the entire ghost song, but the current situation still arose. She wondered why Hu Gong hadn't destroyed them completely. Everyone was interested in this question, and they asked with one voice, "Why didn't he finish it?" Zhang advised her to think hard, and maybe then she would realize the reason. But she could not come to any conclusion. When everyone fell silent, almost no one wanted to continue the conversation. After all, the answer could only be found after much thought. It is impossible to completely destroy the ghost song. There will always be those who escape or children who survive. Reality often does not coincide with what people imagine, and this can only be understood after gaining a lot of experience. This is not a question of right and wrong. The children have done nothing wrong. However, it is impossible to predict who they will become in the future. The heir again recalled the words he heard when he was gone, when Ryan was crying and screaming at him that if he left, he would regret it. Those faces are impossible to forget, and the heir really couldn't forget them. Then he told the girl that this was not their war. Thousands died because of the ghost song, but it wasn't you, he said. He assured them that they didn't have to apologize for it, and asked them to get on with their lives. Thousands of dead people. It was hard to believe. These little children were truly innocent, but they were victims of circumstances beyond their control. When Gunn asked them to live their lives, Ryan cried, and the raindrops washed her tears away. Time passed, and she grew up, changing with each passing year. Every time she looked up at the moon in the evening, she remembered the face of old Hu Gong. Every time she thought back to that day, it seemed like it was only yesterday. She couldn't forget his friendly face and gentle voice, and although he was no longer alive, he still lived in her heart. Phantom Flower chose this path for herself, and wanted Hu Gong to see what she would do now. At that moment, she approached the entrance where a guard was standing. He held out his hand, ordering them to stop, and asked, "Who are you?" But she just had to use the power of her eyes and say that she had come to meet the head of the Sama clan. At the same moment, his body began to feel strange sensations, as if it were paralyzed. A second later, the guard was already bowing to her, inviting them to proceed, for which she politely thanked him. She entered the Sama clan, and the people greeted her, happily inviting her inside. However, the mustachioed man noticed the newcomers and thought about it, because he did not remember that any guests were supposed to come today. It seemed strange to him that these people were so easily and pleasantly accepted by the Sama clan. It was all about their power, which was hidden in their eyes, and just one look made people admire them. People did not restrain their admiration for their kindness and even offered to escort them further. Soon, they were sitting at a table with the head of the Sama clan, and Phantom Flower turned to him, saying that she had heard about his great upheaval at the Heavenly Dragon competition, and asked him to tell her more about it. Strangely enough, the clan leader began to tell her that it was a trap, and they really did not expect such a situation. It all started with the heir of the Great Heavenly Library. Phantom Flower realized what this meant. The heir shone brighter than anyone else from the beginning to the end, and he was more interesting than even Shoemaker Shin. The Lord of the Mist addressed the girl, saying that the heir would be a great help to them if he worked on their side, but he noticed that she already had her eye on him. The next question Phantom Flower asked the clan leader was about the number of warriors in their clan. He immediately answered, "The premier has 200 men at his disposal." He continued with enthusiasm, asking if they had any enemy that the Sama clan could help fight. "Just say the word," he said, ready to kill anyone. "The volcanic sect," Phantom Flower replied without hesitation. He began scratching his beard, noting that it would be a tough battle. However, she reassured him, saying that he shouldn't worry because they would also have the help of the Kionum sect. Her eyes looked amazing, with pink in the center of her pupils and purple around them. The clan leader started laughing and said, "No matter how strong the volcanic sect is, it will not be able to withstand the Jonum sect." Observing Phantom Flower's work, the Mist Lord praised her, saying that she was truly incredible. However, she replied that she could never match his energy absorption technique. He said, "Even if my talent is so great, I can never be as good as you." This conversation left a slight smile on her face. At that moment, she only wondered if Hu Gong could see it. She was different from her father and was much better than the previous generation. At that moment, the heir was sitting in his room, deep in meditation. He was looking closely at his hand, reflecting on the technique he was using. 5 ice needles. He could not yet send them a long distance, but he was satisfied with what he had already achieved. However, it was frustrating that he hadn't made any progress since he started taming his sword. However, he liked the fact that the sword did not give up and continued to fight. Suddenly, a ringing sound came from the scabbard. The heir realized that the sword was going to fly to the left. Of course, the sword looked better in his left hand. But this time he didn't want to catch it and let it fly right over his left shoulder. Previously, the sword always stuck in the wall, but this time it stopped right in front of it, barely touching it. "Excellent," the heir said quietly as he came closer to him. He grabbed the hilt with his hand, and their connection seemed to become even stronger. Now the sword should return to him without any problems at any time. The heir decided to experiment with this. He threw the sword, but it only hit the scabbard with its tip. The sword then fell to the floor, knocking the scabbard off the table. The heir thought about it. It was as if the sword was deliberately making sure that it landed slowly and did not return to the scabbard on its own. This surprised him. It seemed as if the sword was laughing at him and he could barely restrain himself from bursting out laughing. "What are you doing?" If you have a brain, how can you be so stupid when you have such a wonderful master? The heir asked the sword emotionally. After that, he held his breath and looked at it carefully. The sword began to fly around, and the heir realized that it was a trap. Apparently, the sword had learned this from the heavenly squad. Stepping onto the windowsill, the heir said, "Let's fly, Ryan," addressing the sword. He wanted to spend the night flying with the sword, enjoying the control he had over it. The sword pierced the air, flying with the air. At that moment, the heir commanded the sword to pierce the moon. The sword began to rise upward, pushing off from the balls of energy, and at that moment, water appeared under the feet of the heir, on which he could stand, maintaining his balance. An incredibly beautiful landscape opened up below him. Looking at this beautiful place below him, the heir wondered if he could catch a crane if he climbed even higher. The sword was flying right behind him and seemed like it was about to stab him in the head. But then, the sword stopped right next to his left hand. The heir asked the sword, "Do you want me to entrust this to you?" However, the sword did not have any trust in him. The heir could not be sure of it. The sword began to circle around the heir again as if mocking. At the same time, Miyasko was fulfilling his mission. But he could not find the crane. "How can it be? It's so big. Where can it hide?" he thought. Flying, Miyasko turned to the frog sitting on his back. "Why are you silent?" The frog croaked several times, and the bird realized that it had been sleeping all this time, although its eyes were open. After a few croaks, the frog made it clear that it was hungry, but Miyasko did not know what to do or how to feed the frog. Suddenly, he saw people down below. By the color of their hair, he realized that they were the people he was looking for. They were moving quickly in a group. Ahead of them was Monk Tile, the first sword of the Jonam sect. "Where are you running to?" asked a voice that sounded as if it were right inside the monk's head. "Come back," said Phantom Flower, and he felt as if she was hugging him. Immediately, the voice in his head ordered him to turn to her. But tapping his hand on his chest, the monk tried to resist. This is a technique for absorbing the soul. It was hard to even imagine what this technique was capable of. It managed to take over almost the entire sect, except for him. All the members of the sect, even his closest servants, advised the mentor to run to the volcanic sect, realizing that they would not be able to save themselves. The monk blamed himself for not being able to stop the Phantom Flower. However, unfortunately, his attempts failed. And now he was running away with a wound on his body, feeling bitterly defeated. But his strength could not last forever, and he fell to the ground, exhausted. What kind of escape is this? He thought when he realized that his footprints pointed the way back to him. The Phantom Flower would surely find him by these footprints, and then the sect would be destroyed with him. Suddenly, Miyasko appeared in front of him and whispered, "We can save you." Meanwhile, Gosong hurried to catch up with him. Suddenly, the Mist Lord stopped, not believing his ears. Was that a moan? He immediately ordered his men to stop and listen. He could hear the sound coming from near him, but he could not pinpoint its source. At the same time, the bloodstains were leading in a different direction, throwing them off the trail. The Mist Lord was not stupid and realized that the bloody footprints could have been faked. He had to make a more deliberate decision. He stopped, focusing his energy, trying to determine where the real energy wave was coming from. Suddenly, it became clear to him that the path led to the volcanic sect, and thus the sound was real. The Overlord immediately ran in that direction, realizing that the bloody footprints were also true. At this point, Miyasko flew even higher. He came up with a cunning plan. He put the monk under a tree and decided to trap the ghost song. However, the pain in the monk's side did not diminish. The frog began to croak, and Miyasko realized that it was trying to tell him that it could heal him. Miyasko remembered that the monk had said he knew how to do it. The bird landed and put the frog on the ground, telling the monk, "My friend will cure you by biting you, so don't be afraid." The frog jumped on the monk's leg and bit him on the side. Immediately the wound healed and the pain disappeared. The monk could not even believe that this could happen. But he had to act quickly, because the enemies could soon be on his trail again. He had to go to Angun immediately, where he could get help. The bird told him that his master would help him there, although the monk did not understand who this master Miyasko was. "The heir to the great heavenly library is our master," Miyasko said with a smile. The girl sat under the old house, lonely and sad. She had been feeling sad for a long time, and nothing could comfort her. It was impossible to hold back the tears that spontaneously appeared in her eyes. The other children around her were survivors like her, but this did not bring her any comfort. Suddenly, a boy came up to her, introduced himself as Seok Jun-bi, and said he was 12 years old. He offered to be her friend, and added that she could call him her big brother. The girl raised her eyes and looked at another boy standing next to her. The other boy's name was Seo-gyu. He was younger than her, and said that she could call him little brother without any problem. These words seemed to cheer her up a bit. There were 5 black dots on Seo-gyu's cheek, and he said he called them tears because they looked like a flowing tear. The girl knew that people say that those who have such tears are always lucky. In fact, the boy wanted to say something else, and this was the first time he had heard of luck. They held out their hands to her and offered to go with them. But the girl said she had her own way, and the boys said they understood. It didn't take them long to realize that her path was revenge on Hu Gong. However, the maroon-haired one thought it was impossible. But she was determined. She was going to make him regret and drown in despair. She was even ready to set herself on fire, to burn to achieve her goal. The burgundy-haired man smiled and said, "I'm already burning up," referring to his internal struggle. Now it seemed to all three of them that they had a reason to live. They decided that if they could light a light in this dark life for just a moment, it would be enough. It was at that moment that they chose their nicknames: the Phantom Flower, the Destroyer of Thousands, and the Burner of Lives. In the festive hall of the Cheonim faction, people seemed to be going crazy under the influence of the Phantom Flower, preparing for a grand celebration. People raised their hands in the air shouting, "We will make him suffer!" They were ready to die to make one person regret. Phantom Flower smiled, realizing that this would be a majestic and triumphant spectacle. They were planning to wipe out the Huangsu sect, the Zhongnam sect, the Sama clan, and the Volcanic sect. The honorary lord appeared on the crane, and he was pleased to see these faces exclaiming that even death would not stop them. Then he went down to the ground, and next to him was a person covered with a sheet. At that moment, Phantom Flower thanked him for his help. However, she asked the head of the Marima Alliance branch in Shanxi province why he was crying. But even he could not find an answer to this question. Then Phantom Flower asked, "Perhaps you are thinking of someone in particular." It was strange for him, but he had always thought of the twins. Why? He had been told he would never see them again, but through the pain, he kept repeating that it didn't matter. His body continued to tremble, but he repeated over and over that it didn't matter. For a moment, Ryan thought about killing him, but he was crying so bitterly, thinking about his children. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she said quietly, "Don't forget about the really important things. Everything will be fine." She reminded him that it was important to focus on the ghost now. For her, it was not a big deal that he could not see his children yet. She sincerely hoped that when the time came to kill him, he would die in front of them, and that would break their hearts. She wanted them to never be able to forget that moment. After that, she went back to her room and sat in front of the mirror. It seemed to her that she was starting to burn from the inside. The honorary master came in and asked her if she was all right. She answered calmly, "Of course." She knew this would happen. Even though she had used the soul capture technique to take control of the Cheonim sect, the consequences were not as severe as she had expected. Achieving her goal was more important to her than her own well-being. She had surpassed her father and was following a path that no one else had ever taken. She was even proud of it, no matter that her face was beginning to age. For her, these achievements made her more beautiful. When the honorary master asked her how much time she had left, she replied, "About 5 years." However, she added that it was too much and admitted that she did not want to live that long. It was frightening to hear her say that she wanted to burn even more. It was enough for her to shine for just a moment. It was time to go. She was looking forward to the moment when Murim and Hugong's treasures would finally belong to them. She hoped that the survivors would not be too late. Everyone had been waiting for this for so long, and all the preparations were complete. At that moment, the monk who was running away heard the enemy shouting behind him, "How much longer are you going to run away?" Although the bird managed to deceive the enemies by imitating his voice, they quickly returned to his trail. The monk realized that even if he managed to escape, there was no point in running anymore. There was nothing to run from. He decided to stop and challenge them, ready to destroy the first sword of the Zhongnam sect and take them with him to the next world. What really came as a surprise to him was the voice behind him that said, "Be calm." At first he could not understand what kind of voice it was. It was the same bird as before. But no, this voice was different. Suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a person wearing a fox mask in front of him. It was the first sword of the Zhongnam sect, someone who was crazy about swords. When the heir was the head of the Murima alliance, this sword often came to him for wisdom or to learn secret techniques. If he couldn't meet with Gun because he was away, he would wait for days, weeks, and even months for him to return, as if he were possessed. Now he looked shabby and confused, but the heir thought, "This is even better. As long as the monk is here, the Zhongnam sect is in no danger." If he had really angered the sect, they would not have allowed him to escape. The monk asked the man in the fox mask, "Are you the heir of the Great Heavenly Library?" and explained that their opponent had mastered the technique of soul absorption. The heir, taking a pensive pose, said that he probably came here in vain to save him. Then, with a shrug, he sarcastically said that he was very afraid because, in the end, he would just die pretending to be a hero. Looking at this, the monk asked, "Are you okay?" But when the fox mask came off, there was another mask underneath, that of the heir of the Great Heavenly Library. However, he was still Hu Gong, and told the monk that the enemies were close, asking him to run away. He also warned him that if anything happened, he would run away with him. Meanwhile, the Mist Lord was approaching, sensing that the monk was not alone. But he did not care how many opponents there were. He was confident that he could handle anyone, considering himself a man who always has good luck. The Lord of the Mist was getting closer and closer, feeling that there were only 150 meters left before they met. He sensed the presence of another person wearing a mask, but he noticed that something was written on the mask. When he read the inscription Fox, he realized that he was already directly above the head of the air. The air was holding a sword and immediately took a swing. The face of the Mist Lord was contorted, as if it were written, "I am hurt." But the air only continued to swing again and again. He could feel from his sword that the maroon-haired one had decided to absorb his energy and could not tear the sword of Ryan away from him. The Lord of Mist jumped back to get some distance. Now both were curious to see what their opponent was capable of. With his sword in position, the air used the segmentation technique. 72 swords and attacks sliced through the atmosphere and flew towards the Mist Lord. Each strike that reached the Overlord was extremely sharp. There were as many as 72 strikes, and their speed was even more impressive. If the Overlord hadn't used the defense technique, he would have died long ago. However, his trump card was his rare technique that could change the course of the battle. Having repelled the attack, the Mist Lord found the strength to counterattack the air. However, he faced a problem. He could not absorb the energy of the air at all. He could only wonder why the air was so fast and elusive. The sword blade was already hovering right above his forehead. Their energy was so powerful that after each hot strike, they both bounced off each other. The air smiled under his mask, satisfied that his opponent was powerless without the energy absorption technique. He thought, so old, and almost no experience in fighting, although it is not old age, but the result of being burned out due to demonic techniques. The Mist Lord could not understand why. Looking at his opponent, he felt that he was about to die. 5 lights appeared in his right hand, and he only asked himself, will he really use them to kill me? Fear gripped him, and he realized that the fox would definitely break through his defense. He also felt a cheerfulness in his opponent that he could not understand. This unceasing joy in a man who brings death as spring brings life was incomprehensible and unattainable to him. Spring, as a symbol of the advancing force, was penetrating this battle. But at that moment, the master told himself that this was not the time for memories, and his thoughts returned to his childhood. He began to gather the energy in his hand, proclaiming that nothing was decided yet. He decided to fight to the last. The Mist Lord was ready to crush his enemy's spring and prove his strength. The Lord of the Mist was ready to tear the air to pieces like the earth, releasing all his power outward. However, the air continued to approach steadily, getting closer and closer. The two of them swirled in battle like a hurricane, and only loud sounds came from that place. The monk watching this spectacle could not believe how the great heavenly library's air had reached this level of skill. He had never seen such techniques, not in Chanam, not in the volcanic sect, not among the shamans. The monk asked himself, could Hu Gong have reached this level? And he answered, no, he would not have made such a fuss. The enemy's power rose to a whole new level. Suddenly, skulls appeared from the Mist Lord's energy, and he pointed them at the air. He tried to hit him with these skulls. However, the air skillfully dodged all the attacks, using sophisticated evasion techniques. The Lord of the Mist tried desperately to hit him, but his efforts were in vain. Even the thought of grabbing the air was unattainable, because at that moment, the air had already put his hand on his shoulder. Immediately afterward, there was a dull sound of a fist striking the master's head. The next step of the air was to jump to a safe distance, which he did. The Mist Lord could feel the power draining from his body. His legs began to buckle, but he couldn't understand one thing. Why was everything going so fast? The Mist Lord could not understand why the air did not kill him, because he had just had the perfect opportunity. The 5 lights on the air's hand disappeared. This meant that the lights he had seen on the air's hand before were now in his own body. When he looked at his hand, he noticed the lights, but a sharp pain in his heart made him realize that they were not only on his hand, but also inside him. The counter was ticking down the seconds that the air was counting. 3, 2. But the Lord of the Mist said there was no reason to live so long, and jumped on the air. As he was flying, he heard a 1, and fell to his knees in front of the air. The blood on his lips showed that he had coughed as he said goodbye to his life. But he had the strength to ask, "Who are you?" "The celebration," the air replied calmly, adding, "You said yourself that you wanted to take revenge on Hu Gong." Now the Mist Lord realized that the fox knew about the celebration, because he had captured Chul Sung and Jin, although he had previously thought it was the work of Shoemaker Shin. The Overlord was impressed by how the members of Murim achieved such abilities without burning themselves. But despite this, he continued to believe that this opponent was not important to him, and he was only interested in his own revenge on Hu Gong. All of this was because Hu Gong had destroyed the ghost song. The Mist Lord confessed to everything and answered every question the heir asked. He said that a great celebration was being planned, where they would destroy the most valuable treasure that Hugong had tried to protect above all else. He added that this treasure is now in their hands, and everything is ready for the execution. Perhaps it is already happening right now. At these words, his speech was cut short by a cough. Then he only said that he was very sorry, because he would like to see Hugong drown in the abyss of despair. But the heir did not understand who he was talking about and asked, "What treasure?" "The treasure that Hugong was guarding is his tribe," replied the Mist Lord. After saying this, the lights in his heart exploded. Nothing remained in the place of the Lord, and the monk stood in front of his corpse, looking around and not understanding where the heir had disappeared. The heir, like lightning, was already flying forward, rapidly rushing to the goal. The monk had only one question. What is this treasure? The treasure of Hugong, his tribe. After some thought, he realized. What had started as revenge against Hugong had now changed. With him gone, it was no longer possible to take revenge on him, and their goal had also changed. Now their goal is the treasure that Hugong treasured above all else. Phantom Flower could no longer wait to enjoy the moment of despair she wanted to cause. Beneath the sheet was the girl whose desperate feeling Phantom Flower had been waiting so impatiently for. It was Siegel He. When they approached her, she was sitting among the candles. They asked her if she knew who they were. She answered in silence, without showing any emotion. The Venerable Master told her that they were the survivors of the ghost song 20 years ago, when Hugong destroyed them. He asked if she knew what happened then. Bukyo Mountain, a crane flying among the mountains on which the Venerable Master is sitting. The head of the branch in Shanxi Province came to ask for help from the elder of the volcanic sect, Lin Yin. At this time, on the top of Mount Bukyo, Yongdu Peak, the head of the Shigal Chan clan was asking in despair how they could be so cruel. Bukyo Mountain, Jeonju Peak, Ghost Song, Phantom Flower, and Ryan enjoyed themselves as they prepared the Sama clan to destroy everything. The crane continued to cut through the air with its beak. The crane rider flying on it wanted the girl to be honest with herself. Smiling sarcastically, he said that it was hard for him to see her maintain such a calm appearance. But the girl did not want to be honest with them. Gu Yangsu could not contain his emotions and fell to his knees, feeling hurt that she was showing concern for being remembered as if it were the last time. The girl replied that if she were honest with herself, she would have started laughing out loud. This kind of death seemed quite good to her, even wonderful and beautiful, at least in her words. Flying through the sky on a crane and then falling was a very unusual death, and she even liked it. The only downside, she said, was that everyone was looking at her. Because of this, she could not demonstrate all her joy, but could only allow herself to smile. Even the Venerable Master thought she was crazy when she told him that he didn't even realize how generous her uncle, Seok Jun Bi, was. He just listened to her laugh in amazement, and she continued to say that if she were in Hugong's place, she would have killed everyone without regret, leaving no trace. The Venerable Master had a look of astonishment on his face. He said, "Unbelievable," because these words struck him right in the heart. He grabbed his sword, pointed it at the girl, and asked, "What did you just say?" But she repeated her words, adding that her actions would certainly not have elicited sympathy. She had already realized the mystery of his appearance. "You have the face of an old man, but you're only getting older. 12 years, 10 years. It's funny that you're stuck at this age." The Overlord only threatened her while flying on the crane. But he could not cut her throat for fear of splashing blood all over the crane. Then the girl said words that seemed even more strange to him. She continued, "You are not even trying to take revenge. Revenge, regardless of whether it is anger or hatred, is only possible for someone who loved someone. Someone who sincerely cared about someone with all their heart would not kill children," she added. She asked him, "Do you want to take revenge on my uncle? Where is he?" "You are angry with him because he did not kill you," she continued. But not all of her words reached him. He only begged her not to be delusional. However, her words were accompanied by a smile. Suddenly, her tone changed dramatically. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she confessed, "I am also very angry with my uncle." At that moment, the Venerable Master could not understand whether Hugong was really so dear to someone that this feeling outweighed even the fear of death. He squeezed his eyes tightly shut and sank into his memories. He remembered the moment when his sword was covered in blood. Back then, he asked his comrades how they felt about what he had just done. Phantom Flower replied that it was incredible, watching it and smiling ear to ear. Recalling these words, he realized that Siegel Hai was right. He was able to tell himself that it wasn't revenge. The path they were taking in Ghost Song was wrong. In order not to bring more suffering to others, Hugong should have given them death. And even though the Venerable Master knew this, he still reacted when Phantom Flower asked if he was following them. He answered, "I am coming," because he had to believe that it was revenge. At that moment, the sheet that covered the girl began to float smoothly in the air. Standing on the crane, the dear Lord held the girl by the neck. Everyone held their breath as they watched this moment. He told her that it was time to say goodbye. He added, "I envy you because you will soon meet Hugong." It seemed like he had just realized everything, but he still acted as he was supposed to, obeying his duties. His hand let go of the girl, and she flew into the endless abyss below him. But what is beautiful about this? Looking at this, my heart bleeds. What good can come from such an unusual death? Flying headlong, the girl said to herself, "This cannot be true," swallowing her tears. She fell into memories, thinking that her uncle had deceived her. He had promised to protect her, promised not to let anyone touch her, and now she was ready to call him a stupid fat man who never came to her aid. She had never seen him fight, and she even doubted whether he knew how to do it at all. For her, he was like a sword that was always hanging on the wall. That's how she saw him, inert and inactive, like an object that would never be used. Her emotions were overflowing, and she sincerely believed that if he hadn't died, he would have come to her aid. If he hadn't left this world, he would have helped her in this difficult moment. He would not have left her alone to watch his coffin being carried away in the rain after so many days of suffering. She sincerely believed that he would have been able to keep his promise. And now, like the first star in the evening sky, the air appeared against the background of her rapidly falling body. He was approaching her with such speed that it was impossible to see him. And then, just before she hit the ground, when she was about to crash, he managed to save her. The girl kept her eyes closed, and it seemed to her that she was already in the other world. But when she opened them, she heard a question. A question from the heir who was holding her in his arms. "Why do you jump if you have no wings?" Under his fox mask, he calmly told her, "You can't fly." Life came back into her eyes, her heart revived, and she felt born again. From the blow of this scoundrel, the girl falls, feeling how the world slips out from under her feet. In his eyes, she sees incredible malice that burns her heart with fear. The last star appears on the horizon, like a symbol of the last hope. Taking a closer look, she notices something unusual. It's the fox that rushes over, reaching out to save her. An incredible aura covers the space, filling it with a feeling of strength and hope. With an easy maneuver, the fox lifts the girl, taking her out of danger. The rock trembles with an incredible explosion that stuns everyone around. Chaos flies out with a powerful blue energy hitting the ground. The woman grits her teeth, realizing that her plan has begun to crumble. And the little sister or gal hears a small voice. "Why jump if you don't have wings?" Out of fear, she opens her eyes and sees the incredible. A boy in a mask holds onto a stone with one hand and firmly supports it with the other. With a smile, he says, "Don't jump into pits anymore. You can't fly." Soldiers, seeing the failure of their plan, receive the order, "Shoot!" An infinite number of arrows fly to the place where the two of them are standing. Chi-Gal looks at the savior with tears of joy and thinks, "He looks so much like him. Even the jokes are the same." The young master jokes, "After becoming a fox, I learned to fly, but now it will be difficult. There are too many arrows flying at us." The boy waves his hand, activating the protective barrier. A barrier surrounds them on all sides, deflecting a deadly rain of arrows. They freeze powerlessly in front of the barrier. The arrows hang in the air, unable to penetrate it. The girl looks in amazement at how the arrows just hung in the air. It seems impossible. The warriors are shocked. Their arrows, which should have been deadly, froze in space. But soon they understand. Such a power is subject only to the great shoemaker. Ordinary people cannot do this. One of the warriors guesses that the inheritor of the great heavenly library is standing before them. He came to save Chi-Gal from certain death. His gaze is determined, and the strength of the barrier is held by his concentration, gained from his pre-battle meditation. He looks up and notices the crane, realizing it's time to activate the second plan. The warrior takes out Ren's sword and decides to show them all his power. With a lightning movement, he releases his sword and it flies forward like an arrow. The sword is rapidly approaching the monarch in the sky. The monarch orders his legendary bird to rise higher, sensing danger. But it was already too late. The sword was about to reach him. The ominous blade cuts through the crane's body and returns. The bird's blood waters the ground and its master falls with it. The monarch realizes that he must return to Jeonju Peak. But the sword strike was so powerful that it killed his faithful pet. He jumps from a falling crane trying to reach the mountain. He notices his wife on the horizon and tries to reach her with his hand. But the strength is not enough, and he, not reaching it, falls into a bottomless abyss. The woman screams in despair, "Sock wrong, just not this!" She is powerless to do anything, unable to help him. Seok Rong realizes that these may be the last moments of his life. He mentally apologizes for everything he has done, and falls into the abyss. Her hands are shaking with loss. She's just lost him forever. Her soul is consumed by hatred, which demands revenge for this pain. The young master rises rapidly from the abyss, holding the girl. He lowers her onto the roof, and then carefully lowers her down. Turning to his people, he orders to take care of the girl. His eyes shine with determination, and everyone around him is waiting for his actions. He looks at the mountain and understands, now everything is just beginning. After seeing the woman, he notes how much her appearance has changed. All this will end only when we start and finish this fight, he thinks. The young master removes his mask and declares himself the heir of the great library. He asks a woman to find him, Irene. The woman is surprised. How does this man know her real name? The host calmly informs, tomorrow evening, at the peak of Sayen. This is not a trap. We will meet. In her thoughts, Irene realizes that the great library's heir knows more than she could have imagined. But she is convinced. Tomorrow night she will make him pay for everything. She decides. She will kill him, even if it costs her everything. She will destroy them all. Right now, she is ordering her clan to gather an entire army and march in that direction. Our hero stands silently, watching people's reactions to his words. He realizes that as the heir of the great library, he knows a way to stop this senseless bloodshed. The hero shares his plan with a trusted official, explaining every detail. He then addresses his warriors with important news that should change the course of events. He orders, defend yourself but do not kill the enemy. The hero explains the strategy. Create groups of 4 and spread out around the perimeter. If the attack is too strong, retreat immediately. Prove that you are worthy to carry the plum blossom swords, he added with determination. Warriors rush quickly, overcoming steep slopes and taking positions. The young master smiles slightly, but his mind is troubled by doubts. How to deal with the impending sect? The official has many questions, but there is no time for answers. You need to act and wait for help to arrive. However, he still asks the hero, what do you mean by your people? Suddenly, the Heaven Squad appears along with a mysterious raccoon. Chigal and the official are amazed that they are legendary warriors who have unexpectedly joined them. Chigal turns to the old man, suspecting that someone he knows is hiding behind the mask, but he only pretends to be a fool. The official, shocked, ponders. If this raccoon is old Sosun, then what is going on? Who are they? But you can never figure it out. The enemies are already close. Meanwhile, as evening falls, a woman in one of the rooms smashes dishes in a fit of rage. She smashes everything she can get her hands on, raging at failure. Her soul and energy capture technique failed, dreams crumbled, and the plan was on the brink of destruction. And all this because of one scoundrel, the heir of the great heavenly library. People, passing by her estate, understand that there has been a real commotion here. The woman is ready to go out and destroy the entire village for their bold words. But she knows that she must save her strength for the decisive day. She spends the rest of that night struggling with her own thoughts. No matter how hard she tries, sleep does not come. Her mind is filled with anger and despair. Under the moonlight, she doesn't even know what's coming. From there, through the open window, something unusual appears on the horizon. This is our young master, who came to her with an unexpected and direct visit. He watched her sleep for a long time, watching her every move. It was obvious that Irene was tormented by the heat. Her sleep was disturbing, probably after disappointments and failures. Our hero, looking at her, no longer felt even a drop of pity. She was no longer a child, and her actions could no longer be justified. She crossed all limits, killing many people, and now he decides, Irene must die so as not to do more evil on this earth. He turns sharply, hearing a rustling nearby. Something or someone is approaching. Maybe it's another associate of Irene. Whoever it is, he decides to meet him, but asks Irene to wait a little first. In passing, he uses magic to make her wake up. Irene opens her eyes as she gets out of bed, but looks confused. She sits there, full of confusion, trying to understand what is happening. Her thoughts are still wandering in her dreams, but reality is gradually bringing her back to her senses. Suddenly, she begins to feel a pain shooting through her entire body. She screams in pain, making sounds like gasping, not understanding what is happening. Looking up, she sees the library heir and immediately feels betrayed. Realizing that the situation is hopeless, she tries to pretend to be a fool. But the hero just wants an answer. He asks, who but you can restore the ghost's song to its former glory? Irene replies that there might be someone, but she's not sure. There may have been other children left, but that's just a guess. However, Irene is not simple. She has a trump card up her sleeve, prepared for such an event. She decides to use the capture technique to subdue our hero's mind. Her red energy spreads rapidly, filling the space. Our hero understands that she is a talented warrior, but she has already made a fatal mistake. She is sure that she can kill him at any moment, but this is only her illusion. When her technique was about to work, things didn't go according to plan. Her efforts turned to dust, her strength began to dissipate. The powerful energy redirected back at her caused her severe and irreversible damage. Red blood drips from her head onto the sheet, leaving ominous marks. With bloodshot eyes, she laughs as if in hysterics, leaving her condition unclear. Dispelling her technique, the inheritor asks, "Where are your allies?" But Irene replies that she doesn't know if they still exist at all. In his thoughts, the successor realizes, if she still hasn't changed her answer, then it's probably not her allies. However, the question remains, where are the other children? Irene seems indifferent to them. She explains, "They didn't follow me. They said they no longer believed in the ghost song and turned their backs on us." This answer is sufficient, and the heir asks no more. But now Irene asks her question, "How do you know Gugong?" This question interests the heir, but he just watches silently. Irene, remembering, thinks, if the head of the alliance saw me now, maybe he would take pity on me and leave me alive. But I'm not sure about that either. She looks at the moon, hoping to meet him one day and tell everything. However, our hero, reincarnated in his old image, calmly declares that he does not regret any of his actions. Looking at the heir, Irene notices how much he looks like someone from her past. She says, almost repeating someone's words, "You don't know the answer yourself." But he only silently agrees. Irene realizes that Gugong would probably like to meet her again. She would also like to see him and meet his heir. But her strength leaves her, and she falls asleep, slowly closing her eyes. The successor carefully covers her with a blanket, wishing a good night. In her mind, she dreams that one day she will wake up and see him again. Silence envelops the room, only the moon illuminates everything with its cold light. The heir looks at her, wondering what to do with her now. But it was obvious even to a fool that action was needed. That night he deprived her of what she herself mercilessly took from other people, and there was not a drop of pity in his eyes. After some time, he summons a mysterious person, ordering him to enter. He appears on the horizon and deftly jumps through the window. He is a young man with a hostile, wary look. Approaching the heir, he asks, "Is Irene dead yet?" He wonders why even the inheritor didn't ask who he was when he dropped it. However, the hero ignores this question, and the guy continues, "Why didn't you kill her?" The successor, however, is more interested in why this stranger came here. He decides to give him a chance and listen before making a decision. The boy begins the story. 20 years ago, he was one of the ghost song children spared by Gugong. Gugong wanted them all to choose their own path and not look back on the past. Because of this, many children, including him, decided to forget about the ghost song and live their normal lives without thinking about revenge. All the children except Irene, Seokjin, and Shugu went their separate ways, leaving the past behind. On an ordinary day, they were working in the garden, trying to grow food for themselves. But people they had not seen for a long time suddenly came to them. There was only one question. Why did these people appear now? It turns out that they came to take revenge on Gugong. The children, who have long since grown up, refused to take part in the revenge. They no longer wanted to offend anyone, but faced threats. They were reminded that as descendants of the ghost song, they would still suffer the consequences. The guy says that he was on Mount Buki, where he secretly watched over Irene. However, he was not interested in meeting her. He wanted to see the heir. The follower asks, "Why do you want this?" The boy replies that he wants to receive a promise. The young master points out that they probably want to be left alone, but he himself has neither the power nor the ability to promise anything. The boy, bowing his head, begs the successor to fulfill his request and give his word. The young master does not fully understand the whole situation, but he knows that the inheritor stopped the tragedy on Mount Buki by defeating all enemies. And if anyone can destroy the remnants of the ghost song, it is the library heir. Only he has the power to put an end to this. After these words, the successor asks the boy where he lives. He answers that he lives in the small village of Namhe, in Sinman. But the heir is more interested in whether they can have a drink together when he comes to visit them. The boy did not expect such an answer, and it surprised him. He remembers the rainy day when the head of the alliance pardoned them, the children, saying that they were not guilty. All the crimes were not committed by you, and none of you should apologize for the sins of others. Gugong said at the time. In parting, he added, "Live your life and don't look back." Remembering these words, the boy thanks the heir for his answer. In her room, Mrs. Chigal tossed and turned sleeplessly, restless. She was haunted by nightmares that stubbornly prevented her from falling asleep. In addition, difficult thoughts did not leave her. That terrible moment constantly flashed before her eyes. It had been 2 weeks since the inheritor had saved her, but there had been no news of him. Is he all right? And did she do everything right? However, she was supported by the hope that everything would be fine. He is an outstanding person, cunning and wise to the point of impossibility. All the time he kept the situation under control, playing on the border between truth and lies. His actions always impressed with their perfection. At that moment, she was thinking about only one thing, that the only one who can come to her aid is her uncle. But it also meant that no one would actually show up to save her. But, unexpectedly, the successor appeared. But the question remains. Who is he? Suddenly, a falcon flew into the room saying, "Good afternoon." The girl shuddered in fright, because she did not expect that the bird could speak. The falcon was not alone. There was a frog next to him. The bird added with a smile that she must have been warned that he could talk. He was sent by the master himself. Mistress quickly got up, not knowing who this mysterious master was. The falcon explained that his master was none other than Shinta's monstrous bootleggers and the brilliant heir of the heavenly great library. It sounded like a joke to her, but at the same time it seemed that the air was fine. She even became interested in finding out what the falcon could tell about the events on the mountain. However, the bird noted that they did not meet Ren on the mountain or the boat. The owner himself came to her and finished with her. But the details remained unknown. When the mistress asked if the inheritor was hurt, the frog and the falcon began to laugh. They thought it was funny because the master was so powerful that he couldn't even make a single mistake. She herself had seen that day, when everyone was acting extremely decisively, that his calm voice did not betray any emotion. Even in the image of a shoemaker, he never behaved like this. It was clear that he was in a hurry, like never before. It seems that she is incredibly important to him, like his own child. But these words confused Chigal. Why child and not woman? What caused them such surprise? It all looked quite amusing to her, but she couldn't understand what exactly they wanted to know. The owner conveyed that he would like to meet her and asked to call Wang Gan. He hopes that she will come, because he, as the host, cannot leave the place of reception. The owner is counting on her understanding. "They are already here," said the falcon, and suddenly flew away. His words sounded like a warning before he vanished into thin air. A squad of bodyguards appeared on the horizon and took it upon themselves to escort Chigal. The next day, the bright sun was shining all around, and the host asked Chigal if she was worried, because they were almost there. She replied that everything was fine, although her calm appearance raised some doubts. Why did the heir never say what he wanted? No one knows what's really on his mind. The boy noticed that Chigal's face did not show interest, but she went where the leader pointed. However, this was not at all part of her plans. For some reason, it seems to her that the heir decided to go far because of her. She remembered the words of her uncle, the head of the alliance. When traveling, new places can feel foreign, and even a short trip feels like it took a long time. That is why the successor does not seem to want to go far. For him, this place is a reminder of her father, and he doesn't want to lose that connection. Based on her uncle's words, the inheritor makes her go on this journey in order to erase the memories of the tragedy on the mountain. The boy notices that Chigal's face looks strange and starts to worry about her well-being. She, in turn, thinks that the heir does not seem like someone who could do such a thing. She has a suspicion that he has a definite plan, and they are indeed going where they are supposed to go. Old Sosen was about to leave, but he was asked to stay. He refused, because he felt out of place. Besides, his head was spinning. Ho El-Ja followed the old man because he always goes where he goes. One of the vagrants offered them to stay together, but he rudely refused and even threatened to kill him. Meanwhile, the heir returned with a bottle in his hands and offered everyone a drink. It wasn't easy for the boy to talk to the heir, but he thanked him when he poured him a full glass. Despite his indecision, he began to get used to this situation. Clinking his glass loudly after taking a drink, he turned to the heir. Looking him straight in the eyes, the boy declared that he was a cool man and offered to pour him a glass in return. The successor accepted this answer with a smile, as if it was their unspoken agreement. Holding the bottle, the boy felt a little embarrassed, feeling his own importance in this situation. He understood that this was not a great honor for the heir, but for him this moment was truly significant. The successor replied that it was an honor for both of them, and now he was ready to listen to him. In the end, he asked the boy to speak directly and not be shy. El-Ja asked to do it again, as if testing the seriousness of his intentions. At this moment, the boy remembered how the heir, in the form of a shoemaker, spoke of peace and liberation, but the inheritor laughed, assuming that it was not the mind that spoke, but the drunk alcohol. Those around him did not understand what he meant by rest. Suddenly, the boy jumped up and shouted loudly, urging everyone to stretch out their hands. No glass should remain empty. He added that no one would leave the place until 10 bottles were drained. Chigal was standing next to the inheritor and heard that he was about to leave. The heir just smiled at her, giving her no reason to doubt. On the way here, She thought it was a mistake because she didn't plan to go far. Such a proposal sounded quiet and soothing to her heart. The successor offered her to replace the old memories with new ones and informed her that he was going to the ice palace of the North Sea. Somewhere in the mountains, the girl found herself near the same gorge. She stared at him, vowing to put an end to this hell. It was the glorious Mount Huang. The detachment saw the volcano for the first time, which was impressive with its majestic appearance. They just hoped he was asleep. The successor, contemplating this spectacle, thought that the journey promises to be interesting. He had not been on this mountain for a long time. He last visited it 30 years ago, when he was the head of the Alliance. He was fishing here then. Then he managed to catch a hot volcanic carp. This fish had an extremely rich flavor, even when cooked with just a pinch of salt. Thanks to the milkstone elixir obtained then, the inheritor was able to survive the great famine that gripped the lands. Now the task of the squad is to catch carp. Even without bait, they hoped to get some great memories from this trip. Sister Kate was with them. The squad thought she had a completely different character than she showed. The glass warriors, who were called Ice Flowers, constantly joked that Mrs. Chigal seemed to be in a relationship with their leader. And it is not surprising, because she was surprisingly beautiful. Chigal was aware that there was some truth in this. She felt safe next to the air, and even the cold distance between them seemed impossible. After a while, the inheritor handed her the elixir. It was a rare stone milk elixir. The girl understood its value and did not want to accept it, but the heir assured her that it was an important gift. She understood that this is something unique, something that you will not find just like that. But why is he giving it to her? What does he want in return? The young master explained that he did not demand anything. The other squad members also took the elixir, so she shouldn't hesitate. But the question remained, why did they come here if the inheritor was heading for the North Sea Ice Palace? Perhaps the reason lies in their first conversation. Or maybe it has something to do with the story he told her then. She began to wonder. Could the heir of the great library know what her uncle knew? And is it possible that he is her uncle? But how? The girl couldn't help but laugh at this thought. One of the squad told the inheritor not to worry, as they would catch the hot volcanic carp in no time. Moreover, in their squad there is an old man from the Namgun clan, who is considered a real master of fishing. But the twins began to laugh at his words, joking that the old man could not be lured even to a fishing drink. The old man was indignant and decided to answer their taunts. He said that fishermen once kidnapped him and forced him to work far from home. But they fed him well, paid him generously, and generally treated him with dignity. Soon the young master came to the bloody place, and as soon as he stepped there, a magical seal appeared above him. It turned out that this seal creates an illusion and makes travelers wander in circles. The squad thought that maybe they had stepped on something that couldn't be wiped off their boots. The follower realized that it must have been the work of someone very skilled. Perhaps a fisherman, for it was a work of astonishing complexity. However, if the attackers broke through here, then their intention was clearly not about admiring the volcano. One of the squad remarked that it might have been an ordinary person, but no ordinary traveler could overcome such a difficult barrier because it required superhuman efforts. And suddenly they heard a strange sound that flashed past their ears. They were bells, but no one could tell where they came from. One of the squad ran up to the leader, reporting that the bells were ringing long and fast, as if warning of something. He added that the attackers had bypassed the seal and were approaching. The leader could not believe that this was possible, but soon silhouettes of people appeared on the horizon, looking at them from the top of the mountain. The leader looked at the air in confusion, trying to figure out who he really was. The heir calmly said that they just came here. They stated that they had come here to fish, and added that this was a suitable place for that. However, looking at the uninvited guests, the locals understood. It looked suspicious. Who would appear here in the middle of the night, to the volcano, and still manage to pass through the magical barrier? Obviously, these people have a deep knowledge of magic based on pure fire. One of those present realized that he had put in a lot of effort to find this place of pure fire. And now he was challenged by a new rival. He understood. The battle was inevitable, although he was aware that it would not be easy. Our hero noticed their aggressiveness, but insisted that they really only came to fish. He offered to go down to them and discuss everything. Suddenly, a detachment of opponents began to descend. The young master soared upwards, as if detached from the ground. His movement was so easy, as if wings had grown behind him. One of the opponents stared at him with his mouth open. Stunned by what he saw, he realized that this guy was clearly not an ordinary person. In a moment, The inheritor landed next to them so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Our hero introduced himself as the heir of the Great Library and expressed his respect, realizing that Mokan's warriors were in front of him. Their leader finally realized that in front of him was the same heir that had been talked about all over the Murmu world lately. He had heard that the inheritor had been able to bypass the magic seal, and now he was convinced that this young man was a talented warrior and an outstanding leader. The leader introduced himself as the head of Mokan Hovolin. Our hero sincerely rejoiced at the unexpected meeting. He recalled that Mokan was known for his unusual practices, similar to exorcist Buddhism. In his past life, he often told them how to teleport through twin portals. But then Hovolin himself could never master it just by listening to the theory. Right now, Hovolin seems to be secretly trying to implement his plan, possibly searching for his treasures. However, he was still interested in the real reason why these people had come here. Our young master was about to say the word fish. But Mokan's leader sharply forbade him to say it, saying that bypassing his seal was definitely not a good sign. The old man of the Namgong clan could not hold back and started scolding this freak, expressing his hatred for his words. The squad picked up on his indignation, shouting loudly that they would now bury the men from Mogan alive, because they never lie when they talk about fishing. The successor sharply ordered his dogs to shut up, stopping their cries. To the people of Mokan it looked like complete madness, and our hero perfectly understood their caution. Judging by the fact that they even set up camp, this mission was extremely important to them. The successor guessed that they were probably looking for some treasure. Understanding their purpose, he offered his help, noting that he did not ask for anything in return. "I will become that darkness in which you will shine even brighter," said the inheritor. In the end, the Mokan leader accepted his offer. Although the Heaven Squad wanted to stuff their faces, they still held back, obeying their leader's order. The Heaven Squad understood that these idiots from Mokan didn't even realize how lucky they were. The successor calmly noted, "If they agreed, then let them say how they want to finish their business, and then the squad will return." But the leader of Mokan could not say this. He was hiding something that was obviously a big secret. The successor realized that carp fishing would have to be postponed. He wished the leader to find what he was looking for and suggested he leave. In his mind, the inheritor realized that they could wait, and maybe after returning from the North Sea Ice Palace, they could finish their fishing. But suddenly the leader of Mokan stopped them, saying that they cannot leave this place. The Heaven Squad stopped abruptly, surprised by his words. The heir calmly asked why they couldn't leave, and what that meant. The leader of Mokan explained that they cannot leave until a result is achieved, because it is connected with certain hidden circumstances. The Heaven Squad burst out laughing, thinking that Mokan was joking. The twins could barely contain their laughter, declaring that they had never heard anything funnier in their lives. They even suggested that this Musan should be beaten so that he would not doubt. The young master asked the Mokan leader to let them go, assuring him that he would not give away their secrets. But suddenly the leader of Mokan ordered his soldiers to prepare for an attack. The warriors quickly began to perform maneuvers, demonstrating their techniques. Suddenly, they took positions and created a magic seal that looked like a magnetic field. The Heaven Squad saw what was happening and asked the inheritor what they should do. But the young master only said that he was not going to kill them. The leader of Mokan looked at him intently, now understanding why he was so glorified. Obviously, his pride and confidence are part of his greatness. However, Moshan's leader decided to use the 8 strongest warriors with 3 powerful techniques. Their squad consisted of 9, but they had many more in reserve. In this seal, the forces of heaven and earth, fire and water were united, which created the effect of an earthquake and scattering. And inside the symbol, harmony reigned, the unity of the elements, which exerted an impressive power. The magic they used was going to present a real challenge for the inheritor and his squad. Everything was going to be on the line. However, the joy of the Mokan leader quickly faded when one of his warriors, unable to withstand the tension, crashed against a rock. The magic seal began to lose its effect, and his expression changed rapidly. The successor said with a smile that he would now start to catch up with them. Old Namgun and his squad started attacking everyone in a row. Unbelievable chaos reigned on the mountain, as if the elements had come together in a decisive duel. All 3 key grams that were supposed to create the seal were captured and destroyed. Mokan's warriors were confused, not knowing what to do next. They could not believe that these fishermen had created such a mess. The leader of Mokan, well beaten, tried to understand why his enemies did not ask questions, and were not interested in their plans. This caused him even more distrust. Why these people really do not care? Why are they here? After the escape of part of his squad, the successor began to catch up with them, not giving them a break. The Heaven Squad just smiled, not understanding why they needed so many soldiers for simple fishing. The leader of Moken carefully looked at their equipment. He saw many fishing tackles and devices that were really suitable for catching fish. When Mokan's warriors spotted Chigal among the squad, they asked her what she was doing here. But Chigal herself also did not know all the details. Although she had already become part of the Heaven Squad, the leader of Mokan recognized her. It was once rumored to have been broken after the death of the head of the alliance, but now it looked much better. Chigal was happy about this meeting. She even offered to spend some time together, which surprised everyone. Meanwhile, the tramps with their younger brothers tried to avoid falling into the lava. Although the water was incredibly hot, they still prepared to fish. The leader of Mokan, observing the situation, realized that this squad was a strange gathering. There were clan leaders and simple poor people, and even mercenaries in it, which made them extremely interesting. The Heaven Squad called out to Sister Chigal, urging her to join them quickly. The leader of Mokan, looking at this, began to suspect that they really came to fish. But what kind of fish can live in a hot lake? He thought that soon they would realize their mistake, become disappointed, and leave. You just have to wait a little. But suddenly one of the squad pulled a fiery carp out of the water. He began flaunting the fatty fish in front of his comrades, causing admiration. Leader Mokan and his squad were almost speechless when they saw live fish from the hot lake. One of the members of the Heaven Squad started cleaning fish, which made everyone think that he used to work in the fish trade, and it turned out to be true. Suddenly, when he cut open the carp, he discovered a valuable pearl inside. He showed it to Old Nam Gun, suggesting that it might be caviar. If such fish have caviar, it is a real treasure. Soon they got even more eggs from other fish. The squad began to light a fire to try this delicacy. The taste was incredible, and the whole squad enjoyed every moment. Meanwhile, Mokan's warriors, beaten and hungry, only watched in silence as the squad of heaven savored their prey. It seemed to them that they were eating some strange round poop. They had almost forgotten their mission, because they were too exhausted without food. The Heaven Squad even invited Mokan to join the meal. However, they, maintaining their pride, refused the invitation. If you don't want to eat with us, then rage quietly and swallow your saliva, they joked. Despite their grudges, the people of Mokan tried to hide their displeasure with the heir. The successor watched them and asked to hand over a couple of carp to these poor people. When the leader of Mokan did try the volcanic carp, he was shocked by the taste. He could not believe that this fish was so tasty, with a delicate and rich, nutty aftertaste. His squad was also delighted, having never tasted anything like it before. One of the vagrants asked, "What are these guys from Mokan doing here?" The leader nearly choked when the tramp said that Mokan didn't seem to care about their journey at all. In fact, the healer's main fortress was not far away, and they needed help. That's why Mokana decided to help. But why not ask the heir for help themselves? The leader hesitated, realizing that the heir could easily solve their problem. However, his pride did not allow him to ask directly. In front of him stood a real treasure, the heir. The leader pondered whether to ask him for help. Gathering his spirit, he decided to turn to him. But the inheritor seems to have already guessed what he wants to say. Even without waiting for the request, he politely refused. At that moment, the Heaven Squad burst into laughter, mocking the Mokan leader, who seemed like a foolish loser, a victim of his own pride. After the bright answer of the heir, the Heaven Squad could not calm down for a long time, laughing at the situation. The tramp understood the mistake of Mochan's leader, but noted that he should have been kinder at first. Now it was too late. The leader of Mokan, reflecting, remembered that the search has been going on for a month, but there are still no results. It cannot last forever. Realizing his mistake, he fell to his knees before the heir, apologizing for his foolishness. He admitted that he had underestimated the wisdom of the heir and made a huge mistake. The young master, in turn, calmly accepted the apology, realizing that everything is fine and it is possible to move on. The follower noted that the leader did not even apologize earlier when he could have done so. And now, the situation has become clearer. The leader was uncomfortable, because first he should have asked for forgiveness, and then he should have asked for help. If the master decided to help them, Mokan planned to thank him in some way, and the idea was already being discussed among their squad. One of the warriors offered to give the 5 elements of the flags as a token of thanks, considering it a worthy gift. Meanwhile, the Heaven Squad was sitting by the fire, frying fish. The leader of Mokan decided to tell about their mission. They were looking for the essence of flame, left here 500 years ago by the cruel Guru Jar. According to legends, this essence could burn everything around, because it contained incredible energy. They learned about her location from ancient sources. Using magic capable of revealing the energy of heaven and earth, they were able to reach this place. The successor, hearing this, was delighted, realizing that they had managed to use one of the magics he had studied himself. Their success was astounding. The Mokan leader noted that the successor spoke as if he had been familiar with this technique for a long time. However, he added that magic had its limits and they couldn't immediately find the exact location. The coordinates they received required the use of 5 energy elements. But there was a problem with this. Sometimes they had to use more energy than necessary, and sometimes the magic didn't work at all. The follower, listening to their explanations, thought that they were acting like idiots. They seemed to have already found the essence of the flame, but they just don't understand it. The leader of Mochen was outraged by his words, as if the air could find her in 10 days. When the follower said that they only needed 15 minutes to find the right place, the Mokan leader's jaw almost dropped. Indeed, after 15 minutes, they found the entrance to the hidden place. As soon as they approached, the door began to open by itself. It all looked so simple that the leader couldn't believe it. They couldn't move for months, and this guy solved the problem in a few minutes. The leader did not understand how the air managed to do this. Perhaps he had previously studied this cave? The successor, oblivious to their shock, invited everyone in, pointing to another door that awaited ahead. Inside the fortress, they sensed remnants of ancient magic. The air ordered to disperse in different directions to explore the space. He stretched his hand forward himself, as if trying to feel an invisible force. Suddenly, a magical seal symbolizing the 5 elements of life and death appeared in the air. Her outline resembled a compass with clearly drawn directions. The follower, following his intuition, activated the magic. A flow similar to water began to spread in different directions, filling the room. And when the streams united, water hieroglyphs appeared on the surface. The doors that were sealed began to gradually open. The Mokan leader couldn't understand what was happening and looked inside to see what the air was doing. As they entered, their eyes were illuminated by the glowing emeralds that twinkled all around. In the center of the room, they saw a sarcophagus, similar to a sacrificial altar. And in the very heart of the mountain, the fire that was mentioned in the legends was visible. The leader of Mokan invited the successor to explore this place together, but it was noticeable in his eyes that he was a little afraid to go further. The Heaven Squad noted that they had nothing to fear, as they were all together, and the air was with them. There should be no place for fear with such a squad. Everyone moved forward together, united by a common goal, but suddenly something alarmed them. A dull sound sounded behind them, as if the wall had closed. It turned out that the gate behind them had closed, blocking the exit. This clearly did not bode well. The walls of the cave began to shake, giving the impression that they were about to collapse. The light went out, and darkness enveloped everything. There was only fire before them. They realized that this was the fire they had been looking for months. Standing by the flames, everyone felt they had to do something about it, but they didn't know how to proceed. Suddenly, a voice came out of the darkness. "Nice to meet you. I am the cruel Guru Jar." The follower realized that it was not a living voice, but a recording activated by a spell left here earlier. The voice continued, "Before you is the essence of flame. This flame is capable of destroying everything in its path. Let someone take it and embrace this power." The task was to absorb the essence of the flame, which would later accompany whoever received it. The leader of Mohan, weighing himself up, extended his hand to the flame. He touched it, and although it was hot, it did not burn his hand. The leader decided to take a decisive step, and gathering his spirit, put the flame to his mouth, consuming it. A flame shone like a star inside his body. It spread throughout his body, causing a feeling of bliss. The voice rang out again. "You have taken in all essence. Now is the beginning." The leader of Mokan, however, was perplexed. What did the voice mean by the word beginning? The follower felt that the situation was becoming increasingly strange and began to analyze the events. The voice seemed to suggest that their next step was to figure out how to get out of here. But there was no way out, and the door didn't even look like it could be broken. The inheritor then turned to everyone and explained, "We are not in a safe room. We are trapped, and getting out of here will not be easy." If they were trapped, it meant that something big was about to happen. And almost immediately after these words, the ground under my feet began to tremble. The rocks above them seemed to have begun to crumble, creating a threat of collapse. Some of the squad members began to fall into cracks underground. One of them was saved at the last moment. He almost fell down. A little more, and he would have fallen into a deep abyss. But something incredible began to rise from this abyss. It resembled a huge column that had suddenly grown out of the ground. She was so big and had a strange, unusual appearance. The young master activated his magical vision and saw that this column was very strange indeed. Outwardly, her essence was unclear, but inside she was pulsating with energy. It seemed that there was some kind of mechanism or device inside this column. The leader decided to check it out more closely. Before he acted, he asked the heir if he knew what it could be. The follower said he wasn't sure yet, but if the leader didn't mind, he would inspect the column himself. Coming closer, the successor began to carefully analyze her. When he touched her hand, he felt a powerful wave of heat. An incredibly hot energy emanated from the column, which seemed to burn his body to the very bones. However, this feeling turned out to be an illusion. In fact, everything was fine with him. He realized that human senses could be easily fooled and touched the pillar again to test it. This time, he could clearly feel the powerful fiery flames pulsating within. The follower realized that the heat and pain he felt real, even though they could be an illusion. Looking at this huge column, everything seemed even more strange and mysterious. The voice that had been addressing them before suddenly fell silent. He said that this is just the beginning, but did not explain what to do next. It was no longer worth expecting anything from the voice. They were left alone with their problem. The bad news was that they were trapped. There was not even a hint of a way out, and this put them in a hopeless situation. Apparently, the cruel Guru Jara has only left them with trials, and if they try to escape, the consequences could be dire. The leader of Mokan, however, asked, "What is the good news?" The follower explained that the column was related to the flame essence they were looking for. When the guru said that this was only the beginning, this column appeared. This is a test for the owner of the flame essence. The column is unusual. It is hot as lava. The leader of Mokan, however, did not feel this flame. Suddenly, a man appeared from the fog, laughing and declaring, "The successor is smart. Just touched it and already understood everything." It was an elder of the Mao Mountain sect. He added that it was enough to joke, because if someone touches the column, they will not feel anything. It is just a stone. However, no sooner had he said this than he tried to touch the column and immediately flew away, hitting the wall. His hand was burned and the mark remained hot and burning brightly. The elder realized that if the leader of Mokan touched the pillar, the result would be different, because he had the power of essence. But to get out of here, they could rely only on the leader Mokan. The successor was confident in his abilities and told him not to worry, but to wait for his moment. There was a tense silence in the cave, as if everything was waiting for their next move. Darkness and the unknown hung over them, forcing everyone to hold their breath. A representative from Mount Hao approached the air, looking confused and tired. Chaikal felt the same mysterious voice start to sound in the room again, as if it had activated. The voice explained that this column is called Vessel of Heat. He added that the column had an important function. But his words were suddenly interrupted, leaving them in doubt. Communication with the voice became intermittent, and no one could understand why this happened. What he could hear was alarming. No one will ever get out of here. The only way is to possess the flame essence. The successor realized that the voice was weakening due to the fact that many centuries had passed. The voice said that in an hour the stone gates would open, but even then it would be impossible to get out, just as the first son of the great heavenly archive had said. The leader of Mokan realized that only he could solve the situation, because he possessed the essence of flame. As the master of this power and the leader of the Mao Mountain sect, he decided to take responsibility and try to find a way out. The leader noted that the essence would point him in the right direction and prepared to act despite the risk. He approached the column, gathering his spirit, and put his hand on it, ready to endure any pain. Everyone around them froze, riveted to what was happening, and anxiously watched him. The successor remained confident that everything would be successful. The leader was afraid that the flame would immediately burn him. But when he opened his eyes, he realized that the fire was not burning him. He felt only warmth. Thanks to his new essence power, he was able to withstand this contact. However, the question remained open. How long should he endure it? Maybe he had to stand like that all week? Suddenly, the flames grew more intense and the heat turned into an unbearable fever. The leader almost burned out in this ordeal, feeling his strength draining away. It was a cruel sight. It was hard to even look at it. The scene looked terrible. The leader could not remove his hand from the column, even when he asked for help. It seemed that something was holding him back when they tried to pull him away. The warriors who were helping him also began to deal with the flames. It looked absurd to an outside observer, but the squad realized that it was necessary to act. Old Namgun decided to take matters into his own hands by grabbing the leader from above. Another warrior grabbed his legs from below, preparing to give him a sharp yank. But during the attempt, both also caught fire. The leader sarcastically looked at his saviors, who only made the situation worse. He saw how they were burning, and he himself approached to try to save them. Touching one of them, he felt himself start a chain reaction. His hands were burned, and he felt the heat without even touching the column. Realizing the power of this fire, he activated his earth and water technique, violently pushing everyone aside. Everyone was shocked. The leader of the Mao Mountain sect was on the verge of death, barely surviving. The successor just shook his head. He was convinced that these people were idiots. In his opinion, it would take them several days to get out of here. Meanwhile, life on the surface of the mountain went on as usual. Fish were gurgling in the water, which they were trying to catch. Together with the frog, the falcon helped the fishermen, creating an unusual pair of assistants. Time passed slowly on the surface. The falcon and the frog spent time together, waiting for their friends to come out. But it seemed that it would not happen soon. 5 days have passed, and the squad still hasn't appeared. This raised the question, what is happening to them there? However, Sokil remained calm, believing that there was no cause for concern. The frog agreed with him, assuring him that their master was special, and that he would definitely handle any problem. Meanwhile, the mood in the cave was much less optimistic. The one who was supposed to save them continued to fail again and again. He tried again and again, but not a single attempt was successful. The warriors tried to support their leader, repeating that he who tries achieves, and that he will succeed. But after so many failed attempts, most had already lost hope and just wanted to go home. Fatigue and despair took their toll. The head of the squad began to complain that with each attempt the heat became stronger, and the people simply could not stand such pain. The maximum that sect leader Mao could stand near the column was 20 minutes, after which he passed out. However, he stood up again, realizing that they needed to find a way out. It is necessary to at least try. As the head of Mao's sect, he convinced himself that he would make it, even if it seemed impossible. But again and again he appealed to the young master for help, because he was receiving yet another portion of pain and failure. The successor patiently helped him every time, supporting the leader in moments of despair. It took the sect leader a moment to stop crying and gather his strength, but hope was fading. He wanted to believe that he could, but he felt that he was missing something important, and that a new approach had to be found. The follower thought, "The essence of the flame is not true. It only serves as a bridge to the true essence of fire." The reaction of the essence to the vessel of heat was a confirmation of this. If one can endure the necessary time near the column, then it will open the way to the true essence. The inheritor had an idea, and he and the master began to devise a plan to free everyone. This could be the key to their salvation. They were talking about the true essence of fire, or something like that. But sect leader Mao could no longer be trusted. The follower was convinced that if one of them stood the necessary time near the column, the exit would open. So everyone should try it. The Heaven Squad wanted to get out of the trap as soon as possible, without delaying even a moment. People began to act, despite fear and pain. One by one they touched the column, trying to withstand its heat. However, no one managed to stay longer than a few seconds. Old Namgun was next in line. He was willing to take risks to help others, but the Heaven Squad noted that they had nothing to do with the Mao sect. Why should they do this? They begged for mercy because they did not want to die from this burning stone. Despite this, Clan Ernam Gong decided to try his hand at it. He placed his hands on the column, preparing to withstand its heat. Together with him, another participant decided to take this desperate step. Hoping for success, other members of the squad joined them, putting their hands on the column. Even the old man decided to take a chance despite the danger to his health. However, the stone responded harshly to everyone. They were thrown back by the force of the flame, flying in different directions. One of them lingered, realizing that one should not give up even at the most difficult moment. He tried again, setting an example to the others that the fight must go on. So they continued to try day after day, looking for a way to overcome the ordeal. By the 7th day, everyone was exhausted. There was no energy left in the unit, and everyone felt that there was no strength left. Their supply of food was almost gone, there was very little left. The successor was aware that they had 2 days at most. Everyone hoped that the Mao Mountain sect would be able to obtain the essence during this time. But suddenly the earth was shaken by a strong earthquake. There was an assumption that the volcano will erupt soon. Everything around began to crack, and lava began to emerge from the depths of the mountain. The flames from below began to spread, heating and destroying everything in its path. Realizing that there was no point in waiting any longer, the inheritor drew his sword, deciding to act immediately. With a sharp blow, he shattered the magical energy that was trapping them. Suddenly, water began to drip from cracks in the stone. The successor realized that it was a stone door, although it felt like something else with the sword. They were protected by a field that responded to the energy. If they cannot open this door before the collapse, then they will die. The long way can sometimes turn out to be the fastest way if you approach it right. Therefore, the successor decided to put his hands on the stone to try to find a way out. He hoped that he would have enough energy and went into action, trying to break the magical barrier in this critical situation. As the inheritor placed his hands on the stone, the ground shaking became even stronger. One of the squad members almost fell into a crack. Fortunately, he was rescued in time. The lava rose from the abyss closer and closer, and the situation became more and more critical. Hope was fading, but sect leader Mao looked to the side and saw the air struggling to hold on. The stone burned with incredible power, but the hero stood despite the risk of being destroyed by its influence. And then the doors began to open. This was a real breakthrough, and everyone began to quickly gather their things to leave this place as soon as possible. Just when it looked like everything was about to come crashing down, the squad yelled at the inheritor to run as well. But the inheritor remained in place, unable to leave. The heat and magical energy that contained the lava depended on his hands. If he removes his hands, the red light will disappear, and the lava will instantly spill out. This will lead to a catastrophic eruption, leaving no chance of escape. He asked everyone to run away, leaving him behind. Old Namgun refused to go, saying that they couldn't leave him here, but the successor sternly ordered him to shut up and evacuate immediately. Realizing the seriousness of the order, the old man left his arguments. The squad began to follow the inheritor's instructions, though their hearts were filled with anxiety. They walked, trying to remain calm, but the feeling of danger did not leave them. The old man tried to reassure the others, assuring them that everything would be fine. However, everyone understood that the heir was putting himself in mortal danger for their salvation. They were frightened by the idea that the heir might sacrifice himself so that they could survive. The warriors began to realize how important and valuable the inheritor was to them. The young master remained unmoved, only smiling slyly in return, no matter what he was called. Suddenly, the cave was completely covered with stones. The entrance disappeared, and the soldiers continued to flee. One of them tripped and began to fall into the abyss. He was flying into the abyss when someone grabbed his clothes. It was old Nam Gun who pulled him back with an effort and sternly ordered him not to look back but to run on. They ran headlong to the exit without stopping. Soon the squad got outside, where they were met by a terrible sight. A mass of lava was erupting in place of the cave. Everyone understood that the situation had become critical. Sect leader Mao looked confused, not knowing what to do. The column could no longer contain the eruption, and they understood that action was needed immediately. The leader realized that it was necessary to save the heir, but how to do it? They had no choice but to go back and hold the column while everyone else tried to save him. However, the heir was still nowhere to be seen. This made them think, maybe it is impossible to save him. But the Mao Mountain sect never leaves its friends in trouble. They decided to do their best, even if it meant risking their own lives. Old Nam Gung urged everyone not to make rash decisions. He suggested using frequency communication techniques to coordinate actions. If the plan involves trying to save the heir, proceed with caution. Sect leader Mao did not understand why the old man said, "Don't try," because everyone wanted to save him. However, the squad began to realize that hasty actions could lead to disaster. They decided to first find a way to act in concert. This meant that they would not sit idly by, but they should not act hastily either. Sect leader Mao disagreed with the others' opinion and asked those who disagreed with him, who wanted to help save the heir, to raise their hands. But he saw resistance from their side. The warriors drew their swords, blocking his way, showing that they would not allow him to act. They kept their daggers at the ready, determined not to aid in his plan. The leader was shocked, as he had expected that those who had helped him until now would either allow him to try to save the heir or join him. However, everyone drew their swords to prevent him from taking action, considering it too risky. The warriors said they weren't trying to be obvious. Their actions were a show of loyalty to their captain, even if it seemed illogical. They explained that throughout time, the captain always found the right way out of difficult situations, and now he should do the same. Their faith in the captain was unbreakable. They knew what he meant. Leader Mao hesitantly decided to only ask Che Gal if she agreed with them. Chi Gal answered confidently, "If the heir has a plan, they should not interfere because they will only get in the way." She believed that the heir would definitely find a way out. Meanwhile, the falcon, flying nearby, smelled the incredible smell of lava and began to worry about the master. He contacted him through his powers and realized he was still down there. But why doesn't it come out yet? If it is delayed, it can cost too much time. The frog offered to go down and try to help. The decision was made. They decided to go down to see what was going on. The falcon and the frog made their way through the narrow passages and found themselves inside the cave. Below, they saw a sea of lava and the inheritor standing before it. The air shouted to them, "Go back, see you later." There was almost no time left. A large volcanic explosion could happen at any moment. Everyone who remained near the nozzle had to move away immediately. The warriors asked, "And what about the heir himself?" But he confidently answered that he would get out faster than them. Frog, together with Sokol, set out to inform everyone about the situation and pass on the information. Our hero was glad to know that they were far away and safe. A message was carved into the stone he was standing next to. "You are the one who leads to the essence of the flame. If you are reading this, then you have reached the pinnacle of the flame. Now it is your turn to get out of the cave." The inscription spoke of the flame, the pinnacle of heat, fire, eternal fire, and absolute purity. If he's willing to accept this eternal flame, now is the time to do so. Our hero felt inner happiness. The writing said that it is possible to reach the top of the flame if you discard everything unnecessary and change what is necessary. He understood the words, but could not fully grasp their meaning. It was believed that you need to get rid of the old, change yourself, and move towards new horizons. Energy now pulsed through his veins, pushing him to the top of the flame. He felt that he had to change, without doubt or looking back. Following these rules, he believed that he would manage. There was an energy growing in it that seemed to be a combination of wind, bugfire, and the void of pure stone. But the three evil energies could not absorb the flame peak. It tried to exist separately in another dimension. Now it was time to use the top of the flame that was coming out of the column, the energy of which was gradually disappearing. In the hieroglyphs, it was written that there were 9 steps to be taken, although only 3 are enough to achieve the result. The flames from the column lost control as the hero reached the top of the flames. That meant there was no point in holding him anymore. Using the water technique, he enveloped his feet in liquid, directing flows in the desired direction. The illusory ring could only contain a limited amount of lava. He realized that the exit he was hoping for was closed. Now there is only one way left. He understood that the only way to get out of here was to use the power of the flame peak. Activating his energy, he began to use a technique combined with that power. He reduced the 9 necessary steps to 3, minimizing the process and removing the excess. Because of this, he was able to pass the flame peak trial without even completing the first step completely. When he came closer to take a closer look, he realized that this was exactly what he had been counting on. The basic principles of the top of the flame became clear to him. The top of the flame was the first step on the path to full mastery of the force. The flame began to fill his soul, awakening incredible power in him. In the meantime, the volcano began to erupt, and there was no laughing matter in Heaven's flock. Chigal was worried about the master, but she believed that, like last time, he would be able to show his exceptionality. One of the vagrants couldn't stand it and drew everyone's attention to the fact that you can't give up. With tears in their eyes, they reminded themselves that they knew the leader of the Heavenly Library. He would definitely not lose. Although the hobo was given a hard time for his emotions, he decided to fight back. "I'm not crying, you bastard. You're the homeless one here." Even sect leader Mao had a hint of doubt, though he tried to remain confident. Everyone fell silent for a moment, lost in their thoughts. Their thoughts were focused on how the young master was doing now. And suddenly a bright ray of light came out of the center of the volcano, which brought hope to the hearts of his subordinates. Everyone believed that if this was the heir, then he would definitely succeed. And they supported him with all their hearts. Waving a hand engulfed in blue flame, our hero greeted everyone, a little late to their joy. He looked at those gathered and jokingly asked why they had such sour faces. Speaking of how he absorbed the flame essence, the heir remembered that the peak of the flame was supposed to belong to the leader of the Mao Mountain sect. However, it so happened that he succeeded, and in his opinion, the head of the sect should not be against it. The leader of Mount Mao, however, was shaking with anger. Not so much at the loss, but at the fact that the heir had acted so ruthlessly. The head asked him not to insult their sect, because they are not so terrible as to be offended by their savior. He added that he was ready to forget everything this time since the heir was young and inexperienced, but asked him not to behave like this again. Everyone tried to hide their feelings, but at the same time expressed gratitude for being saved. The leader wondered what the inheritor meant by the path to the top of the flame, though he envied him. Still, he heartily congratulated him, admitting that it was truly incredible. Although he failed to get the essence, he wasn't too disappointed. He understood that the master paid a great price for her and gave them the opportunity to be saved. The leader noted that he always protected and helped the successor, realizing how important the essence was to him. He added that he may have wanted the Mao sect to get the essence, but thanks to the master, they had bought time to save themselves. If it wasn't for you, we would have died there. We should not hate you, but love you for your actions, he said. As a sign of gratitude, the Mao sect decided to give the successor one of its greatest relics, the 5 elements of Mao's flags. These artifacts contained powerful energy and were endowed with magical effects. They could make the owner almost invisible even to professionals. The chief advised him to put up these flags at home so that no one could find him. The young master, knowing how valuable these artifacts were, thanked him for such a generous gift. As a sign of mutual gratitude, the successor also decided to make a gift to the Mao sect. He handed them the fire essence orbs he had created. The successor also offered to teach them how to properly use the power of flame and essence. Everyone was shocked by this proposal and could not believe their ears. He explained that after studying the peak of the flame, he was able to understand and verify several key points that could be applied to working with the essence. The question arose, will they be able to trust this teaching? The answer was obvious. Undoubtedly, yes. They were also interested in how long it would take to reach the level of firepower. The follower replied that it depends on effort and practice. After passing on the knowledge to the Mao sect, they decided to say goodbye and go their separate ways. When asked where the inheritor was going, he answered with a smile, "Fishing. In the North Sea, the smelt bites perfectly." Sect leader Mao, upon hearing this, suspected that the Heaven Squad might be a club of avid fishermen. He invited them to visit the Mao sect again, assuring them that they would always be welcome. On that note, they said goodbye, went their separate ways, and everyone set off on new adventures. And you, my friend, do not forget to subscribe to the channel and put a like so as not to miss the continuation.